Chapter 152, A Single Eye. Susanoo retreated before the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha members, who had initially surged forward to protect Fugaku, swiftly withdrew to once again encircle their leader. Under the obstruction of Tsunade and Jiraiya, the chaos of battle gradually subsided, and the crowd distinctly delineated a boundary once more. However, it is difficult to ascertain how many individuals stood on the side of Konoha in body, yet yearned to distance themselves in spirit. Fugaku gazed upon Danzo, sprawled in Susanoo's grip. His left eye's Mangekyo Sharingan still held its potency, revealing the truth through layers of bandages. Beneath the wrappings lay an eye belonging to the Uchiha clan. How audacious! To slay my adopted son and abduct my young children, and yet brazenly transplant the Sharingan onto oneself. You shall perish! Susanoo's fingers swiftly coalesced, poised to reduce Danzo to mere pulp. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed. Cease at once. Uchiha Fugaku, do you require me to remind you of the consequences of murdering a council member? Fugaku momentarily regained his composure, his teeth grinding audibly. It was not merely the threat from Sarutobi that compelled him to halt. Rather, the thought of the missing children prevented him from delivering a fatal blow. Although he was disinclined to elaborate, he was not one to let the Hokage's words go unchallenged. Retorting fearlessly, you stated he was dismissed. Danzo is no longer a council member. Even if he is not, Sarutobi began, but was abruptly interrupted by Fugaku. Shimura, Danzo must die today. I declare it. Fugaku used his other skeletal hand to tear away the bandages from Danzo's head, pointing at his unyielding eye and commanding, Kazuyo, come forth. Kazuyo contemplated a horrifying possibility, yet he had no time for shock or hesitation, nimbly leaping on his Susanoo and swiftly gouging out the right eye. Upon realizing what he had extracted, his suspicions were confirmed, and the anguish overwhelmed him, causing tears of blood to flow. Ignoring the intense fluctuations in his ocular power, Kazuyo gritted his teeth and displayed his bloodied right hand, revealing his discovery. The Sharingan. Sarutobi was engulfed in a tempest of fury and disbelief, feeling as though the knight's revelations from Danzo had surpassed the cumulative shocks of the past decades. If Shimura Danzo had merely dispatched assassins to eliminate Uchiha Naruto, it could be construed as targeted malice. However, the act of seizing a fellow village ninja's bloodline to implant it within himself constituted a heinous crime, morally repugnant and deserving of universal condemnation, a transgression severe enough to render him an enemy of the ninja world. Such actions signified a complete absence of ethics and morality in his heart. Every bloodline clan appeared to him as mere livestock awaiting slaughter. Whether Uchiha or Hyuga, Inuzuka or Yamanaka, any bloodline ninja could potentially fall under his predatory gaze, with anyone liable to be slain and their lineage usurped. No bloodline clan could endure such incessant covetousness and peril day after day. Konoha would plunge into self-destructive turmoil, and the ramifications would extend beyond that. Other ninja villages and even employers from various nations would develop a stereotypical perception due to Danzo's existence, deeming Konoha utterly untrustworthy. Konoha would find itself ostracized by the entire ninja world for years, decades, or even centuries. In a flash, Sarutobi's mind raced with countless scenarios, envisioning the terrifying future that awaited Konoha if the situation was mishandled. The crowd erupted in chaos. Why does Danzo possess a Sharingan? He stole Uchiha Naoto's bloodline. Danzo must die. Kill him. Leader, slay him. Especially among the Uchiha clan, their belief solidified that this was indeed one of Naoto's eyes. Their glares at Danzo brimmed with a desire to rend him limb from limb, each one yearning to personally execute this scoundrel. Even the staunch families who had always sided with the Hokage gritted their teeth, silently urging Uchiha Fugaku to swiftly crush this old wretch. Let me go. You release me. Kakashi's throat filled with a metallic taste, panting heavily, emitting a hoarse cry akin to a broken bellows as he fixated on the eye Kazuyo held, nearly losing his composure. Were it not for Jiraiya and Shizen restraining him, he would have drawn his ninja blade and slain Danzo to avenge Naruto. Speak. Where have you hidden the children? Reveal it, and I shall spare your life. Fuyu bellowed furiously, shaking his bony hand, causing Danzo to spit out several mouthfuls of blood, his head tilted in a half-conscious state, resolutely refusing to utter a word. You choose silence, do you? Tsunade, uncertain whether this was indeed Naraku's eye, felt a searing pain in her heart, her fists crackling with tension. Even if you remain mute, I have my methods. The clan in the mountains can delve into the minds of the deceased. Cough, cough. Danzo finally relented, his eyelids partially lowered, his breath faint as a whisper, "They are not with me." Tsunade made a motion to shatter his skull, but to her surprise, Danzo opened his mouth once more, revealing another bombshell. The children have been entrusted to Orochimaru. He claimed he required them for his research. This does not belong to Uchiha Naraku. It is a reward given to me by Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sudden chill run down his spine, inadvertently crushing his beloved pipe. Could it be that Orochimaru truly? No, it couldn't be. What? Lord Orochimaru? Heavens! The Konoha ninjas were utterly flabbergasted. The stalwart pillars of support shattered in an instant, and the magnitude of this revelation could not be overstated. "This is impossible," Jiraiya immediately retorted, exposing Danzo's sinister intentions. "You merely wish to drag Orochimaru down with you to alleviate your own culpability." "Ah, Jiraiya, I never knew you could be so astute." A familiar rasping voice resonated from not far away, prompting everyone to step aside and reveal Orochimaru, who had just arrived on the scene, finding himself burdened with an unjust accusation. Even when faced with such slander, Orochimaru spoke with unflappable composure and a smile. "I am completely unaware of these matters. If anyone doubts me, they may investigate." Jiraiya released the exhausted Kakashi, leaving him in the care of Shizune, and approached to clasp his old partner's shoulder, giving it a hearty pat. "I knew you could never commit such an act." He turned back to incite Tsunade further. "Tsunade, perhaps we should just eliminate him to put an end to his web of lies." "That won't do, Tsunade." Unbeknownst to them, Kushina had climbed onto Susanu's arm, forcibly inspecting Danzo's various seals. "If he dies, his brain will be destroyed in an instant, and we won't be able to glean anything." Boom, boom, boom. The sudden, colossal explosion erupted from the northwestern corner of the village, with a series of violent tremors that persisted even to the Hokage building, drawing everyone's gaze toward the commotion, while Danzo merely closed his eyes, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Excellent. The evidence has been obliterated. Yet he failed to notice that amidst the vast clouds of dust raised by the explosion, a colossal, pure white skeleton was gradually rising from the ground. It was becoming increasingly complete, adorned with the dirt and debris cascading from its form, standing majestically under the moonlight. Though devoid of flesh, the dry and terrifying skeleton emitted a faint, pearlescent glow. "What is that?" Fuyu urged Susanoo to advance slightly, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Susanoo, the second set of Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 153, Obito is brother. The White One. Uchiha Fuyo stared intently at his newly awakened three-tomo Sharingan. As the distant figure of Susanoo began to align with the memories he had witnessed, his heart raced like a drum, his throat constricted. "Naruto, what did you say?" Fuyo, being close enough, could clearly hear the faint murmur escaping Fuyo's lips. He abandoned any thoughts of Danzo, tossing the man into the Uchiha crowd, commanding his kin to remain vigilant, to retract Susanoo, and to hasten towards that direction with all possible speed. Losing his footing, Fuyo fell to the ground but immediately sprang back up, a foolish grin of ecstatic joy plastered across his face. In the span of 20 years, he felt he had never been as elated as he was at that moment, almost wishing for everyone to hear him. "It's Naruto. It's Naruto," as Susanoo. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Tsunade had already vanished, morphing into a blur as she leaped across the rooftops. Jiraiya hurried to assist Kakashi, oblivious to the expression of his old friend behind him. Orochimaru wore a faint, knowing smile, seemingly having anticipated this moment. Naruto? Kakashi, aided by Jiraiya, found a flicker of strength surge within him, spurred by hope, as he sprinted towards the location of the white Susanoo. Many members of the Uchiha clan reignited with hope, yearning for this prodigy to still be alive. However, the ninjas from Konoha remained still, reluctant to disperse, fearing the peril of being picked off one by one. Even Kushina, at the heart of the Uchiha crowd, could not abandon Danzo. She could only fervently pray that her sister Tsunade could bring Naruto back alive. Jiraiya, witnessing both Uchiha Fuyo and Tsunade rush off, had no choice but to stay put, lest either side take advantage of the opportunity, and he would need to protect the Uchiha. Down. At the moment the structure above collapsed due to the explosion, Naruto timely activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, using the ribs of Susanoo to shield several children, creating a hollow space large enough to shelter them beneath layers of debris. Once the rumbling subsided, silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the tense breaths of a few. The fallen rock walls extinguished all light, rendering the area pitch black. Shusui's Sharingan had already been closed, leaving him unable to discern the situation. "Shusui, are you all right?" "Where's Shusui?" Amidst the anxious inquiries, Shursui seemed to hear a faint, suppressed cough, short and fleeting as if a mere illusion. A wave of unease washed over him, and with a trembling voice, he asked, "Naruto-senpai? I'm fine." Thankfully, Naruto-senpai's voice remained steady, even as he gently patted Shursui's head in a gesture of reassurance, clearing his throat to signal everyone to quiet down. The children had long regarded Naruto as their pillar of strength. Despite their fear, they quickly silenced themselves, awaiting his words. "Everyone, do not worry. I have a plan." Naruto spoke gently, unshaken by the chaos of being buried underground. Rather, he exuded calm assurance. "When we reach the surface, there may still be enemies. Do not fear anything you see, do not linger, and run straight towards Konoha. Understood?" "Understood." Naruto and I. Kagetsu replied with a bright voice. "Yes, I understand, Naruto-senpai," Shursui echoed. "Obito," Naruto softly inquired, "are you listening?" After a prolonged silence, Obito awkwardly responded, "I'm not scared, you know." "Don't treat me like a child, Naruto." "I know, Obito, you are everyone's big brother." Naruto paused, then continued, "Take good care of your younger siblings." The sound of a fist thumping against his chest resonated in the cramped space, followed by Obito's firm promise. Of course. Naruto seemed somewhat fatigued, his breaths becoming increasingly labored, yet his tone remained gentle and composed. "All right, let us go." The entire underground trembled violently, as the group felt the space above them gradually expand, the earth parting, moonlight streaming through the cracks in the rocks, growing brighter and more abundant. The children finally discerned what had been protecting them all along. Their astonished eyes widened, reflecting the pristine white skeletal Susanoo amidst the swirling dust. This colossal figure roared, shattering all obstacles, bringing them back into the realm of light, bathing them once more in radiant silver glow. The enemies who had destroyed the base still surrounded the area, and upon realizing they were not dead, they hastily armed themselves and charged forward. "Go!" Cough, cough. Naruto hovered at the chest of the skeletal structure, gasping heavily. Before seemingly reaching his limit, he coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth, staining his chin. Yet, he remained concerned for the others, his brow furrowing as he urged once more, "Hurry!" Shursui's dark eyes trembled, panic and worry constricting his throat, rendering him speechless. After Naruto swiftly dispatched the enemies approaching Konoha, it was Obito who regained his composure first, pulling Shursui and the other children from the encirclement. Swiftly retreating towards the village under Naruto's cover, he cast a hurried glance back, witnessing Naruto continue to engage the enemy while suddenly coughing up blood. Unable to suppress a cry, "Naruto-senpai, Shursui!" Obito sternly halted him, a look of anger and anguish breaking through his usually goofy demeanor, one that Shursui had never seen before. "I'm the older brother. I must protect my younger siblings." Remembering the promise he had made, Obito loathed his own weakness in that moment, realizing that all he could do was flee. Though Naruto was the same age as him, at this life and death juncture, he had to leave him behind. Even if it was the wisest choice, we have to leave. Only then could Naruto escape. As Obito and the children gradually disappeared into the distant woods, Naruto coughed blood while forming hand seals, unleashing several great fire annihilation shots to eliminate the pursuing root members, controlling Susanoo to stand before all enemies. Continuing to weave hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The roaring flames consumed large swathes of trees, growing ever more intense, trapping him and all enemies within this desolate battlefield. Before the flames extinguished, no one would dare to pursue them. As Naruto dealt with the enemy's onslaught, he maintained awareness of the two chakra signatures of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu within his sensing range, presumably wishing to conceal their presence for as long as possible. They had been lurking nearby, showing no signs of making a move. Once Naruto had eliminated all the members of Root and the area was devoid of life, it would be the perfect moment for them to reveal themselves. Unfortunately for Black Zetsu, their plans would have to be postponed. Naruto dispelled Susanoo, staggering backward, allowing the enemies to close in. Just as various ninjutsu and weapons were a mere step away, the crimson Susanoo burst forth through the flames, its enormous skeletal hand sweeping away all attacks. Accompanying this was a deafening roar. Die. Chapter 154. Naruto, am I late again? Kakashi raced towards the Inu base, with only his ragged breaths and the frantic beating of his heart echoing in his ears. His already exhausted body ached incessantly, whether it be his numb, cramping legs or his lungs feeling as though they were being scorched by flames, both signaling with fervor that he had reached his limits. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon that Susanoo, upon the figure who was likely the most significant person in his life. Naruto, please, wait for me this time." Kakashi stumbled momentarily but quickly regained his composure, continuing his arduous journey. Yet, the heavens seemed to conspire against him, Before he could reach his destination, Susanoo began to wane, fading away beneath the interplay of flames and moonlight in the night sky. No, a chill of dread coursed through Kakashi, nearly causing him to tumble from the tree. Fortunately, in the wake of this, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo soared into the heavens, and he could even hear the resounding roar of his adversary echoing through the clouds. By the time Kakashi arrived on the battlefield, it was shrouded in darkness, with remnants of flames still clinging to the trees. Uchiha Fugaku knelt half-turned away from him, cradling what seemed to be a person in his arms. Beside Fugaku, Tsunade, who had arrived just a moment later, was speaking animatedly, her palms glowing with a radiant green light, only to suddenly mutter a low curse. Damn it. The tremor in her voice was palpable. After uttering this exclamation, Tsunade's shoulders sagged, leaving one to wonder whether she had sighed in relief or had completely lost hope. Her profile facing Kakashi was largely obscured by her hair, rendering her expression elusive. What has happened to Lady Tsunade? A foreboding feeling overwhelmed Kakashi, as a profound fear seemed to freeze his very insides, along with his soul and emotions, leaving only a flicker of determination to propel his body forward. He stepped into the center of the battlefield, littered with charred ashes, maneuvering around Fugaku to the other side. After a brief pause, he dared to gaze upon the figure lying in Fugaku's arms, questioning whether it was Naraku. That face, which he had seen countless times and dreamt of equally often, appeared before him, peacefully closed eyes, unchanged from before. It was Naraku. How wonderful, Naraku was still alive. He was unscathed. Yet, before joy could ripple through his heart, panic seized Kakashi's mind and limbs. He observed Naraku's brow furrowed in pain, his complexion as pale as parchment, with dark crimson stains at the corners of his mouth and chin, his hand limply resting on the ground, tainted with dirt and ash. Kakashi's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, laboriously inching forward, his outstretched hand hesitating in midair, paralyzed by the fear of touching Naraku, afraid to confirm if he still drew breath. Guilt and remorse manifested as a separate entity, tightening around Kakashi's throat. Have I come too late? Have I once again failed Naraku? Why must I always be like this? Kakashi lowered his head, emitting a faint, sorrowful whimper, as his outstretched hand slowly descended. Just as despair threatened to engulf him entirely, a finger lightly brushed against the back of his hand. Kakashi. The barely audible whisper was carried by the gentle breeze, restoring Kakashi's faltering consciousness. It was as if he had been pulled from the depths of drowning, gasping for air as he hastily lifted his gaze to the source of the voice. Naraku struggled to open his eyes slightly, his fingertip gently touching Kakashi's cold hand, attempting to offer solace in this manner. Do not be sad, I am all right. The clarity of Naraku's words was obscured, yet Kakashi understood their meaning. Yes. Holding back tears, Kakashi nodded vigorously, gripping Naraku's hand tightly and lifting it to rest against his forehead. In the Hokage building of Konoha, Fugaku's shadow clone returned with a throng of children, several young Uchiha embracing their parents, their cries merging into a collective sound. Everyone present, particularly the ninjas of Konoha, exhaled a profound sigh of relief. It seemed the internal conflict might be averted, with only a few matters remaining, primarily how to deal with Shimura Danzo and the serpent he had unleashed, Orochimaru. Inuzuka Hana, catching the scent, approached the Inuzuka clan leader, who exuberantly pulled her close, inspecting her from every angle, even going so far as to sniff her to confirm she bore no injuries. Grandfather, what is happening? Are you discussing with the Hokage how to save us? The mere thought of the danger they had just faced filled Inuzuka Hana with complaints about her elder's sluggishness. You all were far too slow. If it weren't for Senior Naraku, we would have been blown to bits long ago. What happened with the explosion? The Inuzuka clan leader asked nervously, as we fled underground. Everything above us collapsed in an explosion, nearly burying us alive. The Inuzuka clan leader clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with rage, struggling to suppress the impulse to confront the Hokage. How could you say the children would be safe, only to nearly have my granddaughter blown to bits? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo truly had crossed a line. The Nara clan head subtly lifted his gaze, a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent lurking within his expression directed at Danzo. Coveting the bloodline of others was an undeniable heinous crime, and now, in an effort to obliterate the evidence, he dared to plot against not only the Uchiha, but other clans' children as well. Shimura Danzo could not be allowed to live. He had crossed an established line. Even if it would anger the Hokage, Danzo must die. Though the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were staunch supporters of the Hokage, this did not mean they would accept every action from him or the higher-ups, nor would they refrain from resistance when their own safety was gravely threatened. If they were to become mere subordinates, blindly obedient, only to face the destruction of their families, who would choose to be such a subordinate? He exchanged glances with the heads of the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans, two familiar old friends who immediately understood his intent, nodding in agreement. Observing the shift in atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen seized the moment to speak. Now that the children have returned safely, and Uchiha Naraku is alive, let us have the Umbu apprehend Shimura Danzo and await the completion of evidence collection. Why make it so complicated? Fugaku's shadow clone interjected resolutely. Shimura Danzo has committed theft of bloodlines and plotted against Konoha ninjas. The evidence is irrefutable. He should be executed on the spot. Yes. There is no need for the children's testimony. He is of no use now. Clan leader. Kill him. The Uchiha clan voiced their unthinking agreement with their leader's words. With the Uchiha leading the charge, the Inuzuka clan leader, who had nearly lost his beloved granddaughter, also expressed his support. I agree. If we remain silent regarding the one who sought to kill my granddaughter, how will I ever face my daughter and son-in-law again? Especially my daughter, Inuzuka Tsum. She would tear me apart. Chapter 155, The Four-Symbol Seal. The remaining clans were eager to voice their support, their thoughts evident in their eyes. Even the families typically aligned with the Hokage remained silent, neither supporting nor opposing. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, could not ignore the weight of such public sentiment. However, he found it difficult to utter the command to deal with Shimura Danzo. There were still many matters that needed clarification. How could he so carelessly strip a ninja of their life? Moreover, Danzo had significantly contributed to the village during the Second Great Ninja War, at the very least. They should wait until all evidence was thoroughly examined. If the evidence is conclusive, I assure you in the name of the Hokage that it will be handled appropriately and without leniency. Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented earnestly, and seeing the Hokage so sincere, many who had previously been uninformed began to waver. After all, only a select few had witnessed Danzo's memories, and with Uchiha Naraku alive and the children returned, Danzo's actions had ultimately proven unsuccessful. Furthermore, whether Orochimaru was innocent or guilty could not rest solely on his own words to be taken as Danzo's framing. Sensing a palpable shift in the atmosphere, the shadow clone of Fugaku stood at the center of the crowd, maintaining a facade of indifference, entirely unmoved. He had long ceased to care whether he could earn the approval of others in Konoha. If this period, especially tonight's experiences, had imparted any lesson upon him, it was that as long as one possesses sufficient strength and remains unyielding in the face of threats, even the lack of recognition from all would not undermine the existence of the Uchiha clan in the short term. However, the moment one exhibits any semblance of weakness, the hyenas would swiftly descend, tearing apart the flesh and blood of the Uchiha until this colossal entity crumbled entirely. Just like now, if the Uchiha were to concede, even by the slightest margin, others would perceive it as a negotiable matter, dragging their feet and dilly-dallying until Danzo ultimately met his demise. The shadow clone cast a glance at Orochimaru before quickly averting his gaze. The previous incident involving Orochimaru required time for verification, yet the time to eliminate Danzo was now. Just as Fugaku's true self returned, the shadow clone willingly dispelled the jutsu, allowing the original to grasp the situation. Shirzue broke free from his parents' embrace, disregarding his fear upon seeing the grave expression of the clan leader, urgently inquiring, Lord Clan Leader, where is Elder Naraku? Other children, including Obito, looked at him with similar eagerness, their youthful voices rising in a chorus. Kagetsu reached out with a small hand, tugging at the armor of Fugaku's attire. Yes. How is Brother Naraku? The youngest among them, filled with dreams of one day wielding Susanoo, chimed in, I want him to teach me that incredible technique, Lord Clan Leader. Can I? Hikari, usually inseparable from him, echoed his sentiments. I want to learn too. Finally, Obito spoke up, his voice betraying an expectation and fear he hadn't fully realized. Lord Clan Leader, Naraku will be fine. He is exceptionally strong, right? Fugaku regarded the eager and expectant faces of the children, a rare smile gracing his features. You should wait for him to awaken before sharing these words with him. After saying this, he gestured for the parents to hide the children at the back, then turned to face Konoha, raising his voice. Shimura Danzo conspired against the Uchiha clan's descendants, coveting the Sharingan. The evidence is irrefutable. Today, the Uchiha shall deliver justice. If the third Hokage seeks to protect him, the Uchiha will stand firm to the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not anticipate that Fugaku would be so unyielding. Clearly, concern had thrown him off balance. In a moment of lost composure, he raised his hand to command his subordinates to forcibly intervene. You dare. I certainly dare. Fugaku's countenance remained icy as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan once more, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, perhaps due to a shift in mindset. His spiritual strength surged to new heights. His ocular power loomed large and heavy, like a chilling wind raging through the flesh and bones of all present. Heralding the impending conflict with the Uchiha, Could Konoha bear the consequences? While the Uchiha stood resolute, it was now Konoha's turn to choose whether to engage in battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen, dark-in visage deep in thought, contemplated how to yield, realizing that if the Uchiha were to save Danzo, it meant his concessions had not yet sufficed. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, observing the unfolding drama, found himself supportive of Fugaku's decisiveness. After all, if Danzo survived, Orochimaru would undoubtedly cling to him tenaciously. Though he trusted that the latter would not betray his comrades, there remained the possibility of Danzo employing underhanded tactics to frame them. Better to resolve this sooner rather than later. However, this would undoubtedly strike a significant blow to the old man's authority. After a brief internal struggle, Jiraiya recalled Tsunade's words and resigned himself to abstain from interference. Oh well, what's done is done. No matter the outcome, it is as it must be. Kushina leaned closer to Fugaku, whispering a few words, and though he appeared somewhat surprised, he quickly regained his composure, devising a strategy. I understand. Making several hand signs to signal his clan members to bring Danzo forth, Fugaku stood alone at the forefront, gesturing for all his clansmen to withdraw. Was he about to surrender him? Confusion rippled through Konoha, only to witness the fiery red skeletal structure materializing beside Fugaku, accompanied by his inexplicable cold laughter. Heh, you refuse to retreat? That is splendid. In just 2 brief sentences, there was an unmistakable undertone of schadenfreude, slowly drawing the long blade from his waist. Fugaku cast his gaze upon Danzo, the architect of the Uchiha's torment for years, now gravely injured, able only to glare at him and utter a few meaningless curses. The malevolent Uchiha is indeed Konoha's greatest threat. As long as I live, I shall not allow it. Fugaku directly interrupted, you speak too much. In the next instant, the long blade pierced Danzo's chest, shattering the stone floor beneath him. No one anticipated that Fugaku would dare to slay Danzo before all, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood agape, eyes wide in disbelief. As Hiruzen finally regained his senses, fury surged through him, and just as he was about to issue a command for attack, an unforeseen event unfolded. A torrent of black chakra erupted from Danzo's chest, expanding rapidly, while 4 colossal characters emerged around his form, swiftly spreading outward. The 4-symbol seal, Minato, possessing some knowledge of sealing techniques, recognized the perilous jutsu and immediately shouted a warning. Quick, evacuate. The crowd, a sea of confusion, scattered in all directions. Even Fugaku, enveloped in Susanoo, retreated swiftly, positioning himself before his clansmen as a precaution. The rapidly expanding black, translucent sphere swelled to its maximum capacity in the blink of an eye, engulfing everything in a 100-meter radius centered around Danzo. Chapter 156. You performed admirably, Lord Clan Leader. The sealing technique persisted for a time before suddenly contracting, obliterating all matter contained within. Buildings, earth, and even a portion of the air vanished into the void, causing outside air to rush in, drastically elevating the temperature and unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds. When the tumult finally subsided, only a vast, empty spherical void remained before the Hokage building, a testament to the formidable nature of the sealing technique. Regrettably, such a powerful sealing technique, wielded by Danzo, had merely cleared a space in front of the Hokage building and a few structures. Oh, and himself. Yet, did this not seem rather peculiar? Fugaku's thoughts wandered momentarily before he steered them back with resolve. This night was destined to be one of insomnia for all. The Uchiha had nearly ignited war with Konoha and had now slain Shimura Danzo, leaving relations with the Hokage and the upper echelons at a freezing point. Other clans largely maintained neutrality, yet for the Uchiha, improving relations had become urgent. Furthermore, the extent of Orochimaru's involvement in Danzo's persecution of the Uchiha needed to be confirmed at the earliest opportunity. Lastly, Naraku still lingered in danger, the curse of the bloodline disease tormenting him without cease. Many tasks lay ahead, but the most pressing matter was ensuring the safety of his clan members. Third Hokage. With the main culprit now dealt with, this matter shall be paused for the time being. However, if any further plots against the Uchiha arise, my clan will not hesitate to repeat today's actions. With each word Fugaku spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened further, to the point where it seemed he might bleed. Yet he managed to restrain himself from acting out. With Danzo dead, engaging in conflict with the increasingly formidable Uchiha held no purpose. Perhaps he should be grateful that Danzo met his demise so swiftly and cleanly, without revealing the myriad of other transgressions he had committed over the years. Otherwise, even he, the Hokage, might have had to step down to quell the seething public outrage. Acknowledging the Hokage's stance, Fugaku raised his hand, a smile suddenly illuminating his face. Uchiha, we are going home. Oh, long life. We are going home. The clan leader is magnificent. The Uchiha truly are the strongest. Ha ha. With their leader personally overseeing the rear guard, the Uchiha cheered exuberantly, forming a long procession as they strode proudly back to their clan grounds. Under the gaze of much of Konoha, the previously dispatched battle teams also returned along the way, merging into the jubilant throng. The greatest internal conflict in Konoha's history had, for the time being, drawn to a close. The Uchiha had retreated, and with Tsunade and Kakashi absent, likely attending to Naraku, Jiraiya glanced around and discreetly beckoned Shizen to join him, taking advantage of the chaos to make a hasty exit. After all, he had just defied his mentor in front of the entire village. Now that the incident was resolved, he felt a twinge of guilt facing the elder. The leaders of the various ninja clans, having witnessed the spectacle, took their leave one by one, their demeanor notably cool, particularly that of Inuzuka clan leader, who couldn't even muster a smile, offering only a perfunctory nod to Hiruzen Sarutobi before departing. Left with no dignity to remain in the spotlight, Sarutobi waved for the remaining advisors to disperse the multitude of shinobi and umbu. His back as he exited appearing somewhat haggard and stooped. Sighing heavily, the elder murmured to himself. Tsubaki Koharu watched as Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly receded from view. Gritting her teeth and letting out a sigh. Humph. Mito Gates Inan stared at the Uchiha with a dark expression, seething. Those Uchiha scoundrels won't let this matter rest. I will have my revenge for Danzo, one way or another. Perhaps it's best to wait for Sarutobi to decide, considering the Uchiha now possess the Mangekyo. They will not be easily dealt with. What is there to fear? The Mangekyo cannot be wielded forever. One day, its users will inevitably go blind. This is indeed true. As Jiraiya led Shizen toward the hospital, a middle-aged man clad in a green jumpsuit obstructed his path, visibly agitated. Lord Jiraiya, are you going to visit Naraku? Please, take me with you. Jiraiya sized him up, suddenly realizing Might Guy. Yes. Might Guy stood at attention, exuberantly affirming. Well then, let us go. Upon their first meeting, Jiraiya could instinctively discern what was on Might Guy's mind. Sometimes, between men, a mere glance suffices to convey understanding. He smiled and patted Guy on the shoulder, engaging in light conversation as they walked. I hear you have a good rapport with Naraku and Kakashi. That lad has mentioned you a few times, calling you a reliable companion. Upon hearing this, Might Guy was overwhelmed with a sense of shame, clenching his fists, tears streaming down his face. No. I am far from reliable. If only my perseverance had been stronger, things wouldn't have turned out this way. It seems this period has indeed been quite arduous for you. The Uchiha compound was ablaze with light, and aside from the guards assigned by Fugaku to take turns on night watch, many ordinary clan members lingered in the streets, reluctant to return home, gathering in small groups to drink and discuss the exhilarating confrontation that had just transpired. They had not experienced such a liberating triumph in years, and tonight they finally felt empowered, having not only recovered Naraku and the children, but even confronting the mastermind behind the chaos head-on. With Konoha begrudgingly accepting the outcome, many Uchiha began to realize that they could no longer live as they once had, suppressing their grievances. Fugaku dismissed the guards, urging them to return to their families. After surviving a life-and-death crisis, the first sight they yearned for was the peaceful and joyous faces of their loved ones, navigating through the sounds of laughter and cheer. Fugaku returned home, taking a deep breath and rubbing his face with his hands, donning the joyful expression he usually wore when returning home. As he opened the door and stepped into the entrance, his gentle and tranquil wife approached to greet him, smiling as she announced she had prepared a feast for him. Just like always, handing him a warm towel to wash his face and hands. The warmth of the damp towel upon his face relaxed every taut nerve within him. In that moment, Fugaku suddenly felt that life was truly wonderful. The Uchiha clan leader, who had held on through the long night, felt his eyes welling with tears as he embraced his wife's shoulders, repeatedly exclaiming, I did it, Mikoto. I succeeded. No one will die anymore. From now on, no one shall dare to bully the Uchiha. I know. Mikoto gently caressed her husband's back, softly saying, You performed admirably, my dear clan leader. Chapter 157. Until the moment the soul is hollowed. In the early hours at Konoha Hospital, within the intensive care unit, Kakashi sat by the bedside, lifting his gaze to count the droplets falling from the bottle. The room was brightly lit, each drop of liquid glowing with a warm halo as it trickled into the receptacle below, causing a slight tremor. It mirrored the tumultuous emotions churning within him. Kakashi's mind was a chaotic whirl, entangled thoughts of Naraku, his father, and the Uchiha clan weaving a suffocating web that left him gasping for breath. The events of the night were too numerous and complex. He had yet to prepare himself for the gruesome reality that had unexpectedly been laid bare before him. The will of fire that Konoha had long heralded could only illuminate the surface, constructing a beautiful yet fragile facade that reflected intoxicating illusions in the sunlight. Meanwhile, In the unseen corners lay deceit and lies, with everyone embroiled in a deadly struggle for dominance, resorting to bestial methods in pursuit of their interests. In truth, Konoha bore no difference from the chaotic ninja world at large. The reality was harsh and domineering, compelling Kakashi to strip away the familiar worldview he once held, compelling him to reevaluate everything he had experienced through an alternative lens. The more he recalled and judged, the deeper the inexplicable sense of helplessness burgeoned within him. An unvoiced plea to Naraku not to leave him in this frigid winter night. The empty house felt unbearably cold. Kakashi lowered his head, blinking, perhaps having stared too long at the floor, as a solitary tear fell onto the pristine sheets, creating a small damp stain. The room was eerily silent. He could even hear the soft plop of the tear hitting the fabric. Yet even in that stillness, he could hardly perceive Naraku's breath. In the ruins of the Inuzuka base, Naraku had briefly awakened, comforting him not to be sorrowful during those fleeting seconds, which felt all too brief and ethereal, akin to a dream he had conjured to deceive himself. After that, Naraku had lapsed back into unconsciousness, his body cold, breaths faint, as if he were on the verge of slipping away. Most ninjas were skeptical of deities, yet Kakashi could not help but ponder the day his father had perished. Naraku must have fervently prayed for his father's survival, just as he was now. How could he utter such words to Naraku? Kakashi rested his head on the bed's edge, tightly closing his eyes, feeling unworthy of shedding tears. 2 hours earlier, in the Forest of Death, Naraku's shadow clone lay hidden in the dark, awaiting the arrival of Kuro and Shiro, guided by the signal. After the primary Naraku awakened from slumber and executed the shadow clone technique to separate himself. He had randomly selected a spot in the Forest of Death to leave a message using specific ninjutsu, ensuring that Shiro and Kuro would notice this clone first. The root-like Shiro arrived first, puzzled by Naraku's earlier behavior, wondering why he had disregarded the entertainment he had long anticipated in favor of lingering in such a location. Jin, haven't you always wanted to see the Uchiha and Konoha clash? The grand performance is about to commence. The shadow clone, with its impassive gaze, glanced at it without addressing the query, instead inquiring in a languid tone, "Where is Kurizetsu?" "I am unsure. He should be nearby Konoha," replied Shirazetsu, leaning closer and asking curiously, "You seem rather strange, Jin. Why do you not smile? Are you still unwell?" "I am not Jin." Removing the mask, the shadow clone directed its somber gaze, characteristic of Naraku, towards Shirazetsu. Even the latter, despite his usual dullness, grasped the situation. Naraku had reclaimed control of the body from his alternate persona, Jin. "So, should I now refer to you as Naraku?" Kurizetsu emerged from the shadows, maintaining his customary politeness and composure, though internally, he was in turmoil. What is happening? Did Jin not claim he would eliminate the primary personality? Why has Naraku resurfaced? This plan B I so painstakingly acquired. What mischief is unfolding? "So, Naraku," Kurizetsu endeavored to uphold his facade, "you summoned us with great effort. Is there something you wish to discuss? If you neglect your duties, Lord Madara will be displeased. I am grateful to Lord Madara for saving me, but I still wish to return to Konoha to fulfill my obligations." The shadow clone articulated its long-considered response, as unyielding as a stone, showing no sign of wavering. Yet, a hint of nostalgia crept into his tone, as if recalling a cherished dream long since dormant. "I understand. Another version of me yearns for the real world to manifest. In truth, that world is splendid, just as Lord Madara has described. Therefore, I shall not hinder Jin. Whenever he requires this body to execute his plans, I shall yield it to him." He lowered his head and uttered words of unparalleled cruelty towards himself. "Once the necessary tasks are completed, if Lord Madara has no further use for me, I could vanish forever, allowing Jin to possess this body." Kurizetsu pondered. What precisely are these essential tasks? Since Naraku does not oppose the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, even encouraging his second personality to advance it, why does he remain fixated on these trivial matters? Once the Tsukuyomi world descends, everything he has done will lose its significance, will it not? Kurizetsu found himself bewildered, suspecting that Naraku's mind might be unhinged. Otherwise, how could his reasoning be so convoluted? Wait, unhinged. Grasping a fleeting insight, Kurizetsu scrutinized Naraku's seemingly numbed visage, seeking answers in the subtleties of his expressions. "You will witness it in due time, but do not impede me." The shadow clone, shedding its earlier lethargy, exhibited a glimmer of fervent obsession, tinged with childlike innocence and madness, born from profound despair. "If you prevent me, then everything I just declared becomes null and void, and your plan will inevitably land on Konoha's desks." Kurizetsu fixed a piercing stare upon the shadow clone, suddenly comprehending something, and silently smiled wryly. It turned out that the madness was not confined to Jin. Naraku, too, had long since unraveled. However, while Jin's insanity was indiscriminately unleashed. Indifferent to anyone or anything, even relishing the world's destruction, Naraku cared too much, fixating excessively on his own self, directing all his scrutiny and pressure inward, sacrificing all that was valuable for others. Only when his soul was utterly drained would he grant himself reprieve. Chapter 158. I lost him. You should be aware, Naraku, that allowing you to run wild will earn me a reprimand from Lord Madara. Kurizetsu adhered to his persona, embodying the demeanor expected of Madara's subordinate. So please, do not make this difficult for us. I apologize. Naraku seems to harbor some guilt over his recklessness, yet remains unyielding on this matter. You cannot capture me. This is merely a shadow clone. Kurizetsu felt weary. He had anticipated this cunning fellow would not be so foolish as to confront him with his true self. I must locate your original form before your identity is exposed. Disobedient children require to be brought back to Lord Madara for correction. I have already stated that I will not obstruct Jin. I can relinquish this body whenever he requires it. I hope you will not hinder me either. The shadow clone, devoid of anger, reiterated its plea, even revealing the primary personality's frailty. Do not worry too much. After all, I cannot sustain this for long. Do not push me. With that, the clone voluntarily dissipated into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing into the darkness. What should we do? Shirazetsu inquired, tilting his head. Let us search for that fellow's original form. If we can bring him back directly, that would be ideal. Kurizetsu, feeling stifled, assessed the bleak prospects and reluctantly acknowledged that even if he encountered Naraku's original self, he could only seize him when he was incapable of resistance. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan was remarkably formidable. Any significant disturbance would attract Konoha's attention, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. However, he soon realized that he did not need to specifically seek out Naraku. The Susanoo that emerged at the explosion site had already unmistakably indicated to everyone that a Mangekyo Uchiha was present. Thus, the urgent course of action was to abduct him before anyone else laid eyes on Naraku, which might allow him to salvage the situation. Yet, before Kurizetsu could await Naraku's dire straits, he was met with Uchiha Fugaku, who arrived with Susanoo, ruthlessly attacking the roots. As a seasoned schemer, Kurizetsu decisively opted for a pragmatic approach. Never mind. As long as Jin can continue to advance his plan, let Uchiha Naraku do as he pleases. He had meticulously orchestrated the infinite Tsukuyomi for years, and he could not afford to provoke this fellow into revealing everything. However, he feared that explanations to Uchiha Madara would be difficult and might lead to reprimands. Kurizetsu reluctantly returned to the mountain graveyard and reported Naraku's ultimate decision to Madara. For some reason, he felt that Madara's reaction upon hearing of Naraku's emergence was somewhat pronounced, yet it did not appear to stem from anger or dissatisfaction. Rather, it seemed like a sigh of relief. Why do I get the impression that Uchiha Madara favors Uchiha Naraku over Jin? They both look alike, don't they? Why bother distinguishing between primary and secondary personalities based on appearances? Between the two, I would prefer the mad Jin. At least he is genuinely unencumbered, slaying anyone who stands in his way. Kurizetsu privately scorned Madara's perspective, while outwardly inquiring how to proceed with Uchiha Naraku. Let it be. As long as Jin can emerge and fulfill his duties, that suffices. Madara, attempting to obscure his true intentions regarding Naraku, added a somewhat ambiguous remark. After all, Uchiha Naraku claims he does not have long to live. Once he vanishes, it will not be long before he is no longer here. Do not let small matters lead to significant losses. Yes, I understand. Kurizetsu nodded in agreement. Konoha Hospital. As dawn broke, the morning light dispelled the lingering frost from the night, awakening the village from the chaos of the previous evening. Regardless of any earth-shattering events, life continued as usual. People bought groceries, cooked, cared for children, and went to work and school. Everything remained unchanged. Only the battered exterior of the Hokage building and the vast emptiness at its entrance served as stark reminders of the harrowing confrontation. The sunlight grew ever more brilliant, streaming through the window and illuminating Kakashi's face. He lifted his head from the hospital bed, immediately checking if Naraku had awakened. Yet, Naraku remained with eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of regaining consciousness. I am sorry. Kakashi murmured a string of apologies, the words echoing in his mind as he grasped the hand that had finally regained a semblance of warmth beneath the covers. He repeated to himself, time and again, that this person was still alive, that he had returned to his side. Have you eaten yet, Kakashi? Kanna entered the room, breakfast in hand, fully aware of the answer to her own question. Before Kakashi could respond, she handed him the lunchbox, saying, I just made it. Eat up. Only when you are full can you find the strength to care for him. Kakashi silently opened the lid and began to shovel the golden fried rice into his mouth. Kanna pulled up a stool and sat beside him, resting her elbows on the bed's edge, her chin cradled in her hands. her gaze fixated on the boy lying in the hospital bed. Before dawn, she had learned from Kushina that Naraku was not dead. After confirming the truth, she had wept in her sister's embrace, and by the time her emotions settled, the sky was nearly bright. Originally, she had intended to rush to the hospital to care for Naraku, but Kushina reassured her that Kakashi was present and that there was no need for excessive worry. She even explained why Kakashi and Naraku had become separated. Bewildered, Kana had asked, "Illusion? Is that true?" "I believe it," Kushina had replied earnestly. Kakashi would never lie about matters concerning Naraku. Realizing how much Naraku cared for Kakashi, she chose to trust in that. Kakashi must not have eaten yet, she thought. He couldn't take care of Naraku on an empty stomach. After a morning full of determination, she finally replicated the fried rice she had tasted in the hospital. The flavor identical to that brought by Shimo. To her, it was the most delectable dish. "I'm sorry, Kakashi. I said many hurtful things to you." Turning to face Kakashi, she noticed he appeared different from the first time they met, though she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Kakashi shook his head, swallowing the rice in his mouth before finally speaking. "You did nothing wrong, Kana. In fact, it was you who awakened me from my slumber. Thank you. I should be the one apologizing. Naraku means so much to you. And I lost him." Kana's nose tinged with emotion, and she quickly turned her head away, discreetly wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Her face a mix of sorrow and reluctant laughter. "You two are both fools." Once she composed herself, she asked, "Are you going to tell Naraku that it wasn't your intention?" Kakashi understood what Kana was implying, his thumb absently rubbing the handle of the spoon. Suddenly, he took another bite of rice and mumbled, "I don't know. If I tell Naraku, will he feel better? Will he still be unwilling to forgive me? It feels like I'm shirking my responsibility." Kana couldn't help but thump Kakashi lightly on the head, her strength reminiscent of her elder sister's. "Calling you a big fool is truly not unwarranted." Chapter 159. Let us reconcile, shall we? Kakashi rubbed the spot where she had struck him and continued to eat in silence. Seeing that this stubborn bull still couldn't come to terms with things, Kana, exasperated, snatched the empty lunchbox as soon as he finished the last grain of rice, forcibly tossing the spoon into the box with a clatter, sealing it with a snap. "I'll bring you dinner tonight," she declared, storming out without a backward glance. Kakashi was left puzzled, sensing that Kana seemed a bit angry but unable to decipher the reason. He leaned back in his chair, staring out the window, letting his mind wander. Naraku, who had just awakened in the spiritual realm, felt utterly drained. Why was Kakashi's mental state so much worse than when he had gone out to train with Jiraiya? The fact that his dear friend had been murdered must have been too traumatic. "I'm not dead yet. I'm back in one piece," Naraku murmured to himself, pacing in the spiritual realm. Initially, he had wanted to watch the latest episodes of the anime, curious about how the creators would depict the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. However, he decided it was best to focus on his own situation first. With a flutter of his eyelashes, he opened his eyes slightly, and, once his vision cleared, touched Kakashi's finger. Kakashi immediately looked down, his heart racing at the sight of Naraku awake. He stood up abruptly, unsure where to place his hands. "Naraku, you're awake." Seeing the boy frown, he bent down closer, asking, "Does anything hurt?" Upon hearing that question, Naraku shook his head slightly, indicating he was fine, but then gazed blankly at Kakashi, his breath forming mist against the oxygen mask, which dissipated swiftly. Realizing Naraku wouldn't speak up, Kakashi poured out a torrent of heartfelt words he had been holding back for far too long, his speech becoming somewhat disjointed due to the overwhelming need to express himself. "I'm sorry, Naraku. It's all my fault. I said many hurtful things. I lost the necklace, but I promise I will find it, no matter what. But I never meant to blame you. I swear I never thought that. I just couldn't control myself." His voice dwindled, and he lowered his gaze, afraid to meet Naraku's eyes, fearing he might see anger or resentment reflected there. "Can you forgive me, Naraku? Can we reconcile?" he implored, his voice trembling as he suppressed his sobs, closing his eyes in quiet anticipation of Naraku's response. Then, a faint, labored breath broke the silence, almost lost amidst the short gasps. "Kakashi, have you forgiven me?" "I'm sorry." In an instant, the tears Kakashi had been holding back flowed freely down his cheeks, one by one, like pearls slipping from a broken string. He leaned down, wrapping his arms around Naraku's shoulders, their heads pressed closely together. The sound of tears hitting the floor resonated in the air, heavy and pronounced, but more importantly, Naraku clearly heard Kakashi firmly whispering in his ear, "It's not your fault, Naraku. Not in the past, nor in the present. None of this is your fault." Naraku offered no verbal reply, instead tilting his head slightly toward Kakashi, placing his other hand gently on the older man's back, staring blankly at the ceiling. The soft white strands of hair brushed against his face, tickling slightly. Yet, it had been a long time since he had been this close to someone. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about the time when Shimo was still around, when he didn't have to deal with Madara and Kagaya. Didn't he have to act as if he were split into different personalities, and didn't he need to dance on the edge of a blade? Nor did he have to constantly watch Kakashi weep. Drowsiness washed over him, and Naraku blinked sleepily a few times, his hand slipping from Kakashi's back. He had overused his Mangekyo last night, and would need some time to recover before he could maintain a prolonged state of wakefulness. To avoid revealing any weaknesses, the only one truly healed was Jin. Only he could utilize Hashirama cells to suppress the bloodline illness and employ the new bloodline, the Black Flames, not Uchiha Naraku. When Uchiha Naraku emerged, all of Jin's unique abilities would lie dormant, and this body remained unchanged from before. As for the principles behind this, as long as there was an audience, the entire process of these anomalies could be fabricated seamlessly, no matter how the animators viewed it. They could only attribute this phenomenon to the wonders of the ninja world. After all, this world was fundamentally devoid of reason. Returning to the spiritual realm, Naraku saw that Kakashi was still in good condition after he had fallen asleep, and he finally clicked on the new episode. His curiosity piqued regarding the ingenious maneuvers the animator might employ to obscure the fact that Uchiha Naori and Jin are, in essence, one and the same. Or perhaps he chooses to fabricate a narrative surrounding Uchiha Naori's past. The dim light flickered in the dark chamber, accompanied by the sound of stone slabs rubbing against each other, as Uchiha Fugaku entered through the doorway. It was already the 8th day since the eyewitness had been brought back, and the Uchiha clan remained empty-handed. As the audience speculated in the previous episode, Shimizu Riku served as a tool to provoke the Uchiha, destined to be discovered by them, and subsequently perish at the hands of Konoha Zumbu. Even if he were to survive by some miracle, the comprehensive and ruthless sealing techniques inscribed upon him would preclude any chance of the Uchiha obtaining evidence. Fugaku traversed the narrow path, the biting wind whipping around him, his head slightly bowed, his shoulders slumped, embodying the confusion of the young clan leader. Should he surrender? Continuing the pursuit might risk the very fate of the Uchiha clan. Was it worth it? He lingered at the crossroads for an extensive time, exhaling deeply. Recalling Naori's obedient demeanor at home, his wife Mikoto's tearful eyes, and the faces of his clansmen, aflame with righteous indignation. What fate would await the Uchiha if he were to abandon this endeavor? Would a Uchiha, stripped of their spirit, still be worthy of the name? He could not yield. Fugaku murmured softly. The Uchiha had never relied on betraying their kin to survive. The clan head, known for his fierce gaze, straightened his spine, lifting his head sharply in the darkness, his blood-red eyes radiating an aura of menace. If only the Uchiha could take on all of Konoha single-handedly, then the need for evidence would be moot. Alas, that was not feasible, as the common villagers were numerous, their access to information severely limited, necessitating proof for them to believe the Uchiha. Fugaku, you must stand firm. The situation had escalated to a point where Fugaku was effectively making a choice for the Uchiha clan, to live as dogs or as humans. It was deeply ironic that, as victims, the Uchiha were compelled to appease others merely to find a semblance of peace. Konoha was truly rotten to the core. Fugaku, rise up. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain intact like broken tiles. To perish in struggle is far preferable to being devoured by ravenous wolves. Chapter 160, War Approaches. The scene shifted to a few days later, where the long-absent Uchiha Shursui reappeared, crouching down with a wooden stick, attempting to create fire. He diligently toiled, while also keeping a watchful eye on the upperclassmen, cheering on Obito. After sparking a flame, Shursui assisted Inuzuka Hana in inspecting some timber, discovering that the reason it wouldn't ignite was due to dampness, prompting him to lead the group elsewhere to gather firewood. Shursui, my dear. Alas, given the current circumstances of the Uchiha, could this bode well for our dear Shursui? Obito was also present. The Uchiha brothers had only just formed a team, and now only 2 remained. Open the door. I'm delivering a package. Goodness, is the official pairing finally revealed? Childhood friends, no less. It is quite rare for the Inuzuka clan to befriend the Uchiha. Could it be that I have misjudged? Are we about to delve into a tale of youthful romance? The audience anticipated a delightful childhood friends narrative, only to find that one of the children was lost as soon as they arrived. In the shadowy forest, with the silent disappearance of companions and the watchful eyes lurking in the darkness, combined with the animator's eerie sound effects, the viewers were genuinely startled. Though Shursui astutely sensed the danger and even discreetly activated his Sharingan, he was still ambushed by a ninja clad in Anbu attire, who swiftly incapacitated him with a few well-placed strikes. The camera mirrored Shursui's perspective, tilting and blurring as shadows converged from the edges toward the center. Just before the scene faded to black, a figure sprinted from afar. What the hell? That old thief shows no regard for humanity. I thought I was watching a campus romance, yet it turned into a horror film. What does Konoha intend to do? Is it truly possible for them to target children? Shursui is still so young, Saratobi Hiruzen seems to prefer dull knives for flesh, slowly boiling frogs. Such a radical and brazen approach could only be attributed to Danzo. This is blatant bullying of the Uchiha, forcing them into rebellion, only to justify a massive purge. How insidious. Drip, drip, in the silent, enclosed space. The sound of water echoed incessantly. Shursui gradually stirred from his unconsciousness, surrounded by pitch darkness. Even with his Sharingan activated, he could see nothing. The audience, with their omniscient perspective, noted that the visuals had been altered to a gray-blue hue, indicating a visibility of 0. Bound and blind, Shursui struggled to explore his surroundings and inadvertently roused Inuzuka Hana, who revealed that she too had been ambushed. Displeased with her own performance, Hana kicked her legs, inadvertently striking another individual. The camera shifted to reveal the similarly bound Uchiha Obito, who recounted witnessing the entire abduction of the two children. Fueled by fervor, Obito leaped into action, disregarding the risks, only to become yet another casualty, leaving the audience in a mix of laughter and tears. Even the Inuzuka were not spared. How audacious of Danzo. Is he truly unafraid of the other ninja clans siding with the Uchiha? Indeed, he was not afraid, for aligning with the Uchiha demanded considerable deliberation. No ninja clan would readily betray their own. As expected, it was Obito. My guess was correct. If not Obito, could it possibly be Naori? I'm here to assassinate you. Obito's unwavering determination for his siblings was commendable, charging forth without hesitation. Now we can see Obito charging in. He is executing a basic attack. Obito has struck a critical hit. The next episode opens amidst the chaos of the Uchiha compound. The news of the 5 missing children had spread throughout the Uchiha, a truth that could not be suppressed. The compound was ablaze with light. Every household illuminated with concern for the lost children. Gathered beneath the security team building, the Uchiha lamented and angrily condemned Konoha. With several parents of the victims standing at the forefront, some weeping uncontrollably, fully aware that their children's fates were dire. Fugaku stood in the office atop the building, acutely aware that the time had come for him to make the final decision. Fully cognizant that everything was orchestrated by Konoha, yet lacking evidence. The Uchiha faced 2 choices: either resign themselves, breaking their own spines to endure this malice, lingering until their clan's demise, or rise up against Konoha without concrete proof, bearing the stigma of rebellion and risking total annihilation. Yet, no matter the course of action, they were ensnared in a deadlock. In truth, there was no choice. Fugaku understood all too well that the Uchiha were a stubborn breed, unwilling to bow down. They would never surrender. Even in death, they would take Konoha down with them. As the clan leader, Fugaku had long prepared himself for the prospect of death. The entire Uchiha clan would follow in his footsteps, proudly embarking on this irreversible path, willingly heading toward an unimaginably tragic conclusion, with no regrets. 3 Tomo emerged within his eyes, whirling around his pupils. He turned to see his wife, tears streaming down her face as she gently caressed her abdomen, where their child resided. That child bore the weight of their hopes over many days, and now, even before birth, was destined to perish. An overwhelming sorrow compelled Fugaku to shed blood tears, as the Tomo began to elongate and morph into an entirely different shape. No matter the circumstances, to target children was utterly unforgivable. At this point, civil conflict was inevitable. The Uchiha, stripped of their pride and spirit, could not endure in such a state, merely postponing their demise. Indeed, the absence of choice is palpable. Very well, let us confront them. What if we embark on this journey and never return? Then let it be so. The Uchiha shall meet their end in a spectacle as magnificent and tragic as fireworks. Yet, I truly despise the thought of witnessing their disappearance into the shadows of Konoha, perishing at the hands of our own kin. How burdensome it is for Fugaku, as he must lead the entire Uchiha clan to their demise. Their children have yet to be born. Wait a moment. What is this? The Mangekyo Sharingan. Our Fugaku has awakened the Mangekyo. At last, there is a glimmer of hope. As long as the Mangekyo remains, the Uchiha still possess a chance. Splendid. Let us summon the might of our clan and vanquish them. Descending the stairs, Fugaku donned the armor, a relic passed down from the previous Uchiha clan leader, now worn once more by him. The reactions among the Uchiha varied, yet ultimately, they chose to silently follow their leader, brandishing torches and lanterns, forming a serpentine procession. Upon exiting their territory, the throng splintered into numerous groups, swiftly dispersing to occupy advantageous positions along their path. They were earnestly preparing for war against Konoha. The Umbu were also mobilizing, dispatching 2 members to obstruct their advance, attempting to deter the situation through threats and moral coercion. However, such trivial tactics could no longer intimidate the resolute Fugaku. Stand aside. If Konoha desires war, let them strike now. Flip the table. Let the truth be known. The Uchiha shall dictate the chaos of the ninja world. As expected from one of the oldest clans in the shinobi realm, their commands were swiftly obeyed, showcasing their exceptional combat prowess. Fugaku exuded a commanding presence, a stark contrast to his former self. When a man of integrity is driven to the brink, he becomes a harbinger of death. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened with 3 elder advisors, a rare gathering prompted by Danzo's reckless machinations. With a furious strike, Hiruzen shattered the desk, reprimanding Danzo for his madness. To provoke the Uchiha was a grave folly. This action not only alienated the shinobi clans but, should a civil war erupt, would leave Konoha vulnerable to attacks from other villages. Presenting the children as scapegoats to deflect blame onto spies might appear plausible on the surface. Nevertheless, in the face of the Hokage's wrath, Danzo remained unfazed, spewing an array of fallacious reasoning. He proclaimed that the shinobi clans would not harbor discontent, but instead would seek to partake in the division of the Uchiha's legacy. Moreover, he dismissed the Uchiha as inconsequential, confident that with the 3 legendary Sannin present in the village and the major clans siding with Konoha, the casualties would be minimal, and Konoha could swiftly recuperate its military strength. The cost of all this? Merely the removal of the Uchiha, an unstable element. Is it possible that Sarutobi was unaware throughout this ordeal? Naturally, it is absurd to think Sarutobi would consent to such a scheme. Yet now, even dissent would be futile. Spies. Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Yes, it is Konoha's own hounds who would swallow such lies. How could Danzo possess the audacity to utter such words? The Uchiha are renowned for their prowess on the battlefield, often facing 2 opponents at once. He has grown accustomed to treating the Uchiha as mere soft fruits to be squeezed. Fugaku has awakened the Mangekyo. You were unaware, were you? Soon, Konoha will be laid waste. What? Tsunade is present? How can she restrain herself from ending Danzo's life? Tsunade, old man, it seems you are courting death. It is laughable. This disparity of information. Danzo assumed that Tsunade and Jiraiya would align with the higher-ups, but both predominantly sided with the Uchiha. Tsunade, 1 slap from me, and a couple of slaps from Shizune and Jiraiya, and Danzo would be in for a world of hurt. As the Uchiha approached the Hokage building, the Umbu elite awaited them with bated breath. Many clan leaders had personally brought their forces, recognizing the seriousness of the Uchiha's demeanor. The anxious Inazuka clan leader was depicted, as he was the most indecisive among the clan heads, having lost his granddaughter. Minato, risking everything, approached Fugaku for negotiations, yet the latter merely smiled ruefully. The Uchiha had no path of retreat. Fugaku stepped forward, his chakra surging violently, his eyes transforming into the 3 tomo, like ripples in a pond. Every Uchiha behind him activated their Sharingan. At least 100 pairs of blood-red eyes glimmered ominously in the dim surroundings, resembling a pack of beasts, poised for their leader's command to attack. The Uchiha were indeed prepared for a direct confrontation. I proclaim that the Uchiha family is the most courageous in the ninja world. Old man, Inazuka Hana is your kin. What role do you play in this spectacle? Minato, it is too late. The situation is irretrievable. Indeed. What choice remains for the Uchiha? How strikingly splendid. This is beyond magnificent. A scene worthy of the legendary Naruto. The Wolf King and his pack are gazing upon you, under the scrutiny of so many blood-red Sharingan. If it were me, my legs would buckle. Umbu, do you think I am unafraid? Chapter 161, The Truth Revealed. The atmosphere had escalated to a breaking point, and at last, Sarutobi stepped forward, with Shikamaru and Danzo echoing his intent to pin the blame of rebellion on the Uchiha. However, Fugaku stood resolute, pointing accusingly at Sarutobi and the 2 advisors, defiantly rejecting the Hokage's demand for the Uchiha to disband. As the words "I refuse" echoed, accompanied by stirring music, Fugaku's visage appeared regal and formidable to the audience, the comments flooding in as supporters pledged their unwavering loyalty to their leader. How shameless. To cast aspersions right from the outset. Soon, Fugaku shall turn you to paste. Well said. Fugaku has been remarkable in these recent episodes, drawing tears of pride. The clan head is formidable. Let us topple Konoha. I would willingly offer my heart for the Uchiha. Long live the Uchiha, who fight until death. Upon hearing the higher-ups demand evidence, Fugaku, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly, asserting that the Uchiha possess evidence. Yet none present dared to believe or even meet his gaze. If the Uchiha perish, who shall be next? His words resonated deeply, striking at the hearts of all present. The expressions of the shinobi from various clans soured, particularly that of the Hyuga clan leader, whose face was depicted as particularly dark in several close-ups. We cannot delay any longer, or we risk losing the people's trust. Sarutobi, acting decisively, commanded his subordinates to attack, and Fugaku, undeterred, prepared to unleash his Mangekyo. Just as the two factions were on the brink of collision, a figure descended at astonishing speed into the center of the arena. The force of impact sending tremors for miles, abruptly halting the impending battle. Who dares? A familiar voice echoed through the dust. The scene abruptly cut, the screen fading to black as the ending theme played inappropriately. This resolute Fugaku is exhilarating. Only those wronged truly comprehend the depth of their injustice. Before my eyes, not a soul dared to speak the truth. If I remain a passive observer today, tomorrow misfortune may befall me, and none shall rally to my cause. Neutrality is but a form of complicity with the oppressor. What? Tsunade? Surely, she is not here to mediate. She would rather tear Danzo apart. Mediate? What nonsense. The progress bar can no longer hold. Gaia. Throughout this entire episode, Naraku was utterly astonished. When he witnessed the Uchiha clan's homeland being invaded, he immediately switched channels to rescue someone, neglecting to continue watching the unfolding drama. Although sensory ninjutsu could encompass the Hokage building, it could not discern the specific discussions among the chakra groups. All he gleaned was that Tsunade and Jiraiya had arrived, and it seemed that a lack of consensus led to a clash, culminating in Danzo's demise. He was entirely unaware of Fugaku's unexpectedly assertive demeanor, truly a pinnacle moment in his life. To dare confront all of Konoha with harsh words. Was this the Fugaku he knew? Naraku declared, "Listen well, hawkish one. Regardless of who you are, get off Fugaku at once." As the joke concluded, he urged the system to hastily commence the next episode, eagerly anticipating the continuation. With Tsunade's intervention, both sides were compelled to pause their offensive maneuvers. Everyone presumed Tsunade had come to assist the Hokage. However, her first utterance was a demand for a public examination of the evidence against the Uchiha. Surely Sarutobi would be aware of the authenticity of the evidence? He promptly rebuked Tsunade for her folly. Yet, Tsunade was resolute in her quest for justice, prepared to defy her mentor to the very end. If she could not achieve this, she would rather take matters into her own hands and eliminate Danzo herself, refusing to allow him to continue wreaking havoc upon Konoha. Furthermore, with Jiraiya's appearance also siding with the Uchiha, Konoha found itself uncertain of victory should battle resume. Sarutobi's indecision resurfaced. After all, there remained room for debate regarding the Uchiha's claims. Perhaps it would be prudent to assess the situation before acting? A keen-eyed viewer noticed that while Sarutobi was smoking his pipe, Danzo was seen whispering something to his subordinate in a corner of the frame, after which the root member hastily departed. "Princess Tsunade, you are my deity," exclaimed another viewer. "Are you dazed? Two of the legendary Sannin stand with the Uchiha. This righteous act of familial betrayal was commendable. Indeed, it was justified." Ha ha. Sarutobi began to grapple with his conflict once more. As long as he had options, he would remain in turmoil. What now? What is Danzo scheming? He thought. To silence witnesses. He intends to eliminate them. The Uchiha windstorm returned, bearing with it a plethora of tangible evidence, including the useless witness, Shimura Dan. Initially, Fugaku held little hope for this lackluster witness, but Tsunade's summoning of Kushina stirred a flicker of optimism within him. Indeed, if the Uchiha could not unravel the sealing technique, could the Uzumaki not do so? The circumstances surrounding Naraku's demise gradually came to light, and with Tsunade and Jiraiya's stance, many ninja in the vicinity began to display shifting expressions. Viewers could observe their growing hesitation, doubt, indecision, and the waning resolve to battle against the traitors. Tsunade stated, "Fugaku, allow me to showcase my connections." Indeed, when it comes to sealing techniques, the Uzumaki's expertise is unparalleled. Tsunade possessed the intellect. Fugaku had begun to understand, but had yet to fully grasp the importance of uniting other forces. Isolated for too long, he had grown accustomed to relying solely on himself. Now, victory for Konoha seemed utterly unattainable. Danzo had always prioritized his interests, never contemplating that humans possess emotions. Not everyone, after all, shares his callousness, treating the death of a child as mere routine. As one of the affected parties, Might Guy felt as though struck by lightning. His life principles shaken for the first time. Kakashi, too, struggled to maintain his footing, overwhelmed by emotions. In that desolate village, he remained blissfully ignorant, mistakenly believing Naraku had perished on a mission. Yet, Jiraiya demanded he confront the harsh reality. As Naraku's sole true friend, he had to endure until the end. Guy likely regretted not acting sooner. He was mere moments away from saving Naraku. If the symptoms of hyperventilation escalated, it could indeed lead to death. Had Kakashi been an Uchiha, he would have already unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi felt as though he was on the verge of breaking down. "Oh, Kakashi. For the sake of Kanai, my tears are nearly exhausted." Meanwhile, Kushina resolved Shimura Dan's tongue-tied seal, prompting Tsunade to rally the Yamenka clan to prepare their secret techniques. Sarutobi clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly, yet ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. He realized his previous concession to Tsunade had sealed Dan's fate regarding memory retrieval. A Hokage cannot waver. All eyes were upon him. How could he reverse his agreement to verify the evidence when it came to soul-searching? Was he feeling guilty? No worries. Danzo has always been cautious and will leave no incriminating evidence behind, he reassured himself. About a dozen individuals surrounded Shimura Dan, seated on the ground, with the Yamanka clan facilitating the sharing of memories to prevent any deceit. The audience witnessed scenes from Danzo directly commanding Dan, as well as the moment when the blade plunged into Naraku's body, blood spraying forth. Why? Naraku's expression of despair and that whispered inquiry struck the viewers anew, inflicting a fresh wound after many days. Is there no way out now? There's no turning back, is there? The prospect of proving Danzo as the mastermind seemed tenuous. Such nefarious acts would need to be conveyed through code. Yet, at the very least, they could see Dan's participation. He could not wash his hands of this. Good heavens! Did Danzo himself utter those words? This is irrefutable evidence, exclaimed another viewer. Heaven helps the Uchiha. The old rogue repeatedly wielded that blade. Oh, how it pained. Even so, Naraku could only inquire, why? He yearned to comprehend where he had erred. After all this time, seeing it again was heart-wrenching. Just like that, Naraku was lost. Shimura Danzo. With the fervent cries of Enbu resounding, the outcome became painfully clear. They had witnessed everything. The anguish etched upon Fugaku's face was palpable, his entire being radiating intense murderous intent as he advanced, eyes aflame with hatred, alongside his kin. Third Hokage, surrender Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha clan was poised for a relentless confrontation, while the Konoha ninjas found themselves fractured and devoid of spirit. As the unjust party, how could they face the victims in battle? Enbu would likely seek to rend Danzo into pieces. Let the parents of the victim come forth in turn. Let it be fair. The so-called grief-stricken soldiers must prevail, and the Uchiha had already triumphed. The Konoha ninjas could scarcely lift their heads in the presence of the Uchiha. This was precisely why one must always have a just cause. Sarutobi had never anticipated Danzo's brazenly issuing orders to his subordinates, exchanging glances with his two advisors, still attempting to resist. However, Fugaku was entirely unmoved. Chakra surged and ignited, exploding forth with terrifying might. I said it. Hand over Shimura Danzo. The background music swelled with a heart-pounding, blood-tingling drumbeat, as fiery red bones began to manifest around Fugaku's form, materializing the depths of his rage and hatred. Moments later, a colossal skeletal figure towered over the earth, echoing its own furious roar. As all present fell into stunned silence, the progress bar approached its conclusion. My goodness. Fugaku is incredible. The clan leader ought to embody such strength. The love and hate of a father had coalesced into a kaleidoscope. I long to weep. I declare Fugaku to be the most formidable leader in all of Konoha, without exception. For Fugaku to achieve such greatness, I hold him in the highest regard. May you perish, Danzo. I wager a bag of spicy snacks that Danzo shall meet his end in the next episode. Naraku mused. Seeing Fugaku shine so brilliantly makes me wish to attribute his current popularity to my account. According to the original plan, Naraku intended to support Uchiha with his own Mangekyo Sharingan. However, while rescuing individuals at the Inuzuka base, he was astonished to discover that Fugaku could activate Susanoo. The sheer shock left him momentarily stunned. Consequently, when he later activated his second Susanoo, it undoubtedly lacked the same impact. He had no choice but to adapt to the situation. When the base began to explode and collapse, he decided to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan, creating a spectacular scene. Although he felt a twinge of concern for his popularity, he recognized that Fugaku had fought valiantly, and such glory was rightfully his. Naraku silently commended his clan leader. If only Fugaku from the original timeline could exhibit such resilience, perhaps the fate of the Uchiha would not have been so tragically absurd. Chapter 162, Misunderstanding. In contrast to the audience from another modern world, Naraku did not have to endure the torment of waiting weekly for just 1 or 2 episodes. Whenever he followed the updates, he could indulge in the entire saga in one breath, sparing himself much anguish. As the next episode commenced, the animators replayed Fugaku activating Susanoo to evoke the audience's emotions. The Uchiha, with tear-filled Sharingan, fervently gazed at their clan leader. The formidable power, long dormant within their bloodline, had resurfaced, igniting their confidence and fighting spirit to unprecedented heights. The third power, Susanoo. Most of the Leaf Ninja were witnessing Susanoo for the first time. Marveling at the Uchiha, the favored children of the Sage of Six Paths, such extraordinary abilities could only be rivaled by the tailed beasts. After 7 centuries, at last, they could once more witness the Uchiha unleashing Susanoo. Tailed beasts? Such narrow-mindedness. Back in the day, Madara captured the Ninetales as if it were mere livestock. Ninetales, hey, feed me peanuts. Where the hell is Shimura Danzo? At the moment of his inquiry, Fugaku activated his left eye's ocular technique, the true eye of insight, transforming his vision into a perspective filled with precisely delineated lines. In an instant, he discerned the position of his target, despite the numerous seals and illusions obstructing him. This ocular technique bore a striking resemblance to the Byakugan, yet it possessed the ability to not only see through but also perceive the unvarnished truth. Fugaku would no longer be deceived by appearances or mental interferences. Any fact he sought would manifest before him, provided he could afford the cost. Incredible. Mental immunity, omniscience. This ability transcends reason. This was indeed Fugaku's desire. He yearned to unveil the truth and desperately wished to pierce through the fog, guiding his clan to a safe existence. The Mangekyo Sharingan is also known as the Uchiha Wish Machine. In the moment Susanoo charged towards the Hokage building, the Uchiha followed suit. Engaging in fierce combat with the Leaf Ninja, Danzo was not to be underestimated. Even in the face of Susanoo, he had means of self-preservation, managing to evade the building. With a fierce glare, Fugaku activated his right eye, and the technique, God of Thunder, was immediately set into motion. The scene slowed down for viewers to witness the air around Danzo violently swirling and expanding, the atmosphere twisting and igniting in friction, resulting in arcs of electricity. Everything unfolded in an instant. As the scene resumed normal speed, Danzo realized the anomaly too late. A blinding light enveloped his eyes, face, and body, followed by an explosion that shattered the entire side of the Hokage building, sending tremors throughout the structure. The old man could run, but could he escape again? With just a mushroom cloud short of a small nuclear explosion, it seemed Fugaku had long harbored intentions to obliterate Konoha. This technique, if unleashed in open battle, would be unfathomably devastating. Perhaps in the next war, Fugaku could infiltrate enemy territory and deploy 2 larger-scale attacks, and these ninja villages would soon become compliant. Fugaku emerged from the rubble, ready to crush Danzo, but upon Tsunade's reminder, he recalled the children still trapped inside and retreated. The effects of the true eye of insight lingered, and a mere glance revealed something concealed within Danzo's right eye socket. You wretched fool. Rage nearly severed the thread of rationality in his mind, yet he remained mindful of the children, suppressing his fury and directing Wendy to extract the eye. Wendy's expression shifted dramatically. As a Uchiha, he could not possibly overlook the clan leader's intent. An eye? Upon retrieving the object from Danzo's eye socket, a wave of anguish surged within his heart, and his eyes burned with intensity. The scene transitioned into Wendy's memories. The first time they met, Naraku had gazed at him with those clear, spirited eyes, his small frame peeking from behind the door, offering a cautious yet friendly smile. On the way back from the clan grounds to the hospital, Naraku curled his body stubbornly, refusing to give up, his hair tousled by the night breeze. His expression sorrowful and bewildered. Walking down a sunlit path, Naraku tended to his hair, his demeanor melancholic, seemingly accusing him of wrongdoing. As the memories faded, the screen focused on Wendy's tearful face, with 3 tomo emerging from his eyes, weeping blood. The animators muted all sound, leaving only Wendy's solitary monologue to unfold. What is Konoha doing? This can't be. The camera coldly zeroed in on Kakashi on the ground, who was crying out in despair. His right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, held down by those around him as he struggled to rise. Hatred and grief filled his gaze, akin to a young beast driven mad by the loss of everything. The camera then refocused on Wendy's palm. Is it Naraku? As Wendy's final words echoed, Kakashi's voice finally pierced through the silence. Let me go? You can't hold me down. A close-up filled the screen, vividly revealing the object in Wendy's grasp. It was a 3-tomo Sharingan. The audience erupted in chaos. No way. It can't be what I think. Someone tell me this isn't real. What the hell? Shimura Danzo. Naraku felt his heart halt. Kakashi is going to lose it, isn't he? Danzo, I want you dead. The shockwaves reverberated through the hearts of Kakashi, Tsunade, Fugaku, Mikoto, and Wendy. When Naraku was alive, everything felt so vibrant, but now, only an eye remained. Naraku pondered, what a coincidence. No wonder Kakashi was in such a bad state. He must have thought not only did I die, but they also took one of my eyes? That's truly too much to bear. Naraku managed a strained smile, realizing he would need to comfort Kakashi once he regained consciousness, lest the children be traumatized. Danzo's luck was indeed abysmal. A couple of tomo were insufficient. He had to attach a 3-tomo to himself, and now, even the Yellow River wound to cleanse him of this stain, he deserved it. The animation continued. Almost everyone believed this was Naraku's eye, with the Uchiha vehemently urging their clan leader to eliminate the despicable Danzo. Chaos ensued as Danzo finally spoke under Tsunade's threat of death. denying any involvement in the abduction of Uchiha children, conveniently shifting the blame onto Orochimaru. Upon arriving at the scene, the ever-composed Orochimaru found himself entangled in a calamitous predicament. Jiraiya rushed over, draping an arm around his good friend while simultaneously fanning the flames of tension with Tsunade. However, Kushina interjected, asserting that taking a life would result in the brain being obliterated by sealing techniques, rendering the children forever lost. The group, in a state of disarray, faced mounting pressure. Fugaku even pondered the necessity of employing the true Kenjutsu to unveil the truth. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from a distance, causing everyone to instinctively glance towards the source of the sound, except for Danzo, who, shrouded in shadow, closed his eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This episode concluded once again with a sense of suspense. What? Orochimaru? Could it be that Orochimaru is genuinely involved? Impossible. Our Orochimaru is a good person. Speaking of which, Jiraiya's mind becomes remarkably clear whenever Orochimaru's name surfaces. Wow. The snake has finally arrived. So dashing. Orochimaru. Is my entrance merely to take the blame? Is Danzo truly invulnerable to death? Frustration mounting. What is happening? Have other villages attacked? What has that old man Danzo done? Goodness. Could it be the place where the children are imprisoned? Naraku excitedly rubbed his hands together. It's time. Finally, my moment to shine. The scene then abruptly transitioned to the next episode, departing from the heart of Konoha to an obscure, shadowy corner. The imagery suggested it was deep into the night, with a branch lying across the center of a forest. After a few seconds, a mysterious figure hurriedly passed by, causing the branch to snap back forcefully. The figure left only a silhouette as they sprinted further away, the camera persistently following, capturing only their arms, back, and footsteps, deliberately withholding their visage. The sequence was punctuated solely by the sound of footsteps, occasionally accompanied by the rustle of the figure's cloak in the wind. Who could this be? Did I miss an episode? How did we suddenly leap to this point? I was just watching the Konoha internal conflict. That old thief is toying with our anticipation. It's quite vexing. The scene continued from this person's perspective until it reached the entrance of an underground base. The audience witnessed them draw a long blade, sidestep, and swiftly strike, dispatching 2 guards with precision, before forming seals with remarkable speed, unleashing a lightning release that obliterated the door. Upon entering the base, the viewpoint shifted from first-person to a third-person perspective, elegantly capturing the intruder's masterful killing prowess. The ninja blade in their hand seemed to possess a life of its own, dancing gracefully and swiftly, as adversaries often met their demise in a single encounter, their blood laying a crimson carpet in the wake of their passage. The intruder continued to slay until reaching the lowest level, the blade coated in blood that dripped continuously onto the ground. Yet throughout, the camera angle remained either too low or obscured, failing to capture the intruder's face. Only their precise, lethal movements and their not-so-tall frame beneath the cloak were visible. Seemingly having located their destination, they sheathed the ninja blade and began forming seals before a hefty iron door. What on earth is happening? Why does this blade technique evoke such a strong sense of déjà vu? It dawned on me. Wasn't it Shikamaru who infiltrated the root in such a manner? Goodness. Yes. Naraku hit the pause button, confirming that it was indeed himself on screen, though the animators had subtly altered his appearance, obscuring certain details that viewers typically relied upon for character recognition. Furthermore, his hair was unbound, and his attire was not the usual style he donned, leading to a momentary lapse in identification. Perhaps upon a second viewing, a keen-eyed viewer would catch on, but as Naraku resumed playback, the scene shifted once more. Chapter 163, The Grand Resurrection. At the Inuzuka base, within the dungeon, Shirzue continued his futile attempts to escape, enlisting Inuzuka Hana to assist in unbinding the ropes around his wrists. However, the ropes were exceedingly sturdy and tightly knotted, leaving the two exhausted and gasping for breath after their prolonged efforts. After numerous failed attempts, Hana expressed a hint of despair. Hey, Shirzue, do you think we can still get out? It's all right. Hana, someone will surely come to rescue us. Shirzue reassured his companion gently, though internally he harbored his own uncertainties, which he concealed. Before that, we must do everything within our power. We cannot give up. Indeed, indeed. And besides, I'm here too, Obito chimed in, sporting an optimistic smile as he leaned against the wall, diligently attempting to rub the ropes against a protruding rock. If anyone wishes to harm you, they must first step over the corpse of Obito. Judging by the wounds from the rope abrasions, he had evidently been working at it for quite some time. Shirzue was indeed a resilient soul. I harbor no doubt regarding Obito's determination to protect his younger siblings, yet I find myself questioning his strength. Facepalm. Those injuries look immensely painful. Surely, that figure isn't coming to rescue Shirzue and the others, is it? Shirzue propped himself up to attempt once more with Inuzuka Hana, only to notice a flicker of dark red light emerging within the pitch-black room. The glow gradually expanded and intensified, eventually becoming a brilliant orange luminescence, sufficient to illuminate the location before him. It revealed a heavy metal door. He swiftly cautioned, "Obito, Hana, be careful." The camera shifted outside the dungeon, where the enigmatic intruder was employing fire release to scorch the wall before them. Perhaps sensing the power was inadequate, they altered their hand seals mid-attack, unleashing an even more ferocious torrent of flames, the scorching heat billowing around them, nearly lifting their cloak to reveal their true identity. As the flames surged, the individual portrayed appeared both formidable and perilous, yet the background music shifted to a sorrowful and melodic tune, as if reminiscing about the past. They truly are here to rescue Shirzue. This fire release is astonishingly powerful, capable of melting through iron walls. This is simply magnificent. The music feels off. Something significant is unfolding. Wait a moment. Could it be that this person is whom I suspect they are? Is it possible that they are Jin? Is he attempting to infiltrate the Uchiha under the guise of a savior? What kind of convoluted reasoning is that? It seems implausible for it to be Jin. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Shirzue and the others watched as the metal door slowly melted and softened, lava-like flows cascading down, external light mingling with the flames seeping through, the unbearable heat rendering them somewhat breathless. The battered door could no longer withstand such relentless assault, and a fireball the size of a cart surged into the dungeon, burning magnificently in midair. The intruder stepped through the hole they had created, removing their hood. Cold white light streamed in from behind, illuminating the softly curling ends of their hair with an ethereal glow, while the flames cast light upon their face. The camera slowly ascended from the intruder's legs, frequently switching angles, revealing Shirzue, simultaneously raising his gaze, as if summoning the courage to meet the stranger's eyes. The moment he recognized the figure's features, Shirzue's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mix of sorrow and longing. The figure from his memories, shining in the sunset, resurfaced, offering him a gentle smile. Concurrently, the music intensified with a poignant lament, evoking tears. Naraku-senpai? The familiar face appeared at the center of the screen, causing the barrage of comments to surge to an extent that nearly caused a playback freeze. Upon hearing Shirzue call out to him, Naraku slightly tilted his head and made an effort to relax his originally stiff and wooden expression, softly uttering, "Shirzue." His voice was calm and gentle, yet it bore an undercurrent of exhaustion, tinged with a raspy quality. "I have come to rescue you." "Oh my goodness. Ah, Naraku. What a divine twist of fate. This dream has come to fruition so abruptly. I am trembling with excitement. Naraku is alive. He still lives. He did not perish. How wonderful. Oh, my dear. I would forgive the entire world for this. Ha ha ha. I knew Naraku would not die. I just knew it. The Canara ship has not met its demise. Hooray. Is my birthday wish truly this potent? Then next year, I shall wish to become a billionaire." Shirzue's breaths came in quick succession, his heart racing as he sat on the ground, eyes wide and unblinking, foolishly gazing at Naraku as he approached. With steady precision, Naraku inserted his long blade into the knot, effortlessly slicing through the ropes. Only then did Shirzue realize that this was not a dream. He suddenly lunged into Naraku's embrace, clinging tightly to the warm, living body before him, unable to discern whose heart was racing in his ears. It was no illusion. Naraku-senpai is still alive. How wonderful, truly wonderful. Shirzue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he stifled a sob, burying his face against Naraku's collarbone. Wiping away his unyielding tears, "I feel as if I am dreaming. Have I truly revived? Is this real?" He would inform everyone who returned that this was indeed true. Naraku had come back to life. To Shirzue, Naraku was nothing short of a deity in this moment. Alas, from now on, Shirzue would be shaped by Naraku. The Shinara ship is soaring. The younger puppy is the best. Screams. "Kakashi, I apologize. I promise this truly is the last time." Naraku briefly comforted Shirzue, swiftly untangling Inuzuka Hana and Obito, and rescued the remaining children from another dungeon. Just as he used lightning release to cleanse the blood from his blade, he sensed an approach. His chakra surged, and arcs of electricity flickered around him. The speed of the body flicker technique was breathtaking, further enhanced by the animator's masterful camera work and sound effects, resulting in an astonishing visual spectacle. With a single stroke, he severed the enemy's head, eliciting collective gasps of exhilaration from the audience. Witnessing Naraku's display of skill, the children, who did not require a screen to behold this spectacle, were equally enthralled. Throughout this flight, Naraku single-handedly vanquished all foes, and the gazes of several children, including Obito, grew increasingly fervent, bordering on adoration. Who understands the weight of the words, "I will lead you out to safety"? It was simply magnificent. Naraku's promise instilled an extraordinary sense of security. Despite his tender age, he had already emerged as a competent guardian. So magnificent, my darling. Powerful yet gentle. Having saved himself, these children would carry this memory for a lifetime. Even the esteemed Obito would succumb to admiration. Chapter 164. Who will rescue you from peril? Even though Naraku possessed the strength to decapitate his enemies with a single blow, he was not a true deity. He would tire, he would ache, and the bloodline disease incessantly tormented his body and spirit. Only the audience could perceive the furrowed brow he wore when turned away from others, or hear the pained gasps that escaped his lips. Obito, concerned that Naraku might require rest, was met with a resolute shake of the head. Naraku understood that in such a life-and-death crisis, time equated to life. He could not delay their escape for his own sake. To return to such intense combat upon his arrival, relying solely on himself, was heart-wrenching. Why was the sealing technique gone? Without it, how much pain must Naraku endure to use his Sharingan? Perhaps it was destroyed during his earlier rampage, and he had not yet had the chance to restore it. What to do? Without the seal, and with his Sharingan still activated, Naraku would not be able to endure. Please, someone, come to his aid. It was bewildering how Naraku had survived from the cliff's edge in such a state. It was painful to contemplate. Darling, please care for yourself. In a close-up shot, Naraku's gaze had begun to dull, causing him to react a moment too late when enemies approached, nearly failing to save Shisui. Upon seeing Shishui's crimson eyes, he could hardly believe it, widening his eyes in disbelief. After dispatching two foes, he snapped back to reality, realizing the reason for Shishui's awakening. Was it because of me? Shisui is still so young. Could he fall ill? Once again, this was my fault. Naraku relentlessly chastised himself internally, his expression tinged with bitterness and guilt, as he valiantly suppressed the pangs of pain in his chest. Returning silently to the front of the group, Shisui seemed to sense something, looking at Naraku's retreating figure, wanting to speak, yet hesitating. Naraku had been forcing himself this entire time. Alas, now he perceived everything as his fault. Shisui is very young, yet you are still but a child, Naraku. It is not your fault, my dear, it is not your fault. Sobbing uncontrollably, the phrase, "it is all your fault," had morphed into a curse, etched deeply into Naraku's soul. How long must he endure this torment of guilt? Now, there were perhaps 3 levels remaining until they could return to the surface. Naraku counted the levels when suddenly, a resonant rumble echoed around him, shaking the entire base, the magnitude increasing to the point where he could barely maintain his balance. Just as the ceiling cracked, revealing the collapse above, Naraku swiftly turned and lunged backward. A close-up focused on his eyes, the 3-tomo transforming into a kaleidoscope. Get down. The scene abruptly plunged into darkness, the deafening sounds of collapsing structures resonating continuously, only settling after a full half-minute. Yet, upon the cessation of the noise, the screen illuminated once more, only to showcase the ending theme. Thus, the darkness served as an ending, leaving the audience's hearts suspended in their throats. Unable to release their tension, the base has collapsed. The explosion at the end of the last episode was indeed Danzo's attempt to erase all evidence. Naraku must not be harmed. Why does the old thief always delight in tormenting him? Each day, the plot twists leave me breathless, spitting blood. I want to see the continuation. Now. Frantic, Naraku once again lamented, how delightful it is not to have to wait for updates. The next episode opened in the same darkness, with only the children's hurried breaths intertwining in the confined space. The screen gradually revealed an image. Though the hues were muted, and the clarity was less than ideal, indicating a perspective exclusive to the audience, as the characters remained unable to discern one another clearly. They called out to one another, a faint cough interspersed among the voices. Positioned at the center of the scene, Shisui keenly sensed something amiss, his expression tightening as he trembled, inquiring about Naraku. After a brief pause, he received Naraku's reassuringly untroubled response. As a hand reached from the edge of the frame to gently pat his head, Shishui's face relaxed slightly, and he then heard Naraku clear his throat, informing everyone that there was still a way out. Although Naraku's figure remained absent from the screen, his voice retained its steady cadence, momentarily easing the audience's anxious hearts. The children responded to Naraku's guidance, while only Obito, with arms crossed, grumbled about being treated like a child. A faint sound escaped from Naraku, seemingly unable to suppress a brief chuckle at Obito's haughty remarks. At that moment, his silhouette graced the screen, yet his long hair cascaded down to obscure his face, leaving the audience only able to discern his bent figure, half kneeling on the ground, with his left hand covering his mouth. Naraku truly exudes a gentle demeanor, oh my. The sight of Shisui's panic made my heart soften. Naraku, a powerful, reliable, yet endearingly awkward older brother. Why must he conceal his face from me? Could something have gone awry? The way Naraku comforts Obito feels somewhat indulgent. HHHHH. Thankfully, it seems Naraku is alright. Just as I finished reassuring myself through the comments. Naraku's voice took on an unusual tone, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, punctuated by distinct pauses. I understood. A melodious, yet sorrowful tune played, akin to a soft elegy, causing the audience's hearts to ache as one by one. They realized Naraku's condition was far from good. The camera finally captured him head-on. The colors and clarity returning to normal, revealing many previously obscured details. Naraku's eyes were partially veiled, displaying an array of kaleidoscopic patterns, his brow furrowed deeply. And his right hand clutched his garment at the chest, gripping so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. Obito, you are everyone's elder brother. With every word he spoke, blood trickled from his mouth, falling beside the knee he had knelt on, accumulating into a small pool. It turned out that what seemed like a smile was merely an effort to mask his discomfort with labored breaths. Protect the younger siblings. As the camera pulled away, the scene revealed the reasons for his pain, yet he chose not to close his kaleidoscope. The pristine skeletal Susanoo loomed above everyone, steadfastly holding back the collapsing rocks and earth, maintaining a small sanctuary for everyone to take refuge. Upon hearing Obito's promise, Naraku slowly closed his eyes before fully opening them again, gazing up at the seemingly insurmountable layers of earth, forcing himself to swallow the blood pooling in his mouth. All right, let us go. Stop talking. I beg you, don't say another word. Ah, my Naraku baby dazed. No, please don't let Naraku perish here. They haven't even met Kakashi yet. How can this be? Surely Naraku must be in excruciating pain. How could it hurt this much? After barely returning to Konoha, how could he die so close to everyone? I truly cannot bear to witness Naraku meet his end once more. The Susanoo, initially crouched, began to rise, forcefully pushing aside the heavy debris. Moonlight filtered through, illuminating its massive yet fearsome, pure white frame, etching itself into the innocent, clear eyes of those witnessing it, becoming an indelible memory. After the initial shock, Shursui focused his gaze within the Susanoo, only to be confronted with a sight he hoped never to see again. Naraku, already on the brink, was further strained by the exertion of controlling the Susanoo. Let us go, cough cough. Vivid crimson flowed from his mouth like a flood breaking its banks, dripping from his chin and staining his garments. Yet, even in this dire state, his thoughts remained fixated on rescuing others, showing no concern for himself. Hurry. In the eyes of the children, the Susanoo would forever be their most reliable guardian. Naraku repeatedly saved others from peril, but who would come to his aid? TT. Someone, please save Naraku. Is anyone there? My heart shattered at the sight. Oh my. Hadn't they all heard the explosion? Why had no one come yet? Fugaku. Tsunade. Anyone please. Obito did not betray Naraku's trust, leading the children to escape the encirclement through a gap. He sternly halted Shursue's reckless attempt to return, even though his heart yearned to turn back and fight alongside Naraku. The moonlight was so bright. How could he possibly overlook that Naraku was nearing his limit? But he could not act so selfishly. As the eldest brother in the group, he had to fulfill his duty to protect the younger siblings and lead them away from danger. Why am I so weak? I can't even fight alongside Naraku. Obito cried out in anguish within, tears welling in his eyes. He loathed the enemy's insidious tactics, resented his own weakness that forced him to flee, and feared Naraku was once again walking toward death. I don't want this. I cannot bear to let Naraku die again. At the peak of his emotions, chakra ignited into flames, scorching every nerve within him, the pain crashing over him like a tidal wave. After taking a heavy step forward, Obito's dark eyes suddenly transformed into a vivid crimson, a tomo swirling into formation around his pupil. Obito is the older brother, oh my. This was Naraku's curse upon Obito. Oh heavens, even Obito. Obito, you've regarded Naraku as a friend since that fateful night, haven't you? Naraku observed. Look, so many people love you. Please survive. The Uchiha brothers surely made for a heart-wrenching scene. If Naraku were to perish here, Obito would despise himself for eternity. What? Obito awakened his Sharingan. Naraku's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, realizing he would soon acquire a peculiar title among fans as the catalyst for Uchiha awakening. Moreover, it seemed likely that many would begin to ship Obito with his pairings. Is this good? No, it is not. Silently picking up his jaw, Naraku resolved to share more moments with Kakashi to solidify their official pairing status. Even if the sweetness bore hidden blades, it was still sweetness, wasn't he it? Naraku stood defiantly, hands on his hips. Chapter 165, Reunion. Yet another new episode. This time, the camera returned to the scene of the conflict between the third Hokage and the Uchiha, right at the moment of the explosion. Phew, with his 3 tomo, was the first to see it clearly, a pure white Susanoo, roaring amidst the swirling dust of the ruins, identical to the one he had seen in Shimizu's memories. The image rapidly zoomed in on Fu's position, showcasing the terrifying might of this colossal being, its alabaster bones shimmering under the moonlight, eerie yet magnificent. Fugaku was astounded by the emergence of a second Sharingan, yet upon hearing Fu repeatedly call out Naraku's name, he urgently tossed Danzo aside and rushed toward him. Accompanying him were Tsunade and Kakashi, while Jiraiya lamented his misfortune, realizing he was the only high-level combatant left to hold off the pressure from the third Hokage for the Uchiha. I'm so excited. Naraku is about to be saved. Yes. Hurry to rescue Naraku, my dear. For the first time, I realized how stunningly beautiful the simple color white could be. Naraku's Susanoo was entirely different in style from the others, resembling a compassionate deity. Fugaku, Tsunade. Interrogation paused. I'm going to save. Jiraiya wore a pained smile, chuckling despite his circumstances. Fugaku sprinted furiously, fortuitously encountering the children along the way. Upon seeing Obito's Crimson Sharingan, he had no time to express his shock, instead focusing on creating 2 shadow clones to escort them back, while his real self pressed on without a moment's delay. After gathering information from Obito and ensuring he would safely bring Naraku back, one of the shadow clones dissipated, transferring its memories back to the original. As the essence received the memories, it had yet to fully process the monumental news of Naraku's survival when the Susanoo began to dissipate amidst the inferno. This is bad. Fugaku's eyes spun with the Sharingan, and in an instant, the colossal crimson bones soared into the air, lifting him aloft. Obito appeared far more dependable than usual, understanding the gravity of the situation. This is terrible. Naraku's Susanoo is gone. Fugaku, hurry. The scene shifted back to the ruins of the base, where Naraku, having exhausted his chakra, could no longer maintain the form of Susanoo, leaving him completely exposed to a multitude of enemies. Gritting his teeth, he took a couple of steps back, hands slightly raised, still intent on casting ninjutsu to continue the fight. The perspective shifted to Naraku's view, the image appearing somewhat blurred and shaky, revealing only his trembling hands forming seals before him. At that moment, the camera panned to the side, where a massive red bone hand emerged from behind the flames, sweeping across the battlefield and nullifying all incoming attacks. Die! Amidst the deafening roar of fury, Fugaku and his Susanoo broke through the flames, standing before Naraku like a colossal beast protecting its young. Naraku was nearing his limit. To have endured until now, my dear. You have truly exerted yourself, sobbing. Fugaku, you look absolutely magnificent. You saved him. Incredible. It was a close call. Had you been even a moment later, it would have been too late. This shot is simply breathtaking, a sea of flames sweeping through the ranks of enemies. In these episodes, Fugaku has ascended to new heights of magnificence, destined to be etched in the annals of Hokage history. Such a climactic montage must certainly feature Uchiha Fugaku. Just then, Tsunade arrived, supporting Naraku's faltering body from behind and gently laying him down on the ground. Coughing, Tsunade, upon seeing Naraku, instinctively raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face and body, hoping to avoid startling her. Tsunade, infuriated, scolded loudly, "Shut up. What the hell are you thinking at a time like this?" She placed her hands flat on Naraku's chest, the green glow of her healing jutsu more intense than ever, swiftly mending his failing organs. The scene transitioned to a moment when Tsunade had captured Shimura Danzo in Konoha, inadvertently glimpsing the specks of blood on him. It was then that she realized she was no longer afraid of blood. Perhaps it was the realization, at the cost of Naraku's life, that fleeing was futile, and she chose to fight against the world, heralding the gradual healing of her hemophobia. Returning to the present, Tsunade busied herself with medical ninjutsu while continuing to scold him. "Why didn't you come find me, or Fugaku? What were you trying to prove all on your own? Have you considered the possibility of dying in this state? What do you expect us to do? Collect your corpse again?" I'm sorry. Naraku gasped, apologizing to his teacher, who was teetering on the edge of rage. "There's not enough time. Please forgive me." "All right, just be quiet." Tsunade, unable to tolerate Naraku's self-deprecation, waved her hand to silence him. Having dealt with the enemies, Fugaku hurried back, reading the worry in Naraku's eyes and offering reassurance. "It's fine. My shadow clones will protect those children. You needn't worry." He managed to force a slight smile at the end. Only then did Naraku exhale slowly, closing his eyes to rest in silence. Tsunade's expression grew increasingly grave as she asked Fugaku to help lift Naraku into a more conducive position for treatment. Even in his dire state, Naraku was still concerned about Tsunade's phobia of blood. It was heartbreaking. He wasn't even aware that it was his own death that had spurred Tsunade to muster her courage and overcome her fear. "Dear one, you hold such high expectations for so many. Please, live well." Tsunade, feel free to scold him a bit more. Perhaps it will wake up this self-blaming fool. And Fugaku? Why don't you scold him too? How could Fugaku bring himself to do so? After all, this was his and Mikoto's precious child, having miraculously returned to their side. Naraku, hold on, don't sleep on me. Naraku, filled with dread, patted his chest, thinking how fortunate he was to have been in such a dire state. Had he been able to stand, Tsunade would likely have knocked him down with a punch before healing him. Speaking of which, Tsunade's phobia of blood had seemingly been cured. He mused, I must be a miraculous healer. Naraku Uchiha, the catalyst of awakening, gave himself a 5-star review and resolved to expand his practice in the future. The scene shifted to Kakashi, who was racing towards the Gutsu base, stumbling and panting, even tripping over the protruding roots of trees. Compared to the once promising genius he had been, Kakashi now appeared disheveled and anxious, having endured a whirlwind of extreme emotions, presenting a rather pitiable sight. Naraku, you must wait for me this time. Every time Kakashi's internal monologue echoed, the scene would switch to Naraku's tightly shut eyes, his pale cheeks, or the dark red stains on his clothing, sending shivers down the audience's spines. Naraku. Kakashi's final call was carried away by the moonlight, fading into silence by the time it reached Naraku, yet it made his fingertips twitch. Could it be that Naraku is on the verge of passing? Sobbing. It's painful. Both Kakashi and Naraku are suffering so much. The most tragic pairing since the inception of Hokage. Naraku must have heard Kakashi calling for him, right? I declare this is the telepathic connection between couples. From now on, let this be the standard. Kakashi's heart swelled with anxiety as he finally reached his destination. A flicker of unease washed over him. He feared that it might not be Naraku after all, that he might hear some terrible news, and that this entire endeavor would end in vain. A melancholic melody, like a gentle breeze, flowed through everyone's ears. It felt as if delicate snowflakes were falling on a winter's day, light yet frigid, melting into tears upon contact with their skin. Kakashi summoned every ounce of courage left within him. Driven by his obsession, he stepped into the now quiet battlefield. Upon seeing Naraku, he liberated himself from his fears, joyfully whispering that Naraku was still alive. However, this joy was fleeting. As he comprehended Naraku's condition, an even greater terror gripped his throat. Am I too late again? Why must I always be like this? The world around him blurred, rendering him nearly unable to stand as he crawled to Naraku's side, afraid to touch him. Engulfed in an abyss of endless agony, his soul feeling as though it would shatter into pieces. The camera focused on his hands, smeared with ash and grime. After a brief pause, another hand, stained with blood, trembled into view, gently resting its fingertips on the back of his hand. The soft calls pulled Kakashi from the depths of despair, returning him from the boundless nightmare to reality, breathing in the icy air of the winter night. Feeling the blood coursing through his veins burning with heat, Kakashi's eyes regained their clarity as he grasped Naraku's hand, placing it against his forehead, genuinely sensing that he was still alive and had returned to his side. No. Naraku can't truly be gone, can he? How can Kakashi go on living without him? Have I arrived too late? Once again, have I missed the chance? Old thief, such torment inflicted upon my ship. I cannot coexist with you any longer. How delightful. Naraku has been rescued. Kanai and Kanaka have not met with a tragic end. Indeed, Naraku holds Kakashi in his heart above all else, making every effort to comfort him. The sound of Kakashi's sobs shattered my heart. He was once such a proud child. This night, Kakashi's emotions soared like a roller coaster, and even the strongest can succumb to despair. At long last, Kanai has reunited. Oh, how they have suffered. Promise me you will cherish life and remain together forever. The ending theme began to play in an orderly fashion, and this time, few transformed into Gaia. As the comments overflowed with emotion for Kanai's reunion, hardly pausing to criticize the brevity of the animation. Chapter 166, The Victory of Uchiha. In the penultimate episode, the camera followed Fugaku's shadow clone back to the vicinity of the Hokage building, where the children were successfully returned to their parents, and even Inuzuka Hana returned safely. Everyone present felt that the civil war could no longer continue, and the most pressing matter was how to deal with Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen perceived a glimmer of opportunity for de-escalation and sought to protect his interests by inciting the lower-ranking ninjas, attempting to leverage the situation to persuade the Uchiha to agree to temporarily detain Danzo rather than execute him. However, Fugaku remained resolute, insisting on immediate justice. He understood that this was their only chance to eliminate Danzo. The Uchiha could not afford any compromise. See, the clan leaders are growing restless, signaling to one another. At the very least, maintaining neutrality. One leader's granddaughter boldly stated that they should kill him. To be honest, in Danzo's eyes, they were no different from mere livestock. And aiding the Hokage and protecting Danzo would be sheer folly. This Inuzuka leader possesses quite the courage. daring to challenge the Hokage. Fear not, Fugaku. Strike him down. The mere act of plotting to seize a bloodline is a grave offense. It is entirely justifiable for the Uchiha to eliminate Danzo, and none would be willing to assist the Hokage against them. Indeed, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, what is there to fear? Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not move. Fugaku's true self had just returned, having absorbed the memories of his shadow clone, and before he could voice his stance, he was encircled by several children. He gazed upon the innocent, adorable young ones, a gentle smile gracing his face, one that the others had never witnessed before. Naraku had garnered a following of admirers. These children would undoubtedly become the esteemed elders of Naraku's support group in the future, the backbone of the organization. Surely, Shursui would be the first president, right? Ha ha ha. Indeed. Shursui as president and Obito as vice president. Does Kakashi not deserve the position of president? To those in the front, you must understand. Toxic fans only target the true sister-in-law, just a joke. Fugaku did not disappoint the audience that encouraged him to take a firmer stance. After comforting the children, he turned to face the Hokage, his expression instantly freezing to near icy levels, vehemently declaring that today, the Uchiha must ensure Danzo's demise. Should the third Hokage wish to shield him, the Uchiha would stand firm until the end. Before his words faded, the terrifying power of the Mangekyo erupted from him, akin to the most brutal storm of winter sweeping across the land. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered speechless. The Uchiha were prepared for battle, but could Konoha withstand it? You have truly matured, Fugaku. I no longer need to worry about your resolve being too weak. Many years later, the Uchiha would say, I believe this requires careful deliberation. Clan leader, Fugaku would respond, no matter. Let us do this. Ha ha ha. What a case of going too far the other way. I knew Sarutobi Hiruzen could not change. Once he resolved to engage in a life-or-death struggle, he could not back down. The situation on his side had drastically changed since their initial standoff. The morally bankrupt attract little support. Moreover, the most dangerous aspect was that, once fighting commenced, the Uchiha might very well summon a third, fourth, or even fifth Mangekyo. Initially, he should not have confronted the Uchiha directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been thoroughly deceived by Danzo. Kushina, sensing Fugaku's intent to eliminate Danzo on the spot, approached to remind him about the four-symbol seal. Its range was quite extensive, approximately 100 meters. Understood. Fugaku cast Danzo into the central area of the open ground, commanding the Uchiha to retreat. Noticing that the opposing side remained oblivious to the need to evade, he could hardly contain his amusement and sarcastically mocked them. Oh, you refuse to retreat? How splendid. With that, Fugaku disregarded Danzo's desperate pleas, executing a swift and decisive strike that pierced his heart, pinning him to the ground as he gazed coldly at Danzo's fading breaths. Now you shall experience this sensation. Danzo appeared utterly incredulous that Fugaku truly dared to kill him, and that expression of disbelief brought immense delight to the audience. The comments flooded with exclamations of approval. With a cold huff, Fugaku withdrew his blade, rapidly retreating towards his clan members while activating Susanoo, leaving everyone in a state of shock. What is he planning? What does this mean? Is Danzo a bomb? Fugaku is remarkably decisive. Not a hint of hesitation. Absolutely exhilarating. This is the thrill of poetic justice. What you inflicted upon Naraku shall be repaid in full to the Uchiha. Fugaku, just thinking about them screaming and running away fills me with joy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger flared as he witnessed a torrent of black blood erupt from Danzo, the four-symbol seal rapidly expanding into a translucent sphere. Minato immediately recognized this as an S-rank four-symbol seal, causing the ninjas of Konoha to turn and flee in terror. The camera captured the scene from above. As the seal swelled to its limit, taking with it a portion of the ground, half of the Hokage building, several structures, and Danzo's lifeless body, leaving behind a vast empty pit. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "What the hell, Danzo?" Minato added, "Kushina, you could have given me a heads up." Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. This demonstrates that our Kushina is a professional, never revealing a word to the enemy. Ha! What a terrifying sealing technique, capable of sealing away a section of land. Ha! Simply remarkable. Having achieved his objective, Fugaku did not neglect to deliver a warning to the Hokage, stating that should there be any further attempts to target the Uchiha, they would return for another round. As he observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's begrudging acceptance, he gestured to his clan, declaring that today, the Uchiha had triumphed. Uchiha, we are going home. With the clan leader personally ensuring their safe passage, the Uchiha joyously and triumphantly turned back towards their homeland, infuriating the highest echelons of Konoha, whose expressions darkened. Fugaku, old Danzo, I'll spare you this time. Don't be ungrateful. Sarutobi, you must concede. After all, Danzo is dead, and pursuing further would be meaningless, wouldn't it? Hee. After all, one cannot resurrect the deceased, and it would be unwise to engage in conflict over Danzo and the Uchiha. We are heading home. My eyes are misty. The Uchiha have finally won once. No members of the Uchiha family perished, and they eliminated Danzo, making it a double victory. I wonder who would dare bully the Uchiha in the future. This night, the entire Uchiha clan transformed into a sea of joy. The relief of surviving bringing smiles as everyone reunited with family or gathered with friends at taverns. Fugaku navigated through the throngs, returning to his wife's side, recounting his heroic deeds of the night as if he were a child. Mikoto gazed at her husband with tenderness, her eyes brimming with pride. Her partner, the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan, the father to their children, had ultimately persevered through this trial. What a moment of vindication. What a moment of vindication. Ha ha ha. This night, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Mikoto's mother truly possesses an extraordinary tenderness, which evokes a flood of emotions. Crying. The warm body of Fugaku has proven him to be an exceedingly competent clan leader. A harmonious conclusion is indeed delightful. The preceding episodes nearly gave me a heart attack. I, too, feared that both Konoha and the Uchiha clan would meet their demise. Even though I was already aware of Danzo's fate, witnessing the aftermath still allowed me to anticipate that it was Fugaku's doing. Yet, at the moment Naraku witnessed Fugaku take action, a surge of excitement washed over him. Naraku, who among my family understands? In my lifetime, I have actually witnessed Uchiha Fugaku slay Danzo. It is a pity that the modern world remains oblivious to the original timeline of the Hokage. If they were aware, their reactions would undoubtedly be magnified several times over. The final episode likely serves as a means of wrapping up the aftermath, as life is fraught with difficulties. Naraku sighed. In these past few episodes, Fugaku has stolen much of the limelight. He can only rely on that recent performance to salvage what he can. I sincerely hope the animators do not cut this scene. Chapter 167, Forgiveness. Upon clicking into the final episode, the Jonin and Chunin classes have disbanded, leaving only a handful of ANBU waiting for the Hokage's orders near the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen stands atop the severely damaged structure, silently contemplating the mess left by his old friend. Regardless of any past grievances between the two, they have become trivial in the moment of Danzo's demise. The third Hokage, known as the Ninja Hero, stands for an extended period, a rare hint of melancholy gracing his countenance. However, being a seasoned politician, he swiftly composes himself and delegates 2 advisors to handle the aftermath. They are tasked with soothing the emotions of the ninja clans, concealing related information, repairing the damaged buildings, and deflecting blame to appease the daimyo's inquiries. There is much to attend to, and even as Hokage, he can only afford a brief moment of mourning. The hem of his Hokage robe vanishes around a corner, signaling the official conclusion of this incident. Sarutobi likely never anticipated that Danzo would meet his end in such a manner. After all, everyone appeared quite normal in their youth. The path chosen is one that must bear its own consequences. My sentiments towards Danzo are merely threefold. I do not support, do not understand, and do not sympathize. The soothing and melodious piano composition flows like a gentle stream, offering the audience a glimpse into the lives of Konoha's denizens in the aftermath of civil strife. Inuzuka Head returns home with his granddaughter, only to be met by his daughter, who theatrically raises her hands in surrender. Hyuga clan leader sits upright in the living room, instructing 2 identical young adults on something. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi gather to drink tea and play chess. Showing no signs of sorrow over the loss of a council member, Kushina returns home, exuberantly embracing Kane and sharing a moment of overwhelming joy, which leaves the latter in tears after the initial shock. Jiraiya and Might Guy are causing a commotion in the hospital, only to be silenced by Tsunade's powerful punch, compelling them to maintain silence. The Uchiha children animatedly recount to their parents the tale of their rescue, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Makoto, tears streaming down her face, yet brimming with joy, retrieves an outfit from beneath the cabinet, preparing to deliver it to its rightful owner at dawn. Lastly, Kakashi sits beside the hospital bed, echoing Naraku's earlier sentiments, pleading that his cherished one does not depart from him. The Inuzuka family presents a rather amusing scene, indeed. I sense that the ninja clans are beginning to lose faith in the Hokage. A little confidence, please. Remove the phrase "I feel" from your vocabulary. Uncle Dai can finally rid himself of guilt, and Kane's light has returned. From this day forth, a tale shall forever circulate among the Uchiha children. Makoto's child has gained a brother. Please, no more tormenting Kakashi. Grant the Kakani couple a touch of sweetness. The melody fades, and daylight breaks. The morning light floods the room through the window, as Kakashi sleepily lifts his head, realizing that Naraku remains unresponsive. the sorrow nearly spilling from the screen. Kanae enters the hospital room, presenting him with a homemade fried rice dish, encouraging him to eat a little. Moments of reminiscence flash through his mind, revealing Kanae's bewilderment upon learning from Kushina that Kakashi had previously fallen victim, explaining his unusual behavior. She decides to trust, as it is evident to any discerning eye that the news of Naraku's sacrifice has almost taken half of Kakashi's life. He could not possibly lie about this matter. Since that meeting, Kanae apologizes to Kakashi for the first time, to which he responds, "I should be the one to apologize. Naraku is so important to you. Yet I let him slip away. My ship has survived, albeit not entirely unscathed," tears streaming. "Do not let me discover who is tormenting our Kakani, otherwise I shall not spare them." Anger. Kanae is being fed fried rice by Shikamaru in the hospital, which is also golden and delicious. "I am utterly devastated. Kakashi, please stop berating yourself." Discussing our tragic, yet deeply affectionate ship, Kanae inquires if Kakashi will clarify the matter of the Genjutsu, but he evasively stuffs his mouth with rice, claiming ignorance. He fears that even if he reveals the truth, Naraku will not reconcile with him. He is also concerned that Naraku, upon hearing such an absurd rationale, might too easily forgive him. Did I truly have no fault in that incident? Shoving everything onto the Genjutsu, claiming it was someone else's conspiracy. Does that grant me the right to comfortably reconcile with Naraku? Kanae perceives Kakashi's thoughts and, infuriated by this foolishness, snatches away the lunchbox and spoon. Of course. Only after he finishes eating. "Kakashi, you fool. At least let Naraku know that you have never blamed him." Sobbing. It can only be said that Kakashi understands Naraku too well. He knows that Naraku always thinks of others and perpetually bears the brunt of suffering. Kakashi, in his own self-reproach, is unwilling to permit Naraku to forgive him so easily. Yet Naraku has never blamed Kakashi. He is driving himself to madness. "I implore you all. Mouths are meant for speaking." Frustration. "Kanae, eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat." A little fury. "Sister strikes well. Hit this fool harder to wake him up." Naraku, feeling guilty, scratches his head and rubs his face with both hands, unwilling to open his eyes. He resolves to awaken once more today, to tenderly coax Kakashi, and to strive to avoid tormenting him in the future. Naraku, those who eat knives, it is enough to have an audience, merciless. The camera focuses on the still unconscious Naraku, drawing ever closer until his trembling eyelashes are clearly visible on the screen. Suddenly, the screen begins to play a series of fragmented memories, resembling the nightmares Naraku has endured. Beneath an unfathomable abyss, icy and turbulent waters flow incessantly. Within a dark and damp forest, shadows flit past, seemingly in pursuit or fleeing. Blinding white light shines down, piercing the skin, injecting a mysterious liquid into the veins. An unseen figure thrashes violently in pain, blood pooling on the surface, cascading over the edges. The chaotic imagery abruptly halts. Naraku awakens. He opens his eyes in bewilderment, inadvertently moving his fingers. Kakashi, who had been staring vacantly out the window, suddenly feels a touch and looks up to find Naraku gazing back at him. What in the world is this? What has Naraku truly experienced? Sobbing. Indeed. How did Naraku survive that ordeal? What does this all mean? Pursuit? Escape? Human experimentation? Interrogation? Old thief, clarify this for me. Is it a dream or a memory? I truly cannot distinguish between the two. Upon hearing Kakashi inquire about his pain, Naraku realized that the other was right beside him. Instinctively, he shook his head, denying all sensations of pain, almost unable to believe the reality before him. He merely stood there, dazed and almost cautiously observing Kakashi, fearful that this might be a dream. For in his recollection, it had been a considerable time since they had been this close. Kakashi had not spoken to him in ages. This must be a dream, otherwise. Why would Kakashi be here? Naraku never admitted to feeling pain. It felt as if his heart were being tortured. He preferred to believe this was merely a dream rather than accepting the possibility of encountering Kakashi. I am on the verge of madness. I truly might lose my sanity. Wah. Surely, in my past life, I must have committed countless sins. Thus in this life, heaven has allowed me to ship Kakashi and Naraku. Kakashi's mind was blank. All his previous worries and concerns evaporated, and he babbled incoherently, spilling out apologies, promises, and explanations. As he spoke, he gradually regained his composure, anxiously pleading for Naraku's forgiveness. Shall we reconcile? Please. Kakashi awaited Naraku's judgment, yet received only a few hesitant, fragmented responses. Kakashi, have you forgiven me? I'm sorry. Ah, Naraku. What are you saying? Naraku never believed Kakashi was at fault. He simply felt that Kakashi was willing to forgive him, sobbing uncontrollably. How can one break this curse? Kakashi, you must confess your love for him. Speak it. What does it feel like to have one's heart sliced? Kakashi now tasted that bitter reality. He embraced this shattered soul. tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly assured the other that it was not his fault. Yet Naraku remained silent, instinctively drawing closer to comfort him, gazing blankly at the ceiling with eyes that seemed hollow and blurred. Why is Kakashi crying? What have I done wrong this time to make Kakashi sad? I truly do not deserve forgiveness. The scene depicted Naraku once again succumbing to slumber, and the final episode of the animation approached its conclusion. I came to watch an animation, not to be subjected to such torment. Kakashi finally realized the state Naraku had fallen into. Naraku had completely broken down, unable to properly comprehend Kakashi's expressions. In truth, Naraku understood Kakashi's intentions. He simply stubbornly believed it was all his fault. I am on the verge of tears. Who is Naraku offended to deserve this? Wah. Chapter 168, Sustainable Development. The more the bullet comments lamented, the more exhilarated the heartless Naraku. The knife-wielding Shadow Emperor became. Naraku, let me see how my beloved fans are reacting. Demonic whisper. I didn't make you all bleed. I just wrote Uchiha in reverse. As he anticipated, the comment section for these episodes was bustling with chaos, filled with numerous hot takes related to Uchiha Naraku. How Mado, Kakashi. I am so incredibly happy right now. Kakashi, have you forgiven me? I'm sorry. Image. Click on the images to enlarge. The first shows the moment by the river when Naraku declared his happiness under the setting sun. The second is from the latest episode, depicting Naraku in an oxygen mask, feebly embracing Kakashi, his face devoid of any relief. Comment 1. From P1 to P2. It's a descent from heaven to hell. Comment 2. Naraku has finally woken from his beautiful dream, whether he wishes to or not. Comment 6. Sometimes I truly want to drag that old thief out for public shaming. Naraku is still a child. What unspeakable acts has that shameless old thief committed against him? Not fond of watermelons, but rather pears. Here we go again, brothers. Click to see the tragic reaction compilation of the Folding Chair Warrior Sister Chair. Link. Clicking the link leads to a small compilation of 4 parts, each only 2 to 3 minutes long, featuring a girl live streaming her reactions to the animation. The main screen displays the animation content while the girl's live reactions appear in the lower right corner. P1. As Naraku falls, the girl screams, leaping from her chair, tripping over her own feet, and as she falls, the folding chair lands on top of her. Whether it was the pain of the fall or something else, her eyes turned red upon getting up. After tidying herself, she attempted to continue watching, only to discover that the chair had been deformed and was no longer usable. She cursed a few times, unsure whether her ire was directed at the chair or the old thief. P2. The main screen shows Danzo being blinded. The moment the girl sees Kakashi's silent breakdown, she begins to cry, struggling to contain her sobs. When the screen zooms in on that 3-tomo Sharingan, she completely loses it, wailing and stumbling over her words, asking the viewers if that was indeed Naraku's eye. P3. Besides the girl in the lower right corner, a young man appears in the lower left, suggesting they're watching the animation together via a live call, referring to each other as Mountain Monkey Brother and Chair Sister. As the main screen reveals the intruder's increasingly evident rescue attempts, their emotions become more fervent. Upon seeing Naraku appear before Shursui, they both rise in unison, shouting that the netizens are not deceiving them. They have shed so many tears for Naraku, and he deserves it all. P4. The viewing returns to Sister Chair alone, crying since the moment Kakashi sees Naraku in the ruins, using up tissue after tissue. Later, during the hospital scene, Sister Chair wails, "What are you two doing? It's all my fault. I SNT that enough." As tears flow freely like a fountain. Comment 1. This girl must have committed a grave sin in her past life. Thus in this life, she is shipping Naraku, and still shipping Kakashi and Naraku. Comment 2. Sister Chair's appearance has changed so much during her recent streams. She looks like she is suffering. Comment 9. Her reactions are almost identical to my friend's. She was thrilled for half a month when Naraku revived, only to be left dumbfounded by the latest episode. The poor child said they couldn't even speak anymore. Comment 15. As for being tormented, that one girl from the forum suffering from respiratory alkalosis is a legend, becoming an emergency VIP ever since. Laughing and crying emoji. Comment 16. Breaking news. That girl has gone to the hospital again, reportedly under her family's orders to stop watching Naruto. Sweet and lovely red bean paste. Highly recommend. Too bad you don't watch Naruto. You wouldn't understand the weight of this video. Naruto Uchiha Clan Tears Burn. Uploaded by Star Chaser. Here is the link. The editing is superb. In just 3 minutes, it encapsulates the tribulations of the Uchiha clan. Comment 1. Since the original post has received so many likes, I might as well ride the wave. To the indomitable Uchiha, long live the will. Link. Comment 2. Whether this becomes popular depends entirely on the original poster. Naruto high energy, of course I dare. Uchiha will accompany you to the end. Link. Comment 7. Don't forget this. A must-watch for Naraku fans. Uchiha Naraku. How can I keep you? So life, it is bitter as a song. Link. Comment 8. In this one. How to say goodbye to someone you don't want to lose. Naraku solo. Link. Comment 12. Goodness, I don't even need to search myself. This thread has enough for me to watch all morning. Comment 20. Everyone can take a look at my pin collection, which is filled with similar content. Quite impressive. It seems my recent performance has been commendable, and I am sure it will garner a significant amount of popularity. Naraku casually selected a few intriguing clips to watch, exited the video site with a cheerful demeanor, and turned to enter the forum. The plot discussion area had descended into chaos, with various enthusiasts posting their speculations about Naraku's experiences after plummeting from the cliff. However, the nightmare snippets released by the animator were too disjointed, allowing for numerous potential plot developments, and as of now, the netizens have failed to reach a consensus. Analysis of clues regarding Naraku's resurrection. 1L. Original poster. Some may feel that Naraku's resurrection is abrupt and lacks proper foreshadowing, but I believe this is a deliberate attempt by the creator to obscure the specifics. Moreover, I dare say that how Naraku survived and returned to Konoha will emerge as one of the most significant mysteries in Naruto. Firstly, Naraku was afflicted by a bloodline disease and was severely injured. The likelihood of his survival after the fall is minimal, suggesting he must have encountered someone who aided him. Secondly, those clips featured a chase scene, as well as surgical lights and injections, regardless of whether the subject was Naraku himself. They at least indicate that something transpired during his disappearance. Furthermore, Naraku's utterance of "there's not enough time" raises the question, why is time insufficient? Perhaps someone has imposed limitations on his time frame. 2L. There are many aspects that the creator has left unclear, with just a few frames. It seems any explanation could be plausible. 3L. Is there another possibility? For instance, after Naraku fell from the cliff and miraculously survived, he might have attempted to return to Konoha but was pursued by root ninjas, captured, and taken to a root laboratory for human experimentation. He then devised a way to escape, coincidentally timing his return with the Uchiha uprising, during which he rescued Shursui and others amidst the chaos. 4L. While the above theory is plausible, there is one issue. How did he find Shursui? Where did the intel come from? 5L. I recall that Naraku's 3-tomo Sharingan underwent a mutation, granting him a degree of perceptive ability. Utilizing this to locate Shursui shouldn't be overly challenging, right? 6L. Replying to 5L. He would have had to be at the same base as Shursui to make it in time. 7L. Replying to 6L. They are both Uchiha, so it's reasonable they could be confined to the same base. 18L. Could this be related to Jean? After all, he is currently the most enigmatic antagonist, with his appearance, age, origin, and abilities all shrouded in mystery. 19L. Hard to say. The creator has been miserly with clues, providing hardly anything substantial. 20L. Perhaps there is indeed a connection with Jean. Did he not save Uchiha Fuya? Maybe Naraku encountered Jean and requested his assistance? 21L. With Jin's malevolent character, how could he possibly aid the Uchiha? There must be a conspiracy. 22L. Alright. Now you're dragging Jean into this, are you? 23L. Actually, it seems that Jean resembles a character who embodies both righteousness and villainy. Not all misdeeds can be attributed to him. Who knows if there's an even more concealed antagonist lurking. As a conservative, I find the radical Fuda overly cautious. 1L. Original poster. In terms of expressiveness, Danzo's use of the 4-symbol seal upon his demise was remarkably potent, akin to an antimatter weapon, directly sealing and obliterating matter. Fuda ultimately lacked the ruthlessness. Throwing Danzo towards the Hokage building could have significantly undermined Sarutobi. 2L. The Uchiha still need to coexist in Konoha after such a grand spectacle. Will neighborly relations even remain intact? 3L. Are we really discussing neighborly relations regarding the Uchiha? 4L. It began as a merely strained relationship, but with the 4-symbol seal detonating, they have become outright enemies, speechless. 5L. OP, you truly live up to your ID, I am the big bomb. Uchiha's charm, an eye-opening artifact. Naraku truly lives up to its name. 1L. Original poster. Currently, there are 4 Uchiha who have awakened or upgraded their eyes due to Naraku. First is Shursui, who awakened a Tomo upon hearing the news of death, undeniably the foremost beneficiary of Naraku's influence. Secondly, there's Fuda. Honestly, I believe Naraku merely served as a catalyst for his awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, as the imminent life and death crisis faced by the Uchiha, coupled with his sense of responsibility and grief, ultimately led to this transformation. Still, I'll give him credit. The third is Fuya, who, believing Naraku to be dead and having desecrated his corpse by removing his eyes, ascended from 2 tomo to 3 in his grief. Lastly, there's Obito. He had quite a few moments during his time in the Ninja Academy, and I initially thought he would become one of Kakashi's rivals. Yet it was also Naraku who prompted his awakening. 2L. The OP forgot to mention Kakashi, an honorary Uchiha, if he possesses Uchiha blood. Awakening the Mangekyo would not be an issue. 3L, replying to 2L. Indeed, I previously lamented why Shomo's wife wasn't he an Uchiha. 4L, it seems the stocks for sure sway. Naraku and Fuya are set to rise again. 5L, not just that, the newly emerging pairing of Obito and Naraku is also gaining significant traction. The clumsy yet passionate fool with self-loathing is oddly appealing. 6L, replying to 5L. Oh no, hearing you say that, Obito and Naraku seem inexplicably enticing. I might just fall into this pairing. 9L, the number of fans is bound to increase. Naraku now has a legion of admirers. 10L, I have a feeling that Inuzuka Hanabi will become the second honorary Uchiha. The Kunai faction is truly on the verge of a breakdown. Can shattered mirrors be mended? 1L, original poster. After watching the latest episode, I wept like a child for the XQL who loved each other, yet dared not confess. In truth, neither Naraku nor Kakashi has ever blamed the other. They just cannot forgive themselves. If only Tsunade would administer a truth serum, allowing them to express the feelings they've concealed deep within their hearts. Perhaps it might lead to some resolution. 2L, our Kunai truly suffers. Which pairing can rival their torment? 3L, when I told my friends I shipped Naraku and Kakashi, she treated me to the most expensive milk tea. Lamenting how tragic my fate is, sobbing uncontrollably. 6L, in these episodes, several well-known Kunai supporters have taken to the rooftop, only to find Kakashi there as well. 7L, each day, I kneel in prayer for Naraku's survival, only to turn around and find Kakashi kneeling beside me. 8L, replying to 7L, I truly admire those of you engaged in abstraction. I was crying, and you made it impossible for me to hold it together. 24L, old dreams may be revisited, yet shattered mirrors cannot be restored. Kunai is a bittersweet candy, its sweetness merely a superficial facade. 25L, replying to 24L, no. The icy river cannot sever the flowing waters. Even a withered tree may encounter spring anew. I believe they will find their happy ending. Naraku perused several plot prediction threads. And aside from the first article, which offered insights into the animator's intentions, the other speculations seemed to be mere flights of fancy, veering off into the absurd. While the plot area was buzzing with activity, the fanfiction section was not to be outdone. The beleaguered writers continued to channel their heartbreak into motivation, each contributing their exquisite writing skills to compensate for the emotional wounds inflicted upon them by the anime. New posts featuring fan-made stories and edits about Uchiha Naraku surged dramatically, and after flipping through several pages, he had yet to reach the end. Naraku mused, indeed, suffering serves as the primary catalyst for the creation of fanworks. After reincarnation, Kakashi achieved a happy ending. Kunai. Yesterday's death, Naraku, and Kakashi. A room where one cannot leave without speaking the truth. Kakashi and Naraku. The latecomer surpasses Obito and Naraku. A letter of love from the future. Jinai Wusha. A guide to raising a certain Uchiha puppy. Fongyao no Yuo. Upon awakening to find my apprentice shattered. Shuomo no Yuo. If Shuomo from World War II were to traverse to the present, master-apprentice CB direction, traversing the Naruto world, my heart's voice is overheard. And everyone goes mad. All Nail Yuo. Uchiha Nail Yuo's handwritten note. I have danced with myself long enough. I prefer to be myself when he witnesses you returning home with another, Nail Yuo Otome. This magnificent spectacle is no less astonishing than the episode where Nail Yuo plummeted from a cliff, perhaps even surpassing it. Nail Yuo stroked his chin, pondering, it seems I should treat my fans to a little sweetness. Otherwise, what shall I do if they all leave? It is essential to maintain a balance and pursue sustainable development. Glancing at the external clock, he noted that there was still over an hour until dusk. Ample time for him to read a few trending sweet stories for observation and learning. He instructed the system to prepare his notes and plunged into the ocean of knowledge. Chapter 169. Unraveling the Uchiha's predicament. An hour and a half later, the diligent Nail Yuo was roused by the system's alarm, returning from the realm of dreams to the tangible world. Upon opening his eyes, he did not find Kakashi, but rather Mikoto seated beside his bed, knitting a sweater, likely for a child, nearly completed. After observing her for a moment, he finally spoke. Aunt Mikoto. Mikoto immediately turned to him, placing her knitting aside to gently touch his face, noticing it was no longer as feverish as before. Nail Yuo, do you feel any discomfort? Nail Yuo wished to smile at her, but, adhering to his current persona, could only manage a slight twitch of his lips. I apologize for returning late. There's no need to apologize. I understand you didn't wish for this, she replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she tenderly arranged his hair. However, once you recover, you must promise not to leave the village again. Stay at home and help me care for the baby, all right? Nail Yuo nodded in agreement, but inquired, are Shursui and Itachi still safe? Rest assured, the children are all unharmed. They say you are the hero of our Uchiha clan. She praised him, suppressing her bittersweet emotions, quickly wiping a tear from her eye. Although Naruto himself was but a child, he had endured more hardships than Shursui and Itachi combined, always thinking of protecting others. After a moment, Mikoto noticed Naruto's hesitance, understanding the question he wished to ask, yet fearing that revealing Kakashi's assent to care for his father would only exacerbate Naruto's distress. After all, Shuamo's comatose state was a pain Naruto could never confront. Thus, she vaguely stated, Kakashi should be home gathering some things. He'll return shortly. Aunt Mikoto, you should also return. I can manage alone, Naruto said, glancing at Mikoto's rounded abdomen, filled with guilt. You and the baby need to rest. It's quite all right. I have nothing else to do, she replied, shaking a small sweater. Noticing Naruto's concern that she might overexert herself, she smiled and consented. Very well, I understand. Fugaku is discussing matters with Lady Tsunade. Once they're finished, we shall return home together. She realized that for someone as sensible as Naruto, excessive care would only be counterproductive. At last, Naruto displayed a look of relief, staring blankly at the drip by his bedside. In Tsunade's office, the situation was as follows. While medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques could slow the progression of the bloodline disease, a definitive cure required further contemplation. Tsunade perused a thick examination report, numerous documents strewn across her desk, her face lined with concern as Fugaku sat opposite her. Ultimately, Tsunade made a decision. Orochimaru has not been idle these past years. His research findings may hold potential for Naruto. She added, however, I cannot afford to fund experiments for Orochimaru. Rubbing her temples in frustration, she lamented that she had yet to settle her own gambling debts, leaving no surplus for such expenses. Fugaku, unwilling to relinquish hope, promptly assured her, you need not worry. The Uchiha clan will cover all of Orochimaru's financial needs. That should alleviate some concerns. Upon exiting the office, Fugaku returned to the hospital room to escort Mikoto home. Upon entering, he discovered Naruto was awake and quickly set aside his troubling emotions, taking a seat beside Mikoto. Naruto, you're awake. Thank you for coming to rescue me, clan leader. I apologize for the trouble. Naruto feigned ignorance of the current state of Konoha, asking, has something happened to the Uchiha? Mikoto paused her knitting momentarily before resuming her work with the yarn, her demeanor casual. Things are neither good nor bad, Fugaku responded succinctly, recounting the events of the Uchiha uprising that night. However, he refrained from mentioning the prior events, particularly the various challenges Naruto faced during each clan meeting as he sought justice. As he concluded, he felt his wife subtly nudge him, prompting a resigned smile. He had always found it difficult to treat Naruto as an ordinary child, from the moment Naruto first attended a clan meeting. It was clear he possessed an intellect beyond his years, sometimes displaying a maturity that surpassed Fugaku's own. Moreover, with the Uchiha's current turmoil, there was no way to conceal the truth. Naruto listened intently, and once Fugaku finished speaking, he slowly replied, as long as everyone is safe, we will find a way moving forward. While the Uchiha had weathered this storm, it did not guarantee a future free from peril. To alleviate the long-standing plight of the Uchiha and ensure their continued survival and prosperity within the village, a shift from their current isolationist stance was imperative. I will address this once I am in better health, he resolved. He must become a formidable force, a shining kaleidoscope, for his words to carry weight. Seeing that Naruto was finally at ease, Fugaku and Mikoto reminded him to rest, reluctantly leaving as they turned back multiple times to check on him. Naruto gazed out at the dimming sunset, and in the fading light, a few sparrows flew from afar, alighting on the windowsill, chirping merrily. There remained much to be done. He must meticulously awaken Shuamomo, assist the Uchiha in improving their circumstances to avert future threats of extermination, examine Shursui and Itachi for signs of the bloodline disease, and find a pretext to extend his own life for several more years. Additionally, he would occasionally need to send out a signal to stir the winds, contributing to the infinite Tsukuyami plan. With the impending outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, his responsibilities would only multiply. While lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by a hand brushing his forehead, accompanied by a familiar voice. When did you wake? Do you still feel unwell, Kakashi? Upon recognizing whose hand it was, Naruto instinctively replied, I felt fine while Aunt Mikoto was here. You're deceiving me again. Kakashi lowered his gaze, contemplating how it was impossible for Naruto to feel fine, for even Tsunade had declared that his body was nearly in tatters. Anyone else would have succumbed long ago under such conditions. It seemed this had always been the case, no matter how others inquired. Naruto would never admit to feeling pain or fatigue. The more grievous his injuries, the more taciturn he became. As Kakashi's demeanor appeared somewhat off, Naraku instructed the system to casually generate some heartfelt musings for him, while he reached out to grasp the tips of Kakashi's fingers. Do not worry, Kakashi. I shall recover swiftly. Chapter 170. Because Kakashi is my dearest friend. Before Naraku could finish his sentence, a figure with vibrant red hair burst through the door. Kanai pressed a thermal container into the hands of the stunned Kakashi, burying her face in Naraku's arm as she wept uncontrollably. Wah! Naraku! Naraku! At a loss. Naraku released Kakashi and prioritized comforting the distraught Kanai, gently patting her back to soothe her. Sister Kanai, please do not cry. It is my fault for causing you such distress. I am truly sorry. The more Naraku spoke, the louder Kanai's sobs grew. Desperately casting a glance at Kakashi as if pleading for assistance, Kakashi transferred the thermal container to his other hand and retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. Offering it to Kanai. Here, wipe your face, your blanket is soaked. With a choked sound, Kanai took the handkerchief and wiped her face. Glancing around at the two boys who were pointedly avoiding each other's gaze, feeling a sense of despair at their lack of communication, she knew without asking that they had chosen to bottle everything up inside, bearing the burden alone. Why, when they could converse normally with others? Did they become mute as if their mouths were sealed when in each other's presence? Kakashi, you should go eat. Kakashi, taken aback, pointed at himself. But upon receiving Kanai's affirmative nod, he hesitated before ultimately complying, carrying the food container outside. Before he could even open the lid, he heard Kanai's voice from within. Though quieter, her words were still discernible. Inside the hospital room, Kanai composed herself and resolved to proceed with her plan, intending to break through the metaphorical paper window with directness. Naraku, you have little time left. You cannot remain ensnared in misunderstandings with your best friend. Tell me the truth. After Uncle Shumo fell into a coma, Kakashi had a quarrel with you, did he not? The boy on the bed stilled, his breathing faltering and the monitoring equipment registering a sudden spike in his erratic heartbeat, triggering a series of alarms. Driven by panic and anguish, he began to breathe rapidly, tears unconsciously welling in his eyes as he seemed to retreat into the most painful memories he wished to avoid. Yet, despite this, Naraku forced himself to swallow the metallic sweetness rising in his throat and struggled to answer Kanai's question. Yes, we argued. It was my fault, and thus Kakashi is angry. Fool. Kanai interrupted Naraku's self-reproach, almost wanting to strike him on the head, her tears spilling forth anew. After living with Kakashi for so long, do you not understand him? He would never utter such words. Do you not sense something amiss? However, Naraku's voice grew increasingly fragmented, laden with unspeakable sorrow. It was because he wanted to save me that he got hurt. He gazed at the ceiling in contrition, yet tears would not fall. How could a desiccated soul weep? All he felt was the unending ache. Thus, it is indeed my fault. If it were not for me, he would not have been hurt. Kakashi has every right to blame me. Hiding outside the door, Kakashi realized the extent of the coincidence he had unwittingly created. Under the influence of Jinjutsu, he had inadvertently inflicted a wound upon Naraku's heart in his misguided attempt to guide him onto the right path. He recalled that evening when the sky was ablaze with resplendent hues, when Naraku had believed that he and his father were special, that they would not be discarded for lacking worth. Yet, that trust had been irrevocably shattered by their misunderstanding. In this world, no one would love Uchiha Naraku without expecting something in return. Naraku must have thought that way back then. Bitter tears fell one after another onto the food container, splashing droplets everywhere. Wooden-headed, Kanai jabbed her finger forcefully at Naraku's forehead, raising her voice. Are you even listening to me? I said Kakashi was not himself at that time. He was under a jinjutsu that altered his perceptions. It was not his true intention. He only broke free from the illusion upon learning of your death. Then Kakashi, Naraku's voice sounded urgent, interspersed with coughs. Is he okay? Did he see Tsunade-sensei for any aftereffects? A pang of distress surged within Kakashi. The fool's first response was to fret over Naraku. Hearing the coughs grow more severe, he could not afford to set the container down properly. He hastily swung the door open and stepped inside. Kanai had just helped remove the oxygen mask when Kakashi's sudden entrance startled her, causing her discomfort to resurface. But she could not suppress her coughing. Kakashi, I cough. Enough, enough. Kakashi hurried to the bedside, gently turning Naraku onto his side and patting his back to stifle his urge to speak further. Naraku, do not talk. Breathe slowly. Kanai anxiously declared her intention to fetch Tsunade, leaving the two alone in the room. Naraku gripped Kakashi's wrist tightly, his expression pained as he furrowed his brow. And after a moment, he released his hold, only to realize he had reddened Kakashi's skin with his grip. I am sorry for hurting you. Do not apologize to me. Naraku, never. Kakashi lowered his head wearily, one hand propped on the bed while the other enveloped Naraku's upper body, nearly cradling him. It was I who ruined everything. Who said those hurtful words, and even discarded the necklace. I am the one who should apologize. I am sorry, Naraku. I am so very sorry. Naraku's gaze drifted beyond Kakashi's shoulder, fixating on the darkness in the corner of the room. He could not muster a smile. So he reached out to touch Kakashi's slightly disheveled white hair, his tone gentle and ephemeral. I understand. Kakashi did not act with malice, right? Do you believe that such a ridiculous justification is enough? I believe it. I will always believe in Kakashi and forgive him. Do not forgive me so easily. At the very least, hit me or scold me a few times. Kakashi looked up at Naraku, as if resolute. Or perhaps, you may choose not to forgive me at all, as long as you are happy. Do not. I do not wish for that. Naraku shook his head, curving his brows and eyes in an attempt to offer Kakashi a semblance of joy. Because Kakashi is my best friend. In the corridor outside the hospital room, Kanai bit her lip, wiping away tears that had soaked her sleeves. Tsunade sighed in exasperation, thinking that these two mischievous souls had finally resolved their issues. Otherwise, who knew how long they would continue to torment themselves? As for the true timing of Naraku's awakening, that would remain an eternal secret. For surely Naraku would never mention it to Kakashi. Chapter 171. Kakashi, can you truly bear this? All right, step aside. Tsunade entered the hospital room, gripping the nape of Kakashi's neck and pulling him away, bending down to examine Naraku. Once she confirmed that he was stable, she fixed a stern gaze upon the three of them. Kanai, you are an adult now. Do you not have any sense? In his condition, he cannot handle any more chaos. And you, Kakashi, stop moping around. Naraku can have soft food tomorrow, so hurry up and prepare. Naraku, you little rascal. I did not mention you, did I? Quickly lie back down and get some sleep. Teacher, please. Naraku tugged at Tsunade's sleeve, hoping she would check Kakashi's condition. Kakashi, he might. I know, I already checked. There are no after effects. As he sensed the desire to speak further, Tsunade promptly interrupted the incantation. If you dare to apologize, I shall break Kakashi's legs. Sleep. Consequently, Naraku obediently closed his eyes and lay down, even going so far as to press his lips together and mime zipping his mouth shut, indicating his absolute vow to refrain from uttering another word. Kakashi felt as though he were witnessing the old Naraku, restless even when injured, always engaging in little clumsy antics that could either incite laughter or exasperation. Thus, he mirrored the past, allowing a slight smile to grace his lips, producing a faint sound of mirth. Upon hearing this, Naraku felt a flicker of relief, thinking to himself that Kakashi finally bore a semblance of a smile. He genuinely wished to avoid witnessing the despondent and heartbroken expression on Kakashi's face, as it stirred a dull ache within him. During the remaining time that Uchiha Naraku could exist, he resolved to bring a measure of joy to Kakashi's life. If a performance of injury was necessary, he would bear the burden for Kakashi. With this thought in mind, Naraku gradually surrendered to the embrace of slumber. Days passed, and Naraku's condition steadily improved, leading to his transfer to a standard single-patient room. Although he was not yet fully healthy, he could maintain wakefulness for extended periods. The pain from his bloodline illness had significantly diminished, and fevers were no longer as frequent. During this time, Shirzue, Itachi, and several other children Naraku had rescued visited with their families, bringing an array of supplements and gifts, which formed a small mountain at the foot of his bed. Regrettably, Naraku still had not received clearance to consume solid foods, and these offerings were gradually devoured by Kakashi or Kanna, who frequently visited him. Even the now-adult few contributed to the consumption of these delicacies. Naraku could only watch enviously as they feasted heartily, while he resignedly swallowed bland porridge. Fortunately, this period of hardship did not last long. Soon, Naraku could indulge in easily digestible fruits and vegetables, occasionally supplemented with a bit of meat. Delighted, Naraku swallowed the fish paste, overwhelmed with emotion at finally being able to enjoy a morsel of meat. Look at you, lacking ambition, Tsunade remarked, seated beside his bed while perusing documents. How could you not foresee the consequences of your reckless actions? Naraku promptly feigned ignorance, focusing on shoveling another bite into his mouth. Attempting to shift the topic. Sensei, how is Aunt Mikoto? I suspect tonight will be the night. She has a robust constitution and should fare well. Then I shall have a little brother. Naraku's tone was unmistakably cheerful, albeit devoid of much expression. Tsunade shot him a quick glance, then approached to gently touch his face, attempting to stimulate several key acupressure points, only to find that his reflexes were still intact, indicating no issues with his facial nerves. With his face being pinched, Naraku struggled to articulate. Sensei, what is it? What do you mean, what is it? Tsunade replied, delivering a light smack to his head. You can't even muster a smile for Kakashi. Do you truly believe you are normal? Surely you don't think everyone else is blind to your condition? It's merely that those little ones are too timid to ask you. A few days prior, when Naraku had regained the ability to engage in lengthy conversations, Tsunade and Fugaku had inquired about the events following his fall into the chasm. He confessed he could not recall, not even how he had come to learn of Shirzue's location. Tsunade discovered that there were indeed abnormalities in Naraku's brain, likely due to hemorrhaging or degeneration. and that there was no immediate remedy, thus forcing her to set aside the quest for the truth. Now, it appeared that this anomaly not only led to a loss of memory, but also left him with the inability to smile. Never mind, Tsunade sighed, releasing her grip on her poor apprentice's face, reflecting that she did not particularly enjoy watching him force a smile. Perhaps it was due to the head injury. And once the blood clot dissolved, he would improve, as the book suggested. Naraku rubbed his head with the hand holding the spoon, his eyes drifting to a hefty medical tome resting on his bedside, Cognition and Medical Treatment of Brain Nerves, with a bookmark nestled in the final pages, clearly nearing completion. Tsunade's gaze shifted, complex emotions swirling within her as she looked towards the bright sunlight outside. Prior to this volume, Naraku had also read through the Principles of Sealing Techniques and Analysis of Natural Energy, both sent by Kushina, evidently not for his own sake. This impudent boy had never entertained the thought of abandoning his quest to awaken Shobu. Naraku had remained steadfast in honoring the promise he made that fateful night. I do not wish to squander the time I have left. Even if hope is faint, I shall exert every effort to save him. I'm back, Naraku. Kakashi entered, carrying something. And Naraku noticed a peculiar expression on his face, one of resignation tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Just then, he observed two individuals clad in green spandex suits somersaulting into the room. Hey, Naraku, today is a splendid day to embrace youth. Might Guy began, eager to deliver an invigorating and spirited greeting, only to halt mid-sentence upon spotting Tsunade. The memory of the mighty punch from that day still sent shivers of pain through him. He promptly stood upright, seriousness etched across his face as he greeted, Good afternoon. Lady Tsunade. Might Guy mirrored his father's demeanor, standing at attention, a miniature version of Might Dato. Good afternoon. Well then, Tsunade could hardly bear to witness the fashion choices of the father-son duo, covering her forehead and waving her documents dismissively, as if to indicate she had acknowledged them. Before departing, she cautioned Naraku, remember not to read too much, get to bed early. Understood, sensei. Naraku replied obediently, then greeted the Might duo. Good afternoon, Dato-senpai Kai. In the blink of an eye, he found himself gifted a neatly folded green jumpsuit, accompanied by the radiant thumbs-up and gleaming smiles of the Might father and son. Naraku, you, who have risen from the abyss, undoubtedly embody the essence of the youthful ninja way. Each time he contemplated this, tears of emotion welled in his eyes. Come, join us in cultivating a robust physique and unleash your passion in youth. Listening to Might Dato's fervent declaration, along with the glistening tears streaming down his face, Naraku felt his own expression of apathy nearly mend. He trembled and turned to Kakashi, his face pleading, Help me, save me. Kakashi, relishing the spectacle, raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the prospect of seeing Naraku don that outfit. No, Kakashi, you thick-browed, wide-eyed fiend. Can you truly bear to witness my transformation into a comedic figure? Naraku pouted, sensing his image as a dashing Uchiha was on the verge of shattering. Let us just postpone this until I'm discharged, Dato-senpai. Ultimately, Kakashi, unable to bear it any longer, chose to extend a lifeline to Naraku. The hospital only permits the wearing of patient gowns, you see, and well, Naraku can't don the clothes sent by Aunt Mikoto. Ah, very well then. Might Dato set the outfit aside, placing it next to the one adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. Chapter 172. So, what am I regretting? Kakashi glanced at the clock and wheeled the chair to Naraku's bedside. Come, did we not agree to visit father today? Naraku, no longer insistent on walking unaided, realized Kakashi would certainly refuse, so he opted for ease. Settling into the wheelchair, he inquired of the Might duo, Shall Dato-senpai and Kai accompany us? Might Dato nodded eagerly, absolutely. I must convey the essence of the youthful ninja way to Shobu. It is a pity I did not have the chance to elaborate last time. The four individuals ascended to Shuan Mao's solitary hospital room on the upper floor. Upon entering, Nailuo could not help but feel his eyes redden at the sight of him. He blinked twice, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. Perhaps he had yearned for Shuan Mao too deeply. Kakashi busily changed his father's clothes and bed linens, diligently washing his hands and feet. Might Guy resumed his previous discourse on his ninja way, albeit this time lowering his voice to avoid drawing the attention of the nurses. Nailuo, standing from his wheelchair, meticulously employed medical ninjutsu to examine his master's brain, searching for any changes since their last encounter. Regrettably, it remained unchanged, with no signs of improvement. With a sigh of disappointment, Nailuo silently began to massage Shuan Mao's arms, simultaneously using medical ninjutsu to nourish the muscles, preventing atrophy from prolonged inactivity. At that moment, Might Guy noticed that Nailuo was not as adept in physical training as he was. He leaned closer, grasping Shuan Mao's arm, kneading certain areas while speaking. Nailuo, look here, and here as well. My father once taught me that these spots are crucial. Through massage, one can alleviate fatigue, and with persistence, it can promote muscle growth and enhance blood circulation. With such knowledge, supplemented by medical ninjutsu, Uncle Shuang Mao could maintain a certain level of muscle mass even with extended periods of inactivity. Nai Luo felt the truth in the saying that 3 people walking together must have a teacher among them. The father and son duo, having honed their physical prowess to an extraordinary degree, possessed an unparalleled depth of knowledge on physical training, surpassing that of ordinary medical ninjas. Techniques like the ones just demonstrated were absent from textbooks. He hurriedly mimicked Might Guy's previous actions. Is it like this? Yes, yes. Guy gave a thumbs up, his bright white teeth gleaming. Nai Luo, you truly are the genius my father often speaks of. I'm fired up. Huh. Nai Luo's eyes widened in confusion, wondering what was so exhilarating about it. Watch closely, for I shall impart all my knowledge to you. All right, regardless of the reason. Today must be dedicated to extracting all that Guy had to offer. Determination sparkled in Nai Luo's eyes. Kakashi, speechless, observed the duo, caught up in their fervor, while Might Guy beside him was moved to tears, exclaiming that this was youth. He felt as though he was the only sane person in the room. However, it had been quite some time since the atmosphere around his father had been this lively. He smiled softly, for the first time believing that there was hope for his father to awaken. Soon, the overly boisterous Might Guy was politely escorted out by a nurse, and the 3 youngsters busied themselves for over an hour. After depleting Guy's limited knowledge, Nai Luo wiped the sweat from his brow, panting as he collapsed back into his wheelchair. Kakashi, concerned, asked, "Are you all right?" Given Nai Luo's already fragile health, and after such an extended period of learning from Guy, while also employing medical ninjutsu to care for his father's muscles, Kakashi worried about the potential worsening of his condition. Throughout the ordeal, he noticed the beads of sweat on Nai Luo's forehead and contemplated suggesting they continue their studies another time. But the earnest look in Nai Luo's eyes rendered him unable to voice his concern. "I'm fine, Kakashi. A good sleep will do the trick." Nai Luo then took Guy's hands, wrapped in bandages, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Guy, for allowing me to learn so much." Guy, hands on his hips, beamed with a smile that lit up his face. Companions should always help one another. No need for formality. Witnessing the familiar smile from Guy, Nai Luo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In the original timeline, it was only Guy who remained with Kakashi until the very end. Perhaps now, it might be possible to strengthen their bond a little more. If, in the future, Uchiha Nai Luo must vanish, having friends to accompany Kakashi should ease his burden considerably. Right? Indeed, even in my absence, Kakashi must continue to find joy. Nai Luo lowered his gaze, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. "What's wrong, Nai Luo?" Kakashi bent down, trying to catch a glimpse of his face, noticing that he did indeed seem exhausted. "I suppose so," Nai Luo admitted, meeting Kakashi's gaze, his face betraying no unusual emotion. Yet his mind was a tempest of thoughts. "What is happening to me? Am I regretting something?" Regretting what exactly? Since the mission in Matsukata, Nai Luo had realized he had become too deeply entrenched, unable to allow Shuang Mao and Kakashi to tread their original paths, yearning to alter their fates. So, is it regret over not being able to save Shuang Mao? Despite expending years of his own life just to barely salvage half of Shuang Mao's existence. At least he could awaken in the future, right? He would not allow Shuang Mao to weaken. When he woke, he would surely be stronger than before. So, is it regret over not being able to protect Kakashi? When Kaguya tried to compel him to open the Mangekyo Sharingan and targeted Kakashi, he had indeed been consumed by rage, wishing to obliterate that wretched entity. Yet, to safeguard Kakashi from further harm, he had allowed him to achieve his desires, even using himself as bait to earn the trust of Kaguya and Madara. Kakashi was safe now, wasn't he? Even if he eventually had to leave Konoha to act as Ash, it would maximize the chances of keeping Kakashi safe from the infinite Tsukuyami's machinations. So, what exactly do I regret? The wheels of the wheelchair rolled down the corridor, emitting a soft, muted sound of friction. Nai Luo lifted his gaze to Kakashi, who was calmly pushing the wheelchair behind him, and he suddenly recalled a call he had heard late one night. A faint whisper, seemingly distant as if from another realm. So weak it felt like tinnitus. Yet he knew it was Kakashi calling for him. His body reacted before his consciousness could catch up, yearning to grasp the hand that Kakashi extended. Later, Kakashi appeared before him, disheveled and kneeling on the ground, weeping pitifully. In that moment, even though he felt as if he were being consumed by flames or cleaved by axes, the pain in his heart was far greater. As if an invisible hand had tightened a grip around a place deep within him, eliciting a visceral ache. He could not restrain himself, reaching out to touch the back of Kakashi's dirt-streaked hand. Enduring the torment of each utterance, he forced himself to speak a few comforting words. "Kakashi, Kakashi, don't be sad. Everything will be all right. I'm back, don't cry." Ever since that moment, Each time he witnessed Kakashi's tears, Nailuo found himself increasingly unable to bear it. He longed to break free from his current constraints, to smile at Kakashi and assure him that everything was fine. He did not wish to see Kakashi weep, did not want to witness his sorrow, nor did he want Kakashi to suffer from his departure. He wanted Kakashi to find happiness, joy, and all the wonders the world had to offer, for Kakashi truly deserved the finest that life could bestow. So, what is it that I regret? Nailuo pondered deeply, only to discover droplets of water falling into his palms. Ah, now I understand. He pressed his trembling lips together, realizing the answer to his question. I regret that it was only after deciding to leave that I came to this realization. It turns out I was so afraid of leaving Kakashi all alone. Chapter 173, Xiangnai. I really want to hit someone. Nailuo covered his face with both hands, his heart aching violently while he stifled any sound from escaping. In truth, he had long grown accustomed to enduring pain, a habit forged since his past life. To what extent had he become accustomed? Several years ago, when he was chastised and even rendered unconscious by Uchiha Shinji, he did not perceive it as a harrowing ordeal. During ninja training, where injuries and bloodshed were commonplace, and amidst the sweltering heat and biting cold without respite, he remained unfazed. Even on the arduous journey back to Konoha from the land of rain, when he was utterly exhausted and ultimately stabbed, he still did not find it difficult to bear. At the onset of his bloodline illness, when his entire body ached, particularly intensifying after the activation of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he still did not consider it unbearable. After being pierced by a sword and falling into a chasm, lying on the experimental table while enduring sensations akin to 1,000 cuts until he lost consciousness, he continued to feel no hardship. It was only at this moment, contemplating the tears that would fall from Kakashi upon his departure, that he found each passing second excruciatingly prolonged. Prolonged to the extent that it felt as if thorns were creeping through his very being, inflicting agonizing constriction. It dawned upon him that he was indeed the foremost fool of all. How wonderful it would have been had he realized this from the very beginning. To acknowledge that he could not bear the thought of causing Kakashi any sorrow, Naraku took a deep breath, and as he lowered his hand, his face bore a serene countenance. There was still time. He must make plans promptly. The Might father and son were headed to the training grounds, while Kakashi and Naraku returned to the hospital room to rest. The afternoon sun was just right, filling the room with a dry, warm heat that made one drowsy. Naraku leaned against the propped-up headboard, his eyelashes lowered as he read the final page of the book in his hands, wishing to ask Kakashi to fetch another volume from Tsunade's office. Just as he lifted his head to speak, Kakashi swiftly snatched the book away and decisively refused. No. But I haven't said anything yet, Naraku mumbled in complaint, swallowing the latter part of his sentence under Kakashi's disapproving gaze. You ought to sleep, Naraku. Kakashi bent down to return the bed to its original state, and Naraku had no choice but to obediently lie down, closing his eyes in preparation for slumber. Yet, his mind was tumultuous, tossing and turning, unable to find rest, until he heard a sigh from behind him during his last turn. Can't sleep? Not feeling well. Kakashi approached the side Naraku faced, concerned about whether he was burning up again. But Naraku recoiled slightly, avoiding his gaze as he softly replied, No. It's just that the sunlight is a bit glaring. Kakashi felt he was almost immune to it, regardless of the circumstances. He could never extract the truth about Naraku's pain or discomfort from his lips. The sunlight, huh? Kakashi smirked, repeating the words with a mixture of exasperation and depth. Subsequently, without fully comprehending his own thoughts, he gazed at the vacant half of the bed beside Naraku, stripped off his outer garments and shoes, and climbed beneath the covers. The bed was so narrow that they were nearly pressed against one another, with Kakashi's shoulder casting a shadow over Naraku's eyes. Now you can sleep, right? Naraku was utterly taken aback, managing to maintain his composure solely through his steadfast professionalism. What is happening right now? Has Kakashi's latent flirtatious nature awakened prematurely? This is too much, buddy. Even though Naraku could forcefully hold on to a neutral expression, he could not control the rapid beating of his heart. Retreating his slightly flushed face into the covers and hastily closing his eyes, praying for slumber to claim him swiftly, he found himself pondering. When he had slept face-to-face with Kakashi for several days as a child, he had not felt this awkward at all. Naraku was baffled and at a loss, wishing he could purchase some melatonin with his popularity points, completely oblivious to Kakashi's uncertain gaze and flushed ears. The instigator, Kakashi, was equally stiff, lying as if on needles. Upon burrowing beneath the covers, he realized what he had done in a moment of impulsivity, yet he could not retreat, forcing himself to feign indifference. After a protracted silence, Kakashi cautiously glanced over, discovering that Naraku seemed to have fallen asleep. Exhaling with relief, Kakashi finally released the pent-up breath he had been holding, careful not to make any sudden movements that might awaken Naraku, lying still as time flowed gradually by. Perhaps it was the warmth of the room or the comfort he had not felt in a long while. Before long, Kakashi too succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness, slowly closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. They slept soundly until evening, until the arrival of Kanai, who brought dinner and abruptly opened the light, causing a startled exclamation to escape her lips. Kakashi, called by name, Kakashi sprang up from the bed, instinctively trying to support himself with his hand, only to find the space beside him empty, leading to an awkward tumble from the bed. Before he could comprehend what had just occurred, he felt a sudden thud on his head. What are you doing sleeping in a patient's bed? There's another bed right beside it. Rubbing the large bump on his head, Kakashi finally regained his senses, unable to justify his earlier lapse in judgment, choosing instead to sit on the floor as Kanai scolded him. Sister Kanai, please don't be angry. Kakashi has been so tired lately, so. Naraku quickly interjected, pulling Kakashi up and tousling his slightly unkempt white hair. Finding the bump and disregarding Kakashi's protests as he employed medical ninjutsu to alleviate it. No, you've already used jutsu too many times today. It's fine. Healing techniques don't consume much chakra. Kanai watched the two unreliable individuals converse without an inkling of what was amiss, feeling a slight headache coming on. All right. Let's eat first. Afterwards, we'll visit Aunt Makoto. Upon hearing this, Naraku suddenly lifted his head, and as expected, received a confirming response from Kanai. Yes, she'll give birth by evening. Naraku's expression darkened, only to receive a sharp reprimand from Kanai, who chastised him for his dismay. Forget those reckless thoughts. The timing of childbirth is never precise. You can't blame yourself for not being there, understood? Just as Kanai was about to continue, she noticed Kakashi rubbing his hands together and placing his warm palms on Naraku's previously struck spot. His fists clenched involuntarily, prompting Kanai to turn away, choosing to ignore the scene unfolding before her. Damn it. I really want to give these two oblivious fools a good thrashing. Still fuming, Kanai heard Kakashi's hesitant voice from behind. Kanai? Without turning, she curtly asked, what? Have you finally recognized the errors of your ways? I haven't received my meal yet. Oh, it seems I should indeed give both of you a good beating. Chapter 174, Uchiha Itachi. You can greet him. Makoto smiled at Naraku while holding the baby, gesturing for him to come over and try. Naraku braced himself against the edge of the bed, rising from his wheelchair, and extended his hand, gently tapping the baby's palm with his fingertip, just as Makoto had done. The tiny, delicate fingers instinctively curled around his own, enveloping his finger with a tender and wondrous sensation. Naraku turned to Fugaku, asking, Lord Clan Leader, what is the baby's name? Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. Ah, Itachi. Gently shaking Itachi's small hand with his finger, Naraku found him increasingly adorable, silently resolving that he must not allow Fugaku to raise him as the great filial son of Konoha. Although Fugaku had undergone some changes in temperament, the third Hokage's influence still lingered, and the village's attitude towards the Uchiha clan remained less than favorable. If, by chance, history were to repeat itself, where would he go to weep? It was high time to discuss how the Uchiha clan could be transformed with Fugaku. He returned to his wheelchair, and a mere glance was sufficient for Fugaku to understand that they had matters to discuss. Consequently, Fugaku pushed his wheelchair to the corridor, employing illusionary techniques to converse discreetly, thereby evading the prying eyes of various passers-by. Inside the ward, Kanai was preoccupied with entertaining Itachi, while Kakashi found himself idly observing through a small pane of glass in the door. He noticed Fugaku staring blankly into Naraku's eyes for a brief moment, suddenly awakening as if startled, his expression shifting to one of indecision before he resolutely nodded. Throughout this, Naraku maintained a steadfast gaze. After receiving Fugaku's affirmation, he uttered something that seemed to suggest, based on lip movements, until next time. Kakashi was unaware that these fleeting minutes would ultimately alter the fate of the Uchiha clan forever. He also did not realize that the surviving Uchiha lineage would become one of the most significant legacies Naraku would leave behind. The days of recuperation flew by swiftly. Naraku spent his time either engrossed in books or dining with Kakashi while caring for Shoten. He even managed to carve out time to meet with Tsunade and Fugaku to see Orochimaru. During this period, Orochimaru was fixated on the pursuit of immortality and showed little interest in the Sharingan, accepting the task solely to amass funds for his experiments of true interest. At the scientist's behest, Naraku willingly offered a substantial vial of his blood, along with various biological samples. Fortunately, Naraku had endured so many days of recuperation that he withstood the ordeal. Otherwise, that vial would have required emergency medical intervention. Upon returning to the ward, the nourishing soup and medicine sent by Kanai was still steaming. Under the unyielding gazes of Kakashi and Kanai, Naraku could only sip it down, tears welling in his eyes as the bitter taste contorted his face, with no sugar to alleviate the flavor. After a while, as Naraku lay on the hospital bed, disillusioned by the bitterness, he heard the system notification animation update once again. This time, several episodes were released, but from the titles, it seemed that only the initial episode pertained to Kakashi and him. The scene opened with the camera following Kakashi to Shoten's hospital room. The hero of Konoha appeared somewhat gaunt from prolonged immobility. However, his complexion revealed that the hospital had provided him with excellent care, sparing no effort. Even his hair and nails were regularly groomed, rendering him clean and presentable. Kakashi settled on the edge of the bed, recounting his recent experiences to his father while gently massaging his body. When will you awaken, you old rascal? Look how much weight you've lost. Yet, despite lying there for so long, Shoten remained clean and rosy-cheeked, a testament to the countless efforts poured into his care. You think if Shoten could hear everything happening outside, what would he do first upon waking? He'd probably give Kakashi a good whack, someone quipped. Then he'd take down Danzo and challenge Sarutobi, all while creating chaos in Konoha. After Kakashi finished his tasks and returned to Naraku's room, he found the latter staring blankly, lost in thought. Hearing Naraku's assurance that he wasn't in pain, Kakashi's demeanor noticeably darkened, realizing that Naraku was merely placating him. He felt disheartened, suspecting that there remained a barrier between them, only to have his hand grasped by Naraku, who comforted him in the same gentle tone as always. Alas, in this predicament, Kakashi seemed destined to become the first male protagonist in Hokage history to succumb to darkness. And it was not merely that, the prospect of captivity was also inevitable. Naraku's instinctual urge to shield Kakashi from worry was deeply ingrained, a pure reflex. Darling, please take care of yourself. My heart aches for you. What is this? Holding hands. That's practically a marriage proposal. What a peculiar interpretation. Just as the audience was savoring their metaphorical razor blade candy, Kanai burst in, crying inconsolably, breaking the slightly oppressive atmosphere. Realizing that apologies were futile, Naraku instinctively sought Kakashi's assistance, indicating his continued dependence on him rather than erecting a shield to keep him at bay. Only after witnessing Naraku's awakening did Kanai dare to shed tears. Naraku's catchphrase, "It's all my fault. I'm so sorry." Who will awaken this self-reproaching individual? In truth, it was Kakashi who wanted to cry the most, but dared not do so in front of Naraku. When faced with insurmountable issues, Naraku's first instinct was to look to Kakashi. I will eat this candy. Perceiving the tension between them, Kanai bluntly urged Kakashi to leave and directly confronted Naraku, inquiring whether they had argued. Naraku displayed visible fear and pain regarding that memory, but still answered, taking all the blame upon himself. Even when Kanai mentioned Kakashi's odd behavior, he merely stated that the reproaches were warranted. Outside the door, Kakashi gripped his lunchbox tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The scene shifted between the sunset and a rainy night, portraying the once happy Naraku being gradually torn apart, culminating in a silhouette weeping softly amidst the downpour, blood tears cascading down his face. Well done, Kanai. Someone had to intervene and ensure they reconciled. Two individuals with mouths that failed to communicate. I anticipated Kanai would be more straightforward, but never did I expect such directness. Even when others urged him to confront his wounds, Naraku would endure the pain and comply, subsequently ruminating whether he had displeased anyone. Every utterance was akin to a dagger thrusting into Kakashi's heart. Naraku initially believed he could be unconditionally loved. However, having caused such harm to his master and feeling Kakashi's resentment, he was genuinely at a point of despair. Despite everything, he still sought out Tsunade to apprentice under her, aiming to awaken Shoten rather than giving in to complete despair. Kanai's slightly frantic explanations echoed in the room, revealing that Kakashi had been ensnared in an illusion. Yet, Naraku's first reaction was not relief that Kakashi had never genuinely reproached him, but rather concern over potential aftereffects, leading him to cough increasingly louder in distress. Kakashi muttered fool, rushing into the ward to pat Naraku's back, only to hear Naraku apologizing for having pinched his own wrist too hard. Kanai, my reliable mouthpiece, scold those two thoroughly. I can guarantee that the illusion was concocted by that mischievous Jinchuriki. My dear, please consider how you are faring. Naraku's priorities were as follows. 1. Kakashi. 2. Shoten. 3. Those who cared for him. 4. Himself. This statement was a piercing blow to Kakashi, nearly shattering him. Because that fool cares so much about you, Kakashi. Kanai dashed off to find Tsunade, leaving only Naraku and Kakashi in the room. Kakashi held Naraku tightly, apologizing repeatedly, while Naraku gently responded that it was all right. Regardless of how absurd the reasons were, if they came from Kakashi, he would believe and choose to forgive. Though his eyes lacked light and his face bore no smile, the audience could sense his genuine willingness to forgive, requiring neither venting nor recompense. Kakashi is my best friend. It's all my fault, isn't it? Let me bow to you both. Hurry and express your true feelings. Angry, Now that we've embraced, can we not share a kiss? Yet another day of tears for Kanai and Naraku, but today they reconciled, and I have resolved to forgive the world. What will happen in the future, though? If that old rascal allows Naraku to perish from illness, won't Kakashi go mad? No need to fear the future. I suspect that old rascal will grant Naraku a miraculous boon. Dying from illness would be far too cruel. My dear friend, it is but a fabrication of non-tone. MVP, Tsunade. Once Kanai ties the knot, a separate table shall be set for Sister Kanai. Naraku, massaging his temples, lamented his excessive dedication back then, which now caused him a headache. Had he known to be a tad more out of character, he would not have put Kakashi in such a predicament. In the future, when distributing blades to the audience, one must bear in mind to shield Kakashi, lest he too falls victim. Chapter 175, The Great War Approaches. Just as the poignant emotions were beginning to unfurl, a second disruptor entered the ward, shattering the atmosphere. Tsunade, lifting Kakashi as one would a chick, whisked him aside. And after a thorough examination, she unleashed a stern reprimand upon these three Inu wells, ultimately demanding Naraku retire for the night. She boldly proclaimed that should Naraku dare to apologize, she would break Kakashi's legs. The effect was immediate. Within moments, Naraku lay perfectly still, sealing his lips with an imaginary zipper. Kakashi observed Naraku, who appeared as dazed as in days gone by, his eyes shimmering with tenderness, while a close-up revealed the slightest curve of his lips beneath his mask. Tsunade handled Kakashi as though he were a mere chick, demonstrating her adeptness at exploiting Naraku's greatest vulnerability. Kakashi. Naraku, obedient now. It felt as though an eternity had passed since he last witnessed such a vivacious Naraku. Indeed, it had been quite some time. Everything had transformed. A gentle coaxing from one another could lead to improvement, yet they must not allow their affections to run too deep. With a bit of time remaining in this episode, accompanied by a cheerfully upbeat BGM, several brief clips were stitched together, with a calendar-style emblem in the upper left corner, pages being torn off as numbers dwindled. Naraku received approval from Tsunade, who held the medical record, to transfer to a standard ward, and together with Kakashi and Kanai, they raised their hands in celebration. Shizune and a few children entered, bearing a plethora of lavish gifts. In the blink of an eye, however, Naraku found himself grimacing, cradling a bowl of kanji while the gifts were eagerly devoured by the children. Soon after, few arrived for a visit, only to be handed a chicken leg. Compelled to sit among the children and partake in various snacks, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune, opened the door to find a throng of children crowding the ward. Among them a fully grown Uchiha, who resignedly joined the fray of snack consumption. The danger had subsided, warranting a proper celebration. Now, astonishingly, Kanai was the most vibrant of them all. Kushina truly had nurtured her well. Come on, at least bring some edible items for the patient. They were rather inconsiderate, devouring their own gifts without a hint of etiquette, laughing heartily. Phew, you reliable big brother, childish adult. Shizune, I am here to join this family. Amidst this warm and harmonious scene, the episode reached its conclusion. Naraku had the system tally his recent gains, and indeed, his popularity had soared to remarkable heights. Previously, to ensure Jin's appearance was sufficiently justifiable to evade the animators, he had expended a considerable amount of popularity value to create illusions in the spiritual realm. He had purchased Kekai Genkai, Black Flames, and an array of formidable ninjutsu for Jin, which cost him a hefty sum. Furthermore, by employing Izanagi-like method to alter fate, he ensured that only Jin could exclusively possess Hashirama's cells, orchestrating various fortuitous coincidences. His stored popularity value diminished rapidly. Now, however, this deficit had been replenished, plus a surplus of several tens of thousands. With a total of over 200,000 in popularity value, he had ample resources to squander for quite some time. With sustenance in hand, Naraku hummed a tune as he opened the remaining episodes. As expected, the subsequent episodes took a dramatic turn. The narrative shifted from the protagonist's perspective to a grand tale encompassing the entire ninja world. The animators seemed to sense the impending storm, finally willing to shift the focus beyond Konoha, dedicating several episodes to the movements of various ninja villages. Following Danzo's demise at the hands of Fugaku, Konoha and the Uchiha clan had temporarily maintained a fragile peace, yet the situation in the ninja world grew increasingly tumultuous, with dark undercurrents surging. Based on the animated plot, it was evident that during this period, each ninja village was far from tranquil, particularly Kumogakure, which, upon learning of the troubles in Konoha with Danzo, frequently instigated conflict. They either provoked skirmishes at the borders or seized the opportunity to malign Konoha's morals, thereby snatching away Konoha's mission shares, were it not for Suna's audacious maneuvers, which compelled Kumogakure to redirect their aggression. It was likely that Konoha would soon find itself embroiled in a conflict with Kumogakure. Regarding the troubles arising from Suna, Naraku was rendered speechless. setting aside why Scorpion sought revenge and ended up killing his own Kage upon discovering White Fang's demise, or why the third Kazekage was bested one-on-one by a mere teenager. The operations following the third Kazekage's mysterious disappearance were sufficient to incite a day and night of complaints in the comments. The village leader mysteriously vanished, and yet they mobilized the entire nation to search for him? Was this not akin to blatantly announcing to the entire ninja world that their leader was missing and inviting an invasion? Well, now Kumogakure was sharpening their blades. Satisfied were they? Had it not been for the last episode, showcasing Raza temporarily shouldering the burden and withstanding Kumogakure's assault, Suno would likely have been obliterated. Naraku, the image of an elderly man on the subway with a phone. With the conclusion of the animation, Naraku understood that the third great ninja war was on the brink of eruption. In the forums, several prominent figures congregated in a single thread, engaging in discussions that spanned hundreds of posts, ultimately deducing the war's trajectory based on the various clues presented in the animation and their formidable analytical skills. Naraku, is this even possible? Are you all being a tad too hardcore? With little time left of tranquility, he must resolve the Uchiha issue before the war fully ignites. As Tsunade's pupil, Naraku was well aware of the criteria he needed to meet for discharge. Having just reached the threshold, he promptly initiated the discharge procedures. After much contemplation between returning to the Hitaki household or the Mikoto household, Naraku ultimately decided to accompany Mikoto for the time being. After all, he had promised to assist with the children, and it would be unwise to backtrack. Moreover, it would allow him to intervene in Fugaku's subsequent actions as necessary, preventing any potential crises. As Naraku wrestled with his decision, Kakashi discerned what choice he would make and couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The house felt empty and desolate, and he did not wish to reside alone. Yet, given Naraku's current condition, residing in the Uchiha clan leader's home would afford him better recuperation, wouldn't it? Kakashi let out a barely perceptible sigh. This left Naraku with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Merely imagining Kakashi alone in their home filled him with regret. Before he could voice his thoughts, Mikoto had already commenced her dramatic performance, employing the same tactics she had used to sway Naraku, now directed at Kakashi. She went on to elaborate on the once amicable relationship between Shoma and Fugaku, painting an extravagant picture. Kakashi, having never encountered such a display, found himself swayed. His thoughts muddled, and, unable to shake off his concerns for Naraku, he unwittingly agreed to Mikoto's invitation to move in. Poor Fugaku, a staunch leader of the radical faction, thought he would be cast out by his wife once more. However, Mikoto had arranged everything in advance, providing Naraku and Kakashi with a separate little courtyard within the clan's residence, just a wall apart from her own. Should any matters arise, a simple shout from the courtyard would suffice for them to hear one another. Chapter 176, Prosperity. The curry rice on the table steamed invitingly, exuding a delectable aroma. After swiftly finishing his meal, Naraku hurriedly untied his apron and, without waiting for Kakashi's return, exited the house. He joined Kazuki, who had come to escort him, and together they headed to the Nain's shrine for the grand clan meeting. By the time he arrived, the venue was already teeming with clan members, including many uninitiated Uchiha who gathered in small groups, engaged in hushed conversations. As Naraku entered, the ambience shifted. The volume of chatter diminished significantly as everyone turned their attention to the renowned genius of the Uchiha clan. Several grateful parents nodded in acknowledgement, their faces breaking into genuine smiles. Kazuki leaned in to whisper, "The clan leader is waiting for you at the front." "I understand. Thank you, Kazuki." Naraku maintained his composure as he navigated through the crowd, reaching the elevated platform where he took a seat just behind Uchiha Fugaku, mirroring his stance as they both faced the assembled clan members. Silence enveloped the room. The moment Fugaku spoke, an eerie quiet fell over the gathering. He recounted the legendary awakening of the Sharingan, leading the clan in their revolt against the oppressive rule of Konoha, and how he had vanquished the principal architect of their suffering, Shimura Danzo, rescuing the Uchiha's once-in-a-century prodigy, Naraku. One by one, Fugaku's words painted him as both reliable and formidable in the eyes of his kin, showcasing the authority befitting his position as clan leader. Today, there are significant matters to announce. Fugaku paused dramatically before revealing a weighty piece of news. The 8 existing divisions of the Uchiha police force will be reduced by half, with those positions transferred to other civilian ninja clans of Konoha. His declaration ignited a tempest of unrest within the assembly. Several elderly elders leaped to their feet in shock. Clan leader, how can this be? The police force has been a unique privilege of the Uchiha since Konoha's inception. To relinquish half of it? Does this not render us even more vulnerable? Are we truly to compromise with the Hokage? Once the uproar subsided, Fugaku slowly opened his previously narrowed eyes and began to elucidate. My fellow clan members, trust in me. the Uchiha will gain much more from this. After a brief period of wavering, the majority of the Uchiha chose to trust Fugaku's strength and integrity, and the dissenting voices began to dwindle. At that moment, a loud protest erupted from the elders' seats. No. Elder Uchiha Zetsu rose, his aged face contorted with ire. It was well known that he oversaw 2 police divisions, second only to the clan leader. If the police force were to be downsized, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Wouldn't this drastically diminish his power? I absolutely oppose this measure. Are we to sacrifice our clan merely to appease those greedy fools in Konoha? Without the police force, how shall the Uchiha survive? Naraku watched with cold disdain as this hypocritical elder spewed his rhetoric, contemplating how best to counter him. Uchiha Zetsu's true concern was never the survival of the clan, but rather the preservation of his own power and wealth. Undoubtedly, he wished the Uchiha to prosper, but he would not allow his own blood to be shed along the way. This is a notification. Fugaku shot Zetsu a sidelong glance, and in an instant, the Crimson Sharingan manifested, a palpable pressure enveloping the venue, making it abundantly clear that this was not a matter open for discussion. Naraku followed suit, his own kaleidoscopic Sharingan igniting, signaling to all that he stood firmly by the clan leader's side. In a heartbeat, intricate seals of multiple healing arrays rapidly adorned his body, coiling around him like serpents, barely restraining the overwhelming ocular power without resorting to his Jujutsu or Susanoo. Yet, despite this constraint, the assembled Uchiha had no doubt regarding Naraku's capability to obliterate Elder Zetsu, if he so wished. The elder, unaccustomed to combat after years of complacency, was drenched in cold sweat, nearly collapsing if not for the support of another elder. Once establishing his dominance, Fugaku deactivated his Sharingan and declared with clarity, "Rest assured, I do not intend for the Uchiha to sacrifice without gain. Everything we lose will eventually be reclaimed." The condition for the Uchiha clan's concession of half the police force was as follows. At the Hokage's office, during a senior meeting, to improve the internal structure of Konoha's forces and elevate the village's overall strength, our Uchiha clan has decided to relinquish half the police division. In exchange, we request guaranteed positions for Uchiha in other departments, including the Umbu, with permanent authority. As Fugaku finished reading his statement, the expressions on Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 2 advisors contorted in disbelief. Allowing the Uchiha into the academy, medical department, interrogation division, intelligence department, and even the Umbu? This was tantamount to undermining the very foundation of Konoha. Just as Nara Shikaku was about to voice his dissent, Inuzuka Utsum firmly declared before everyone present, agreed. Following suit, Hyuga Hayashi nodded in concurrence, while even the 3 clan leaders of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, whom she had expected to oppose vigorously, exhibited tacit approval. At this juncture, it appeared that key departments were swaying in favor of the Uchiha. Tsunade cast a knowing glance at Nara Shikaku, representing the medical division, and declared, agreed. Despite her absence from Konoha for years, her endorsement would quell most dissent within the medical community. Jiraiya swiftly followed Tsunade's lead, proclaiming, agreed. Even though he had not held a position since embarking on his travels post the Second Shinobi War, he remained a hero in the eyes of the common folk, and his endorsement swayed many to support the Uchiha. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that the police force had always been a coveted asset among the various ninja clans. Yet it was inconceivable to offer such substantial concessions to the Uchiha. Even with the fallout from Danzo's scandal, this seemed excessive. The Uchiha must have secured other agreements. At that moment, the last person he expected to speak up did so with conviction. The Shimura clan agrees. Mito came and stared in disbelief. Wait a minute. Your last clan leader, Shimura Danzo, was killed by Uchiha Fugaku. How could you agree to this? Shimura Ko, sensing the incredulous gaze of Mito, came in, sheepishly rubbed his nose. Who could refuse such a condition? That Sharingan is the strongest bloodline in the shinobi world. Uchiha Fugaku personally promised that the clan would no longer restrict inter-clan marriages. From this point forward, the Uchiha would not only accept marriages outside their clan, but even consider adopting outsiders, who wouldn't want their offspring to have the opportunity to awaken the Sharingan. Even if they had to enter the Uchiha clan registry, acknowledging their Uchiha lineage, it was a small price to pay. The tide had turned. If Sarutobi Hiruzen stubbornly opposed the Uchiha's wishes, he would risk alienating the majority of those present, and they would surely harbor resentment against him. The goodwill lost due to Danzo's transgressions could never be regained. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. The first clan to forge an alliance with the Uchiha, Inuzuka Utsum, grinned widely, silently rejoicing that she had already instructed the younger members of her clan to pursue Uchiha suitors. In 6 months, let there be weddings. In a year, let there be children. In 3 years, let there be 2. In 5 years, let there be 3. The Inuzuka clan shall prosper. Chapter 177, The Uchiha? Born to be a fine blade. As the night descended after the clan meeting, Naraku accompanied Fugaku home. After bidding farewell at the entrance, he hurriedly stepped through the gate of his own small courtyard. "Kakashi, you're back?" Upon entering, Naraku spotted Kakashi, who was holding a bowl of curry rice that had long since cooled, a spoon in hand, ready to eat directly from it. He quickly snatched it away, grumbling as he heated the food anew. "It's unhealthy to eat cold food. Can't you just warm it up yourself?" "If I hadn't returned just in time, you would have ended up with a belly full of cold rice." Kakashi stood there in silence for quite some time. After finishing his task, Naraku noticed Kakashi seemed somewhat lost in thought and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Is your development of new jutsu not going well?" Back when Jiraiya had seen Kakashi training and simultaneously working on new techniques during his journey outside the village, he had encouraged him heartily. Now, confined in the village by Tsunade and feeling utterly bored, Kakashi recalled this and had taken the rare opportunity to seek guidance from Minato. With the mentorship of these two, his Chidori technique was on the verge of completion, marking a crucial stage that could not be interrupted. Thus, for the past few days, Kakashi had been engrossed in training, leaving home right after breakfast and returning only at dinner, covered in dust and sweat. In contrast to Kakashi's productive days, Naraku's situation was rather bleak. Tsunade had imposed multiple healing seals on him, mandating a month of rest at home, prohibiting any intense training or combat, allowing only limited physical exercise. Makoto frequently visited, cradling her child, ensuring he did not exhibit even the slightest sign of defiance against medical advice. Naraku felt as though he was becoming a mere potted plant, spending his days basking in the sun, eating, and sleeping. If Tsunade were to find out about his earlier behavior at the clan meeting, he would undoubtedly face a severe scolding. Perhaps even the privilege of visiting Tsukumo regularly would be revoked, jeopardizing his ability to care for him. The mere thought sent a shiver down Naraku's spine, though he was relieved that Tsunade would likely remain unaware. Surely, she wouldn't know, would she? "It's not that my jutsu isn't progressing," Kakashi said, his voice muffled as he slumped at the table. "Minato-senpai mentioned that there are new regulations in the village. From now on, I can't act alone anymore. I'll have to be assigned to a specific team." Reorganization? Naraku understood the gravity of the situation. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen beginning preparations for war. It must be said, this old man had quite the keen sense, far superior to that of the sand ninja. Naraku gently reassured him, "Isn't that a good thing, Kakashi? You'll have fixed companions for your missions moving forward." Kakashi sighed deeply, emitting a subdued sound of discontent. "But that means I won't be able to be with you." The thought of being compelled to work alongside others in a designated squad, having to follow the orders of a higher-ranking ninja for every task, made it difficult for him to feel at ease. He could no longer stay in the village to accompany Naraku and his father for extended periods, which dampened his spirits immensely. Naraku contemplated whether Kakashi would still be in the same team as Obito and Rin. Logically, there shouldn't be any issue as they were about to graduate soon. Lost in thought, he inadvertently lifted the pot lid, causing steam to scald his hand. Ouch! What's wrong? Kakashi rushed over, noticing Naraku's reddened fingers, and promptly led him to the sink to run cool water over them. "You fool! How can you be so clumsy? You even burned yourself while warming food? Hey, you insufferable Kakashi, who do you think I'm doing this for?" Naraku pouted, feeling aggrieved as he listened to Kakashi's admonishments, mentally chanting a mantra to tune out his nagging. Suddenly, he remembered that the fire on the stove was still on. "Kakashi, the water's drying up, and the fire's still on." Time flew by, and before long, spring arrived. The exchange between the Uchiha clan and other ninja clans was progressing steadily. Not all Uchiha members who had been dismissed by Fugaku could secure positions within Konoha's functional departments. Of the nearly 100 who were removed, about half passed the assessment and were able to enter various departments. Nevertheless, it was a promising beginning. Now that the Uchiha had gained this qualification, it was only a matter of time before they could expand this segment of their numbers. Those Uchiha who lost their positions in the security force but didn't make it into the departments still found paths forward. Some had long desired to leave their shinobi lives behind and now seized the opportunity to flourish in the weapons trade. The remaining individuals, who were somewhat weaker, joined ninja squads, executing daily missions, and were warmly welcomed by many ninjas lacking teammates. For the Uchiha who were stronger yet uninterested in commerce and reluctant to serve Konoha, Naraku arranged suitable placements for them as well. Having met with the Matsuke's clan leader, Uchiha Fuyo knelt on one knee, bowing deeply before the new head of the Matsuke's family. "These are the guards chosen by our clan leader for you, each having at least awakened the two Tomo Sharingan. With them by your side, you shall be protected from any harm." The young clan leader raised his gaze, observing the dozen or so Uchiha who knelt in unison behind Fuyo. Even in such a position, their innate brilliance could not be concealed. their spirit and energy starkly contrasting with the ordinary shinobi maintained by the Matsuke's clan. Truly, the Uchiha were born to be exceptional warriors. I presume Uchiha Naraku has briefed you on certain matters? Upon hearing Naraku's name mentioned casually, Fuyo's eyelids twitched, yet his posture remained unchanged. His tone steady and powerful. The clan leader indeed instructed that the Uchiha are to defend only and must not act independently. Humph, quite cautious, Matsuke's Sika chuckled lightly, dismissing Fuyo with a wave of his hand. Once he was alone in the room, Ishikawa's figure emerged from the shadows. My lord, each one of them is capable of taking on 2 enemies. The Uchiha are quite generous. Uchiha Naraku is even more capable than I had anticipated, having resolved matters quite thoroughly, leaving me with fewer reasons to control him. Matsuke's Siku's expression grew complex, a mixture of admiration, awe, and a tinge of regret flickering in his eyes. If this continued, within a decade, the Uchiha's standing in Konoha would be unshakable. Alas, he himself would likely not witness that day. As a noble of the Land of Fire, Matsuke's had his own channels of information, making it quite easy for him to inquire about significant events in Konoha. He couldn't help but wonder if, after his demise, the clan leader would be able to preserve these achievements. Perhaps. Ishikawa carelessly waved his arm. Didn't you say his personality changed drastically since then? Matsuke's Sika scoffed. Transforming from a dove faction to an eagle faction does not equate to an increase in wisdom. Just wait and see. Chapter 178, Photographs and Hope. Naraku. Kakashi. Hurry up. Obito had been waiting at the school gate for quite a while, and finally spotted his friends appearing at the corner, jumping up and down in excitement. Today was the graduation ceremony for his cohort, and as one of the outstanding student representatives, he was set to receive an award on stage. Such a rare occasion was not to be wasted. He not only reserved a seat for his grandmother in the audience, but also had to cajole Naraku and Kakashi for 2 days to ensure they would attend. Yet, he still feigned indifference. Humph, those who graduated early have probably never seen a ceremony before. I'm just letting you experience what it's like, no need for thanks. Naraku regarded him with a complicated expression, feeling that this was not the Obito he knew. Was it just his illusion? Why did Obito seem more haughty than ever? However, he refrained from voicing these sentiments aloud, and together with Kakashi, they meandered their way to the designated spot prepared by Rin. Casting a glance to the side, he was pleasantly surprised to see an old acquaintance, Mike Guy, who was perched precariously above his chair, not quite touching the seat, suspended a couple of centimeters in the air. Goodness, he was still contemplating the merits of a horse stance at such a moment. After exchanging pleasantries and settling down for a brief interlude, the graduation ceremony commenced in earnest. The principal delivered a concise yet heartfelt address, extending congratulations and encouragement to the graduates, urging them to strive diligently beyond the school gates, without a hint of lethargy. Following this, the much-anticipated awards ceremony unfolded. And though he occupied a peripheral position, Obito could hardly contain his elation, grinning broadly as he waved enthusiastically at Rin, who was clapping amidst the crowd. As for the concluding remarks from the Hokage, Naruto, Obito had little interest in hearing them, feigning fatigue by resting his head on Kakashi's shoulder, much to his companion's dismay, prompting Kakashi to worry about taking him home to rest. Perhaps due to the urgency of the occasion, the very afternoon following the ceremony, the graduates had yet to depart the school when they received their class assignments. Upon hearing their homeroom teacher, Miss Hoshino, announced that he and Rin would be in the same class, Obito jubilantly leaped onto a table in celebration. In his excitement, he completely overlooked who their remaining teammate might be, nor did he ponder why the homeroom teacher instructed them to gather at the training ground. Then, he was taken aback. Kakashi, the silver-haired boy, arms crossed and leaning against his ninja blade, had been waiting there all along, casting him a bemused glance. Surely, you didn't forget? Rin could hardly suppress a laugh. Obito rushed over before he could finish. Obito would never admit how pleased he was about this, pouting. Why is our teammate this guy? Aren't you already a Chunin? The latest directive from Lord Hokage indicated that ninjas without fixed teammates, like Kakashi, had been reassigned. Suddenly, Minato appeared beside them, straightening up with a smile. Hello, I am your team leader, Minato Namikaze. I look forward to working with you. Yes, Minato-sensei. Even though Kakashi had grown accustomed to addressing him as senior, being in his class now necessitated a shift to a more respectful title of sensei. Without further ado, shall we commence? Minato beamed radiantly, shaking the 2 bells in his hand. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Nero was preoccupied with caring for Mikoto's child, gently shaking a rattle to elicit giggles from Itachi. The sunlight streaming onto his back was pleasantly warm, inducing a slight drowsiness that caused his head to droop momentarily before he jolted awake. As fatigue ebbed and flowed, Nero stifled a yawn, fetching a blanket and a pillow, and lay down on the tatami mat, quietly snuggling with Itachi for a brief respite. When Mikoto entered, she was met with the sight of the two children. One large and one small, nestled closely together, eyes shut, breathing evenly in slumber. She retrieved the camera she had recently purchased and, though somewhat unskilled, aimed the lens at her subjects and pressed the shutter. The soft click of the shutter captured the moment, forever preserving it as a tangible memory. Since acquiring the camera, Mikoto had taken countless pictures under the guise of practice, from the vibrant flowers in the courtyard to the sumptuous dinners spread beneath a magnificent sunset. In every instance, Naruto's figure was present. She often felt that time passed too slowly, eagerly anticipating a future where their family would sit together, reminiscing over the photo album with a grown Itachi. Yet, she also feared that time might slip away too quickly, leaving her unable to fully savor the happiness of their days. Gently placing the camera back, Mikoto looked fondly at the sleeping children, chuckling to herself. Honestly, they'll wake up and immediately demand food. She then turned to prepare some sweet treats and a special medicinal soup. As she added various herbs and ingredients to the pot and ignited the stove, the blue flames flickered to life. Yet her mind lingered on the task of developing her photos, contemplating whether she should wait until the roll was complete to process them. Lost in thought, she sighed habitually. When would Naruto's health show signs of improvement? Despite the 2 months of care, he remained significantly weaker than before his fall, often feeling fatigued during the day and occasionally coughing or struggling to breathe. Yet, in her presence, Naruto always masked his condition well, insisting he was fine. Lady Tsunade had been troubled by this, yet she could do little, unsure if there had been any progress on Orochimaru's end. Fugaku, it is time to speak the truth. As Orochimaru observed cells under the microscope, he lifted his head to jot down notes. The laboratory was filled with the soft scratching of pen against paper. According to the experimental data, Uchiha Naraku's cells still held potential for evolution, indicating that beyond the Mangekyo Sharingan, another form existed. Completing his notes, Orochimaru tilted his head slightly. Right, Fugaku? This could very well be his only chance for survival. After much internal conflict, Fugaku finally relented. Indeed, there remains a possibility. Please forgive me. I did not intend to conceal this, but it is highly improbable. To evolve into the eternal Mangekyo, a sacrifice of a blood relative's Mangekyo is required. However, Naruto has no siblings, his mother passed away long ago, and his father never awakened even a single Tomo. Oh, a cold smile crept across Orochimaru's face, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. This was quite an intriguing subject. The Uchiha bloodline is more fascinating than I realized. Sacrifice, indeed. As the second Hokage once said, it is rather wicked. Everything is achievable through effort. Orochimaru cast a meaningful glance at Fugaku, stating, I require more samples, ideally from every form of the Sharingan. Compared to Danzo's clandestine methods of extracting eyes, Orochimaru's request appeared far more reasonable. Fugaku gathered himself, nodding in agreement. Very well, I will have someone deliver them shortly. The Uchiha clan's millennia-long legacy surely contains preserved Sharingans. Providing a few for experimentation is hardly a significant matter. Moreover, Orochimaru's swift discovery of the secret to the eternal Mangekyo instilled a glimmer of hope for Naruto's recovery. Chapter 179. Do we really need Susanoo to capture the Seven Tails? As evening approached, Itachi had already been fed by Mikoto, and Naruto finally awoke from his dreams, rubbing his eyes and unsteadily rising. Abruptly, he found himself under the scrutiny of a pair of golden eyes. Kurizetsu? The pitch-black creature lurked in the shadows, its head peeking out. Perhaps Mikoto had taken Itachi out, emboldening it to act so brazenly. Lord Madara has assigned a task for you. Kurizetsu slithered closer. To be precise, it is a task for Jinchuriki. I have brought White Zetsu to substitute for you. There will be no discrepancies. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto deemed it feasible to have a clever White Zetsu impersonate him at home for a couple of days. In the past few days, Kakashi had undoubtedly been busy acclimating to his new teammate, often returning home late. Recently, Kana had graduated and filled an empty spot in a team now undertaking missions outside the village. Fugaku was still occupied with the final arrangements for the Uchiha clan's reorganization. Hardly ever at home, Mikoto, too, could not stray far from Itachi's side, unable to be away from him all day long. Regarding the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, there is no need for concern. Judging by the circumstances of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Byakugan cannot penetrate the disguise of White Zetsu. Furthermore, he can also allow Jin to utilize his left eye to make a wish, thus creating a bit of coincidence. When Shumo's life hung by a thread, he was compelled to expend his lifespan to employ a variant of his Izanagi that alters fate, achieving his greatest desire to reverse destiny. Simultaneously, the resulting Manjikyu responded to this wish, with the left eye harboring the power to overturn fate. Timing Yum, modify the timeline of destiny. Utilizing this ability can alter the probability of certain events occurring, allowing oneself to arrive at the specific world line where the goal can be accomplished. In other words, from the precision of throwing hidden weapons to the grand scale of summoning meteorites to strike the Earth and obliterate the world, as long as he can bear the cost. Anything he wishes to achieve is within reach. Theoretically, this is akin to a telephone booth, but with his current ocular power or popularity, he can only amend the probabilities of events that are occurring or about to transpire. To wish for Black Zetsu to suddenly meet his demise would be impossible, even if he were to exhaust his ocular power, as the required popularity would be astronomical. After all, the original probability of such an event is infinitesimally close to zero. Thus, modifying it to a certainty of 100% naturally demands an exorbitant price. Naraku did not hesitate. Very well. If Jin were not released, their agreement would become void, resulting in no benefit to anyone. He sped towards the mountain prison, detaching himself from White Zetsu, revealing a smile that belonged to Jin. This deliberately performed smile was laced with genuine emotion. The sensation of manipulating Hashirama's cells to stabilize the bloodline illness was exhilarating. Now he could finally move his body freely without the risk of coughing up blood. Ah, Madara, it's been a while. Have you missed me? Madara, disinterested in such sentimental inquiries, retorted sarcastically. Who assured me that you would swiftly eliminate the host? And yet, you allowed them to reclaim their body, useless fool. What could I do? Naraku maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet provocatively teased the beast. Isn't it true that Lord Madara's potion had side effects that nearly cost me my life? It just gave him an opportunity. Before Madara could react, he delightedly approached, showcasing his newly mutated bloodline. But it's fine, Lord Madara. I've discovered that I have gained new powers from this misfortune. The pure black flames danced in Naraku's palm, occasionally sparking with black-blue arcs of electricity, pulsating like a living entity. Just this small orb alone conveyed to Madara the essence of power and destruction. He recalled how the flames had materialized out of thin air. Quickly seizing the crux. No hand signs? Bingo. Naraku snapped his fingers, and the black flames autonomously divided into several streams, coiling around his arm before rapidly expanding into a roaring blaze. It seemed that the Hashirama cells facilitated the fusion of the two chakra attributes. The flames' extreme heat warped the surrounding air, yet even so, they obediently circled around Naraku, not singeing even the hem of his clothing. The black flames circled him a few times before converging into his other hand, transforming into a pitch-black spear. Naraku's smile faded, replaced by a chilling aura of murderous intent as he turned and executed a series of elegant spear flourishes, culminating in a powerful throw that hurled the spear forward. Madara witnessed a black line slicing through the air before it crashed into a nearby impregnable stone wall, the entire spear vanishing entirely, only to revert to black flames under its master's control, gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Just that single maneuver demonstrated the terrifying destructive power of the black flames, as well as the user's extraordinary control. Feeling the piercing gaze from behind, Naraku's intentionally aloof demeanor faltered momentarily. He turned to Madara, raising an eyebrow, hands on his hips, exuding a demeanor that sought praise. Surprised, old Madara? Haven't you seen a spear wielder before? Being cool is a lifelong pursuit. Although historically, spear wielders were considered fortunate, it mattered not. With timing yum in play, there was nothing to fear. Madara, seemingly unfazed by the flamboyance, mused that condensing the flames into a cold weapon was rather counterproductive. Naraku pouted. No taste. The spear is so cool. Who cares if it's counterproductive? Coolness is my talisman for survival. According to White Zetsu's intelligence, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails in Takigakure was about to be replaced, and he pointed at himself, playing a joke. Me? Go after the Seven Tails? Seriously? Lord Madara. I can't use Susanoo. Otherwise Uchiha Naraku will be exposed. Enough chatter. Do you need Susanoo to capture a Seven Tails? Hurry up. Although Madara did not understand the joke, he could sense that this brat was deliberately feigning ignorance, hoping to see him angry. He could not comprehend why Jin had been so fixated on witnessing his wrath since the very beginning, as if deriving some sort of amusement from it. Ultimately, Naraku's motivation was simply two words, fun. In the original timeline, Uchiha Madara had been thoroughly deceived by Black Zetsu for most of his life, prompting him to wish to tease the other. All right. Naraku nodded, ceasing his antics, merrily running off to gather weapons, then boarding the White Zetsu high-speed train, racing towards Takigakure. Chapter 180, The Capture. Arriving at Takigakure in the dead of night, Naraku utilized White Zetsu to infiltrate the barrier. Following his guidance to the location of the sealing ritual, concealed several dozen meters outside the encirclement, the duo masked their presence, stealthily peering out. This is it. That old Jinchuriki is about to perish. The tree-rooted White Zetsu leaned against Naraku, cheerfully explaining and pointing at the unconscious green-haired child lying on the altar. This is their chosen next Jinchuriki. Once the tailed beast transfers to him, we shall seize the opportunity to take him and present him to Lord Madara. Naraku recalled that this was likely the Jinchuriki Fu, who had been the host of the Seven Tails in the original timeline. Just as he made the connection, several ninjas, seemingly responsible for the sealing technique, aligned themselves in formation, swiftly forming hand seals. The timing was impeccable. Feeling the sudden shift in chakra emanating from the old Jinchuriki, Naraku glanced at White Zetsu, who was awaiting praise, and remarked, "Well done." If the timing had been slightly earlier, he could have merely taken the dying old Jinchuriki, avoiding the need to snatch away the child Fu, who had just become the host, condemning her to death as the tailed beast was extracted. But now, it was too late, and he could not rush out to inform the Takigakure ninjas, "Don't bother. Regardless, the Jinchuriki will be taken. It would be better to let that half-dead old man bear the burden." Black Zetsu observed from behind, knowing that if Jin were to act out of character, everything would fall apart. He had to devise a plan to ensure Fu's survival after the event. Rarely receiving any positive treatment from Jin. White Zetsu felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking that perhaps humans felt similarly euphoric after defecating. Under the operation of several sealing-class ninjas, the Seven Tails successfully transferred to Fu, rapidly manifesting a ring of sealing symbols across her abdomen. Noticing that Jin showed no signs of action, White Zetsu edged closer. "It's good to go?" "Idiot." Naraku grinned mischievously. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Immediately, he transformed into a youthful visage, donned a mask, and vanished from sight. White Zetsu, startled, patted his chest. "That was close. I felt like I was about to be shattered again." Once I pondered, if I possess no sense of pain, why should I harbor fear? This query remained unacknowledged, as Naraku, who had stealthily invaded the sealing site, was far too preoccupied to contemplate such matters. An enemy attack. At the moment a perceptive ninja emitted a warning, he had already arrived beside Fu, adeptly scooping the child into his embrace with a single hand. The leader of Takigakure's eyes bulged with fury, as if they might pop from their sockets, bellowing as he charged toward the sudden adversary. "Capture him." Takigakure was the only faction outside the 5 great nations possessing a tailed beast. Losing the Seven Tails would undoubtedly precipitate a dramatic decline in their standing within the ninja world. Moreover, with the recent turmoil engulfing the ninja realm, Kumogakure and Sunagakure embroiled in fierce conflict, there was no telling if a Wagakure might soon join the fray. Without a tailed beast, how could the beleaguered village of Takigakure hope to survive amidst the impending chaos? The stakes were monumental. All present ninjas surged forward, encircling the intruder, launching a barrage of explosive tags and various ninjutsu without restraint. However, the enemy merely raised the vacant hand, and beneath his feet erupted a colossal vortex of black flames, enveloping his form and spiraling upwards, piercing the darkened sky. Every ninjutsu aimed at him vanished in the deluge of flames, as if cast into the depths of an ocean. Even the explosive tags proved ineffective, akin to a mere pebble tossed into the sea, creating but a fleeting splash. What manner of ninjutsu is this? It does not resemble fire release. Could it be a bloodline limit? He did not even form hand seals. How is this possible? This is bad. It's coming. At the instant the infernal wave expanded in all directions, some ninjas, still skeptical, hastily employed earth release or water release to defend themselves. Earth release, earth wall. Water release, multiple water barrier. Yet, as the flames surged forth, their once formidable defenses crumbled like paper, reduced to ashes and mist, forcing them to retreat swiftly to evade the onslaught. Moments later, all was quiet. The instigator stood firmly in place, not a speck of dust clinging to his garment, seemingly disappointed with their feeble attempts at offense, emitting a low, mocking chuckle from behind his mask. "Heh." He provocatively beckoned the leader of Takigakure with a finger. "You scoundrel." The Takigakure leader shattered the ground beneath him as he advanced, his right hand, hardened and blackened through earth release, lunging toward that infuriating mask. The opponent, narrowly avoiding the punch, pivoted and countered with a spear that coalesced from thin air, delivering a powerful blow imbued with black flames to his back, igniting a shower of sparks and arcs of electricity. Had he not swiftly reinforced his back defense with earth release, multiple earth spears, this strike would have seared flesh and shattered bones. As he fell, the Takigakure leader suppressed the agony of his internal injuries, pushing against the ground to rebound and spinning to deliver a kick aimed at the masked figure's chin, which the latter evaded by leaning back. Seizing the moment while the masked man was momentarily detained by his subordinates, the Takigakure leader deftly maneuvered his hands, completing a highly intricate and potent ninjutsu in mere seconds. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Nearby, The deep pool trembled violently as a water dragon surged skyward, coiling in the air like a mountain, then roaring as it charged toward the enemy, intent on tearing him apart. The masked figure's spear rapidly swelled, transforming into a black fire dragon that emitted an earth-shattering roar, akin to a guardian spirit, and clamped its jaws around the water dragon's throat, engaging in a fierce struggle. The fire dragon, composed of black flames, showed no signs of weakness against the water. Instead, the water dragon emanated steam as its body began to vaporize, threatening to collapse. The situation for Takigakure grew increasingly dire. The ninjas intensified their attacks. The masked figure had just kicked away an assailant when, momentarily distracted, he was grazed by the blade of a seasoned jonin, perhaps fearing for the life of the precious Jinchuriki. The masked man chose to shield the child with his left hand, unable to counterattack in time. The Takigakure leader would not let this golden opportunity slip away. Decisively abandoning the water dragon bullet technique, he surged toward the opponent, seizing the swaddled child from his grasp. Kill him. In that instant, countless kunai and shuriken were unleashed, densely blocking all avenues of escape. Even if the masked man exerted himself to evade, several kunai pierced his body, and upon landing, he was impaled through the abdomen by a spike of earth. Blood gushed from his wounds, flowing from the crevices of his mask. Just as the Takigakure leader and his ninjas were about to revel in their triumph, they realized that the blood spilling between the earth spikes was not from the masked man, but from the Jinchuriki, who should have been in his grasp. His eyes widened in horror as he discovered his arms were empty, a chilling realization dawning upon him. The village had, in an instant, lost its only tailed beast. Chapter 181, Weightlessness. I will kill you. Grief and rage threatened to drive the Takigakure leader to madness as he rapidly formed hand seals. Torrents of water gathering around him. Water release. Water stream whirlwind. Spiral currents akin to serrated blades converged upon his hands as he charged toward the masked man, who stood beside the Jinchuriki's lifeless body. Die. The masked figure seemed momentarily dazed, standing idly as the Takigakure leader lunged at him, making no effort at defense. The water whirlpool pierced through his form, and the Takigakure leader felt an eerie lightness in his hands, as though he had merely struck a pocket of air, staggering forward from the momentum. In the next moment, the figure before him shifted again, revealing the pierced form of the small Jinchuriki. This time, he could even see the child's blood flowing from mouth and nose, lifeless eyes fixed upon him, as if questioning the reason behind his actions. The Takigakure leader abruptly turned, only to find the previous location of the earth spikes and weaponry devoid of any trace, the gruesome sight of blood having vanished like a fleeting dream. Was it all an illusion? Then, was this one truly real? He dispelled the water release, the warm, viscous sensation seeping from his hands, the rich and fresh scent of blood unmistakably confirming this encounter as genuine. Had he truly slain the Jinchuriki with his own hands? Even a seasoned warrior like the Takigakure leader could scarcely withstand such a harrowing blow. Overwhelmed, he coughed up blood, his legs buckling as he sank to the ground. Lord Leader, are you all right? Where's the medical ninja? His subordinates were stricken with alarm, 2 guards rushing to support him, one attempting to retrieve the now-deceased Jinchuriki, only to find nothing at all. The bloodied, sweet, and pungent odor that had clung to the Takigakure leader's hands had entirely dissipated, as if it had never existed. Another illusion? Clap, clap, clap. The malevolent figure stood atop a massive rock, the sleeping Jinchuriki at his feet, slowly applauding, reveling in the spectacle before him. The hood of his cloak had slipped away, fully revealing a mask that bore a mocking semblance of both laughter and sorrow, amplifying his derision with each clap. You scoundrel! The Takigakure leader swallowed the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, shaking off the support of his subordinates, stepping forward to confront him. What is your purpose in toying with us like this? The masked man ceased his applause, speaking with the haughty tone of one who gazes down upon mere ants striving desperately to perform for his amusement. For no reason at all, he replied. Merely a pastime to alleviate my boredom. The Takigakure leader chuckled bitterly in rage, yet he had not completely lost his composure. Aware that his subordinates should be converging upon this location, he knew that once their formation was complete, this villain, even if possessed by the god of ninjas, would find it no easy task to escape. Thus, he endeavored to delay time through dialogue. Do you not realize that if you seize the Jinchuriki, there will be no place for you in the entire shinobi world? The night breeze tousled the long hair of the masked man, carrying with it his chilling laughter from above. No matter how abundant the hatred of mere ants may be, it bears no weight. Waves of chakra surged as the formation solidified, completing the encirclement. The leader of the Takigakure shinobi was about to command everyone to assault the enemy when he witnessed the masked man gradually disintegrating, breaking apart from the bottom up into countless fragments, taking the Jinchuriki with him as they were about to vanish into the wind. Seize him. The Takigakure shinobi leapt forward in an attempt to pounce on their foe, yet they were a moment too late. Before their attacks could reach him, the masked man had already dissolved into nothingness. Along the way, Naraku had been tossing food to White Zetsu without displaying the slightest concern for her. Swiftly returning to the mountain graveyard and descending into the underground space, Madara lifted his gaze to assess the results of the battle, instructing Black Zetsu, who had just returned and was still catching his breath, to take the Jinchuriki to the ghetto statue for the absorption of the tailed beasts. I will have Black Zetsu inform you once there are updates. Now be gone. Am I merely a little slave summoned at the whim of Lord Madara? If you can eliminate Uchiha Naraku, you may remain here indefinitely, without the need to return to Konoha. Madara's tone was laced with a hint of undisguised provocation. What qualifications do you have to complain when you cannot even accomplish such a trivial task, you foolish child? Wasn't it your drug that revived him? Otherwise, I wouldn't need to seek another opportunity, Lord Madara. Before he could finish his complaints, Naraku feigned realization, exclaiming in surprise. You don't mean to imply that I must capture all 8-tailed beasts myself in the future, do you? Black Zetsu was rendered speechless. Isn't that self-evident? An aging Uchiha Madara, capable of battling tailed beasts? It seems I am the only laborer here. Lord Madara, this is a clear case of child labor abuse. Upon hearing the mention of seeking another opportunity, Madara understood that Uchiha Naraku would not be disappearing anytime soon, which lightened his mood considerably. He nonchalantly mocked. Who said it was only you? Wasn't that miscellaneous bloodline limit previously entrusted to you? That only accounts for 2 individuals. No way, give it to me. He removed his mask, his body reverting to that of a youth, and from Black Zetsu's hands, he took the small Jinchuriki, shaking her gently and inspecting her thoroughly. His rough handling and casual attitude prompted Black Zetsu to instinctively reach out protectively, fearing that a moment's inattention might lead to her demise. Capturing that 7 tails again would be quite troublesome. How delightful, a living specimen, rather than extracting her essence so carelessly. I have a far more entertaining notion that would not waste resources. Black Zetsu observed the madness lurking within the depths of his eyes gradually surface, coalescing into palpable malice. What if we fashioned her into our weapon? Using tailed beasts to capture tailed beasts, cannibalism among kind. How intriguing. To him, tailed beasts were akin to grasshoppers in the bushes, their only value lying in the fleeting joy they provided during their existence. I wish to see which of the 9-tailed beasts is truly superior, Lord Madara. But we must wait a decade for her to mature into a formidable force. That is quite a lengthy period. Black Zetsu sought to dissuade this unreliable notion, fearing that unforeseen incidents could render this endeavor futile. You yourself bestowed the Rinnegan upon someone named Nagato. Why can't I utilize her once she grows? What if the Jinchuriki betrays us in the future? Naraku swiftly hurled a spear, and Black Zetsu reacted with remarkable agility, leaving only a fragment pinned to the ground, which gradually sank into the earth. However, this strike was largely a show of force, lacking any true intent to harm. Naraku had no expectation of inflicting any real damage upon Black Zetsu. Given that you raised her under a brainwashing regime, how could she possibly betray us? Just how inept are you, Black Zetsu? Silence. Madara interrupted impatiently with a wave of his hand. Let it be. It is merely the 7 tails. Not only did Jinchuriki disregard the matter, but Madara himself also held little regard for any tailed beast aside from the 9 tails. The 7 tails, with its only utility being flight, could simply be recaptured if lost. Chapter 182. He heard it. On the surface, Black Zetsu obediently took the child, but internally, he was filled with a torrent of curses. Uchiha Madara, you old man. You so effortlessly delegate tasks. Why don't you do it yourself? It was clear that Madara would act as a hands-off manager, leaving the responsibility of caring for the child squarely on Black Zetsu, as Uchiha Naraku still needed to linger in Konoha. Damn it. Why did I ever set myself up as the will of Madara? After cursing his past self, Black Zetsu rapidly envisioned various potential hazards and cautioned, Lord Madara, we must place additional seals on her as a precaution. Moreover, her condition does not appear stable. If this continues, she may perish. Simply summoning Uchiha Naraku to work is not my concern. I am not inclined to babysit. Naraku snapped his fingers, a smile vanishing from his face, as his demeanor shifted from flamboyant to calm and composed, resembling a tranquil, profound pool of water. It has been a long time, Lord Madara. He slightly lowered his head, concealing his eyes within the shadows. Madara was taken aback by Jinch's initiative to let Naraku emerge. His immediate reaction was a flicker of inexplicable guilt, worrying whether Naraku had overheard his remark about wanting to eliminate him. Based on the behaviors of both Jinch and Naraku, it was evident that a considerable portion of their memories and personalities were interconnected. Why had he not considered this sooner? Madara frowned slightly in frustration. Does he think that I wish for his existence to be extinguished? Come here. Upon hearing Madara's command, Naraku silently approached the stone chair, the warm glow of the candle finally illuminating his face. Madara scrutinized Naraku's expression, seeking any signs of insight, even relying solely on the flickering candlelight. It was sufficient for him to discern every detail with his Sharingan. Naraku's eyes appeared dimmer than before, avoiding Madara's gaze, his lips pressed tightly together. The fabric beneath his right sleeve creased, likely due to being tightly clenched. He heard it. This thought coursed through Madara's mind, prompting him to withdraw his gaze as if scalded. There were too many subtle gestures reminiscent of Izumi Naraku, yet that expressionless, numb face continually reminded him of the torment he had inflicted upon her. His already hardened heart experienced a fleeting pang of pain, momentary yet dense and genuine. He concealed his emotions, merely gesturing irritably for Naraku and Black Zetsu to resolve the matter of the child, while he closed his eyes, suppressing the various disquieting feelings within him. Naraku received the small Jinchuriki from Black Zetsu, the light of healing magic illuminating his hands as he treated Fu's various scrapes and alleviated the intense hunger-induced suffering. Fortunately, Fu had outgrown the need for milk. She could survive on rice porridge and pureed meat and fruit. Black Zetsu had never learned how to care for children over the years, so he meticulously followed Naraku's instructions, only to find the multitude of considerations overwhelming, ultimately deciding to pass the responsibility onto White Zetsu. That White Zetsu is too foolish. If he is not careful, he could easily endanger the little one. Though the Jinchuriki possessed a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person, Fu was still exceptionally small. It was uncertain whether she could withstand White Zetsu's roughness. Just as he stabilized Fu's condition, she awakened, her eyes fluttering open to behold a dark, amorphous figure before her, adorned with two beady eyes, causing her to gasp and prepare to cry out. Wah! Fearing that her cries might provoke impatience in Madara, Naraku hastily relocated to another room, gently patting her back. Before him appeared another charming visage, and gradually, Fu ceased her tears, her small mouth murmuring simple syllables. After listening for a while, Naraku discerned her utterance of hunger. Black Zetsu resignedly stepped out to prepare some food, and soon returned with a small bowl of steaming wheat porridge, which Naraku accepted and fed Fu bit by bit. Once her belly was full, Fu quieted down, lying on the bed and nibbling on her fingers, crawling about without the slightest fear of the dim and chilly surroundings. Naraku's gaze towards Fu was tinged with a trace of pity, but it was quickly retracted, transforming into a helpless sigh. Black Zetsu coldly reminded him, "Do not overthink. Lord Madara's willingness to allow you to stay in Konoha, even temporarily, is already a great mercy. There are matters here that do not concern you." Naraku replied softly. Observing that he had some understanding, Black Zetsu produced 2 scrolls and handed them over, stating, "These contain several sealing techniques for behavioral control. These 2 are suitable for her to be applied soon. Keep them for now, and once you have learned them, contact White Zetsu to bring you here." Since Uchiha Madara would not live for many more years, Fu's actual controller would be Jin, making it best for him to perform the techniques. Otherwise, should Uchiha Madara perish, the techniques would become ineffective before his resurrection, necessitating a reapplication of the seals, which would be exceedingly troublesome. Naraku casually opened the scrolls and glanced through them, gaining a good understanding. The binding talisman and the self-constraint seal. Yes, both are the old tricks favored by villains. However, it was one thing for Black Zetsu to possess a binding talisman, considering it was Madara's sealing technique, but why did it also have the self-constraint seal? Wasn't he that a skill of that old fool Danzo? Indeed, Konoha held no secrets from Black Zetsu. Speaking of the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals, had Black Zetsu also perused them? He needed to find an opportunity to extract that information. Good things should not be left unclaimed. No need. Naraku shook his head, feigning deep concentration on his studies while secretly enhancing the proficiency of these 2 techniques in the system shop. One who frequently walks by the riverbank will inevitably get their shoes wet. He intended to minimize his visits to Madara and Black Zetsu as much as possible, thereby reducing the risk of exposure. Black Zetsu was filled with confusion, thinking to itself, surely he does not believe he can master this at once? This is a high-difficulty special sealing technique. An ordinary person would require months or even years to grasp the fundamentals. Even Uchiha Naraku, with his exceptional talents, could not possibly be that extraordinary. Very well, just watch. Soon you will realize whether you can learn it. Black Zetsu silently scoffed at the overconfident youth while diligently searching for the necessary food to nourish Fu. 2 hours later, as it entered the room, it heard Naraku proclaiming that he had already learned the techniques and was ready to attempt them. Black Zetsu. In truth, the moment it had left, Naraku had already increased his proficiency and, in order to avoid appearing overly exaggerated, had waited for Black Zetsu's return to feign innocence about just learning and wanting to give it a try. Is it true? I had studied a bit of sealing techniques before, so these two are not difficult. Black Zetsu, what kind of monster is this? Even after Naraku successfully completed the two exceedingly complex sealing techniques on Fu, Black Zetsu remained in a state of shock. Once its mind rebooted, it noticed Naraku clutching his chest, frowning and coughing a few times, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This symptom bore an uncanny resemblance to the time when his bloodline disease had not yet been cured. Chapter 183. Has Hashirama's cell become sentient? It approached and inquired. What is the matter? Nothing. Naraku straightened up, sensing the rich metallic scent in his throat, stammering. I want to let Jin out. Hey. Before Black Zetsu could process this, Naraku's expression shifted, revealing the familiar smile of Jin. Spitting blood again. Truly pathetic. It watched as Jin nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth, seemingly quickly acclimating to the absence of pain, his breathing becoming considerably smoother, while simultaneously mocking his host personality. Has Hashirama's cell failed to cure your bloodline disease? It cured me. Naraku pointed at his heart, making a vague gesture, but it could not cure him. Black Zetsu's head was filled with question marks. What do you mean? Naraku's smile deepened as he elucidated. Lord Madara's potion might have encountered a slight issue. It is utterly ineffective for Uchiha Naraku. Black Zetsu was rendered speechless, even after living for over 1,000 years. It had never imagined that Hashirama's cells could be controlled solely by the secondary personality, while the host personality remained utterly incapable of utilizing them. Aren't you both inhabiting the same body? Could it be that Hashirama's cells have gained sentience? If not, why are they so flexible? Upon further reflection, Black Zetsu considered this to be a fortuitous turn of events. The Uchiha Naraku, who could not utilize Hashirama's cells, would be continuously tormented by the bloodline disease, ultimately incapable of maintaining control over the body for the long term, leaving Jin to survive instead. Originally, Black Zetsu had harbored concerns about Naraku living too long and causing trouble, but now, it seemed that fate itself was orchestrating the demise of Uchiha Naraku, ensuring Jin remained to carry out its tasks. While Black Zetsu contemplated this, it lost focus for a moment, allowing Jin to perform the two sealing techniques he had just learned. Fu immediately froze in place, and upon the release of the bindings, she cried out in pain. The instigator exclaimed in astonishment, "It really works." Black Zetsu. Jin, you little rascal, be gentle. What if you accidentally kill her? Having successfully returned to Konoha, Naraku encountered White Zetsu impersonating him, busily preparing a meal with movements indistinguishable from his own. If not for combat, few would be able to discern that this was not him at all. As anticipated, in the past couple of days, White Zetsu had substituted for him at home, minimizing contact with outsiders, which managed to maintain the ruse. Kakashi, who was most familiar with him, had just joined a new team, off and out from dawn till dusk, effectively avoiding home. Kanna, possessing the strongest perception abilities, was still away on a mission. Fugaku and Mikoto, the couple, were also only able to spend limited time with him each day, and without activating their Sharingan, they too failed to notice any discrepancies. Tsunade had also been preoccupied with matters these days and had not summoned him for a hospital checkup. Naraku thought, my luck is quite good. Allowing White Zetsu to take the actor impersonating him back, he resumed the unfinished tasks and continued to cook delightfully. After satisfying his hunger and lying on the bed, Naraku initially anticipated that the animation might update with Jin's activities, but to his surprise, the animators had instead released several more episodes depicting the minor wars between the Cloud and Sand villages. In the latest episode, the Cloud village had decided to cease hostilities, and after deliberation among the higher-ups, they planned to seek vengeance on the Rock village, sharpening their blades in preparation for a pretext to reignite war. There was not a single mention of Jin, nor was the significant event of the loss of the Jinchuriki from the Takigakure village disclosed to the audience. It seemed that all of this was intended to be revealed later. It was likely that the secrets would only be unveiled when Fu grew up to appear as a villain. Naraku mused, very well, you may hoard it. Who else could hoard like you? With the current tensions in the ninja world, explosive conflicts were rampant, and with the new teammates Kakashi had acquired, he was likely to head to the battlefield soon. There would be ample material for the animators to produce compelling narratives. Yet, Naraku found himself needing to remain in the Uchiha clan grounds for an extended period to recuperate, with his daily routine consisting primarily of soothing children while Jin remained in a semi-secluded state. Naraku sensed that he was about to embark on a lengthy period of living off past glories. However, this was of little consequence. Once the Third Great Ninja War erupted in full force, there would be plenty of opportunities to maneuver amidst the chaos. Days passed, and the conflict between the Uchiha and the Yamanaka remained dormant, rendering the ninja world relatively tranquil for the time being. The reformation of the Uchiha clan had reached its conclusion, ushering in a refreshing atmosphere across the village of Konoha. The police force was no longer exclusively comprised of Uchiha members. Several clans, including the Hyuga, Inazuka, and Yamanaka, had their personnel integrated into the 4 newly established teams, alongside a handful of civilian ninjas. Initially, the villagers believed that the unyielding Uchiha deserved to be replaced, convinced that others would undoubtedly perform better. However, the reality proved otherwise, as the new police officers displayed little more compassion or understanding than their predecessors. In the beginning, the newly inducted ninjas approached villagers with a degree of courtesy, hesitating to act decisively during incidents. Yet, as time passed, they became more assertive, apprehending and confronting troublemakers without hesitation. They soon realized that the role of the Konoha police was indeed a challenging one, having to manage everything from trivial domestic disputes to serious riots and arson. Strict adherence to regulations often led villagers to perceive punishments as excessively harsh, while leniency would diminish the authority of the police force, complicating future order maintenance. Caught in this dilemma for quite some time, they ultimately decided to adopt the Uchiha's no-nonsense approach, asserting that their methods were effective regardless of the criticisms they faced. Although this decision drew considerable backlash, it ensured that no one dared to challenge the law, thus maintaining public order. Witnessing others share in the scorn, the Uchiha felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the experience of having others taste their own medicine and affirming the wisdom of their clan leader. Those Uchiha who ventured into other departments thrived as well, contributing to a harmonious atmosphere overall. Now that the dust had settled, the animators finally deemed it appropriate to depict this segment, presenting the events to the audience over the course of 2.5 episodes. The episode commenced with the Uchiha clan meeting, where Fugaku's unwavering demeanor and strength elicited cheers from the audience, fervently wishing that the hawkish ancestor possessing him would remain for eternity. A firm hand was necessary to deal with those short-sighted individuals, preventing them from overstepping their bounds. Fugaku had truly risen to prominence. The Uchiha stood united against external threats, yet when it came to the distribution of internal interests, they would engage in fierce conflicts. This was simply human nature. Fortunately, with Fugaku wielding the Sharingan, he effectively dominated the discussions. His authoritative and tyrannical presence delighted the audience. And when Naruto activated his own Sharingan alongside him, their combined might created a synergy that left no room for dissent against the clan leader's authority. Naruto bore intricate sealing inscriptions adorning his body, suggesting significant constraints, yet these markings, enhanced by the animation's effects, granted him an unusual charm. Magnificent. My treasure. Given the number of seals, Tsunade must have applied at least 4 layers of them. Take it easy, my dear. If Tsunade finds out, she will surely scold you. Am I the only one who finds these inscriptions particularly alluring? I understand you, dear sister ahead of me. The beauty of struggle, ensnared by chains and cages. I can hardly imagine how striking Naruto will be as a youth, retaining this appearance. In the blink of an eye, the scene transitioned from the Uchiha clan meeting to a high-level conference in Konoha, where dozens of individuals capable of determining the village's fate convened to listen to Fugaku's presentation on the reformed system. Upon hearing Fugaku's terms, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Before his advisors could voice their objections, one by one, clan leaders expressed their agreement, and with Tsunade and Jiraiya's endorsement, the matter became virtually unstoppable. Haha. This is simply exhilarating. Tsunade's provocative gaze is utterly captivating. With Tsunade present, the loyalty of the Senju clan and the medical system were assured. What advantages did the Uchiha provide to the Shimura clan? Haha. The prospect of intermarriage is indeed enticing. The likelihood of hybrid offspring awakening the Sharingan is not low. Who wouldn't desire the first bloodline in the ninja world? Shimura. If everyone has it, but I do not, then I am finished. What a splendid arms race. The Uchiha are akin to advanced weaponry. The remainder of the content primarily illustrates the changes during Konoha's reformation from the perspectives of several lesser-known individuals, showcasing the village's bustling yet gradually flourishing state. With the significant reduction in personnel, many Uchiha who no longer wished to serve in the police voluntarily stepped down, pursuing various vocations they favored. The interrogation and intelligence departments regarded the Uchiha as invaluable assets. Their Sharingan Jinjutsu proved exceptionally effective for interrogation, and even when coercing confessions, the Uchiha appeared far more intimidating than they truly were. The Sealing Barrier Division discovered that the Uchiha excelled in such tasks, defying the rumors that they merely excelled at violence and madness. Schools welcomed several amiable Uchiha as teachers, comprising a diverse range of ages and backgrounds, further dispelling many children's preconceived notions. Though few Uchiha could access the hospital, there were still 3 or 5 who trained under seasoned medical ninjas, making rapid progress. In the ranks of Jounin and Chunin, Those who received new teammates found having an Uchiha was a tremendous boon. Not only were they powerful, but they also spoke little and charged headfirst into battle without hesitation. The connection between the Uchiha and the village deepened and strengthened, negating any possibility of exclusion. My goodness. The Uchiha even receive severance pay? I don't. Is it possible that the Uchiha in the interrogation department genuinely believed they could kill, rather than merely pretending? What a stereotype, haha. Indeed, living long enough allows one to witness everything. Even the Uchiha have taken to teaching in schools. Ninjas, in my youth, I failed to recognize the merit of the Uchiha, mistakenly valuing others as treasures. This should have been done long ago, otherwise, we wouldn't have had to endure this discomfort until now. Toward the end, the audience observed newly inducted police ninjas facing the same scorn from villagers. And after much internal conflict, they ultimately decided to emulate the Uchiha, eliciting hearty laughter. Haha, now it's your turn to experience the taste of reprimand. Haha. Hyuga, my Byakugan can see through disguises, yet it cannot perceive the hearts of the unscrupulous. Inuzuka, I can smell that it was you who stole it. Still denying it. Are you? Whack. Yamanaka, why am I being ignored? Melancholic. Akimichi, oh dear, I feel somewhat cheated. This task is far too difficult. Villagers, before you arrived, I was punished every day. Now, I am still punished? Have you come here for naught? It's hilarious that they thought others would be different from the Uchiha. Regardless of who shows up for work, they all carry the burdens of the job, laden with grievances. Chapter 184, Are You Possessed? In the next episode, as an additional condition for exchanging personnel across departments, the allowance for intermarriage began to manifest its influence. Previously, the Uchiha hardly engaged in interclan marriages, which deterred many ninja clans harboring affection for Uchiha members from pursuing any connections, leading to inevitable disappointments. Now, however, it was well known that the Uchiha had freedom in marriage. Everything was negotiable, and many hearts that had long been stirred began to blossom into fervent pursuits. Many particularly handsome or beautiful single Uchiha became highly sought after, receiving a flurry of love letters while strolling through the streets. Among these were both genuine affections and disingenuous intentions, intertwining truth and deception, leaving many Uchiha utterly bewildered and prompting them to collectively choose to reduce their outings, instead opting to stay home and vent to friends. As I gazed upon the chaotic scene that had unfolded over the past 5 to 6 minutes since the beginning of this episode, Naraku touched his handsome visage and felt a sense of regret for having spent so many days cooped up at home. Had he known, he would have ventured out more often. Perhaps he could have made an appearance in this episode and garnered some popularity. Speaking of which, who would be the fortunate individual to capture the attention of Uchiha? Uchiha Karen, being one of the few who graduated from the Ninja Academy without joining the police force, instead spent her days tirelessly executing missions with her comrades, was finally enjoying a rare day off at home. Early that morning, just after Karen had finished her morning routine, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, she found her teammate, Oil Girl Cho, standing rigidly at the entrance, his hands hidden within his oversized sleeves. Even through his sunglasses and high collar, it was evident how utterly flustered he was. What brings you here? He stammered. I came to. Enough with the hesitation. If you have something to say, spit it out. Several curious Uchiha peers peeked in, their eager gazes fixed upon the unfolding drama. The scene was dominated by Oil Girl Cho, standing alone in the center, surrounded by pairs of piercing red eyes that seemed to burn with intensity. Under the weight of their scrutinizing stares, Cho's heart raced, beads of sweat forming as he felt paralyzed, a hint of retreat creeping into his mind. His inner monologue, shamelessly exploited by a merciless animator, played out vividly. So many people. Shouldn't I spend more time preparing? Or at least find a place where we can be alone? Oh, a new character has appeared. Why is this Oil Girl such a stutterer? Goodness, could he possibly be here to confess his feelings? Hey, you lot. How can you intrude on a young person's confession? Count me in. Alas, a new beauty had just emerged, only to be snatched away by someone else. Crying. Suddenly, a flashback appeared on the screen. Last night, while sharing late-night snacks with another teammate, Nagato, they had exchanged a few words. And there was an unspoken implication that his family was pressuring him to pursue Uchiha. You know, Cho, my old man is getting anxious. He said this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But thinking it over, he might not be wrong. No, I can't let this drag on. The longer I wait, the more complicated it becomes. Who knows if Nagato might also have feelings for Karen? Oil Girl Cho abruptly snapped back to reality, resolute that he could no longer delay. Hey Karen, damn it, why am I stuttering now? Just say it already. Cho's anxiety, compounded by his overwhelming nervousness, rendered him nearly speechless, causing the Uchiha onlookers to share in his distress, their teeth gritted in frustration. Hurry up and speak, you useless fool. How can you expect to pursue Karen if you can't even confess your feelings? As Cho struggled to utter even a few words, Karen, initially growing impatient, reconsidered. She knew he was generally dependable and unlikely to have come merely to toy with her. Thus, she inquired, "Have you lost your mind?" That simple question struck Cho like a blow, leaving him on the verge of tears. "Fine. If I must, then I shall." Resolutely. He pulled out a bouquet of tulips hidden in his sleeve and presented it forward, shutting his eyes and boldly declaring, "Karen, I like you. Please go out with me. Ever since the first time I met you, I've liked you. I think you're incredibly wonderful. Please consider my request." With each word he spoke, the audience could see Karen's face redden, culminating in a bright flush that made her appear almost luminescent. "I, Oil Girl Cho, swear that in this lifetime." What are you saying?" Finally processing the situation, Karen screamed, her mind blank, even forgetting to cover her mouth as she hurriedly pulled this unfiltered declaration into her home. She slammed the door behind them, shielding them from the curious, teasing gazes of their kin. Is this reasonable? How can the others not even handle a bug master? They're all useless, pointing and gesturing. This is hilarious. The iron-willed girl thinks her teammate has lost his mind. Uchiha good, full of spirit. Ha ha. The elder sister's face is visibly flushed. The first one to confess to an Uchiha is actually Oil Girl. Truly shattering stereotypes. How brave. Dude. You just made an Uchiha girl blush. The florist has a keen eye. Tulips symbolize clumsy yet sincere confessions, and it fits perfectly. I think this pair has potential. No. I disagree. Jealous. Inside the house, Oil Girl Cho, clutching the bouquet, felt his heart racing. The courage he had mustered seemed to have evaporated with his declaration, leaving him utterly speechless. Just as he found himself at a loss, the sunglasses were suddenly removed, revealing the bright clarity of the scene before him, including the radiant Uchiha Karen bathed in morning light, rendering him momentarily entranced. "Look at me and say it again." Karen met his gaze earnestly, her expression serious in a way Cho had never witnessed before. Given the numerous individuals coveting the Uchiha lineage, she needed to ascertain the sincerity of his feelings. "Tell me, are you sincere? Or do you Oil Girls merely desire the Sharingan?" Those words, along with the mention of the Sharingan, pierced Cho's heart. No. He stepped forward in a panic, nearly colliding with Karen's nose, the bouquet of tulips trembling in his grasp. "I am not. Even if Karen is not an Uchiha and lacks the Sharingan, I still like you. Everything I said came from my heart. It has nothing to do with my family." Seeing Karen momentarily stunned, he feared the proud and sensitive Uchiha would doubt him. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision that even he deemed audacious. "If you would agree to marry me, I would gladly join your family." That declaration echoed between them, spilling out into the small courtyard, eliciting astonished reactions from neighbors lurking nearby, who marveled at the young man's audacity. "Keep it down, you fool." Karen struck Oil Girl Cho on the head, infuriated. "Do you want the entire Leaf Village to know?" Then, she shouted towards the courtyard wall, "And you lot, as an Uchiha, don't you feel ashamed for eavesdropping here?" The onlookers outside jumped in fright and hastily scattered away. "Ah, disperse, disperse. Little Karen is angry, haha. I gotta get out of here. Goodness. Is this what they call the love filter? Nonsense. Karen is simply beautiful." Oil Girl Cho, having removed his sunglasses, looked quite handsome. His green eyes were striking. "Dude, you are incredibly brave, so bold." Oil Girl's parents. "Did our son just go out this morning and get himself engaged?" "Bad news. Son eloped with someone." "Good news. It's with an Uchiha." Oil Girl's parents. "Well, that's fine then. Karen, keep it down. Is this the time for celebration?" "Ha ha. Everyone is so adorable. They remind me of the mischievous kids in my neighborhood who enjoy playing pranks." Once the neighbors had dispersed, Karen looked at the trembling Oil Girl Cho and couldn't help but burst into laughter, playfully patting his shoulder. "Ha ha ha. You really are quite foolish, aren't you? Ha ha." With such a smile, Yunzwa felt increasingly insecure, almost on the verge of tears, wishing to bury his head in his chest. Soon after, he noticed his hand was empty. Lifting his gaze, he saw that the bouquet had been taken by Huali, who waved it teasingly before him. "I'll accept the flowers for now," Huali said with a smile, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, leaving one to wonder if it was from her previous laughter or a newfound shyness. "Well then, Yunzwa's eyes sparkled with excitement, and in his eagerness, he began to stutter. "Humph." Huali turned and walked into the house, beckoning him to join her for breakfast, adding, "As for the matter of marrying into the family, it depends on your future performance." All right. Much like the audience, Nero had calculated every possible outcome, but never anticipated that Yunzwa would emerge victorious, becoming the first to successfully engage in a mutual pursuit with the Uchiha after the reform. The thought of Yunzwa and the Uchiha's child, should they inherit the ability to manipulate swarms and awaken the Sharingan, seemed quite impressive. Nero pondered, contemplating waiting until they married and had children, then attempting to use Izanagi-like techniques to enhance their awakening probability. It would undoubtedly be entertaining. The scene shifted to Huali and Zhua, now a couple, who unknowingly displayed their affection during missions, leaving Chong Tung Yi feeling sick from the dog food he was forced to consume, suddenly regretting his involvement. Why did I meddle and spur Yun Zhua to confess to Huali? In the end, I am the one suffering. He fumed. Damn it. On your wedding day, I will feast all by myself. I'll eat you both into poverty. The solitary dog lamented in his heart. Chong Tung, I admit I misjudged you. You truly are a good brother. He also realized he had misjudged Chong Tung, initially suspecting a dramatic love triangle. Zhua, you are not allowed to steal my wife. Yi, speechless. What a noble assist, my brother. I shall ensure a table just for you at the wedding. As events unfolded, Sarutobi Hizashi, seeing no way to halt the situation, decided to go with the flow, seeking to curry favor with various clans. Thus, the Sarutobi clan, unwilling to be outdone, allied with the Mito and Tenkai clans to join the pursuit of the Uchiha. However, their efforts bore little fruit. Any Uchiha member would rather avoid the Konoha F4, leading the younger generation to express dissatisfaction with their clan leaders' past actions. Sarutobi, if we cannot defeat them, we shall join them. It seemed unlikely any Uchiha would be fond of them. Only when the consequences fell upon them did they realize the pain of their actions. The Shimura clan lamented. We are wronged. During the Grand Assembly, Shimura was one of the families that firmly agreed. Stop crying. These are debts left by our ancestors, came the teasing reply. As the final moments of the last episode approached, it was finally time for the Uchiha who were to serve as guards for the Matsukata family to make their entrance. Even Matsukata Kiyoshi, who was not a ninja, could discern that compared to the ragtag band of rogue ninjas they had gathered, the Uchiha, hailing from well-established clans, exhibited a far superior discipline and prowess. His words were laced with tests, yet the Uchiha responsible for the handover, Kazahana, revealed no cracks in their facade. The distinction between a royal army and a motley crew was stark. Truth be told, the Uchiha with their awakened Sharingan stood as formidable warriors within the entire shinobi world. Goodness, 14 Uchiha? What kind of deal could Fugaku and Matsukata have struck? How could they part with such resources? It became evident that Nero had anticipated this. The unspoken understanding between two clever minds was palpable. If Matsukata were to advance further, what might become of the Uchiha? Such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. Your Majesty, the weather has turned chilly. Perhaps you should don an extra layer, suggested an Uchiha. Ah, my loyal minister, you truly have burdened me, Matsukata replied. Laughter ensued as they recalled the historical Chinxiao mutiny. As the latest episode concluded, Nero checked his popularity metrics, discovering that his gains had diminished compared to before, now only yielding a meager 10 to 20,000. Nonetheless, having any gain was better than none. He exited the website and scoured the forums. Various prominent figures were fervently debating the outcome between a Wagakure and Kumogakure, with the comments section rife with heated exchanges, broadly divided into factions supporting either side, each refusing to yield. The fanfiction section continued to flourish, providing him with a plethora of spiritual sustenance, leading him to stay up late into the night. Nero felt that his late-night indulgence could not solely be attributed to a lack of self-discipline, but rather the sheer brilliance of the fan content. Not only were there many new high-quality fanfictions, but the artists also emerged in droves, producing exquisitely crafted derivative works that were simply captivating. Especially notable was an artist named Lianyu, who enthusiastically fulfilled everyone's wishes by creating a high-definition illustration of Nero, now grown, adorned with sealing charms. The craftsmanship and brilliance of this piece led Nero to suspect that Lianyu might have taken up some form of artistic training recently, as such talent was rare to find. In the comments section below, netizens treated each other like family, flinging their criticisms freely, smearing Nero's face with playful banter. One girl even declared that despite her best efforts, she still misjudged the adult Nero, eliciting a flurry of responses affirming that not giving one's all was hardly a fault. Various trending memes made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain his composure, drawing him deeper into the fray. Chapter 185, Just You Alone. As summer approached, the weather grew increasingly hot and humid. Following a heavy rain, the air was thick with the faint scent of damp earth. Nero hurried towards the training grounds of Konoha, carrying a large square fabric bundle. Just last month, he had finally received Tsunade's permission to resume normal activities, though he was still barred from accepting missions, much like Kushina, who was also restricted from leaving the village. The two often assisted Mikoto in caring for children, and whenever they met, their conversations invariably turned to lamenting their dismal days, gradually forging a sibling-like bond. Kushina would affectionately refer to him as little brother, insisting he call her sister. Whenever Nero countered that he should be calling her aunt, he would quickly witness the fiery spectacle of her long red hair flying in indignation. Ultimately, he had to yield to her authoritative charm and obediently call her sister. Mikoto had her reservations about this, grumbling that their familial hierarchy had become so convoluted that she could hardly make sense of it. Kushina, however, remained unbothered, cheerfully comforting her, saying, "We can each define our own relationships. Why bother with the details? What matters is that we're happy." After all, sister certainly sounded far more youthful than aunt. Makoto retorted, "Is that polite?" Meanwhile, Watergate, blissfully unaware of the familial confusion caused by Kushina, busied himself training the 3 children in his class for upcoming missions. The tensions between Kumogakure and Iwagakure were escalating, making it uncertain when Konoha might be dragged into the fray. In such circumstances, manpower shortages were likely, and his class would probably be thrust onto the battlefield. Thus, he needed to ensure that his students developed the ability to protect themselves and survive the brutalities of war. This was also the purpose behind the 3rd Hokage's previous reorganization, aimed at collecting scattered warriors and swiftly integrating them into a combat-ready ninja force. Since joining Watergate's class, under the guidance of a kind and perceptive teacher, along with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin's pre-existing camaraderie, the atmosphere had been harmonious, allowing them to train and undertake missions without incident, each improving their skills. Kakashi had not neglected his swordsmanship, diligently honing his techniques while simultaneously mastering the new jutsu, Chidori, which had been classified as an A-rank ninjutsu. However, its excessive speed had made adjustments difficult during a sprint, leaving him with no immediate solutions but to use it sparingly. Obito, now possessing a single tomo, had significantly improved compared to the original timeline, matching Kakashi in combat more evenly, while his previously poor throwing accuracy had seen remarkable improvement. Watergate marveled at the formidable prowess of the Sharingan, pondering why the Uchiha clan now stood as the unassailable foremost bloodline family in Konoha. As the sole girl in the class, Rin had harbored a keen interest in medical ninjutsu during her time at the Ninja Academy. After graduation, she dedicated herself to this path, now adept at employing several relatively simple techniques, making her capable of performing emergency first aid with ease. Then there was Might Guy, not in the same class, yet Kakashi frequently encountered him at the training grounds, where he could be seen sprinting in various eccentric postures, urging his students, the Inuzuka clan, to train harder, leaving Ebisu and Nara Shikamaru far behind. Watergate maintained a friendly rapport with Inuzuka Kiba, occasionally arranging for students from both classes to engage in friendly competitions, either through one-on-one duels in the training arena or simulated battles in the nearby forest, employing a myriad of tactics to annihilate the opposing team. It was only during a formal bout that Kakashi discovered that Guy not only possessed the ability to unleash the dazzling White Fang technique for psychological attacks like his father, but also excelled in taijutsu. His strikes were ferocious and powerful, and his speed was astonishingly swift. Among his peers, only Obito, who had awakened to Sharingan, could vaguely perceive the trajectory of his moves. Regrettably, while Obito could see it, he was unable to defend against it, often finding himself on the receiving end during team battles, gritting his teeth in frustration, vowing to reclaim his honor next time. As noon approached, yet another intense simulated battle concluded, leaving the forest in disarray, littered with broken branches and uprooted trees. The ground bore the scars of their skirmishes, pockmarked and turned over, the earth still damp from the recent rain. The 6 youths, exhausted from their fierce exchanges, did not mind the mud as they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Rin, too fatigued to rise and attend to the others' injuries, merely inquired, "Is everyone all right?" "We're fine. No need to worry, Rin." Obito replied rapidly, then incoherently cursed, "Guy, you better watch out. This is the 15th time you've made that same threat," Nara Shikamaru quipped. "And each time, you failed to turn the tables." "Damn it," Obito exclaimed, nearly beside himself with anger. "All right." Might Guy, ever the enthusiastic mentor, gave a thumbs up, flashing a wide smile. "Bring it on. The indomitable spirit of youth is the most radiant glory. Save your energy. Aren't you all hungry?" Kakashi remarked, unable to contain his exasperation at these eccentric individuals, gazing vacantly at the white clouds above, silently anticipating lunch. A soft thud reached his ears, followed by a shadow falling over his face. Lying on the ground, tea good for your health. Naruto. Kakashi sprang up, turning around, his ninja blade clattering to the dirt. Before him stood Naruto, who had come to deliver lunch, preparing to set down a large bundle nearly half his height while winking at him with a smile. The sun shone brilliantly behind Naruto, illuminating him in a radiant glow. "You've worked hard, Kakashi," Naruto said, unwrapping the bundle while using a slow yet tantalizing tone to announce the dishes. "Today we have grilled fish, fried chicken nuggets, tamagoyaki, boiled pumpkin, and potato salad." Even Obito, who had just been sprawled on the ground, sprang to life, eagerly approaching, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of a share. "So much delicious food. Kakashi, can you even manage to eat all of it?" Let me sample it for you. Do you even hear yourself? Kakashi shot Obito a disapproving glance. The portion was clearly too large for just him. It was evident that considerable effort had gone into preparing it, likely starting from the moment breakfast was finished. Kakashi regretted mentioning today's training schedule to Naruto. The others began to rise, their eyes gleaming with hunger as they gazed at the bento, yet felt a bit shy to ask Naruto for a share since they weren't particularly close. I made plenty. Everyone gets a share, Naruto said as he laid out a picnic cloth from the bundle, allowing everyone to sit comfortably on the ground. He arranged the lunchboxes in a row, opening the lids to reveal the delectable offerings, and distributed small containers of rice. Then, he produced 8 pairs of chopsticks, swiftly removing 6 pairs in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Naruto. This is truly youthful, they exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. I will eat with a heart full of appreciation. Well then, I shan't hold back. Thank you. Several boys began devouring their food ravenously, engaging in a light-hearted chopstick duel. Naruto, thank you for preparing our lunch, Rin said, unable to suppress her own hunger after expressing her thanks. Taking a pair of chopsticks from Obito's hands to savor a piece of fried chicken. No need to be polite, Naruto glanced around and asked, where are Watergate-senpai and Inuzuka-san? Just then, Watergate appeared with a beaming smile. Do I get some too? I can tell just by the aroma that it must be delicious. Inuzuka Kiba rubbed his hands together, finding Naruto increasingly likable. Not only had he saved his daughter, but his gentle, caring nature was exceedingly rare. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be to marry his daughter off to someone like him. Kiba, lost in thought, wasted no time as he grabbed his chopsticks and began feasting. For a moment, the only sounds that filled the air were those of chewing and swallowing. Kakashi opened his portion of rice, discovering beneath it glistening pieces of braised pork, the juices soaking into the grains. He discreetly observed the others, including Rin, who found her rice was merely rice, devoid of any hidden meat. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who sat right next to him, and caught a glimpse of a slightly guilty expression on his face, his finger raised to his lips. Don't tell the others, okay? Understood, Kakashi smirked, tilting his lunchbox slightly to shield it from prying eyes, relishing the fragrant braised pork mixed with rice, feeling quite content with this life. Chapter 186. I don't find it difficult at all. Once everyone was well fed and found comfortable spots to rest, Naruto utilized their bodies as teaching aids, explaining to Rin the critical points to note in complex medical ninjutsu. As a genius capable of mastering celestial techniques in just a month, his level was more than sufficient for guiding others. As for why he went through this trouble, if he didn't expedite the hands-on teaching, what chance would they have on the battlefield? What if Kakashi were injured and Rin couldn't save him? He couldn't just fly to Kakashi's side, could he? Thus, since he was permitted to roam freely in the village, Naruto had taken to visiting Kakashi and the others during their training sessions to deliver food and water, simultaneously seeking to discuss medical ninjutsu knowledge with Rin. To this day, Rin's proficiency could be largely attributed to his efforts. However, there were drawbacks. Initially, Obito had suspected Naruto harbored feelings for Rin, watching him with a tense vigilance, frequently interrupting, fearful that he might inadvertently steal his goddess away. Eventually, after Naruto repeatedly assured him that his intentions were purely platonic, Obito reluctantly eased his guard, observing a few more times until he was convinced of Naruto's sincerity and finally relaxed. At this moment, just as he began to treat Nara Shikamaru's injuries and exchanged a few words with Rin, Naruto felt that all too familiar, pricking gaze upon him once more. He didn't need to guess. It was undoubtedly Obito, succumbing to jealousy once again. Ah, love makes one blind, he mused. No, it wasn't quite love. It was merely a rather blatant infatuation. With a few inward grumbles about the jealous little imp, Naraku tightened his grip on the delicate arm of Shiranui Jinkan, meticulously demonstrating the crucial points of the medical ninjutsu for Rin, while feigning a casual adjustment of distance. Surely this would quell the storm, dear father. However, the scrutiny from behind intensified, his spine feeling as though it might be seared through with 2 fiery holes. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Naraku turned around, only to find that Obito was not focused on him but was instead engaged in an impassioned conversation with Guy, likely triggered by something the youth had said. Is that not Obito? He surveyed the surroundings repeatedly, failing to identify anything amiss. Obito and Guy were embroiled in a chaotic exchange. One was brandishing his fists in a vow of vengeance, while the other displayed a toothy grin, jovially discussing youth. After being healed, Ebisu had been lying inert, donned in sunglasses, his gaze seemingly incapable of piercing through the air. Kakashi, on the other hand, sat beneath a tree with his head bowed, repeatedly polishing his long blade as though seeking solace from his anxiety. Odd. It couldn't possibly be that Black Zetsu, could it? What is it, Naraku-kun? Rin noted his sudden pause and turned to observe the individuals behind them. Nothing really. Naraku's gaze returned hesitantly, suppressing his suspicions, and resumed elucidating the segment that had been interrupted earlier. Once he finished treating everyone, Rin gazed at the 2 newly filled pages in her notebook, reminiscing about the tactile sensations from the practical exercises, feeling quite accomplished and more confident in her ability to assist Obito and Kakashi in the future. She tucked the notebook into her satchel and, bending down, joined Naraku in wrapping the neatly organized bento boxes with a cloth. "Thank you so much for teaching me so much, Naraku-kun." "No need for thanks." Naraku responded gently, his hands deftly tying a beautiful butterfly knot. Such a remarkable and gentle Naraku-kun. Fate seems rather unkind to him. Rin pressed her lips together, feeling a pang of empathy. After spending so much time together, she could vaguely surmise why Naraku had taken the initiative to teach medical ninjutsu, as the Uchiha genius's affliction with the bloodline disease was no secret within Konoha. Naraku must be particularly worried about Kakashi. If Kakashi were to be injured or fall ill in the future, and he were no longer around at the very least, I, as his teammate, could lend a hand. A heavy yet sacred sense of duty settled upon her shoulders, and Rin clenched her fists, silently vowing to protect Kakashi at all costs. Minato and Inuzuka Kiba had already conspired to declare an afternoon off, and now that they had eaten and healed, they promptly announced the dissolution of their gathering. Kakashi, before Naraku, hoisted the bundle onto his shoulder with the scabbard, urging him to hurry home and rest. After a refreshing nap, Naraku rose punctually from his bed and, as promised, called Kakashi to accompany him to the hospital to look after Shomo. Upon opening the door to the single patient room, Kakashi was taken aback by the vast and intricate array of sealing scripts that filled the entire room, instinctively casting a questioning glance at Naraku. "This is a special seal, the Senjutsu Rebirth Reincarnation Array." Naraku, however, was uncharacteristically focused elsewhere. Stepping inside and reaching out to trace the symbols he had painstakingly carved into the wall, feeling the subtle, yet nearly imperceptible flow of energy within, continuous and stable. It inexplicably brought a sense of reassurance. It could sense even the faintest natural energy, converging at the focal point of the array, which was, of course, his master. Following the trajectory of the script's radiance, Kakashi discovered that each chain of incantations converged upon the bed where his father lay. It served to safeguard both his body and spirit from deterioration over time. "In truth, I am uncertain how effective this will be." As he spoke, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, his arm losing its strength, allowing his fingertips to brush over each character before dropping to his side once more. "Perhaps it might, to rouse my master from slumber." Before he could finish his thought, Kakashi had pulled him into an embrace, encircling his back with a grip so strong that the fabric of his clothing crumpled under the pressure. "Kakashi, you fool." Even without understanding medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, or natural energy, Kakashi could discern the overwhelming number of intricate scripts and grasp the immense effort Naraku had invested over the past months. While he busied himself training with comrades, returning home late, and postponing visits to his father, how had Naraku managed to complete this sealing technique on his own? How many books had he read? How much hardship had he endured? How many trials had he faced to achieve this? He tightened his embrace, murmuring, "Don't always push yourself so hard. It's all right, Kakashi." Naraku gently patted his back, soothingly saying, "Tsunade-sensei and Orochimaru-sama have assisted me greatly. I am not struggling at all. Don't lie to me. The child has grown up. It is no longer easy to deceive him." Naraku helplessly realized that his credibility in Kakashi's eyes had likely plummeted into the negatives, utterly bankrupt. Even if he truly had nothing wrong, Kakashi would probably remain skeptical. Can't there be a little more trust and a little less doubt among people? Naraku thought irritably, while outwardly he had to obediently promise that he would no longer act recklessly. Chapter 187. Seeking the Blessing of the Gods. After the nursing session, there was still some time left. Naraku had to visit Orochimaru's research facility to verify data, so he left Kakashi behind to accompany Shomo. He navigated through the labyrinthine corridors of the facility until he found his laboratory, donned a slightly oversized white lab coat, and retrieved the samples taken from Shomo. Part of the samples was placed under the microscope for observation, while another portion was immersed in a solution. After allowing it to sit for a while, he turned to pick up the notebook resting on the table and opened a new page. As he meticulously recorded line after line of data, completing all the intricate procedures, a hoarse and somber male voice suddenly broke the silence behind him. "I presume you have visited the hospital, Naraku-kun?" Naraku had long been aware of his presence and calmly turned to face the man leaning against the door, respectfully bowing. "Lord Orochimaru. So, how is the Senjutsu Rebirth Reincarnation Array functioning? I am quite eager to hear about this unprecedented endeavor." Orochimaru approached slowly, his gaze towards Naraku tinged with a hint of curiosity, yet overall restrained. lacking the manic enthusiasm of the scientist he would become years later. The array is operating smoothly. Naraku handed over the notebook while explaining the specifics. The energy is quite weak, but thus far, it remains very stable. As you predicted, my master's cellular vitality has not further declined. Perhaps with a little more time, we may observe an increase in the data. Or perhaps, it may prove to be of no significant value, merely a failed attempt. Naraku murmured with a hint of despondency, yet was met with Orochimaru's comforting response. There is no need for such pessimism. The fact that the values have not decreased is already a miracle. Science is built upon a foundation of failures, step by step. If this method proves ineffective, we shall simply try another. There will surely be a day of success. Observing the boy's expression brightened slightly, Orochimaru then focused on the experimental records in his hands, each data point meticulously detailed and precise, reflecting a rigorous approach. He could not help but marvel. Naraku was indeed a promising candidate for research, and one failure should not deter him from persevering. When Naraku had first come to the research facility seeking assistance, the talent he displayed in their discussions had truly been astonishing, though his initial designs had been overly fantastical and lacked feasibility. Utilizing a sealing technique array to gather natural energy and channel it into the unconscious form of Shuo Mao presents not only a tremendous risk, where even the slightest deviation could result in fatal consequences, but also raises the question of whether an individual in a vegetative state could truly retain such energy. Moreover, the knowledge required encompasses an extensive and intricate system, including medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and sensitivity to natural energy, each of which demands meticulous attention, rendering the task utterly impossible. Given that the Uchiha clan is currently his most significant benefactor and out of a burgeoning affection for Naraku, Orochimaru graciously provided some potentially useful insights and allocated a laboratory for his use. However, over the course of the following month, Naraku seldom visited, leading Orochimaru to believe that the latter had realized the futility of his endeavors and had thus abandoned this path, prompting no further inquiries. It was not until one fateful day that he was urgently summoned to the hospital by Tsunade, only to find Naraku seated in her office, coughing up blood, his body in tatters, and one of his hands transformed into a rigid, ashen limb. Tsunade beckoned him to assist quickly, all the while berating Jiraiya, who was standing in the corner as punishment. Is natural energy something anyone can tamper with? You claim you weren't taught? Nonsense. You old fool. Not a single word of truth escapes your lips. Just from reading a couple of lines, he has managed to reduce himself to this state? Speak honestly. Jiraiya endured her scathing tirade, feeling as if he might weep before his beloved. Who could have anticipated that someone could possess such innate talent? Grasping the ability to sense and absorb natural energy with mere theoretical knowledge, it was truly unjust. Naraku attempted several times to interject on Jiraiya's behalf, but was either interrupted by his teacher's impassioned reprimands or obstructed by Orochimaru, who relished the unfolding drama, leaving him struggling to find a moment to speak. Teacher, this is not Jiraiya-sama's fault. It is entirely my own doing. Yet before he could finish, he received a glancing blow from Tsunade, who struck him with a measure of her strength, causing a painful bump to form on his head, and he dared not use medical ninjutsu to alleviate it. Enduring the pain in silence. You little rascal. I said he didn't blame you, did I not? Have you grown wings? Do you dare to attempt this without guidance? If there is a next time, prepare to become mere mud. I will not concern myself with you. After much exertion, Tsunade finally restored Naraku's left hand to normalcy, ordering both him and Jiraiya to reflect in her office for an hour before they could leave, then stormed out in a huff. Jiraiya-sama, I am sorry for the misunderstanding. Naraku apologized, his pallor resembling that of parchment due to his blood loss, yet he remained determined to clear Jiraiya's name. Rest assured, I will ensure the teacher understands. Don't take it too much to heart. Tsunade can be a bit hasty, Jiraiya chuckled, his laughter lightening the atmosphere as he ruffled Naraku's hair until the troubled boy finally looked up at him. She simply cares for you deeply. I can understand that. Yes. It is my fault for causing her concern, Naraku replied, lowering his gaze and nervously fiddling with the hem of his clothing. Orochimaru, intrigued by the sealing array, inquired. It seems you have begun your attempts. Do you have any documentation? Indeed, aside from some drafts at home, everything is here. Naraku produced a notebook from his pocket, filled with experimental logs and relevant data. As Orochimaru perused the pages, he expressed genuine admiration for Naraku's intellect and perseverance, marveling at how he had fashioned the rudimentary form of the sealing array in such a brief span of time, successfully interacting with natural energy. Nevertheless, the risks were indeed substantial. Having only just commenced experiments with animals, slight discrepancies in the incantations had led to energy backlash that nearly harmed him. Fortunately, the situation was not grave, and he could be saved. though Jiraiya had only a rudimentary understanding of medical experiments. He grasped Naraku's undertaking well enough to thump the boy's tender shoulder with a hearty pat, raising his thumb in affirmation. Fear not. With me, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. As your protector, such incidents will not occur again. Naraku paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing Jiraiya's implication. Hesitantly, he asked, would that not trouble you too much? Surely. You are quite busy. Ahem. Jiraiya cleared his throat, his bravado faltering slightly. Shuan Mao is my friend. After all, it is my duty to lend my strength. He turned to Orochimaru, seeking validation. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded, glancing at the notebook in his hand with a smile. I am genuinely intrigued. To this day, Orochimaru had witnessed the gradual perfection of the Senjutsu rebirth array by Naraku. Its stable and continuous effect on Shuan Mao a testament to the boy's indefatigable spirit and dedication. The remainder could only be left to the divine, hoping for benevolent blessings from above. Chapter 188, Wild Grass. To outsiders, this sealing array represented the culmination of months of Naraku's relentless toil, a miracle born from the unwavering resolve of a fleeting Uchiha genius who would never yield. In truth, while Naraku certainly faced struggles, they were not as arduous as they might imagine. Whenever confronted with an insurmountable obstacle, he would expend his life force to utilize a variant of Izanagi, wishing to transcend the current challenge. Thus, he surged ahead, his research progressing at an extraordinary pace, compressing nearly a decade's worth of theoretical work into a mere 3 months, culminating in the completion of this seemingly impossible array. Very well, Orochimaru said, placing the notebook down as he stepped toward the exit, glancing back at Naraku. As we agreed, once the sealing technique is completed, you are to assist me here. Naraku bowed in acknowledgement. Yes. Working in Orochimaru's laboratory held its merits. Once the Third Great Ninja War commenced, Orochimaru would undoubtedly be dispatched to the front lines. While it was likely that Fugaku would retain Naraku to guard the home front, thereby assigning a portion of the experiments to him for continuation. All he needed was to seize a few opportunities, increase the odds, and he could legitimately develop some extraordinary skills within the laboratory. To the eyes of the animators, these jutsu were merely research outcomes, attributing Naraku's achievements to sheer luck and talent, never suspecting anything amiss. Having tidied up, Naraku shed his lab coat and exited the research base, seeking out Kakashi to share dinner with Mikoto, even engaging in playful banter with Itachi, who was tentatively beginning to speak, not quite sure if he was calling for Mama or Papa. After returning home, washing up, and lying in bed, Naraku deemed the bustling day finally at an end. As he yawned and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep, a series of notifications resonated in his mind, indicating that the animator had released new updates. Very well, I shall watch them before sleeping. Opening the animation website, he navigated to the directory, discovering that the animator had released several episodes in one go. To phrase it more accurately, it was as if Naraku had been transported by the system directly to the present moment of the latest episode of the Naruto anime. Following the previous progression, it was evident that the animator had primarily focused on Minato and Kakashi, implying that only upon their encounters or changes in their circumstances would Naraku receive any screen time. After all, while Kakashi was embarking on the path of the protagonist's growth, Naraku had been primarily focused on recuperation. Following the resolution of the Uchiha reform incident, the next episode commenced directly at the graduation ceremony, devoting roughly half an episode to showcasing Obito's experience at the ceremony, including his wait at the school gates for Kakashi and Naraku. He truly resembled a child eagerly awaiting his parents to witness him receive an award, eliciting laughter from Naraku. The Tsundere attributes of Uchiha Obito have fully awakened. How splendidly Tsundere. Is Uncle Obito really practicing his stance? Who is he trying to outdo, my goodness? This is the essence of youthful ninja spirit. Obito has finally shed the title of the underachiever and has become an exemplary student. With the awakening of his Sharingan, it is impossible for him to still be at the bottom of the class. Do you understand the immense value of the Uchiha Sharingan? Has Naraku fallen asleep while listening? Kakashi doesn't he even dare to move? He has smitten. It turns out that even a good boy like Naraku doesn't he appreciate lengthy monologues. In that case, I believe it's quite understandable for me to doze off during the school's faculty meeting. Why should the teacher penalize me for writing a reflection? Wait. You wouldn't happen to be the legendary figure from my school who stood on the podium and slept through the entire session, receiving the attention of all the faculty and students for over 2 hours, would you? My goodness, truly a remarkable person. As the ceremony concluded, the graduates returned to their classrooms, eagerly awaiting the homeroom teacher to announce the class assignments. Upon hearing that he and Rin would be in the same class, Obito joyfully grabbed his companions and dashed off, only to be stunned upon discovering that his teammate was Kakashi. Minato appeared before the trio with the Flying Thunder God technique, explaining the school's arrangements. and then pulled out two familiar bells from his pocket. The current episode concluded, and the bell-snatching battle was set to officially commence in the next installment. After an entire afternoon filled with chaotic skirmishes, the three youths collapsed in various positions on the ground, unable to rise, having not even grazed a single corner of the teacher's clothing. However, their remarkable perseverance, along with the gradually developing camaraderie, left Minato feeling quite satisfied, especially Kakashi. Minato had anticipated that due to his lack of a fixed partner and the numerous upheavals he had endured, he would act more independently. Yet he quickly adapted to Obito and Rin's rhythm. I had underestimated Kakashi. He has always been a clever and considerate child. Minato silently reflected on himself. Yet his smile grew ever brighter. It was worthwhile for him to request to be assigned as the guiding jonin for this small team, ensuring the nurturing of his charges. With a little training, even a rough stone can be polished into a precious gem. I had an inkling when Obito and Rin's teammates had yet to make an appearance. Kakashi, are you still dissatisfied? So from now on, will Kakashi no longer be able to partner with Naraku? I thought they would always be together. Alas, why has Kanai been separated again? There's no helping it. Naraku is currently unwell and cannot undertake missions with Kakashi. A long-standing tradition of the bell-snatching contest. The Flying Thunder God technique is exceedingly overpowered. One can't even touch their clothes. I'm in tears. Kakashi is truly a remarkable person. Minato is also wonderful. In all of Konoha, only he and Kushina treat Kakashi so well. Let us add Jiraiya to that list as well. By the time the first day of training concluded, the sun had set, and the night gradually unfurled its cloak. A few scattered stars twinkled in the sky, bidding farewell to the returning youths. Kakashi, dragging his weary body back to his residence, opened the door to be greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of dinner. Seeing Naraku still bustling in the kitchen, his fatigued eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. The light reflected in his dark eyes transformed into a warm glow, flickering and burning deep within. I'm home. Welcome back, Kakashi. Kakashi casually placed his beloved ninja blade at the entrance. As he removed his shoes and washed his hands, he was pushed toward the bathroom by Naraku, who insisted he couldn't eat until he had bathed. Seizing the brief moment while Kakashi was cleaning himself, Naraku retrieved the blade from the entrance and meticulously wiped it down with a clean towel, placing it properly on the rack alongside the pristine new blade. Wait a minute. Isn't this the way to the Hitaki residence? How did Kakashi end up in Uchiha territory? No way. Oh my goodness. Kakashi and Naraku are living in the Uchiha clan? Are they? Rounded up, they're practically married. To be honest, I seem to have witnessed a husband returning home from work to a diligent and caring wife. You are not alone, my friend. A decade-long couple with unwavering confidence. Is this right? This feels wrong. Actually, it makes sense. Given Naraku's condition, Mikoto would definitely have to keep a close eye on him. So Kakashi had to come over. It's logically sound, but the déjà vu is overwhelming. Facepalm. It's over. Naraku is just too much of a devoted wife, destined to be in a position of support for a lifetime. Blissfully unaware, the devoted wife trope is quite delightful. You know, each side has its reasoning, but alas. That is Naraku's ninja blade. With the blades placed together, let us see who dares to shake the status of our Kakashi-Naraku pairing. This episode concluded with a heartwarming scene of the two youths sharing dinner. As the ending theme began to play, the audience was still reeling from the immense impact, eagerly devouring the delightful treats shared by the animators. It felt like a dream. This sweetness is enough to choke one's throat. Our Kakashi-Naraku couple has indulged a bit too much in this episode. I'm quite concerned. Concerned about what? Feast. Carpe diem. The theme is all about seizing the moment. The comments flooded in, and Naraku felt that his image as a strong yet tragic character seemed to have veered off course in the audience's hearts. He touched his slightly warm face, pondering that it was all the fault of that animator who had cut in such random clips and used such strange filters. However, it's all right. As long as there's an opportunity in the future, he can still redeem his striking persona. Continuing onward. After a lengthy episode and a half of adjustment, the youths in Minato's class began to bond increasingly well, finally resembling a team, with many tactics executed in harmonious coordination. In the latter half of the second episode, Minato took them on a D-rank mission for evaluation, which they completed satisfactorily. Yet, he could sense that Kakashi seemed somewhat distracted. Although it did not affect the mission, Minato felt it necessary to have a discussion. After announcing the dismissal, Obito and Rin departed, leaving Kakashi aware that he could not hide from Minato and thus decided to explain himself. I was just reminded of similar missions I undertook with Naraku in the past. I'm sorry, Minato-sensei. I will adjust promptly. Kakashi lowered his head, staring at the green grass at his feet. This grass had fallen into an unfortunate spot, wedged between two stones, yet despite this, it stubbornly took root and sprouted, yearning to survive. Now it swayed in the wind, its green leaves welcoming the spring that belongs to all living beings. Will Naraku, too, thrive like it? Minato said nothing more, offering a comforting pat on Kakashi's shoulder. Unfinished bridges, incomplete roads, uncatchable cats, unkillable wild boars, an essential toolkit for novice genin. Kakashi seems to be lost in thought. It turns out he is missing Naraku. Indeed, they haven't fought side by side in a long time. How heartbreaking. Kakashi has already realized that Naraku's time is running short. Unless a miracle occurs. Spring is, after all, a miracle of life. The resilience of wild grass is beyond imagination. I hope Naraku can also blossom vibrantly like the wild grass. Naraku sighed deeply. From the moment Jin appeared, he knew there was no turning back. However, gazing at Kakashi's slightly sorrowful brows on the screen, Naraku softly murmured, I shall endeavor to spend as much time with you as possible, Kakashi. Chapter 189, Forgiveness. Subsequently, we were treated to 2 episodes dedicated to the Minato team, showcasing the animator's fondness for these 2 generations of protagonists. Fortunately, as training and missions increased, there was little of visual interest, and the animators hastened the pace, swiftly advancing the narrative to the impending summer. Upon witnessing Kakashi's familiar attire on screen, Naraku realized that this segment depicted events that had transpired earlier that day. The screen gradually unveiled the entirety of that combat drill. Initially, the Minato team and Inuzuka's Paws team engaged in tactical ambushes and covert assassinations. But as the situation grew increasingly chaotic, a brawl ensued. Tactical finesse became irrelevant, yielding to sheer brute strength, resulting in mutual devastation. Although during the fray, everyone refrained from targeting vital areas, weapons remained sheathed, and even Kakashi secured his blade firmly in its scabbard. By the end, all emerged battered and bruised. Only Rin, as the invaluable medical ninja, was shielded by Obito and Kakashi, sustaining lighter injuries, while the others lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. The confrontation was indeed thrilling. Guy exclaimed, truly, my lifelong rival. Kakashi was undeniably formidable. The scene was reminiscent of Dai and Shoma in combat, the son representing the father in a match they never had the chance to complete. Kakashi declared, I have one final move. Please, let my father take over. Shoma retorted, you little brat. I'm not dead yet. Ebisu chimed in. I told you, in team battles, eliminate the healer first. Nara Shikaku added, finish him off. Finish him off. Obito angrily proclaimed, dare to harm Rin? You must be lovesick. Truly, the ninja world is rife with dense forests, otherwise. How could there be so many trees for ninjas to wreak havoc upon? There was an invigorating sense of youth. If they were not training to kill, it would resemble a quintessential sports anime. Indeed, were it a time of peace, such fervor would likely manifest only in a basketball match. Obito, undeterred, hurled threats at Guy, each time reminded of his inability to defend or retaliate, his frustration simmering like a boiling pot. Coupled with Shikaku and Ebisu's teasing remarks, he was nearly driven to rage. Kakashi thought, for the umpteenth time, that among the 2 teams, only he and Rin could be deemed normal. He understood Obito's sentiment. It was indeed a hair's breadth from disaster. Shikaku even counted down for Obito, prompting tears of laughter. Ha ha ha, Ebisu was delightfully sardonic. Seeing everyone so animated brought Kakashi solace. Lost in thought, gazing at the drifting clouds, Kakashi suddenly felt a shadow pass over him. Rising, he turned to find Naraku standing there, winking at him. The midday sun bathed Naraku's head and shoulders in radiant light, as if he were adorned with a golden halo, his hair shimmering with brilliant hues. His outline was etched vividly in Kakashi's memory, akin to the reflection of a sunset upon a lake, rippling gently in the breeze, distorting the light into a myriad of fragments. This moment transported Kakashi back to that fateful riverside, the instant he rescued Naraku. Yet now, it was Naraku standing in the light, while Kakashi sat. It was time for our beloved Naraku to shine. Finally, the moment arrived. And I'm glad I didn't give up. How beautiful. What are you staring at? Capture the moment. A scene reminiscent of a classic. Kakashi and Naraku truly embody a fated pairing. Listening to Naraku list the dishes, Obito's mouth nearly watered, and the Inuzuka team was equally eager. The audience could distinctly hear their throats gulping in anticipation. Once the bento boxes were neatly arranged, Obito was the first to sit down, braving Kakashi's piercing gaze, while the others gathered around, expressing their thanks and settling in for a feast that soon descended into a battle for food. Ultimately, even Minato and Inuzuka managed to procure their chopsticks, sitting in a circle with the students, indulging heartily. Obito challenged, do you understand what you're eating? Move aside. Why do I sense Kakashi is not particularly pleased? Is it merely an illusion? Naraku is truly an angel. Honestly, if Naraku weren't a boy, I would want to marry him and bring him home. Preposterous. Can't a boy be treated as a spouse? Minato had been ready nearby, awaiting Naraku's call. Inazuka's aunt. Why are you both taking and eating? Is this how you repay kindness? Alas, this situation has inadvertently presented Kakashi with a formidable rival. Not just one, but should several more meals be delivered, the young men of Inazuka would surely join the fray. Just as the audience fretted over Kakashi's future standing, he unearthed numerous pieces of braised pork from his rice, glancing around to find others with only plain rice. It seemed he alone was blessed. Naraku subtly gestured for him to keep it quiet, then shyly lowered his head. Kakashi's eyes crinkled with a soft smile, savoring the meat while surrounded by a haze of blissful pink bubbles. Oh my, Naraku secretly provided Kakashi with an extra serving. The sight of that luscious color was utterly tantalizing, especially in the evening. Others were incidental. Kakashi was the true love. Naraku, do indulge him. This has turned Kakashi into a spoiled darling. Their unspoken gaze was sweet beyond measure. Kakashi and Naraku, the best pair. None could rival them. My heart melts at their adorableness. After everyone had eaten their fill, Naraku tended to the others while explaining the essentials of each medical ninjutsu to Rin. Through Rin's heartfelt reflections and memories, the audience learned that her advancements in ninjutsu were largely due to Naraku's meticulous and selfless instruction. When the two leading jonin finally declared the session over, the episode concluded on a poignant note. Naraku, a captivating being of ethereal charm. Even if Obito successfully captured Rin's heart, he would still play second fiddle to Naraku. Naraku had already secured a medical ninja for Kakashi in the event of his demise. He had contemplated so much for Kakashi, yet neglected his own needs. I sincerely hope for a miracle. As the next episode commenced, Naraku and Kakashi arrived at the hospital. Upon opening the ward door, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he beheld something profoundly shocking. The animators focused the camera on the floor, walls, windows, and ceiling. Each surface was densely inscribed with tadpole-like black characters, numbering in the thousands, layered upon one another, forming intricate chains. Finally, a wide-angle shot revealed an elaborate array of seals sprawling across the entire room, with Shoma resembling a predator at the center of a web, patiently awaiting nourishment. The audience learned from Naraku that this was an experiment he had undertaken. It might prove useful, or perhaps not, but it certainly would not be his last attempt. As long as Shoma remained unconscious, he would never relent, persisting until the end of his days. Kakashi was moved by Naraku's steadfast determination, yet felt a pang of sorrow for the effort he had expended. The scene flashed back multiple times, revealing that over the past few months, each time Kakashi returned home, he found Naraku engrossed in various hefty tomes, bookmarks laden with notes affixed to the pages. At that moment, Kakashi was at a loss for words to convey his feelings to Naraku, simply embracing him tighter. Their black and white strands of hair intertwined, symbolizing their inextricable fate. What have I just witnessed? In a desperate bid to rescue Tsukumo, Naraku ingeniously devised a sealing technique capable of autonomously gathering natural energy. What differentiates this from the creation of a hand-rolled nuclear bomb? I have always believed I possessed a profound understanding of Naraku's genius, yet it appears my perceptions were rather conservative. However, as the saying goes, deep emotions lead to short lives, and extreme wisdom often brings harm. Naraku embodies both. Let us cast aside the prior matter. Screaming. I'm overwhelmed with joy. Confess your feelings, will you, dear child? Kakashi, splendid work. You must steadfastly hold on to Naraku. I hereby declare this a union of marital vows. Thank you. I concur. When Naraku once again professed that he was not struggling, the animator pierced through his facade. He immersed himself in relentless research, tirelessly creating a prototype of the sealing technique from scratch. He proactively sought assistance from Orochimaru. Despite the latter deeming the endeavor impossible, Naraku refused to abandon hope. After countless deductions and calculations, he finally crafted the initial version of the sealing array. Yet, during animal trials, he suffered a backlash, losing half of his hand to earth and stone. Only through the combined efforts of Tsunade and Orochimaru was he saved. In the presence of friends and family, he appeared unfazed. Yet within the confines of the laboratory, his almost mad obsession became apparent as he relentlessly sought improvement, time and again. It was only when the array finally functioned, feeling the energy flowing through the symbols like a gentle stream, that his furrowed brow relaxed, and he sank to the ground in tranquil repose, leaning against the wall, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. A genius teetering on the brink of madness, how delightful. Even Orochimaru deemed it hopeless, yet my dear Naraku remained undeterred. Oh woe. The risks associated with absorbing natural energy were perilous. Each experiment was a gamble with life itself. With such intense scientific demands, had it been me, I would have succumbed to madness long ago. The toll of my efforts felt almost exhausting. Oh woe. Kakashi, blissfully unaware, would surely have been heartbroken otherwise. Fast forward to the present. Naraku gently embraced Kakashi's waist, responding with soft pats. Kakashi, do not be disheartened. Since that rainy night, he revealed a hint of satisfaction and reassurance in his gaze, as if he had finally received the long-sought forgiveness. Yet, he dared not exert even a fraction of his strength, fearful of being cast aside or evaded, cautiously leaning his face closer, brushing against Kakashi's hair. I promise to return you to your master. My darling, you are the most wonderful child in the world. Oh whoa. Perhaps it was only at this moment that Naraku felt deserving of forgiveness. In truth, he still feared that Kakashi might find him inadequate and push him away once more. His timid gestures of affection tugged at my heartstrings. My heart aches with a profound sorrow. How could one even consider that Tsukumo was also his father? After watching the latest episode, Naraku found himself pondering the animator's intentions. The narrative arc of recent episodes spanned vast stretches of time. From the tail end of winter in the shinobi world to the onset of summer, the animator had only now decided to air the episodes after meticulous observation, which explained Naraku's prior absence of updates. But why, on this day, did the animator choose to unveil Kakashi's experiences in Minato's team? Given the current state of the shinobi world, Naraku began to speculate. It was highly probable that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent. With battles already raging along the borders, though news had yet to reach Konoha, Kakashi's tranquil life was now at an end, hence the animator released everything in one go, allowing the main storyline to concentrate entirely on the various battles of the Third War. Naturally, Minato and Kakashi, being the animator's favored protagonists, would not be overlooked. If Minato's team performed admirably on the battlefield, or if their battles were particularly thrilling, the animator would likely devote additional episodes to showcasing their exploits. If Naraku's conjectures were accurate, future updates would swiftly transition into the Third War, leaving behind the everyday life of Konoha. Naraku tucked his speculations away for the moment, eagerly opening the forum. After a prolonged hiatus in updates, to Naraku, time in the modern world had ceased following the episode in which the Uchiha and Matsukata reached their accord, remaining completely stagnant. The forum, too, had been dormant, and he had not perused any posts for several months. Now, with 7 or 8 episodes released at once, nearly 2 months had elapsed in the modern world, and surely there would be much to savor. Chapter 190. Naraku, quickly eliminate this prophet. After watching the latest episode, my heart is utterly shattered. The old thief still has not spared us. 1L. Original poster. I noticed that after the assassination attempt in episode 170, Naraku has not smiled once. Tat. In the hospital scene where misunderstandings were resolved, based on Naraku's character, how could he possibly refrain from smiling at Kakashi? He is most adept at using his smile to comfort others. Oh whoa. At the time, I thought I was overthinking it. After all, he was gravely injured and lacked strength. However, up until now, every appearance of Naraku has been devoid of smiles. The old thief has been merciless towards Naraku, stripping him of even the ability to smile, truly stabbing a knife into our hearts. 2L. It's not just Naraku who suffers. Even Kanana and Kakashi are rolling on the ground in anguish. 3L. The signs in these 2 episodes are glaringly evident. He cannot even muster a smile at Kakashi, who is his utmost concern. Tat. 4L. Perhaps Naraku has spent countless hours before a mirror, forcing himself to practice how to smile, yet he simply cannot manage it, ultimately resorting to a strained grimace. 5L. Tragedy is the act of destroying beauty before our eyes. Naraku is exquisite, and the old thief's intent in creating him is to gradually tear him apart before us. Such a spectacle is etched into our very souls. 6L. I will loathe the old thief for a lifetime. Oh whoa. It seems Tsukumo may finally be saved. The Hitaki family reunion is within reach. 1L. Original poster. I believe the old thief would not leave behind useless hints. Naraku has accomplished so much in the plot, it cannot all be in vain, can it? Moreover, Naraku's choice to awaken Tsukumo using natural energy will undoubtedly yield some sort of enhancement. 2L. Could it be that when Tsukumo awakens, he transforms into a sage body? 3L. A sage body might be an exaggeration, but a sage mode is certainly possible. 4L. Speaking of which, there is a brief scene showing Jiraiya guiding Naraku in sensing natural energy. Does this mean that Tsukumo might become a toad sage later on? 5L. Oh no. I cannot accept this. 6L. Jiraiya. What do you mean, my friend? Do you think my sage mode looks unsightly? 17L. Previous discussions among the greats in the plot area have already analyzed that the Third Great Ninja War is inevitable. It would be splendid if Tsukumo could participate, showcasing his prowess. 18L. He could even join Kakashi in battle as a father-son duo. The excitement is beyond my imagination. 23L. It seems unlikely that Tsukumo can catch up with the Third War. The power of that sealing array is too low. Accumulating enough energy might take years. 24L. Perhaps it will take longer than Naraku's own lifespan. 25L. Replying to 24L. Stay right there. I'll fetch you 2 oranges from the kitchen. 26L. Replying to 24L. I have friends in your province. Give me an address, and I'll have them treat you to drinks. On the compatibility of lightning release, Chidori and the Uchiha Sharingan. 1L. Original poster. It is well known that Kakashi's newly developed lightning release technique, Chidori, boasts the advantages of high attack speed and formidable power. However, its shortcomings are equally apparent. Its excessive sprinting speed hampers his vision and reaction time. Since the inception of Naruto, the enhancement brought by the Sharingan to dynamic vision and reflexes has been nothing short of extraordinary, akin to an evolution into a different species. In light of this, if Kakashi were to acquire the eyes of the Uchiha clan, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. 2L. That seems implausible. If the Uchiha Sharingan were so universally applicable that anyone could use it, then surely, over the centuries, a significant number of eyes would have circulated. Why are there only a scarce few that have been transplanted? This indicates that not everyone is capable of assimilating the Sharingan. 3L. I concur with the previous commenter. The Sharingan likely induces a strong rejection response. Such a potent ocular ability would undoubtedly have attracted many attempts at transplantation, yet, judging by the current situation, most attempts have ended in failure or resulted in unusable eyes. 4L. Speaking of which, didn't T. Danzo transplant a 3-tomo Sharingan? 5L. In response to 4L, Danzo has conducted numerous biological experiments and likely tampered with his own body. Direct transplantation by others would probably be fatal. 9L. Original poster. Everyone. Let us not forget that Naruto is an animated series. If there is a gun, it is bound to fire. The old thief has deliberately left such a flaw for Kakashi, clearly intending for him to break the mold and become the first of his kind in history. 10L. That makes sense. 11L. How infuriating. I can sense the scent of daggers. 12L. Could it be that Obito will later give his eye to Kakashi? 13L. In response to 12L, what are you on about? Obito's is a Mangekyo Sharingan. Even he suffers from a bloodline illness due to its overwhelming ocular power. Even if Kakashi has an advantage, he cannot possibly wield it. 14L. I think it might be this way. Obito is quite adept at scientific research. Upon realizing this flaw, he could conduct experiments to eliminate the rejection response of the Sharingan. Or perhaps he could uncover Danzo's modification records and employ his methods. Then, with Fugaku's approval, he could find an eye for Kakashi from their reserves. Considering Kakashi is now essentially half Uchiha, he wouldn't be so stingy, would he? 15L. The third great ninja war is about to commence. Does Obito have time for this? 16L. In response to 15L, the students of the Minato class are too young. They cannot possibly be sent to the battlefield right at the start. It would have to be some time before that. 22L. If it truly must be the Sharingan, then considering that Kakashi and Obito were in the same class, he would be a more likely candidate. After entering the battlefield, if Obito perishes, wouldn't it be more reasonable for him to leave his Sharingan to Kakashi before departing? Rin's medical skills, cultivated by Obito, should make eye transplantation a feasible endeavor, right? 23L. In response to 22L, such impeccable logic. Which screenwriter has escaped from the old thief? Obito, damn it. Such prescience. Is there no law? The prophet has practically shouted it in our faces. Why aren't we taking action? After the shock, upon realizing that the original timeline indeed progressed in this manner, Obito felt an unsettling sensation. Regardless, he did not wish for Kakashi to use Obito's eye. Obito had contemplated how to prevent Obito's demise in the Third Great Ninja War, which would leave his left eye to Kakashi. The mission at the Kanabi Bridge would most likely still exist, especially if a Wagakure were to attack Konohagakure, as there are only a few routes available. If, in the future, the events unfold like the original timeline, with Kakashi and his team tasked with demolishing the Kanabi Bridge, his best strategy would be to utilize the type of Izanagi to reverse fate, wish. He could wish for Kakashi to retain his left eye, and for Obito to avoid being struck by that massive boulder. Furthermore, Chidori is indeed a concern. He must devise a solution before Kakashi steps onto the battlefield to ensure his safety. This is explosive, a path I have never imagined. 1L. Original poster sisters. I just discovered the considerable impact Naraku has within the male demographic. Can you believe that there is a fanfiction where a male protagonist gains powers and transforms Naraku into a female lead? Image. It is evident that this gentleman truly adores Naraku, but cannot accept him as a boy. Laughing crying JPG. 2L. Is that really the case? 3L. Sister Kanai. The sky has collapsed. 4L. In response to 3L. Sister Nika. The sky has collapsed even more severely. 5L. One can only say it is unexpected, yet within the realm of possibility. 6L. OP, you have clearly not delved deeply into the male-centric genre. I have actually come across a genderbender fanfiction featuring Orochimaru, where he is also a rival to Jiraiya. 7L. In In response to 6L, wow, where is the morality? Where is humanity? What is the title? Where's the link? 8L, I have seen it. To be honest, it was quite well written. The portal is here. Link. 13L, original poster. My heavens, sisters, the gateway to a new world. I have turned over some stones and discovered there is a fanfiction where the male protagonist selectively marries Naraku. 14L, in response to 13L, a marriage transformation story. How utterly normal. 15L, it is evident that the OP does not frequently navigate the online literature scene. These are all fundamental operations. Naraku, I politely declined, as I still prefer being a boy. After grumbling a few remarks, he could not suppress his curiosity and clicked the link to see how this novel was penned. Naraku, let us test the waters JPG. 10 minutes later, he clicked back with a face full of trepidation. The writing was indeed quite good. But because it was so well written, he realized that if he did not exit promptly, his mind would inevitably accept this premise. No. He must quickly read several other types of fanfiction to cleanse his palate. Upon entering the fanfiction section, the various authors had indeed prepared new works. Enough for him to peruse for several days. I Will Always Love You, Kakashi x Naraku. Cocoon Dream, Kakashi x Naraku. When Kakashi wakes up one morning only to find he can only speak in contradictions, Naraku x Kakashi. Awakening from a great dream, Soma x Naraku. Uchiha Shursui confesses to Naraku 3 times, and on the 4th, he succeeds. What if Windstyle Yo took Naraku home from the riverbank? Bloody Frost is all from the heart, all Naraku. What if the pottery shattered that day, and Naraku's darkness unleashed Atomo, all Naraku? Naraku, the flavor is just right. Chapter 191, Declaration of War. After a brief nap, before dawn, Naraku was once again notified by the system of new episodes of the anime, and there were indeed several. The opening of the new episode confirmed his previous conjectures. The Third Great Ninja War was about to commence. The Cloud Village, having gained nothing from the Sand Village, was unwilling to back down. They made several maneuvers, ultimately refraining from attacking Iwagakure, and instead accepted the invitation for a covert discussion between the two villages' leaders. The discussion essentially revolved around when, where, and how to initiate war against Kanahagakure. As for the pretext for war, the accusation was that Kanahagakure's advisor, Danzo Shimura, once sought to seize the bloodline of their village. Just 2 days prior, Iwagakure and Kimogakure stealthily amassed forces at the border, launching a surprise attack on the Land of Fire under the cover of night. Caught off guard, Kanahagakure endured significant losses before finally managing to stabilize the front lines and prevent the two villages from advancing further. An hour after the outbreak of war at the front lines, the esteemed Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, received urgent reports and promptly dispatched reinforcements while informing the daimyo of the unfolding situation. He then convened 2 advisors and several high-ranking officials for an emergency meeting to strategize the war efforts, preparing to engage in a fierce battle against the hidden villages of Iwagakure and Kimogakure. On that fateful noon, when Naraku was delivering meals, the clan leaders had already begun mobilizing their forces and resources, recalling the vast majority of ninjas away on missions. Regardless of past grievances, such matters were cast aside. The dire consequences of a potential defeat for Konoha loomed ominously, promising decades of suffering. This information had not been disclosed the previous day, leaving most of Konoha's populace unaware, continuing with their daily tasks. However, the onset of war could not be concealed for long, nor was there a need to. It was anticipated that by dawn, Sarutobi Hiruzen would officially declare Konoha in a state of war. The audience buzzed with excitement at the prospect of a grand battle. Yet anxiety loomed for the fates of their beloved characters, uncertain of how many would survive this conflict. After finishing breakfast, Naraku and Kakashi were seated at the table, engaged in conversation, when they heard the urgent summons for an emergency assembly echoing from outside. Hastening towards the Hokage Tower, they encountered a throng of thousands, ninja, civilians, and merchants intermingled, creating a cacophony of voices. As the crowd swelled, Kakashi signaled to Naraku, who understood immediately. The two swiftly scaled the exterior of a nearby 4-story building to reach the rooftop, inching closer to the Hokage Tower. Fortuitously, they arrived just in time to secure a vantage point before the pathway became completely congested. Soon after, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in his Hokage cloak, appeared atop the tower, flanked by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, each bearing solemn expressions. Fellow citizens of Konoha, Sarutobi's commanding voice cut through the murmur, bringing the crowd to a hush. Every gaze was fixed upon their leader, a mix of anticipation and trepidation reflected in their eyes, awaiting his proclamation. With unwavering resolve, Sarutobi announced. In the early hours of yesterday, Iwagakure and Kimogakure launched a surprise assault on the borders of the Land of Fire, claiming the lives of over 100 Konoha ninja guarding our territory. Even those who had mentally prepared themselves found their breaths becoming labored as thoughts of fallen comrades, possibly their own kin, flooded their minds, tears welling in their eyes. The ravenous wolves of Awagakure and Kumogakure seek to invade our homeland, slaughter our brethren, and trample our dignity. Do they believe that a combined offensive can obliterate the spirit of Konoha? Such delusions. What is Konoha? It is the ninja village forged by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. A bastion that has withstood 2 great ninja wars, embodying the enduring will of fire. Each crisis only serves to ignite our resolve more fiercely. As each word fell from his lips, the sorrow in the eyes of the ninja transformed into steadfast determination, the pervasive tension and anxiety morphing into a collective fury. At this moment, why do we fight? We fight for the children who have yet to experience the beauty of the world, for the elders who have devoted their lives to Konoha to be cared for in their twilight years, and for every ninja to proudly proclaim the name of Konoha before anyone. Upon this land, nourished by the blood of our ancestors, the ninjas of Konoha shall strike back against all foes who dare to encroach. The stubborn stones of Awagakure shall be crushed by the roots of Konoha, and the thunder of Kumogakure shall be engulfed by our flames. Sarutobi paused, surveying the sea of his compatriots below, their eyes ablaze with hatred and fighting spirit, signaling that the entirety of Konoha was consumed by righteous anger. He continued to declare, from this moment forth, Konoha is officially in a state of war. All Jonin are to report for duty. The first wave of combat personnel must assemble with utmost urgency. Intelligence, medical, and logistics teams are to remain on standby, and the barrier team is to reinforce the village's defenses immediately. Finally, I pledge in the name of the third Hokage, as long as there are leaves dancing upon this land, the light of our flames shall illuminate every shadow in this world. Young ninjas, grip your kunai tightly. Seasoned warriors, ignite your fervor. Let our enemies tremble before us. Konoha, prepare for battle. As Sarutobi's voice rang out, he performed the necessary seals to summon the mighty Monkey King, who manifested as a formidable weapon, its resounding impact echoing throughout the village. The thunderous strike resonated like the beating of war drums, uniting the entirety of Konoha in a powerful roar. Indeed, even the clouds meandering across the sky were scattered by the immense sound waves, while countless leaves quivered, creating a rustling symphony. Naraku observed in silence, finally grasping the palpable sense of being thrust into the throes of war. In the wake of the declaration, Konoha operated like a well-oiled war machine, efficiently organizing all affairs within a single day. Tsunade and Jiraiya, as the foremost combatants among the higher echelons, were naturally assigned to the front lines, while Orochimaru remained in the rear as a precaution. Originally, it was intended for Jiraiya and Orochimaru to engage at the front, with Tsunade, who suffered from hemophobia, remaining behind. However, with her ailment now resolved, it would be a grave waste not to deploy the strongest medical ninja in the entire ninja world to the battlefield. Time was of the essence, and Tsunade managed only to convey a few critical instructions to Naraku, raising her fist to ensure he would not act recklessly, before leading her team to the front lines of Kumogakure. Meanwhile, Shizen was assigned to remain in Konoha, under the care of Kushina and Kanai. Jiraiya hastily exchanged a few words with Minato before departing, confident that his apprentice would soon join him on the battlefield, thereby deeming further discussion unnecessary. Chapter 192, The Sealing of the Sharingan Realm. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya fought valiantly at the front, Konoha found itself at a disadvantage, facing 2 adversaries simultaneously, and thus struggled to gain a significant edge. After a series of brutal clashes, both battlefields devolved into relentless meat grinders, claiming countless lives of ninjas and leaving behind scorched earth, blood, and corpses, transforming the world into a hellscape. The intelligence from the war front updated daily. Regardless of victories or defeats, sacrifices were made on distant lands, far from home. Some among them could only leave behind a blood-stained forehead protector for their loved ones, symbolizing their eternal rest in a vast graveyard, fading into the vast sea of souls like droplets in the ocean. No one knew whose child would be the next to sacrifice, whose parent, friend, or partner would be lost. A pall of war hung over Konoha, casting a gray shroud over what should have been a vibrant summer, extinguishing laughter and joy, leaving only a growing blaze of anger and hatred. As the youth engaged in training missions, the atmosphere was thick with impatience and silence, the once lively and exuberant spirit now elusive. Even though the supervising Jonin endeavored to uplift the mood, their efforts yielded little fruit. Fortunately, after the onset of autumn, the weather turned cold swiftly, and as winter approached, even a snowfall occurred, severely slowing the advances of Awagakure and Kumogakure. Moreover, their losses were considerable, compelling a temporary cessation of their offensive. allowing for the withdrawal and rest of the heavily burdened teams, while simultaneously providing an opportunity for Konoha to regroup and fortify their defenses, enabling the beleaguered ninjas on the front lines to return home for a cherished reunion. Alas, many would never again behold their families. In the underground research facility of Konoha, a faint cough escaped Naraku as he turned his head slightly, directing it towards the crook of his arm. Steadying his right hand, he inscribed the final incantation with a calm demeanor, as if the dry air had merely caused him to cough inadvertently. Yet, the pallor of his complexion and the subtle shadows beneath his eyes betrayed the severity of his condition. As he persevered to complete the last remnants of his work, a wave of darkness surged before his eyes, and he stumbled backward, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a pair of large hands caught him by the back and shoulders, preventing him from falling. Naraku turned to see who had steadied him. Squinting through the heavy shadows that obscured his vision, "Lord Orochimaru," he murmured, "in just a few days away from the laboratory, and you have reduced yourself to this state. It is quite unacceptable." Orochimaru's tone remained flat, his expression untroubled, even graced with a faint, enigmatic smile. Yet, Naraku sensed the gravity with which he regarded the matter, and his eyes betrayed a flicker of panic as he hastily explained, "I apologize, my lord. I have taken my medication. You need not worry. Medication is not a panacea. It may be more akin to a death knell for you. The safest treatment for you is to rest," Orochimaru remarked, fully aware that Naraku's symptoms stemmed from the worsening of his bloodline illness. Medication had become nearly futile for him. Excessive intake could exacerbate the strain on his internal organs. Furthermore, with the biting cold of winter upon them, the risk of falling ill due to overexertion loomed ominously, making this winter even more arduous. He swept the drafts from the table, humorously quipping, "Tsunade will be returning shortly. I would prefer not to face her wrath should she find that I have allowed you to ruin yourself." A glimmer of urgency flickered in Naraku's eyes as he grasped Orochimaru's sleeve and implored, "My lord, I beseech you. The sealing of the Sharingan's dimensional barrier requires extensive adjustments. I must complete it swiftly." "Is that so?" Orochimaru tilted his head, seemingly moved by Naraku's fervor as he scrutinized the intricate designs born of countless hours of labor on the draft paper. Then, a somewhat malicious smile crept onto his face as he decisively refused. "That will not do. If I permit this reckless endeavor to continue, my earlier jest may very well transform into reality. After all, Tsunade had specifically instructed that if he could not reign in Naraku, this research facility would be reduced to a heap of scrap metal." Orochimaru had no doubt that Naraku would follow through on such a threat. That fiercely protective and fearlessly reckless nature had been a lesson learned from his youth. Even if he were not concerned about Tsunade seeking retribution, the desire for a long-term assistant would prevent Orochimaru from allowing Naraku to further jeopardize his health. "My lord," Naraku's obstinacy seemed to evoke a memory within Orochimaru, a glimmer of amusement surfacing in his eyes as his tone lightened slightly, whether to placate or to tease. "There is no need to rush the sealing of the Sharingan's dimensional barrier before the main forces suffer heavy casualties. Even children as young as Kakashi will not step onto the battlefield." Naraku understood all too well that there remained ample time before Kakashi would engage in combat. Yet he feigned a sigh of relief, averting his gaze as if his thoughts had been laid bare. "Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. Well, I suppose I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding summoning and sealing techniques," Orochimaru remarked, securing the drafts with a serious demeanor. "For today, we shall conclude our session. Henceforth, you may only spend half a day here." "Understood." As Naraku departed the laboratory, Orochimaru retrieved the drafts once more, increasingly impressed by the creativity displayed by the former. If Uchiha Naraku were free from his bloodline illness, what marvels might he yet create that could rival the sealing techniques of the spiritual veins and the Sharingan's dimensional barriers? He produced the scroll intended for communication with the Uchiha clan, inviting Fugaku to visit the facility, for it was time to present certain findings to the Uchiha clan leader. Upon returning to the clan's compound, Naraku bypassed the small residence shared with Kakashi and made directly for the clan leader's abode to visit Mikoto and Itachi. Since Kakashi had not yet returned home, he figured it best to spend time with the children. "Ah, Naraku, you've returned so early today. Was your research successful?" Mikoto greeted him with a smile, beckoning him to sit by the warm hearth and offering him a hot water bag. Naraku shed his outer garments, accepting the hot water bag and cradling it in his arms, nodding as he replied, "Yes, the research went well, so Lord Orochimaru allowed me to return early." "That is good to hear," Mikoto said, pouring a cup of hot tea and sliding it across the table towards him. "The weather has turned increasingly chilly, and you often return home after dark. I was somewhat concerned." As he held the tea, warm to the touch, the heat radiated through his palms, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Listening to Mikoto's tender concerns, he longed to smile in response. but his facade forbade it, leaving him to convey his appreciation through gentle, soft eyes. Itachi had learned to crawl, circling around him and attempting to climb up his clothes, occasionally uttering short, bright syllables. Brother. Indeed, little Itachi, such a good boy. Naraku clasped his hands together, warming them before lifting Itachi from the tatami mat and placing him on his lap, allowing the child to grasp his fingers and tug playfully while his free hand occasionally ruffled the boy's soft hair. The infant's fine, short locks felt delightful to the touch, and Naraku could not resist running his fingers through them, quickly disheveling Mikoto's careful styling. Unperturbed, Itachi simply reveled in the warmth and softness of his brother's hands, giggling with delight. Chapter 193, 2 Winters. Little Itachi truly adored Naraku. Mikoto, pleased to witness the joyful interaction between the two children, seized her camera and captured a photograph. This marked her third roll of film. The previous two had been developed and compiled into an album for leisurely perusal. Regrettably, among the dozens of photographs, while others bore smiles, Naraku remained unable to smile as he once did. Even the most deliberate attempts at feigning a smile eluded him. Tsunade had mentioned that Naraku's brain had undergone some form of alteration, rendering him unable to control his facial nerves and muscles, thus limiting his expressions. Yet, Mikoto understood that the underlying cause of his condition was not merely the alteration, but rather the profound pain he endured when those sharp blades pierced his soul. The agony had been so decisive that even now, his heart continued to bleed, far from healing. Mikoto's spirits dipped momentarily before she rallied herself, conceiving a delightful idea for afternoon tea. Shall we roast some oranges? Let's invite Kushina. Oh, and it seems Kana is also on leave today. Roast oranges. Itachi mimicked his mother's words, clapping his tiny hands with excitement, nearly tumbling off Naraku's lap, prompting the latter to hastily steady him. Yes, yes, little Itachi. We shall enjoy oranges. Before long, news reached Kushina, who hurriedly arrived with Kana and Shizune. Upon entering, she shed her coat and dove into the warm table, exclaiming with satisfaction, I feel revived. Kana, Shizune, you should join me. Honestly, Mikoto, you've placed the oranges on the roasting tray, she chided playfully. Are you truly that sensitive to the cold, Kushina? Hee. Kushina playfully pouted, burrowing further into the blankets. Good afternoon, Sister Kushina, Sister Kana, Shizune. After Naraku greeted her, he lowered his head in embarrassment, attempting to evade Kanai's gaze, only to have her firmly grasp his face and vigorously rub it. What are you tinkering with in the lab, Naraku? Did I not tell you to refrain from overexerting yourself? To Kanai's perception, Naraku's chakra had significantly weakened, and his vitality was even lower than the last time they met, clearly the result of incessantly obsessing over those peculiar sealing techniques, which had taken a toll on his health. Don't think that just because everyone is busy, you can neglect yourself. Naraku, unable to wriggle free, could only endure her ministrations. Pleading incoherently, Kanai, please stop. He was quick to admit his faults, yet never seemed to amend his ways. Kanai, both angry and heartbroken, released his now reddened face, poking his forehead with her finger and delivering a stern remark. Wait until Lady Tsunade returns to deal with you. Humph. Touching his sore cheek, Naraku blinked at Kanai, only to be met with her unyielding dismissal. Playing the victim would not sway her, so he might as well abandon that hope. Why are you like this, Kanai? I truly understand my mistakes. Ha ha. Time slipped by unnoticed amid their laughter, and before long, the sunlight outside softened to a golden hue, with the remnants of oranges and pastries dwindling. These past few days spent engrossed in experiments had indeed worn Naraku out. He curled up with Itachi under the covers and drifted off to sleep, breathing steadily. The other four exchanged knowing glances and shared a quiet chuckle, rising to tidy up, moving cautiously to avoid waking him. Once the cleanup was complete, Mikoto bid farewell to Kushina, Kanai, and Shizune. Just as she was about to close the door, she spotted Fugaku returning at sunset, his expression grave. She welcomed her husband inside, securing the door as she inquired, "What happened?" Fugaku lowered his voice, saying, "Let us discuss it inside." Upon entering their bedroom, he recounted the conversation he had with Orochimaru that afternoon in vivid detail. The impact on Mikoto was no less significant. She had to take several deep breaths to steady herself. "Are you joking?" Mikoto clutched her skirt, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is there truly no other way?" Naraku would never agree to this, and even if it succeeds, he would torment himself for a lifetime. The plan provided by Lord Orochimaru is the only option. Then does Lady Tsunade have any alternatives? With the war at a standstill, while Tsunade could return to Konoha briefly, it was impossible for her to stay long-term to treat Naraku. Fugaku shook his head, forcing a pained smile to comfort his wife. "It's all right. We likely have 2 more winters to consider our options." Mikoto leaned against her husband's shoulder, her lips trembling as she repeated, 2 winters. Time slipped away unnoticed, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, the new year arrived. The villagers of Konoha were traditionally fervent about the new year. Yet the war had stolen their peace and joy, rendering this festive occasion heavy and oppressive. Once bustling streets and shops now stood desolate, echoing with a chilling silence devoid of vibrant decorations, cheerful laughter, or familiar faces. As dusk approached, Naraku finally departed from the lab, wandering alone down the empty streets. The streetlights flickered to life early, casting a warm yellow glow that elongated his solitary silhouette upon the ground. The biting wind howled past his ears, akin to countless invisible hands tugging at his clothing, seeping through every gap, attempting to freeze his blood. Had he known today would be so cold, he would not have hesitated to wear a scarf. A tickling sensation arose in his throat, and Naraku suppressed the urge to cough, focusing intently on his path, only to unexpectedly collide with a figure that appeared abruptly before him. Sorry. He instinctively apologized, then squinted to recognize the other's eyes, exclaiming in surprise, Kakashi? I thought you said you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. I told you, you never need to apologize to me. Kakashi wrapped the scarf draped over his arm around Naraku's head twice, securely enveloping it and his neck, as the first loop of the thick fabric encased him. The chill of the wind was nearly blocked out, and Naraku felt warmth quickly spreading in his head and face, prompting him to comfortably squint his eyes, seemingly relishing the sensation. Noticing the redness at the corners of Naraku's eyes, Kakashi hurriedly tied off the remaining fabric, exhaling in exasperation. Didn't I tell you to wear something when you go out? Sorry. Before Naraku could finish his response, Kakashi tightened the scarf suddenly, stifling Naraku's words into muffled sounds. After a struggle, Naraku managed to emit a faint noise. I was just eager to finish the last bit today. What kind of ninjutsu is it? Kakashi left only Naraku's eyes exposed, concerned he might trip, and pulled his left hand into his own pocket before they began walking homeward. It's a rather impressive ninjutsu. I'll tell you in a couple of days. All right. Kakashi nodded, adding, just don't push yourself so hard. No jutsu is more important than your health. Naraku grasped his warm right hand in return, raising his voice slightly. Okay. Chapter 194. Kakashi, is that who you are? As the new year approached, the intensity of the Iwagakure conflict diminished, and Kimogakure temporarily slowed its offensive, leading to a slight easing of the overall war situation. Tsunade finally managed to return to Konoha for a few days of recuperation, intending to impart a routine lesson to her young apprentice, delivering a few well-deserved reprimands to ensure he remains compliant for a while. Given that Orochimaru had been relatively diligent, Tsunade begrudgingly decided to spare his laboratory, allowing this base to remain until next year. Meanwhile, Jiraiya faced a rather unfortunate fate, left alone at the front lines to command, with no indication of when he might be rotated back. On New Year's Eve, Konoha traditionally set off fireworks, vibrant flames fervently igniting the night sky. Even though the townspeople's expressions lacked the joy of previous years, the fireworks continued to burst tirelessly, adding splashes of color to the cold, desolate winter. Whether ninja or civilian, everyone silently wished for world peace, praying for an end to the war. The day after the new year, a rare sunny winter day emerged. The sky was cloudless, resembling a meticulously polished sapphire, clear and transparent. Sunlight cascaded from the expansive heavens, blanketing the earth in warmth. Despite the ideal weather for exercise, Kakashi chose not to venture outside. Instead, he sat cross-legged beside the kotatsu, serving as a guinea pig for Naraku, whose bare upper body was adorned with numerous talismans inscribed by Naraku with a brush. Each time the soft bristles glided over his skin, a subtle, persistent itch burrowed into his muscles and bones, causing him to tense up intermittently, gritting his teeth to suppress the instinct to flinch. It will be over soon. Just bear with it a little longer. Naraku reassured the fidgeting Kakashi, hastening his writing. Once the final symbol was completed, he set down the brush and formed a series of hand seals, delivering a swift slap to Kakashi's forehead. Suddenly, all the inscriptions sprang to life, wriggling like tadpoles, converging towards Kakashi's face, ultimately vanishing near his eyes as if they had never existed. What is this? Kakashi touched the corner of his eye, still bewildered by Naraku's actions. Nai-Luo retrieved the warm clothing from beneath the kotatsu and suggested, today, since Watergate-senpai is taking you all for training, it would be a perfect opportunity to give it a try. Kakashi accepted the garment, donning it while casting a slight downward glance at Nai-Luo, who was meticulously organizing his ninja tools. In his voice lingered a hint of anticipation. Would you like to join us? Nai-Luo nodded with a sense of certainty. Of course. How can one ascertain its efficacy without witnessing it firsthand? At the public training ground of Konoha, the duo passed by the usual venue of Might Guy and his son, where they observed the pair engaged in their unwavering daily training, each burdened with heavy weights as they circled the field. Despite the bright sun overhead, the outdoors remained quite chilly, with the father and son clad in light clothing, their bare skin exhaling visible puffs of vapor, seemingly having trained for an extended period. Nai Luo greeted them with enthusiasm. "Good morning, Uncle Dai and Kai." They were met with synchronized exclamations of good morning, accompanied by their dazzlingly bright smiles. Continuing onward, they soon spotted Watergate and Rin waiting at the agreed-upon location, while Obito was, as always, conspicuously absent. With nothing but time to spare, Watergate suggested they try out the technique Nai Luo had developed for Kakashi right away. "Let us use it as a target," he proposed. Nai Luo unsealed a puppet from a scroll, placing it approximately 100 meters away. Once the puppet was set, Kakashi swiftly activated his self-developed ninjutsu, Chidori. At the moment the seals were completed, chakra concentrated in his right hand, and countless arcs of electricity erupted from his palm, resembling a flurry of agile silver serpents dancing wildly, akin to innumerable steel needles twisting and tearing through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound akin to that of exploding thunder. It was as if a multitude of birds had converged, emitting a chilling cry that sent shivers down one's spine. Kakashi lowered his stance, pushing off forcefully towards the distant puppet. As before, the speed of his sprint caused him to lose sight of his surroundings and the movements of his adversaries, making it difficult to adjust to unexpected circumstances. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Kakashi felt a warmth in his eyes, and suddenly, everything around him slowed and became crystal clear. He could discern the dried veins of grass beneath his feet, stubbornly standing tall despite the high-speed passage of branches from nearby trees, still clinging to a few withered leaves that swayed precariously in the wind. He was able to see every mark on the puppet where sharp objects had grazed it, every charred spot left by flames and lightning, and the direction in which the raised arm of the mechanism would strike. The world laid itself bare before him, as if eager to present every detail, ensuring that his path was devoid of any obscurity. Just before reaching the target, he suddenly sidestepped to evade a wooden shuriken, twisting his body to thrust his electrified right hand into the puppet's chest, resulting in the explosion of its entire upper half, scattering debris across the ground. How astonishing! Kakashi gasped in excitement, instinctively turning to inquire how Nai Luo had accomplished this feat, only to find Watergate and Rin staring at him with wide eyes, as if they had witnessed something beyond comprehension. Strange, surely an improvement on Chidori wouldn't yield such results? Kakashi furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing back at Nai Luo, who had, unbeknownst to him, activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning ominously across his cheeks and neck. "Nai Luo, what have you done?" Before he could question further, a panicked shout interrupted him. Obito had just arrived, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, pointing a trembling finger at Kakashi. "Where did you get the Sharingan? Are you an Uchiha?" "Not at all." Watergate quickly smacked Obito on the head to suppress his forthcoming nonsensical remarks, explaining in hushed tones that it was a special technique Nai Luo had imposed upon him, the Sharingan transference sealing technique. Only then did Obito notice the numerous translucent runes flickering around Kakashi's eyes, pulsating rhythmically like a living entity, which was mirrored in Nai Luo's own gaze. Rin handed Kakashi a small compact mirror, and upon seeing his reflection, he was taken aback to find his eyes blood red, the three black tomos swirling around his pupils, identical to Nai Luo's Sharingan. Kakashi's immediate concern was for Nai Luo's well-being. He thought to say that if this was the case, he would rather never use Chidori again. However, before he could voice his worries, Nai Luo gently patted his arm, twirling to demonstrate he was perfectly fine. "Don't worry, Kakashi. The chakra you've transferred to me won't affect me adversely." This was precisely why he had taken so long to perfect the Sharingan transference sealing technique. If it were harmful, Kakashi would rather perish on the battlefield than use it even once. Is that truly the case? Kakashi leaned in closer, intent on listening to Nai Luo's breathing and heartbeat in this state, once again lamenting his inability to master medical ninjutsu, which would have alleviated their current predicament. "Are you trying to deceive me again?" "Of course not," Nai Luo replied, gently pushing him away with an air of exasperation. "Perhaps we should consult Tsunade-sensei. Surely, she would not deceive you." It was only upon hearing the truth from Tsunade that Kakashi felt reassured, promising Nai Luo that he would indeed activate the seal, if necessary. Chapter 195, The Token of the Azure Haunt. In the early spring, the situation within the ninja world took a drastic turn for the worse, with the Wagakure and Kumogakure resurfacing with renewed vigor, seemingly intent on overwhelming Konoha in one fell swoop. This time, Orochimaru led a contingent to the front lines, entrusting Nai Luo with some crucial experiments to oversee. Tsunade was also unable to remain idle, as Hiruzen Sarutobi arranged for her to lead a team to the western border of the Land of Fire to guard against the currently inactive Sunagakure. Given Sunagakure's proficiency with poisons, only Tsunade's presence could effectively deter them from making any rash moves. As anticipated, before Tsunade could reach the border, Sunagekure launched a sudden assault. Using the excuse of the disappearance of the Kazekage to strike, employing the newly developed potent toxins from Chiyo. In an instant, Konoha's defensive forces suffered countless casualties. By the time Tsunade arrived at the battlefield, Sunagekure was perilously close to penetrating deep into the heart of the Land of Fire. While Konoha's shinobi were on the brink of exhaustion. With great difficulty, they managed to repel the invaders, and Tsunade immediately called for reinforcements, redirecting the last of their combat strength to the front line. The situation escalated in ferocity day by day, and with Konoha stretched thin on 3 fronts, they became vulnerable to a large-scale offensive from Kumogakure, further aggravating their plight. With no other options left, Hiruzen was compelled to draft younger, less experienced shinobi into the fray, including many fresh graduates from the previous year. At the Konoha Wagakure frontline, the youths of Watergate's class were yet to grasp the grim reality of war. As they stepped onto the battlefield, their hearts were a tumult of anxiety and exhilaration. However, reality soon imparted a harsh lesson about the fragility of life. The clashes between the 2 great ninja villages were far more brutal than any combat mission they had undertaken, serving as a baptism that would irrevocably alter their perception of the world as cruelty. The landscape was a chaotic tableau of weapons sparking against one another, ninjutsu clashing, and explosive tags detonating, with blood and fire becoming the most prevalent hues in their vision. The anguished cries of the wounded and dying mingled indistinctly, echoing like tormented souls in their ears, relentless and unyielding. One moment, a vibrant comrade stood beside them. The next, they lay lifeless in a pool of blood, devoid of even a complete corpse to recover. Initially, the sight of death incited a vehement rage, a desire to exterminate the enemy, yet as time passed, they found themselves growing somewhat accustomed to the horror. Here lies the realm of mortals, yet it also bears the characteristics of hell. Since Watergate ascended to the front lines, earning the illustrious moniker of the Yellow Flash, he has tirelessly assumed the role of a firefighter, dispatched by Jiraiya wherever manpower is scarce, often neglecting his 3 pupils. In his absence, Kakashi, the most seasoned member of the team, temporarily assumes the mantle of leadership, guiding Obito and Rin through missions within their capabilities. As they vanquish an increasing number of foes, Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, gradually catches the attention of the Hidden Stone Village, who bestow upon him the epithet of Azure Hunter, a nod to his silver hair akin to Shumo, his seasoned and lethal swordsmanship, and his coldly precise killings when employing the Chidori. Upon hearing this news, Jiraiya can't help but marvel at his own pivotal role in Kakashi's rise and subsequently decides to burden his beloved apprentice further. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, who merely perceives the recent missions as increasingly arduous, the Hidden Stone ninjas seem to charge at him with an inexplicable fervor. After completing yet another critical ambush mission, the trio finds themselves resting behind a mound of earth, their faces smeared with dirt, too exhausted to clean up. Obito appears particularly disheveled, having narrowly escaped a detonation that almost singed off his eyebrows. That was perilously close. I could have met my end, he reflects, running his fingers through his hair, only to discover a singed tuft, which he promptly shears away with a kunai. I must exercise greater caution, he resolves. Rin, her brow furrowed with concern, tends to his leg wound and checks the supplies in her pouch, ensuring they can withstand the rigors of their next engagement. Had it not been for Kakashi's timely dispatch of the last enemy, their mission might have ended in failure. TCH, Obito muses, recalling how Kakashi, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, adeptly evaded various traps and ninjutsu before decisively eliminating the Hidden Stone Ninja with a swift Chidori. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, he remarks, that was only possible thanks to the Sharingan. Otherwise, he would have been a goner. Rin, exasperated, playfully smacks his shoulder and chides, you really talk too much. Kakashi stands a short distance away, vigilant, his right hand caressing a pendant hanging from his neck. Upon overhearing Obito's complaints, he casts a sidelong glance, retorting with a mocking tone, yet someone nearly got blown away even after activating their eyes. That is not the same thing, Obito retorts, springing to his feet and taking a few steps toward Kakashi, still fuming, but his attention is diverted by the pendant. It appears rather ordinary, even somewhat dull and unremarkable, far from anything precious. I've been meaning to ask, what is that you carry? A talisman, Kakashi admits candidly, raising an eyebrow and adding, a gift from Naraku. Obito's intended jest catches in his throat, leaving him rolling his eyes in disbelief. Ignoring his abstract teammate's accusatory gaze, Kakashi runs his fingers over the intricately patterned ceramic piece. Smooth yet uneven, marveling at the craftsmanship that must have gone into its creation. His own talisman, lost to the river's depths, remains beyond his reach despite his desperate attempts to retrieve it. This new one, however, is a piece from Naraku himself. As the squad prepares to depart in 15 minutes, Naraku arrives, hastily presenting the item to him. This serves as their shared token. Kakashi reverently tucks the gray ceramic back into his collar, patting it through his clothing to ensure it rests securely against his chest. Obito, unable to bear the sight of Kakashi's affectionate demeanor, urges him to move on to their next mission, emphasizing the preciousness of time. Due to the impressive performances of the various squads on the Hidden Stone frontlines, Obito, Rin, and several other capable genin are promoted to the rank of Chunin, continuing their active participation in the battlefield. On the day of his promotion, Obito leaps with joy, proudly flaunting to Kakashi that he has theoretically achieved equal status with him. However, his elation is short-lived as he soon learns that Kakashi has been hastily promoted to Jounin by Lord Jiraiya. With Watergate absent, Kakashi is now the de facto leader. Even when Watergate is present, there are instances when command of the squad falls to him. Where is the justice in that? Why him? Obito laments, grappling with envy and a desire to trade places with Kakashi. Later, upon hearing that the Hidden Stone has dubbed Kakashi with the audacious moniker of Azure Hunter, his heart sinks further. When will the illustrious Obito also acquire a title that is equally impressive? I don't even need to be exceptionally grand. I would settle for being merely superior to Kakashi. Chapter 196, The External Avatar. In the depths of Konoha, within an underground laboratory, colossal cultivation tanks emanate a ghostly green glow, standing sentinel in the center of the room, encircled by intricate runes inscribed upon the floor. Within one such tank, a boy with long hair obscuring his face floats, his upper body bare. Large bubbles rise from the base of the tank, parting the boy's hair to reveal his true visage. Naraku gazes upon the clone's face, identical to his own, as he swiftly forms hand seals to execute the soul division technique procured from the system's marketplace. This ninjutsu enables the creation of another self. By severing a portion of his soul and merging it with a lifeless body, he can manifest a fully controllable external avatar that mirrors his abilities. Unlike shadow clones, this technique creates a tangible body that does not dissipate upon receiving a substantial blow, and it carries no risk of losing control. The essence shared between the original and the avatar allows them to share consciousness, memories, and emotions in real time, effectively granting Naraku two corporeal forms. Both are him, yet distinctly separate. To Black Zetsu, Obito, and even the animators, this clone serves merely as a vessel for the alternate personality, Jin, to temporarily operate outside the original body. They perceive only the entity within the vessel as Jin. The rationale for this elaborate endeavor to separate Jin is threefold. Firstly, it facilitates covert operations in furthering the Moon's Eye plan without the immense risks associated with using White Zetsu as a decoy. Secondly, with two bodies, both personas can coexist in reality, offering the animators ample material to convince the audience that Uchiha Naraku and Jin are indeed two distinct beings, thus facilitating their deceptive maneuvers. Thirdly, interaction between the primary and secondary personalities may inadvertently generate a fanbase, enhancing their popularity. Over the past year, he has expended vast amounts of popularity points on experiments, depleting his finances significantly. The instant the ninjutsu is complete, Naraku feels his soul cleave asunder. The majority remains anchored within the original body, while a smaller fragment transfers to the clone. Suddenly, the clone's eyes snap open, leaning closer to the tank's inner wall, revealing a mischievous, exuberant grin while mouthing a silent good morning. Naraku can vividly perceive every sensation from the avatar, even witnessing his own reflection through its eyes. In terms of thought and emotion, it undeniably mirrors him, yet there exists a peculiar distinction. It is not wholly him. If one were to articulate it, the avatar functions as a puppet imbued with a fraction of his consciousness, linked through empathetic resonance, capable of executing his commands flawlessly with a mere thought, while relaying all sensations back to him. In his mind, two sensations coexisted, one from his original self and the other from his doppelganger. Initially, it felt somewhat peculiar. Yet with a little acclimatization, it transformed into something quite enchanting, akin to playing house with oneself. He effortlessly commanded his avatar to continue its actions and expressions while stepping back slightly, signaling for the doppelganger to emerge. Jin extended his hand to touch the glass, dark flames swirling through the nutrient solution, and in the blink of an eye, a sizable breach was made in the container. Barefoot, he stepped onto the cascading nutrient fluid, approaching Naraku, and donned the attire offered to him. Having adorned himself in the outer garment, he suddenly grasped Naraku by the neck, pinning him against the wall. With a smile, he nuzzled against his host's persona, his tone gentle and soothing, yet a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Let it be known, this is merely temporary. Should one disregard Jin's thumb caressing the position of Naraku's carotid artery, the scene would appear as if the two shared an intimate rapport. However, if the vessel were to malfunction, Naraku would inevitably return. Naraku made no attempt to resist, raising a hand to point at his own chest. This technique merely projects a portion of your consciousness into the vessel. You are, in truth, still present here, Jean. You can feel it, can't you? With a scoff. Jean gradually released his grip and turned to the shadow in the corner. Kuro, you are peering again. I wouldn't classify this as mere spying, Jean, Kuro replied. Emerging from the shadows, his small, beady eyes fixated on the two indistinguishable youths, scrutinizing them repeatedly. He harbored doubts about whether this was truly a method of separating Uchiha Naraku's secondary personality, yet after contemplating, he reasoned that if something were amiss, Jean would never consent to execute such a plan. Furthermore, Jean had acknowledged Naraku's assertion that he was not genuinely transferred into the vessel. It was merely a projection of consciousness. Thus, Kuro urged, Madara has been waiting for you for many days. We must depart swiftly. Very well, if Madara is so impatient. I shall certainly fulfill his desires. Jean replied with a beaming smile, turning to gaze once more at Naraku, his smirk deepening. You ought to be cautious. Do not fall ill too suddenly. He lifted his left hand to brush against Naraku's ear, pressing closer against him, while his right hand tenderly caressed that familiar visage he had seen in the mirror countless times. After all, this body would eventually belong to him. Naraku averted his gaze, responding softly, I understand. He had never opposed this arrangement. Jean and Kuro departed from the depths of Konoha, while Naraku tidied the chaos within the laboratory, still managing to control the doppelganger's actions. The disparity between the two environments and behaviors was stark. Fortunately, operating the doppelganger was remarkably effortless. Otherwise, there would inevitably be moments of neglect concerning one or the other. Jean soon arrived at the subterranean realm of the mountain graveyard, where he encountered Uchiha Madara, greeting him with a customary wave of his arm. Did you miss me, Madara? Madara was already aware of the soul separation technique through Kuro, and he understood that only Jin's persona resided within the boy's body, while Uchiha Naraku remained in Konoha. This meant that their encounters would become increasingly rare. A subtle sense of suffocation washed over Madara. Be silent, you foolish brat. If you continue to speak in that ridiculous tone, you may find yourself without a tongue. Hearing this even harsher reprimand, Jean blinked innocently, pretending to comply as he leaned against the wide armrest of the stone chair, quietly lamenting. Madara seems to harbor no affection for me at all, despite the fact that I am your supporter. His eyes drooped with disappointment, casting a shadow resembling Naraku's. Madara momentarily lost his focus, only to snap back to reality with a start. No, I must not allow such trivial matters to disturb my peace of mind. Both Uchiha Naraku and Jean are merely instruments to execute the plan. Which one I encounter is of no significance. Madara steadied himself, attempting to maintain a calmer tone. If you have a usable body, get to work. Noticing a slight softening in Madara's demeanor, Jin's spirits lifted considerably. He sat up cheerfully, eagerly inquiring, well then, what task shall your little servant undertake this time, Madara? Chapter 197, Killing with a Borrowed Blade. The Akatsuki was flourishing in the land of rain, inciting the apprehension of Hanzo the salamander. Reflecting on their incessant proclamations of mutual understanding, Madara scoffed, his derision unmasked. With such naive leadership and ideals, their doom was inevitable. Have you not always desired more subordinates? This presents a perfect opportunity to guide Nagato onto the right path, transforming him into an asset for our realization of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Jin's eyes subtly shifted. With Danzo gone, does the Akatsuki still need to face this ordeal? However, this was rather typical. The larger the tree, the more it attracted the wind. As the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo could not possibly tolerate the existence of an organization that dared to defy his orders right beneath his nose. Eliminating them before they gained substantial influence was the safer course of action. After outlining the essentials, Madara waved his hand, signaling Jean to leave. Kuro will provide you with the specific information. Off you go. Jean turned to seek out the root Kuro, discovering him engaged in a game with the now sprightly and articulate Fu. The two carefree beings appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. Ah, Jean, you have arrived, Kuro exclaimed, running over with both hands raised, showcasing the well-fed, plump child. Look how chubby she is. She must have been eating well. Kuro has been complaining about her consuming too much food. She is growing quite rapidly, Jean remarked, playfully capturing Fu as if she were a kitten, ruffling her fluffy green hair and teaching her to call his name. From now on, you shall refer to me as Lord Jean, understand? Lord Jean. The 2-year-old child was already capable of speaking fluently. However, it seemed Kuro had neglected to teach her proper pronunciation, and Black had shown little interest in correcting her. Lord Jean. She tilted her head and repeated, finding the handsome older brother before her oddly familiar, instinctively categorizing him among her cherished individuals. Consequently, she invited him to partake in her favorite activity, eat. Well, starting with food. One must hope that the original timeline's dark-skinned spicy girl doesn't end up raising Kuro and Kuro into a plump girl, Jean mused, a perplexed expression adorning his face as he contemplated whether he would need to manage Fu's figure in the future. Kuro, meanwhile, continued to relay information in a rapid-fire manner. Since the establishment of the two trade routes by the Akatsuki, it has been less than 2 months, and Hanzo has already seized control. The number of Akatsuki members has been increasing over the past 2 years, and they have occasionally refused to follow his orders, turning down numerous missions, which has made him exceedingly unhappy. Just when Konoha and Tsunegakure went to war, he secretly reached an agreement with Konoha. If he can assist in dealing with the Akatsuki, he will side with Konoha to jointly resist Tsunegakure. Kuro looked at Jean with curiosity, asking, "What do you intend to do if someone is extending a hand?" "We shall simply observe for now." Jean chuckled, gently tossing Fu into the air before catching her with ease. The naturally brave Fu, rather than crying out in fear, burst into laughter. When the Akatsuki finds themselves in a tight spot, whatever I say be what Nagato, that foolish boy, must heed. "I understand," Kuro exclaimed, his fist striking his other palm in realization. "This is what you humans refer to as killing with a borrowed blade. Ah, look at you. Even the fool has taken to reading? Quite impressive." Jean tossed Fu once more, seemingly quite pleased with the latter's audacious character, laughing maniacally. "Hurry up and grow up. Little one, once you're grown, catch me some tailed beasts." "Shawa." Fu giggled in her tender voice, calling out playfully, Catch tailed beasts." "Hee hee." White Zetsu inquired. "Shall we set off now?" "Yes, let us go." Casually handing Fu to another White Zetsu, Jean beckoned for the root White Zetsu to accompany him. Their intention was to meet and lay the groundwork, probing Nagato's current sentiments. The subordinate's observations were transmitted back to Naraku, who reflected on the original timeline where the spirited Akatsuki succumbed amidst the relentless downpour, transforming into an apocalyptic organization composed of rogue ninjas. He found it somewhat lamentable. However, as Madara had stated, relying solely on verbal communication to avert various conflicts of interest, or even wars among great nations, was utterly unrealistic. Ironically, Nagato's later attempts to collect tailed beasts to exert pressure on the world in a bid for peace held some feasibility, albeit for a fleeting duration. The summoning of the Outer Path's Geto Mazo signified that Nagato was already at the end of his tether. Even if his plan succeeded and the ninja world submitted to his rule, his death would inevitably trigger a violent eruption of suppressed conflicts. To achieve lasting peace, it was evident that Naraku shook his head, temporarily discarding this distant notion, refocusing on the immediate matters at hand. The Akatsuki was destined to face calamity. He merely needed to go with the flow. Nevertheless, he felt a semblance of goodwill towards Yahiko, contemplating ways to salvage him, at least preventing him from reaching an irreversible end. As for the other members of the Akatsuki, they would have to adapt as the situation unfolded. If their actions led to a catastrophic failure, he might have to resort to personally dealing with them, much like in the original timeline. Naraku leaned nonchalantly against the wooden table, observing the slumbering Itachi, lost in thought as he absent-mindedly poked the latter's slightly quivering ear, tracing its delicate curve. Confronting his own heart, Naraku acknowledged that he remained, at his core, a cold-hearted hedonist, devoid of Yahiko's compassion and lacking Naruto's ambition to prevent all tragedies. His narrow heart could, at most, accommodate the few individuals by his side. Beyond that, he truly wondered, did he care about the countless casualties? Would he willingly jeopardize his own interests to actively affect change for those he cared about? He smirked, realizing he could not deceive himself. Indeed, he did not care as much as he pretended. Thus, from the moment he created the persona of Jean, he was well aware that he would eventually have to engage in malevolent deeds under this guise, and he had mentally prepared himself for it. The initial attack on the Yunmu clan and the subsequent raid on Takigakure to seize a Jinchuriki were but precursors. If he wished to maintain his identity as Jean while lurking beside Black Zetsu as a villain, he must eliminate any foes obstructing the eye of the Moon Plan, with his only remaining principle being to avoid harming innocent civilians. Should any ninjas interfere, they would have to accept their fate. In his dreams, Itachi stirred, emitting a vague whimper akin to a young beast, bringing Naraku back to reality as he realized the little ancestor was likely awakening due to hunger. Formula milk, he muttered, rummaging through the drawer only to discover the container was nearly empty. It seemed he needed to hurry to the store for a new supply. This afternoon, Mikoto happened to be away from home, and Naraku resignedly dressed Itachi, securing him with a strap on his back, and thus they set off together to shop. Brother. Hee. Itachi was in a stage of curiosity, peering around while clinging to Naraku's back, occasionally bursting into gleeful laughter. Flowers. Spotting a dandelion by the roadside, he pointed, and as Naraku plucked it and handed it to him, Itachi eagerly grasped the flower as if it were a new toy, his excitement palpable. Naraku glanced back at him, gently asking, "Do you like the flowers, little Itachi?" Itachi stretched out his small arms, the petals brushing against Naraku's cheek, like when Itachi grew up to be a cool, stoic young man. Who would believe he was once so playful? If only Naraku had brought a camera. He could have showcased this segment of Black history at their wedding ceremony for all to see. Chapter 198, Mission. Meanwhile, Jean followed White Zetsu into the Land of Rain, occasionally emerging from underground to observe the external circumstances from secluded spots. As White Zetsu had predicted, the management of the trade routes was no longer in the hands of the Akatsuki, but rather ordinary rain ninjas. The once freely accessible trade routes now required payment for passage. Fortunately, Hanzo the Salamander was no fool. He had set the tolls at a reasonable rate, preventing various merchant caravans from abandoning this secure path. Although the common folk had benefited from the Akatsuki's kindness, they would not rise in their defense. After all, who was to say who would govern? Good days were hard-earned. Provoking Hanzo could swiftly shatter their stable and prosperous lives. In the hustle and bustle, the Akatsuki ultimately received no tangible returns. Yahiko, though initially disheartened, quickly rallied, continuing to perform good deeds without expectation of reward, drawing many to join the Akatsuki through his charisma and the renown of their roadwork. Gazing at the indistinct large structures shrouded in the persistent drizzle, Jean turned to ask, "How many members does the Akatsuki have now?" White Zetsu recalled with care, replying, "Currently, the Akatsuki has nearly 100 members, with around 30 being ninjas. 30 professional ninjas made the Akatsuki a force not to be underestimated. No wonder Hanzo couldn't sit still. Who could resist taking action?" Jean scoffed, and together with White Zetsu, they descended underground, evading various barriers to infiltrate the village, searching for Yahiko and his companions. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan had just completed their final task of the day and retreated to a secluded cliff to rest momentarily, exchanging laughter as they contemplated the organization's future. In their conversation, they revisited the 2 roads they had built and the youthful Uchiha who had inspired them. "Let us not dwell on the trade routes anymore, Nagato. As long as everyone can live a little better, everything we do has meaning, doesn't it?" Yahiko said, patting Nagato on the shoulder, his warmth and conviction radiating through his palm, illuminating the dim and damp space like a beacon. "Yes, I understand," Nagato replied, a smile breaking upon his face. "Speaking of which, there's something I'm quite concerned about." Yahiko gazed up at the overcast sky, the cold wind whipping raindrops against his face, bringing a refreshing chill. "I wonder how Naraku is doing now? Ever since that incident, there hasn't been any news of him." The Land of Rain was isolated, and the Akatsuki needed to conserve funds, rendering them unable to uncover many secrets from the outside world. However, the Uchiha uprising had caused quite a stir, and the circumstances surrounding it were widely known, leading them to hear some whispers. At that time, it was rumored that the Uchiha genius Naraku had perished in a fall, leaving Yahiko heartbroken, unable to sleep at night, constantly lamenting how such a bright and kind child could suddenly vanish, especially at the hands of his fellow villagers. Fortunately, news soon arrived that Uchiha Naraku was not dead, having, like their clan leader, acquired a power greater than an ordinary Sharingan. After that, he had nearly vanished from sight. "He should be fine," Konan reassured softly, fiddling with the paper butterfly in her hands. "Didn't Jiraiya-sensei say that his companion, Tsunade-sama, is the best medical ninja in the ninja world? She must have healed Naraku's injuries long ago." Nagato's mind sparked with an idea, suggesting, once the war concludes, perhaps we could pay a visit to Master Jiraiya in Konoha. This would also allow us to check on Naraku. "What a splendid idea, Nagato!" Yahiko exclaimed, gripping his friend's shoulder, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "Indeed, you are far more astute than I." With that, they resolved to visit Master Jiraiya once the war was over. Agreed, Nagato and Konan nodded in unison, smiles gracing their faces. Just as the trio joyfully deliberated on what gifts to bring for their esteemed teacher, a sudden, mocking chuckle echoed ominously from the depths of the cave. "Humph." The 3 immediately turned towards the source of the sound, where stood a mysterious figure cloaked and masked. Judging by his voice and stature, he appeared to be a young man, likely in his 20s. With a swift motion, Nagato drew a kunai from his sleeve, his body taut and poised for confrontation. "Who are you?" Konan demanded, a flurry of paper butterflies swirling around her, her tone serious. "What is your purpose in stealthily approaching us?" Yahiko scrutinized the stranger with wary eyes, intent on discerning any malice in his intent. Only when he confirmed that hostility was inevitable would he permit Nagato and Konan to strike first, thereby avoiding any unnecessary misunderstandings. "My apologies, I have done nothing untoward." The young man tilted his head, his tone laced with amusement. "I merely found your childish banter rather entertaining." He stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Nagato, moving without a sound. The two were nearly in contact, and Nagato could distinctly hear the young man's elongated breath by his ear, sending a shiver down his spine, prompting him to instinctively retaliate with his kunai. Yet, in an instant, the young man vanished again, reappearing in his original position, now holding a fluttering paper butterfly, inspecting it with intrigue. Conan was utterly oblivious to the moment the butterfly was snatched away. Realizing the vast disparity in strength between her and the enigmatic figure, she formed hand seals, her words tumbling out in a rush. "I'll cover your retreat." At that moment, Nagato also resolved to remain behind. "Conan, you and Yahiko should go first." "No, wait." Yahiko raised his hand, halting the impulsive actions of Conan and Nagato. In the face of his companion's anxious and confused gazes, he began to explain. If he intended to harm us, he would have acted already. The truth of his words unfolded as the young man refrained from further aggression, losing interest instead and casually crumpling the paper butterfly into shreds, chiding, "How disappointing, Nagato. It seems you have not grasped the full extent of those eyes' power. You have wandered the wrong path for far too long, rendering yourself pitifully weak. It appears I cannot allow you to squander your talent and fate." Nagato was left perplexed by his words, a cloud of questions swirling in his mind. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that there was sincerity behind them, causing him to relax his guard slightly, intrigued by the meaning behind those statements. "Who exactly are you? And how do you know about my eyes?" Of course, the young man seemed pleased by Nagato's softened demeanor, his tone brightening. "To guide the bearer of the Rinnegan towards the correct path has been our organization's mission since time immemorial." "Your organization? Mission?" The mention of these terms left Nagato momentarily stunned. Indeed, the young man nodded slightly, meeting the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the trio with an unflinching calm. "To guide you onto the righteous path, to bring true peace to the world, is an essential task that has persisted through the ages of the Everlight." Though his voice was muted and peculiar behind the mask, the tone bore no malice. Rather, it exuded a certain friendliness, as if he possessed a magnetic charm that gradually eased Nagato's tension and skepticism. "As for me, I am the leader of this generation of Everlight." He approached Nagato with a leisurely gait, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, stopping at a precise distance that afforded both sides an ample margin. "You may call me Gene." As in the ashes of a fire. As he revealed his name, he spread his arms wide, once more signaling his trustworthiness through body language. "I will ignite your path with the embers that remain, dispelling the fog ahead." "Why? Why me? Is it solely because of my eyes?" Nagato's thoughts were in turmoil. The young man's unwavering confidence and composure, combined with Master Jiraiya's earlier words, plunged him into confusion. Could it truly be that the Rinnegan was destined for some form of world salvation? Yet, he had always pursued Yahiko's ideals as his life's ambition, firmly believing them to be the genuine hope for peace in the ninja world. It was love and mutual understanding that would better the world, not merely the Rinnegan. Sensing Nagato's inner turmoil and self-doubt, the young man deliberately softened his tone, clarifying further. "Nagato, you need not belittle yourself. You are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, and those Rinnegan are irrefutable proof. The Sage of Six Paths yearned for a world of stability and prosperity. Hence he bestowed this power. Whenever the ninja world is plunged into chaos, the reincarnated one awakens the Rinnegan, restoring balance to the world. Today, nations in the ninja realm are embroiled in perpetual conflict, and the common folk suffer greatly, even in times of ceasefire. Only the great powers bask in the sunlight of peace, while the smaller nations languish in the shadows. It is due to such suffering that you awakened the Rinnegan in your youth, receiving the power granted by the Sage of Six Paths. And Everlight is another legacy he left behind, ensuring that the reincarnated individuals can inherit his ideals and walk the righteous path." "So, you mean to say that upon hearing these hidden truths of the ninja world, Yahiko was deeply shaken, though still somewhat skeptical? That you are here to assist Nagato in inheriting the will of the Sage of Six Paths and to promote peace in the ninja world?" "Precisely." The young man snapped his fingers, reverting to his earlier, more playful demeanor. Yahiko pressed further. "What ideals of the Sage of Six Paths do you intend to uphold?" "Oh, that's a lengthy tale." The young man sighed, gazing upwards as if reminiscing about a bygone era. 1,000 years ago, when the Sage of Six Paths walked the earth, the ninja world was free of strife, war, and hatred. Yet, following his passing, the world descended into division. Where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. As long as the concept of victors exists, so too will there be the vanquished. Even in the pursuit of peace, conflict arises among people. For the desire to protect love gives birth to hatred. This is the law of causality, an inseparable bond. As he recounted these sorrowful truths, the young man's voice fluctuated, imbued with regret and indignation. The cold wind outside the cave intensified, howling ominously, while raindrops lashed against the earth, forming waves that mirrored the increasingly darkened sky, weighing heavily upon the hearts of the three. Yet, as the storm began to subside, the young man's tone subtly ascended, his gaze locking onto the bewildered eyes of his audience, awaiting their response. By emulating the Sage of Six Paths, we too can create a world devoid of victors and vanquished, a realm filled only with peace and love. With Everlight's assistance, you will surely find your way towards manifesting this world. The moment you fully harness the true power of the Rinnegan, your dream will be within reach. Come now, Nagato. You shall become the savior of this world. The young man earnestly and solemnly extended his hand, and Nagato could almost feel the searing intensity of his gaze through the two eye holes of his mask, as if a flame, scorching his very soul. "I." Nagato gasped anxiously, his breath quickening, his nails digging deeply into his palm, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The title of savior resonated deafeningly, akin to a thunderclap that roused him from his stupor. He found it almost inconceivable that he bore such a heavy burden. Instinctively, he wished to deny it. Yet he understood that if this were indeed true, there would be no further refuge for him. Konan watched Nagato with concern, uncertain of how to voice her thoughts. For this was a decision that belonged solely to him. Ultimately, it was Yahiko who steadied his mind and temporarily declined the invitation on Nagato's behalf. "This is a matter of great significance. Your words hold no proof. We cannot trust such tales, nor ascertain whether you seek to exploit us. Even if what you say is true, Nagato must consider whether he wishes to inherit the will of the Sage of Six Paths. No one can be compelled in such matters. We have our own path to tread, our own endeavors to pursue, and we are diligently working towards them. As long as individuals comprehend each other's suffering, we can still draw closer to the authentic world." The young man remained silent, listening to Yahiko's words, and offered no response. Just as the three began to tense for a confrontation, fearing that their lack of understanding might incite anger, the young man sighed and shook his head, his tone betraying neither anger nor sorrow. "Peace forged through mutual understanding is as illusory as flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. It appears beautiful, yet is fundamentally a mirage. But no matter how I articulate this, you will not turn back until you have faced the consequences of your actions, will you? Fear not. I shall not obstruct your departure, but should you find yourselves in need of assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." The young man's voice was unmistakably laced with laughter, gentle and encompassing, leading the trio to feel that he resembled not a youth, but rather a seasoned elder, weathered by time. Yahiko gestured for Nagato and Konan to depart first, and as they exited the cave, he too gradually retreated. Throughout the entire exchange, the young man remained motionless, quietly observing as they vanished into the curtain of rain. Chapter 200, A Dead End. Returning to the base in silence, Yahiko took Nagato aside, intending to engage in a serious discussion about the day's events. The two stood beside the railing of a corridor bridge, gazing at the vast expanse of dark clouds and persistent rain above, remaining wordless for an extended period. Yahiko grasped the railing, slightly rusted, the slick and hard texture transmitting a bone-chilling cold through his palm. He lowered his gaze, observing a layer of fine droplets adorning the metal surface, each absorbing the rainwater carried by the breeze. Every few seconds, one droplet would swell to a particularly full size, swaying precariously before succumbing to gravity, trailing slender streaks of water down the curve of the metal. New moisture soon gathered, initially appearing as mere fuzz, rapidly expanding to a visible size, only to roll off like its predecessor, a cycle perpetually repeating. Yahiko became momentarily entranced by this monotonous spectacle, eventually awakening to the need for dialogue. "Nagato, what are your thoughts on what that individual said?" Nagato lowered his head, his thoughts tangled in a chaotic knot. "I am uncertain, Yahiko. Jiraiya-sensei once spoke of the Rinnegan, and now another has emerged with similar implications. Perhaps the Rinnegan is indeed something exceptional, the hope of the entire ninja world. However, Nagato, you need not feel compelled to follow the path laid out by the Sage of Six Paths." Yahiko patted his brother's arm firmly, hoping to instill a sense of encouragement. "As I mentioned before, you possess your own will, your own destiny to fulfill." "Yes," Nagato finally managed a faint smile, nodding vigorously. He reaffirmed that his greatest desire was to assist Yahiko in realizing his aspirations, to restore peace to the world through mutual understanding among individuals. Just as Nagato was regaining his resolve, Yahiko unexpectedly voiced something entirely unforeseen. "Nagato, I've been contemplating for quite some time the prospect of you becoming the leader of Akatsuki." I am not suited to be a leader." Yahiko recalled a recent confrontation in which he had been forced to kill an enemy in self-defense. The pale visage of that adversary lingered hauntingly in his memory. Pain spread across Yahiko's face like a spider's web, his blood-stained left hand clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. The sensation still echoed in his palm, leaving him trembling with fear. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm, then turned to Nagato, saying, "Everyone is equally exhausted from the relentless battles. And perhaps even our original ideals are waning. But you are different, Nagato. You possess the potential to become a hero, which is the special symbol of the Rinnegan. You can use it to reignite everyone's new aspirations. Yahiko, do you intend to utilize my Rinnegan as well?" Nagato's feelings were difficult to articulate as he turned to observe the tumultuous weather outside. "I fear myself. I have long suffered because of these eyes. I understand." Yahiko acknowledged Nagato's reluctance, yet maintained an optimistic outlook. "Do not worry. There are those beside you who can help you control its power. Conan will always be there for you." He smiled silently, his gentle tone imparting an unparalleled sense of reassurance. Nagato gradually regained his composure, still uncertain how to respond when Juzo, responsible for intelligence gathering, rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother, we have a situation." Yahiko immediately inquired, "What is it?" Juzo, panting, widened his eyes and dropped a bombshell. "A messenger from Hanzo has arrived." The two exchanged glances, realizing that now was not the time for heartfelt discussions. Dealing with the situation involving Hanzo took precedence. Yahiko summoned everyone remaining at the base to meet with the messenger. The individual was clad in the common attire of the Rain Village ninja, bearing a headband, and with a businesslike tone inquired if he was the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko. "Indeed. I am Haruzo, the deputy of Lord Hanzo." The messenger completed his brief introduction and continued to explain his purpose. "I have long heard of Akatsuki's deeds, and it is said that you advocate for resolving issues without the use of force, which is truly admirable. Lord Hanzo has entrusted me with a letter. Please accept it." He produced a scroll from within his garments, holding it aloft with both hands as a sign of respect. Juzo stepped forward to take it, returning it to Yahiko, who, upon reading its contents, paled with urgency and excitement. "Is this true?" "Yes, my lord wishes to meet you in person. He acknowledges the legitimacy of Akatsuki." The messenger's smile deepened, accentuating the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. "Furthermore, my lord hopes that, in the future, you can be entrusted with the task of negotiating peace between the Rain Village and the 3 surrounding nations." At these words, everyone, including Yahiko, erupted with exhilaration. After years of dedicated effort and unwavering commitment to the Land of Rain, they had finally received validation from their leader, and it was impossible not to celebrate. Amidst the jubilant discussions, the messenger departed the base. Though the rain continued to pour, Yahiko felt as if the skies had cleared, sunlight breaking through the clouds to illuminate the earth, rendering the world vibrant and warm. He recalled every life extinguished by the torrential downpour along their journey, his eyes growing moist, yet he found solace in the outcome now before him. For this moment, many had made sacrifices, and at last, their efforts had not been in vain. It was Yahi's unwavering resolve to comprehend the suffering of others, coupled with his unwavering trust in Lord Hanzo over the years, that ultimately moved him. Nagato approached Yahi with a gentle smile, encouraging him to observe the joyous expressions of their comrades, some of whom were even brought to tears by their elation. The ideals of Akatsuki were rejuvenated, requiring no symbol of the Rinnegan to signify this transformation. "Everyone had gathered here to follow you. The path you tread is indeed the righteous one." Yahi clasped Nagato's hand tightly, dispelling the turmoil and confusion within his heart. 100 meters away, Jean gazed at the Akatsuki, now a jubilant sea of merriment, snorting disdainfully as he twisted his fingers. So naive. Thus, White Setsu crept forward, questioning whether the two truly intended to meet Hanzo the Salamander alone. Indeed, Jean recalled his time infiltrating Akatsuki years prior, when Yahi had expressed his willingness to first extend trust to Hanzo, leaving no doubt that he would approach the meeting unarmed. This unique, innocent heart of the ninja world would ultimately lead him down a path of despair. In the ethereal mist of rain, Jean leaned against a damp rock pillar, a soft smile gracing his lips as he casually yanked a branch that had sprouted from White Zetsu, causing it to stumble back a step, to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. "Bring along several White Zetsu to encircle Akatsuki's base. No external information must breach our defenses." Though he wore a smile, his eyes were like stagnant water, absorbing all light that dared to enter, leaving only an abyss of darkness that seeped with the scent of blood. Should they discover that something was amiss and escape, I shall simmer you into a broth over a slow flame. Chapter 201, Ruin. Upon returning to the Akatsuki base, Conan had received suspicious intelligence and had already gone to patrol the relevant area, likely not to return until midday tomorrow. However, the time agreed upon for the meeting with Hanzo was in the morning. Yahi wrestled with his indecision, but ultimately deemed the opportunity too precious to squander. deciding not to wait for Conan and instead accompanying Nagato to meet Hanzo. While Akatsuki reveled in their newfound recognition, Yahi and Nagato retired to their quarters at midnight to conserve their strength, leaving the other members to celebrate until late into the night, finally collapsing into a disheveled sleep as dawn broke. Shortly after they entered the realm of dreams, Yahi and Nagato set forth on their path to meet Hanzo the Salamander. No sooner had they departed than white Zetsu surrounded the entire base underground, ensuring that any person or creature stepping into their perimeter would be eliminated. Should we leave this to Jean? One white Zetsu, clutching a mouse it had caught, inquired of another, seemingly more astute white Zetsu nearby. The gray creature squeaked in distress, thrashing about in a desperate attempt to escape. It was even wearing a vest and carrying a scroll on its back, evidently tasked with delivering a message to the base's personnel. The more intelligent white Zetsu extracted the scroll and stored it carefully, replying, "The scroll can be given to Jean, but the mouse should be consumed without a trace." "Oh, understood." The white Zetsu holding the mouse nodded, wide-mouthed, and gulped it down whole, patting its belly in confusion. "Why has it stopped moving?" "Well, obviously it's dead." Today was a rare day of faint sunlight, as if Akatsuki had finally emerged from the shadow of clouds and drizzle. The meeting place agreed upon with Hanzo lay in a low valley, flanked by steep slopes, making it an ideal location for an ambush. The deeper they ventured, the more unease permeated Nagato's being, a tension creeping from his core to his limbs, sending chills down his spine. "Yai, we." Just as he began to speak, Yai halted, gazing up at the cliff ahead, which marked the direction of the rising sun. "We have arrived." Hanzo the Salamander soon appeared. The imposing figure of the leader of the Rain Village cast a shadow that stretched across the valley floor, enveloping it in darkness, while nearly 100 ANBU ninja emerged. Some clad in Rain Village attire, others wearing unfamiliar garb, surrounding the valley in a tight formation. The air thickened with a palpable murderous intent that coalesced with the expanding black clouds above, gradually consuming the pale sky. This was clearly an attempt to eliminate the two of them. A sense of crisis crawled up Nagato's spine, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end, his mind racing to devise a means of escape. Yahi stood frozen, staring up at Hanzo the Salamander, an overwhelming sense of desolation flooding his heart as he realized he had utterly succumbed to reality. He had laid everything on the line, even his life, yet still failed to earn even a modicum of trust from his adversary. It was only at this moment that he had to concede how prescient Naraka's warning had been years ago. That child had seen through everything from the outset, kindly offering a warning, yet he had stubbornly persisted down this path to its bitter end, unwilling to accept the world's inherent cruelty. A sudden gust of cold wind dispersed Yahi's melancholy, pulling him back from his reverie. He steeled himself, preparing to force a breakout alongside Nagato. However, the figures that appeared beside Hanzo sent a chill coursing through his veins. Conan, the gasping Conan, incapacitated by toxic gas, was bound at the wrists, entirely at Hanzo's mercy as he yanked her towards him, pressing a kunai against her neck. Hanzo's voice, tinged with age, emerged from behind his gas mask, carrying a chilling finality. "Yahi, I want you, the leader of Akatsuki, to perish here. Resist, and this woman will surely die." Yahi clenched his jaw, desperate to charge forward to rescue Conan, yet the glint of the weapon near her artery halted him, leaving him in a torturous dilemma. A kunai sliced through the air, embedding itself in the earth near Nagato's feet. "The red-haired one over there. Pick it up and use it to kill Yahi. Should you comply, I can ensure both you and this woman return safely." Upon hearing Hanzo reference his red hair, Nagato instinctively looked up, and as he grasped the meaning behind those words, a tremor coursed through him, his mind nearly grinding to a halt. The ominous clouds loomed overhead, and the rain began to fall once more. Conan's vision blurred by the rain. She could not discern the expressions of the two below, only able to scream hoarsely, "Stop. Nagato, don't worry about me. You too flee." Hanzo watched her shout and flail, making no effort to intervene. He knew that regardless of the decision made by the two at the cliff's edge, they would never abandon this woman, even at the cost of their own lives. Yes, the leader of Akatsuki was indeed a naive figure, both admirable and loathsome. True to form, Yahi had made his choice. He spread his arms wide, facing his fate with quiet acceptance. Yahi understood that he had lost completely. His overly optimistic belief in the goodness of humanity had led Akatsuki to this dire predicament, rather than allow this unworthy leader to perish. It was far more hopeful for Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan, to survive and safeguard their comrades. For him, for Conan, for all the members of Akatsuki who trusted and followed them, Nagato must live. The dream of Akatsuki had indeed shattered. Only the Rinnegan could save the world. Nagato. He gazed upon his closest friend, with whom he had shared life and death for years, his expression serene. "Kill me. No, that cannot be." Nagato instinctively rejected the notion. Struggling to breathe in the rain, the heavens roared and thunder cracked, transforming the vast expanse into a chasm of despair. When the string known as reason threatened to snap, a viscous silence suddenly filled his ears. Nagato, act now. No. Hurry, kill him. Do you not care for this woman's life? Yahiko's urgent, piercing shouts, Conan's heart-wrenching cries, and Hanzo's merciless prompts echoed around him. Even the fragmented syllables that escaped his own throat seemed to come through a thick curtain of water, only a vague cacophony remaining audible. When clarity returned, Nagato found himself grasping the kunai. He raised his gaze in bewilderment, only to see Conan standing above, her face a mask of terror, prompting him to turn again, seeking Yahiko's help. Yahiko, in the midst of the torrential rain. The response to Nagato's plea was a rush of black fabric, a fleeting flash of orange hair, the faint resistance of the kunai's handle, and the warm, viscous blood that covered his hands. He staggered back, and then he heard the whisper that froze his very blood. Nagato, you and Conan must survive. For you are the saviors of this world. If it were you, perhaps you could indeed succeed. The weight on his shoulders suddenly became unbearable, as Yahiko's body slipped from him, crashing to the ground and splashing water everywhere. Blood poured from the wound, staining the ground in a glaring red. Chapter 202, just on time. Yahiko? Nagato finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. His heart thudded violently, causing sharp pains in his chest, and a series of high-pitched shrieks erupted in his ears, while the light spots dancing on his retina twisted into a vortex, gnawing away at the last remnants of his sanity. The air was as frigid as shards of ice. Each breath he took scraped his throat and lungs, transforming the act of inhalation into a torturous ordeal, until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. He struggled to lower himself, to bend down and lift Yahiko, but his body refused to obey, as if every muscle had been cast in molten metal, rendering him immobile. No, where there is light, there must be shadow. Yahiko, do not die. As long as the concept of a victor exists, so too does that of a vanquished. Why is it like this? If only people could understand each other. Even in the name of peace, war can arise between individuals. Why won't Hanzo understand us? For once one seeks to protect love, hatred is bound to be born. Why won't he? Why? The string within Nagato finally snapped, his vision igniting with a searing pain that jolted him into sharp clarity. Yet even so, he could not discern whether the fluid streaming down his face was rain or tears. Yahiko, Conan wailed, her body too deeply poisoned to endure any longer, her legs buckling as she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Hanzo's eyes. He had never intended for any member of Akatsuki to leave alive. At Hanzo's command, nearly 100 umbu swiftly hurled kunai and shuriken, countless weapons aimed at the dazed Nagato. In the final moment, Nagato raised his left hand, using an invisible repulsion to deflect all attacks. The projectiles shattered into countless metal shards upon meeting the force field, scattering through the air in brilliant arcs, like a myriad of startled birds taking flight. Under the influence of gravity, the fragments fell like stars, creating a wide arc of glimmering debris around Nagato's feet, reflecting a myriad of cold brilliance. Once the barrage was thwarted, Nagato leapt to the cliff's edge, his speed forcing Hanzo to abandon his hostages and retreat hastily. Seizing the moment, he scooped up Conan, intent on fleeing, when he noticed a multitude of explosive tags emerging from the ground, slithering like serpents toward him and Conan. In a panic, he could only lift Conan's legs, as the tags ensnared him from the feet up to his knees. The tags ignited one after another, and soon, a massive explosion lit up half the sky. Nagato narrowly invoked Shinra Tensei to repel most of the flames and shockwaves, bringing Conan to the valley floor and gently laying her beside Yahiko. Conan propped herself up, witnessing Nagato's legs engulfed in flames, gradually extinguished by the rain, revealing the little skin left and charred, twisted muscle beneath. Nagato, I'm fine. He seemed utterly oblivious to the pain, speaking in a low voice. Conan, hold on to Yahiko and do not move. Quite impressive, kid, to withstand my fire techniques and still escape. Hanzo offered reluctant praise, even feeling a twinge of regret at the prospect of killing Nagato, but his expression shifted upon meeting the latter's gaze. You are no ordinary person. Your eyes, the leader of the Konoha Umbu, sensing the precarious situation in the Rain Village, ordered his team to join the fray to ensure the mission's success. Go. Kill him. The Umbu leapt into action, but before they could land, Nagato summoned a colossal, blind monster from beneath the earth. The outer path, Getomazo. The statue opened its massive mouth and howled towards the heavens, its roar deafening, effortlessly swatting away several of the attackers. From its mouth emerged a translucent serpent, terrifying in its passage. Wherever it went, the ninja stood no chance of resistance, their souls consumed, leaving only vacant shells behind. Yet this came at a cost to Nagato, as dozens of black pillars used to control the Geto Mazo plunged deep into his back, mercilessly siphoning his chakra and vitality. In mere seconds, he transformed from a robust figure into one resembling a mere wraith, his cheeks hollowed as though a gust of wind could topple him. Ignoring Conan's protests and his own bodily injuries, he unleashed a frenzied assault on all enemies within the battlefield until none remained standing in his sight. Hanzo, astonished by the power of the Rinnegan, made a hasty retreat at the last moment. Thus, the battle came to an end. The black pillars behind Nagato shattered, the Geto Mazo dissipating into mist, leaving the surroundings engulfed in silence, save for the relentless patter of rain. He staggered to Yahiko's side, embracing the cold body along with Conan. "Ah, did I arrive too late?" A familiar voice rang out from nearby, and Conan looked up in confusion to see a tall figure standing in the downpour. It was Jean. She remembered his name, the mysterious and formidable leader of the Horn, who sought to guide the Rinnegan. Clinging to the last thread of hope, Conan turned to him, her voice hoarse as she pleaded, "Can you save Yahiko?" Nagato's dimmed eyes flickered, and his head, which had hung low, abruptly lifted, mirroring the pleading expression directed at Jean. Jean tilted his head, glancing at Yahiko, caught between the two of them, and sighed, "I do not favor using medical ninjutsu, but for Nagato's sake, very well." Before he finished speaking, he appeared beside Nagato, squatting down, his hands emanating a green glow as they emerged from his dark robe, resting over the wound on Yahiko's abdomen. "This guy has no vital signs at all. You really are putting me in a tough spot. I cannot guarantee he will survive." Nagato and Conan's hearts raced, nodding frantically, not daring to utter a word lest they interrupt Jean's efforts. Even if hope was slim, they had to try. Seconds turned into minutes, with the green light in Jin's hands intensifying, reaching a peak before gradually dimming. Jean rose to his feet, retracting his hands into the folds of his robe. What a pity, the heart has ceased its rhythm for too long. The spirits of the other two plummeted into despair, having barely emitted a mournful cry when they heard Jin's belated follow-up statement. Thus, it was possible he may never awaken again. Nagato's mind, momentarily incapacitated, struggled to grasp the gravity of the situation, while Conan, overwhelmed with joy, crouched down, pressing her face against Yahiko's chest in search of a heartbeat. Upon sensing that faint but persistent vibration, tears streamed down her face as she shook Nagato's shoulders, explaining through uncontrollable sobs, "He lives. Yahiko lives. Yahiko is still alive?" Nagato could scarcely believe the words he had just heard. After a prolonged mental stagnation, his thoughts began to stir, before joy could fully blossom in his heart. Bitterness and sorrow surged to the forefront, transforming into a torrent of tears that cascaded down his face, mingling with the rain as they splashed onto the ground, producing salty droplets. Chapter 203, Akatsuki, we have been too kind to assist others to the very end and to ensure they reach their destination. Jean even took the liberty of treating Nagato's burned legs, advising him to rest well, for in due time, he would be able to walk normally again. Upon returning to the base, they temporarily settled Yahiko in a secure room, and Nagato and Conan summoned all personnel currently present to announce the grim news of their leader Yahiko being ambushed by Hanzo, and now in a state of unconsciousness. The exposure of Hanzo's treachery had evidently ignited an irreconcilable conflict between him and Akatsuki. To prevent further complications, he would undoubtedly assemble his subordinates to launch an attack on Akatsuki, aiming for a decisive extermination without leaving any survivors. Thus, Nagato's first command upon his return was to disperse the less capable members, to safeguard them from unnecessary casualties in the impending conflict. Furthermore, he resolved to rescue the world in a different manner, utilizing the Rinnegan, which both Yahiko and Jean had anticipated, to forcibly maintain peace in the shinobi world. Those comrades who could not accept the shift in the organization's ideology were welcome to depart at this time. After a somewhat coercive yet persuasive discourse, over half of the members resolutely refused to leave, emphasizing that they had long since placed life and death aside and were determined to stand together with Akatsuki through thick and thin. As for whether they could embrace Nagato's new philosophy, of course they could. The first leader, Yahiko, advocated kindness and mutual understanding, earning the utmost respect of every Akatsuki member as their elder brother, only to be so cruelly betrayed by Hanzo. It was possible he might never awaken again. The second leader, Nagato, had also sustained severe injuries while rescuing both Yahiko and Conan, barely managing to retreat with his team. His current state a ghastly reflection of his former self. Witnessing all of this, did they not harbor any resentment? Did they not yearn for vengeance? Actions speak louder than words, and this dire crisis proved that Akatsuki had previously been far too benevolent. The shinobi world was rife with despicable vermin, They could not afford to show excessive leniency to those with treacherous hearts. They must strike hard by subduing their enemies. They would ensure that everyone would willingly sit down to listen to their advocacy for peace. Nagato found himself unable to refute this compelling logic. With their collective disregard for death, he had no choice but to respect each individual's wishes and consent to their decision to remain and fight alongside him. Konan and Itachi continued to care for Yahiko in the room, gently cleansing his body and dressing him in clean garments, carefully placing him in a dry, comfortable bed. Itachi gazed at the leader who had celebrated with them just the previous night, now lying unresponsive in bed, and could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, tears welling in his eyes as he cursed the shameless Hanzo. Remembering the organization's need for various intelligence, he promptly summoned his summoning beast to assist with reconnaissance. Konan sat on a stool, lost in thought. The emotional blow of just a few hours had been too great, leaving her with no energy for idle musings. So she resorted to mental blankness as a form of self-preservation. Lying there, it seemed that in about a month, his body would deteriorate beyond repair. As a light-hearted reminder echoed through the air, Konan snapped back to reality, turning to see Jean lazily leaning against the doorframe. His right index finger still pointed at the unresponsive Yahiko on the bed. Caring for someone in a comatose state was indeed an exceptionally troublesome task. Konan quickly straightened up, inquiring, "What can I do to help Yahiko recover?" "What can you do?" "Naturally, you must assist him with physical activity daily, massage his muscles, ensure he eats and drinks. Bathe and clean him, and let him bask in the sunlight." Jean walked into the room and plopped down at the edge of the bed, counting off on his fingers, only to find the list too extensive and ultimately waved his hand dismissively. In short, it was crucial to provide him with adequate exercise and nutrition, an exceedingly cumbersome task. "No worries, I shall handle it," Konan replied resolutely. Both turned their gaze towards the entrance, where Nagato maneuvered his wheelchair slowly into the room, his expression resolute, as if he had made a profound decision. "I will use chakra to manipulate metal and control Yahiko's body, allowing him to continue living as a normal person and serve as the leader of Akatsuki." Konan remained silent, while Jean shot him a disapproving glance. "Are you certain? That would be quite taxing on your chakra and vitality." "I apologize, Jean. I understand this is an exceedingly reckless idea," Nagato said, looking at Jean with a hint of regret. "Since Yahiko has entrusted his hope to the Rinnegan, I shall enable him to use these eyes to forge peace in the shinobi world." At this, Jean rolled his eyes in disbelief behind his mask. The shinobi world is filled with eccentrics. Controlling your dear friend's body like a marionette to imitate a normal human life is bizarre, to say the least. If Yahiko awakens, will he not feel awkward about this? "Indeed, it is quite reckless," Jean softly complained, stepping before Nagato, hands on his hips. Yet, under Nagato's unwavering gaze, he relented with a resigned shrug. "Very well, but do take care. I have no desire to wait for the next reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths to mature." Receiving the support, Nagato's features softened slightly as he exhaled deeply. "Thank you, Jean." Upon exiting Akatsuki's base, Jean executed a series of instantaneous movements to reach the vantage point from the previous day, impatiently tapping his foot against the ground behind a rocky pillar. "Fool! Where are you?" "I am here." A white Zetsu emerged from the ground, cheerfully presenting a small scroll, proud of its own accomplishments. "Look, this is what we previously confiscated from a summoning beast mouse. Trouble would ensue if it were to be placed inside." Jean unfurled the scroll, swiftly scanning its contents, and confirmed that it contained intelligence regarding the movements of Konoha's Umbu from the original timeline. If Itachi were to obtain this information, he would undoubtedly sense something amiss and pursue Yahiko and Nagato, obstructing their meeting. At that point, Jean would be compelled to act preemptively, much like Obito in the original timeline, to eliminate them all. "Itachi, you brat, do you not owe White Zetsu a thank you?" Jean thought humorlessly to himself, raising his hand to incinerate the scroll with black flames, obliterating any trace of evidence. "Well done. For now, I shall refrain from using you for soup." He offered a rare compliment before assigning a new task. "Take a few more White Zetsu to monitor Hanzo. Observe when he plans to strike against Akatsuki." "Understood." White Zetsu cheerfully raised its right hand, relieved to have avoided being cooked. After all, it had no idea whether it would perish once cooked, so it was best to avoid that fate altogether. "I am off." The exuberant voice of White Absolute was abruptly cut off as it sank deep underground, likely because its mind could not manage to speak while executing the ephemeral technique. Jean contemplated how fortunate he was not to be obsessive-compulsive, otherwise, the absence of that final note would have kept him awake through the night. Chapter 204. Audience, don't get too carried away, use Thousand Birds. It wasn't until dusk that White Absolute sent word that the mountain pepper fish, Hanzo, had no immediate intention of launching an attack. Consequently, Jean found a quiet room in the Akatsuki base to sleep and log off. Nero, who was vigilantly monitoring and controlling the secondary body, let out a sigh of relief and set aside the talisman paper he had failed with hundreds of times. Just as he organized his experiment records, a sudden sharp pain pierced his chest, and a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Crimson droplets of blood sporadically splattered onto the experimental table, resembling blooming plum blossoms. Nero gasped a few times, swallowed the residual blood in his mouth, and leaned against the table, closing his eyes to wait for the dizziness to pass. It appeared rather severe. Had anyone else been present, they would have rushed him to the hospital for urgent care. However, Nero himself felt it was not a grave issue, merely a consequence of overexertion leading to a few bouts of vomiting blood, a recurring theme over the past 2 years. Nonetheless, the blood disease had progressed to this extent, and if it worsened, it could impede his actions, especially in combat situations. Thus, while contemplating how much vitality he would have left after this experiment, he also summoned the system to utilize his vitality points to seal his blood disease. The progression of your blood disease has been restrained. A daily expenditure of 300 vitality points is required. Nero opened his mouth to negotiate. Is there no way to make it cheaper? The system was taken aback by this statement and took a considerable time to respond, still unaccustomed to Nero's sporadic abstract behavior. To reduce the experimental time, Nero had already expended a substantial amount of vitality points. So why was he being so frugal over this trivial matter? After comprehensive analysis, the system concluded that Nero was simply bored and trying to tease it. This is already the minimum cost to suppress the blood disease. Nero, very well. In truth, using Hashirama cells could achieve a similar effect and even gradually cure the blood disease. But he was reluctant to do so as it would be too easily discovered by the animators, increasing the risk. Therefore, spending vitality was a more secure option. After a brief wait, Nero felt his body finally recover somewhat, no longer feeling as dizzy as before. He first wiped down the experimental table, disposed of the soiled papers, washed his hands and face, and confirmed that his clothes bore no blood before donning his coat and heading home as if nothing had happened. With summer approaching, the once bustling and lively Konoha, filled with laughter and joy at this time last year, now felt increasingly desolate and cold due to the ongoing war. Each time Nero traveled a route between the laboratory and the Uchiha clan grounds, he could distinctly sense the diminishing vibrancy of Konoha, with pedestrians growing scarcer. Now, only the occasional hurried passerby with a solemn expression brushed past him. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at his doorstep. Instead of returning to the small courtyard he shared with Kakashi, he entered the clan leader's residence to seek out Mikoto. As early as the onset of spring, Fugaku had led a team of elite Uchiha to the front lines of the Thunder and Fire, and not long after, Kakashi's team was dispatched to the Earth and Fire front, leaving him to rely on Mikoto and Itachi for companionship during this prolonged period. Upon stepping into the backyard, Nero spotted Itachi wobbling and taking a few steps out onto the corridor. Beside him, Mikoto was incessantly snapping pictures with a camera, praising, "So impressive, little Itachi. You can walk now." Encouraged by her words, Itachi took a few more steps forward and, upon catching sight of Nero's return, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly attempted to descend the steps. "Be careful." In an instant, Nero rushed forward to catch his reckless younger brother, lifting him into his arms and playfully tapping his petite nose, feigning seriousness as he warned, "If you're not careful, big brother will have to spank you." Itachi barely understood what he was saying, merely giggling and repeating, "Brother, hug." Click. A flash of white light passed, and Mikoto, satisfied, put away her camera, cheerfully announcing, "Dinner is ready." All right. Since Itachi was already in his embrace, Nero carried him along with Mikoto to the dining hall, taking on the task of feeding him as well. After indulging in a hearty meal and enjoying a half-hour hot bath, Nero contentedly nestled into his bed, ready for a good night's sleep. Ding. Update notification. Nero, great. Another night of staying up late. Upon opening the video website, he was astonished to find a plethora of newly updated episodes. If he were to watch them all diligently, it would likely be dawn by the time he finished. Better to watch at triple speed. Nero instructed the system to adjust the speed and clicked to continue playback. The animation swiftly resuming from where he last left off. The opening scene depicted the busy high-ranking officials and Umbu of Konoha, preparing personnel and supplies for war before dawn had even broken. As the morning light tore through the night, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, issued a call to gather all Konoha residents, delivering an inspiring and commanding declaration of war. In the animation, nearly every notable character was featured, showcasing the varied reactions of everyone as they realized war was upon them. As the episode neared its conclusion, the animator succinctly conveyed Konoha's strategic deployment. Orochimaru would remain in Konoha, while Tsunade and Jiraiya each led their respective teams to the front lines. That old man Sarutobi certainly had a knack for brainwashing. He was quite adept at stirring emotions. Once again, Konoha was set to face a 1 versus 2 scenario. It was always Konoha under siege at the onset of war. It was truly commendable. It was an obvious conclusion. Konoha was too formidable, and the other ninja villages would invariably opt to unite against Konoha first. In the last Great War, the 3 legendary ninjas had acted together. Now, they were capable of holding their own. Subsequently, the animator devoted several episodes to portray the numerous conflicts between Konoha and Iwagakure and Kumogakure over the past year. From Konoha's decisive declaration of war to its ability to hold its ground against 2 opponents, and finally to the temporary ceasefire in the dead of winter. The continuous grand scenes provided the audience with a thrilling experience. To maintain narrative coherence, the animator only included a few of Jiraiya's grievances while stationed at the front, informing viewers that the new year was approaching, and for the time being, no one would be able to engage in battle. Even Tsunade had been granted permission to return to Konoha for rest. Before long, in less than half an episode, Iwagakure and Kumogakure seized the opportunity of the warming weather after the new year to launch another offensive, with Tsunagakure also declaring war on Konoha. The Third Great Ninja War erupted in full force, the situation even more dire than before, as Konoha found itself compelled to engage on multiple fronts, barely managing to hold its ground with the combined efforts of the legendary 3 ninjas. After witnessing these recent battles, the audience could discern the heavy losses suffered by Konoha's forces. Otherwise, Sarutobi would not have made the last-minute decision to dispatch some lower-ranked ninjas to the battlefield at the end of 1 episode. Once again, Konoha displayed its resilience, managing to withstand assaults from 2 or even 3 adversaries. The excuse from Tsunagakure was utterly shameless. The disappearance of the Kazekage was no concern of Konoha's. Having been thoroughly beaten by Kumogakure, they were desperate to take a piece of Konoha for themselves. At times like this, I particularly long for Hashirama and Madara. Had either of them still been around, who would dare speak so boldly to Konoha? If only Konoha could produce another Hashirama or Madara, or even another Tobirama. Do not even mention Shumo. The mere thought of his demise at the hands of Danzo fills me with an overwhelming desire to strangle that old fiend. Indeed, if Shumo were to awaken, and if Tsunagakure dared to make a move, we would promptly shut the gates and unleash the hounds. It feels as though Konoha is on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, how could Hiruzen Sarutobi send freshly graduated children like Kakashi and his peers to the battlefield? There must still be personnel available, but perhaps the number of injured is far too great, necessitating reinforcements for the frontline troops. Thankfully, the Mist Village has remained largely inactive. Otherwise, Konoha would truly face annihilation. Once transferred from the lower ninja ranks to the front lines, the focus of the narrative increasingly shifted towards Minato and Kakashi, particularly Kakashi, as the animators dedicated 2 entire episodes to depict the psychological transformation he and his 2 contemporaries underwent during their first 3 missions on the battlefield. Fortunately, among the younger generation, Minato emerges as a pillar of strength. His flying Raijin technique is utterly invincible in claiming lives. Truly, the title of Yellow Flash is well deserved. It is astonishing that Kakashi and his comrades, at merely 11 years of age, must endure such hardships. In contemporary times, they would still be in elementary school. It is no wonder that Obito was initially so bewildered. Combat on the battlefield is an entirely different beast compared to routine missions. From the outset of these 2 episodes, Naraku realized that the animators intended to meticulously illustrate Kakashi's experiences, prompting him to double the playback speed, abandoning the previous haphazard viewing for a more attentive examination. Even though he knew Kakashi would ultimately overcome obstacles and shine on the front lines, he felt compelled to confirm this for his own peace of mind. Fortunately, Kakashi proved himself to be remarkably resilient, rapidly acclimating to the battlefield, and from the 3rd mission onward, he exhibited no further signs of distress. In the final moments, only one enemy remained, yet this foe possessed formidable sensory abilities, evading Kakashi's approach before he could close the distance. Minato shook his head, signaling that he would not intervene, allowing Kakashi to decisively form several hand seals, his palm flickering with electricity. Countless bolts of lightning erupted, enveloping his entire right hand, compressing and merging into sharp points, accompanied by a chilling wail as the air was torn asunder. It was evident that he intended to utilize Chidori against his adversary. The audience erupted in anxious shouts, urging him to halt. Who among them was unaware of the significant flaw inherent in Chidori? Should an opponent exploit its weaknesses and counterattack, Kakashi would have no means of evasion. Yet, neither Obito nor Rin, nor even Minato, his teacher, attempted to dissuade him. Rather, they watched with eager anticipation as Kakashi charged forth, practically ready to cheer him on. Wait, Kakashi, I know you've adapted well. But don't let your enthusiasm lead you to use Chidori recklessly. Alas, I knew that the old scoundrel had malicious intent in designing the flaw of Chidori. For paths. Minato, you ought to restrain him. And Obito, what is with that look of exhilaration? Rin, it's hopeless. We can't rely on her either. Chapter 205. The audience, a flawless Chidori? Then there's nothing to worry about. The spectators watched breathlessly as Kakashi surged toward the enemy at breakneck speed. Realizing they had no time to evade, the opponent hastily reversed their kunai, preparing for a mutual demise. Judging from the angle of the kunai, Kakashi, unable to discern the enemy's movements, was bound to collide with them. As the audience had anticipated, he charged directly towards the adversary, the distance between his abdomen and the kunai dwindling perilously. The frantic cries in the comment section made the audience's anxiety palpable. Yet, in a turn of events that took everyone by surprise, at the last possible moment, Kakashi twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the trap, and thrust his right hand forward with precision, piercing through the enemy's chest with ease. As the lightning faded and the camera ascended, the viewers beheld Kakashi's once dark, bright eyes now suffused with a crimson hue, three tomos swirling around his pupils in a mesmerizing dance. Countless symbols emerged and vanished around his eye sockets, akin to ethereal sprites moving gracefully in sync with his breath. Maru. Kakashi, the medicine. What is happening? When did Chidori evolve? Splendid. 10 steps to kill one, no trace left behind. Wait, what on earth is this? Oh my goodness. Where did Kakashi acquire the Sharingan? What is that seal on Kakashi's face? What in the world transpired? I demand to know immediately. Despite the audience's fervent excitement, the animation concluded amidst their heightened emotions, leading into the ending theme. In the subsequent episode, the animators recapitulated Kakashi's utilization of Chidori to eliminate his foe, after which a brilliant white light engulfed the screen, revealing Naraku diligently toiling in his laboratory. His complexion visibly pale, he calculated various variables with swift precision, the strain of prolonged tension causing him to momentarily black out as he completed his calculations. His body swaying dangerously. At that moment, a pair of slender, pale arms extended from off-screen, steadying Naraku to prevent him from toppling over. Once he regained his footing, Orochimaru withdrew his arms, disregarding Naraku's quiet pleas, and confiscated his draft paper, bluntly declaring that Kakashi would not be returning to the battlefield anytime soon. Insisting Naraku return home to rest. Was the Sharingan somehow connected to Naraku? Could it be that he truly sought out Fugaku to bestow Kakashi with a pair of Sharingan? Naraku appeared to be in a poor state. Had his bloodline illness worsened? It was evident he was fatigued. The previous array for absorbing natural energy had already been a monumental undertaking, and one could only wonder what he was researching this time. I sincerely hope the old scoundrel treats Naraku with a bit more kindness and no longer uses him merely as a tool. What on earth is Orochimaru doing here? Why does he seem to be so indulgent? Maru, even the serpent is at risk of being ensnared by the Uchiha enchantress? I'm shipping the snake and Naraku for a moment. The omnivorous faction readily accepted this pairing in a mere 0.001 seconds. Indeed, it is all for Kakashi. He adores him. After tending to Shumo, Kakashi, Naraku would willingly lay bare his very soul. It is likely the Sharingan was a product of that sealing technique. What a delightful rascal that snake is. Orochimaru is insistent on ensuring Naraku's health, compelling him to rest. How commendable. As the scene shifted to the streets of Konoha, dusk was fast approaching, and the streetlights cast a warm glow, illuminating the path home. Naraku, bundled in a thick wool coat, still shivered slightly. Hunching his shoulders as he hurried along, accidentally colliding with someone, he coughed, the sound escaping from his throat. Upon apologizing, he realized he had bumped into Kakashi, who had come to escort him home. With a sigh, Kakashi draped a scarf around Naraku's neck, shielding him from the biting cold. With the scarf in place, Naraku felt significantly warmer, his cheeks flushed red as they nestled within the layers of fabric. Hearing Kakashi's mild reproach, he instinctively sought to apologize again, only to be silenced by the scarf. After struggling for a moment, he managed to explain himself, and Kakashi gently took his hand, leading him back. However, when Kakashi inquired about Naraku's recent endeavors, Naraku surprisingly insisted on keeping it a secret for 2 days. So, Kakashi had come specifically because he noticed Naraku had forgotten his scarf? How thoughtful. Kakashi, one must care for their own. Everyone closed their eyes and listened closely to the muffled sounds escaping Naraku's lips, which bore a striking resemblance to be candid. I have an imaginary object that has risen. My goodness, this is the comment section, not a desolate wasteland. Kakashi's masculine charm is becoming increasingly pronounced. Truly, it is Kanai who enjoys the finer things in life. The official content is far more delectable than the fanfiction. I have endured countless hardships for my affection for Kanai. And this sweetness is well-deserved. If one may inquire, is such camaraderie common among friends? Humorist JPG. I cannot say. But my friends and I do not engage in such behavior. Frankly speaking, my friends, I sense something amiss between Kakashi and Naraku, wry laughter JPG. Perhaps this is what the old rogue perceives as profound friendship. Naraku scoffed. Is this unacceptable? What is so shocking about brothers holding hands? Don't female friends interact in such a manner? After lamenting the audience's lack of experience, Naraku expressed regret that the animators did not include the scene where he and Kakashi shared a bed, as it would have garnered them considerable popularity. Naraku, pointing animators. Why so timid? If you're going to sell a pairing, at least make it bold. Perhaps spend more time learning from variety show editors. The scene shifted once more. Evidently several days had passed, yet the faded screen border indicated this was still a memory. The camera gradually advanced into the room, and when a bare-chested Kakashi, inscribed with incantations, came into view, the barrage of comments surged dramatically, drowning the screen in a cacophony of excited exclamations. Oh my goodness, what kind of play is this? With such flamboyance, they must be true brothers, right? Goodness, Kakashi has abs. This skin is immaculate. No, I mean, this complexion is flawless. Come on, stop struggling. Once the final character was completed, Kakashi donned his attire and joined Naraku at the training ground, under the watchful eyes of Minato and Rin, to test whether the sealing technique of the Sharingan had any effect on Chidori. At the moment Kakashi thrust forward with Chidori, the world before him, previously blurred by his astounding speed, suddenly became crystal clear, as if he had torn through the mist that had ensnared him since birth. At last, he perceived the true nature of the world around him, with time seemingly slowed. Kakashi could see a small patch of shadow behind a rock, where the remnants of ice and snow gradually melted into water. He could see dust, stirred by the cold wind, swirling in the air, ascending higher towards the sun. He could see beneath the withered yellow trees and blades of grass, many seeds that had weathered the harsh winter, buried shallowly, especially the distant puppet, which served as the target. Every scratch and the charred remains from high temperatures, even the unrefined edges, could not escape his keen gaze. He evaded the puppet's attack and successfully obliterated its upper half with Chidori. If this isn't the effect of the Sharingan, I would be astonished. It's astonishing that it's not an implant, just a sealing technique this simple. It turns out Naraku is a scientific genius akin to Orochimaru. Apart from childbirth, there seems to be nothing Naraku cannot accomplish. At this rate, I feel he could even master mitosis. With the greatest weakness of Chidori eliminated, it has evolved into a near-perfect ninjutsu. If only it were less conspicuous. In direct combat, sound is of little consequence, for it can instill a certain level of intimidation in the enemy. Witnessing the success of Chidori, the astonished expressions of Minato and Rin appeared on the screen, followed by a booming shout from off-screen. Obito stood there, dumbfounded, pointing at Kakashi, his body stiff with shock. Kakashi, you. The camera panned from Kakashi's hand upward to his wrist, forearm, and shoulder. So it's you. Finally, it focused on Kakashi's face, obscured by a mask, providing a close-up. Is he a Uchiha? Beneath the white hair lay a pair of vivid crimson Sharingan. My goodness, that startled me. This mental circuitry, it's just like you, Obito. Obito, Uchiha Kakashi. With certainty, Kakashi's appearance is incredibly striking. White hair and red eyes, it strikes a chord with my preferences. Remarkable. To obtain a pair of Sharingan without pain. The audience remained puzzled as to how this was possible, when in the next moment, the animator provided the answer. Naraku, his entire body enveloped in multiple sealing techniques, stood to the side, his Sharingan fully activated. The animator merged their half-faces, revealing the synchronized rotation of the three Tomo in Naraku's eyes with Kakashi's. Ignoring Obito's nonsensical remarks, Kakashi hurried to Naraku, urging him to cease this technique. After much persuasion, Naraku convinced Kakashi that the sealing technique of the Sharingan posed no danger to him, agreeing to utilize it on the battlefield. The background gradually faded and blurred. The sunny Konoha training ground twisted into a battlefield shrouded in smoke, as time rewound to the moment Kakashi dispatched his final enemy. Interjecting the previous storyline, Kakashi remained at the center of the frame, his eyes crimson, momentarily overlapping with his former self. Yet his attire had transformed from clean and tidy to the dusty attire of frontline combat. The incantations danced joyfully around his eyes, and after the unsealing, returned one by one into his skin. From now on, I shall be your eyes. Your weaknesses shall be compensated by me. It is utterly heartbreaking, sob sob sob. The Forum's great minds had calculated everything except for the fact that they were sharing a pair of Sharingan. This transcends the limits of my understanding. Ordinary adjectives fail to encapsulate the relationship between Kakashi and Naraku. I require a term more precise than close friends, Konoha-style best friends. It's truly astonishing that they can directly share ocular power. Naraku's scientific genius knows no bounds. Regardless of his condition, can he not be considered weakened? Indeed. Chapter 206. Obito's world crumbles again. After unraveling the mystery of Chidori, this episode's progress bar still had a bit left. As the animator stitched together numerous moments of Kakashi using Chidori or his chakra blade to vanquish foes, his strikes became increasingly swift and precise. His flowing white hair and the splattering blood painting a vivid picture in the eyes of every adversary, akin to the death flower blooming with wild abandon. The animator cut to a scene of an Iwagakure ninja advising a junior, recounting another legend that surfaced after the tale of the Yellow Flash. Whenever the heavens thundered accompanied by the piercing cries of countless birds, it signified that the Kanghan had entered the battlefield. The scene shifted to Kakashi, nimbly maneuvering through the chaos of combat, while the Iwagakure ninja's voice echoed on. He shall bring you inescapable death with his sharp blade and those crimson eyes. Madara calls the battlefield a rose, so Kakashi is the Manjushige. Hey, don't say that, but the shape of the blood splattering does resemble it. Wow, so cool. I have goosebumps. The Iwagakure ninja has quite the taste, far superior to Minato's naming. From the son of White Fang to Kanghan, Kakashi has finally emerged from the shadow of his father's towering presence. What a thrill! This hard-earned reputation is undeniably valuable. This Iwagakure ninja should consider a career as a bard. The camera focused on Jiraiya, who was examining a piece of intelligence with an uncontainable smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It is no wonder that he wears a jubilant expression. For within the ninja realm exists an unwritten rule. When the renown of a particular ninja reaches a certain zenith, it unequivocally signifies their formidable prowess. The actions of the Rock Village are akin to acknowledging Kakashi's exceptional talents, admitting that he poses a significant threat to them. Shikamo truly has an admirable son. How enviable. If this continues, by the time he awakens, he will no longer be known as White Fang, but rather as the father of Sanshio. Ha ha ha. Alas, it is time to place additional burdens upon Kakashi. Thus, Kakashi senses that the enemies he faces have become increasingly formidable, almost as if they are familiar with him. Upon encountering him, they either flee or engage in a life-and-death struggle, leaving the entire team bewildered. Jiraiya, if you're feeling envious, hurry up and have a child of your own. We shall see when you finally catch up to Tsunade. It doesn't necessarily have to be with Tsunade. Finding Orochimaru should suffice. Shikamo Buho, help me up. I can still fight. Oh, is that not the once celebrated idol White Fang? Currently, the spotlight shines on your son, not you. Shikamo must feel quite proud, for Kakashi has become a ninja capable of standing on his own. Indeed, what father would not take pride in his son? Kakashi, Obito, and Rin have been diligently occupied with missions until Minato returned from another battlefield, bringing clarity to their lingering questions. Congratulations, Obito and Rin. You both have now attained the rank of Chunin. Thank you, Teacher Minato. This is wonderful. Now I am on par with that arrogant Kakashi. The two newly promoted youths beamed with joy, and just as Obito was about to gloat further over Kakashi, Minato's ensuing words struck like a thunderbolt. And Kakashi, congratulations. As of today, you are a Jonin. In my absence, you hold complete authority to lead this team. Minato meticulously added, of course, should the mission require it, I can also serve as your subordinate. Kakashi could scarcely contain the brightness in his eyes. After expressing his gratitude to his teacher, he turned to Obito with a teasing raise of his eyebrow. Promotion and a salary increase. Woohoo! The battlefield promotions are indeed swift. Is it possible that the Chunin losses were so great that they had to hastily promote lower-ranked ninjas? Goodness, even if it is a battlefield elevation. Kakashi S is quite extraordinary. A Jonin under the age of 12, surpassing even Minato's own rise. Each generation seems to outshine the last, with protagonists crafting their own legacies. Ha 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 ha. Obito, the sky has fallen. Obito, awakening from a dying illness. The clown is actually me? By the way, I have a general idea of what you were just discussing. Minato recalled the intelligence he had previously obtained from the Rock Village, and, considering his teacher's character, felt he could make an educated guess. The Rock Village had already taken note of Kakashi. Within their ranks, Kakashi's codename is Sanshio. What? Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated, they've given Kakashi a title? And such a magnificent one. Indeed, Minato affirmed with a smile. At that moment, Obito felt that the Chunin title he had just acquired lost its luster, vowing through gritted teeth that he would secure a name even more illustrious than Kakashi S. The esteemed Obito Uchiha would not be overshadowed by Kakashi. Teacher Minato, you know how to save the best news for last. A double kill, Obito. Ha 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 ha. Obito, everyone, the sky has collapsed again. I am nearly dying from laughter at Obito. It feels all too real. I often feel the same way when I discover that my friends have cooler nicknames than I do. Obito, while my own failures are indeed daunting, Kakashi's success is even more heart-wrenching. I fear for my brother's struggles. yet I also dread his triumphs. Nailuo stroked his chin, unexpected, indeed. To be honest, he had anticipated some peculiar moniker like Sharingan Kakashi, Uchiha Kakashi, or Chidori Flowing Slash. Instead, Kakashi's title in the Rock Village is alarmingly normal. It is even somewhat cool. TSK, how I long for a name that exudes such charisma. In that fleeting moment, Nailuo found himself empathizing with Obito to a certain extent. In the center of the scene, Kakashi gazed intently at the chakra blade in his hand. After enduring the ravages of war, the scabbard of this blade has become strikingly similar to that of his father, White Fang. Scarred and weathered, it bears testament to the passage of time. Father, have I taken a step closer to you? He tightened his grip on the hilt, as if reinforcing his own resolve. I will bear the weight of both you and Nailuo, using this blade to protect all that we hold dear. Tears welled in his eyes. How wonderful it would be if Shikamo were still here. If he were to awaken, he would undoubtedly be proud of Kakashi. Sons often surpass their fathers without realizing it. I believe Kakashi will surely become the pillar of Konoha, even more magnificent than Shikamo in his prime. Sunagakure, once you have engaged with the Rock Village, you cannot turn your weapons upon me. Wink. Ha ha ha. Chapter 207. The Holy Son Nagato and his teacher Jin? The storyline featuring Kakashi in the animated series seems to have reached a temporary pause, yet several episodes remain unwatched. Nailuo initially assumed there had been trouble at the front lines. However, upon viewing the next episode, he was greeted by an endless curtain of gentle rain shrouding the heavens. The Rain Village? Could it be that Yahiko's death is about to be revealed? Does this mean Jin will make an appearance? Nailuo suddenly felt invigorated, preparing to closely observe the animator's arrangements. After a sweeping shot, the camera descended into a cave where Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, who had not graced the audience's view for quite some time, were engaged in conversation. From their dialogue, the audience learns that the trade routes previously managed by Hanzo the Salamander have long since been seized, with no compensation granted to Akatsuki. When this old matter was mentioned, Nagato exhibited some resentment, while Yahiko, the primary victim, urged him to adopt a more open-minded perspective, asserting that as long as the residents of the Land of Rain benefit, their actions hold significance. Hanzo's incompetence is quite evident. The man has both merit and hardship, yet he shows no acknowledgement. How can this be acceptable? Such an attitude is perilous. Logically, if Hanzo desires peaceful coexistence with Akatsuki, how could he possibly offend them so gravely? Unless he never intended to maintain a good relationship with Akatsuki from the outset. The animosity is palpable. Sigh at times. I truly lament the lack of perceptiveness among the leaders of the ninja world. Yahiko, simply do good deeds without questioning the future. The true hero acts for the nation and its people. Yahiko embodies genuine goodness, yet goodness can often be exploited. Perhaps to divert the conversation, Yahiko proactively mentioned Nailuo, expressing concern over his absence. Thus, Nagato proposed that once the war concludes, they should seek out teacher Jiraiya to guide them into Konoha, allowing them to visit Nailuo. The three of them eagerly discussed what gifts to bring, as the camera slowly zoomed out, capturing the boundless curtain of rain above. Seemingly in search of a glimmer of sunlight, Yahiko still remembers Nailuo, the Uchiha Enchantress. Even Yahiko, who only met him once in the Land of Rain, keeps him in his thoughts. Nailuo dear, you must live well. So many people care for you. I can't shake the feeling that something ominous is brewing. Returning to the cave, just as Yahiko and the others were discussing various details with hopeful anticipation for the future, a mocking laugh echoed through the cavern. The three individuals immediately fell into a state of vigilance, directing their gaze towards the source of the footsteps. A figure clad in a black robe emerged from the shadows, unleashing a barrage of projectiles. Goodness, someone is here. Who startled me? Ah, Jin. What do you intend to do with our Akatsuki trio? How could Jin possibly have set his sights on Akatsuki? Oh no. Could it be that he plans to toy with the feelings of Yahiko and the others, who claim Jin enjoys playing with emotions? Don't pin that label on him. Conan's rapid-fire inquiries went unanswered, as Jin first chastised her playfully for her rudeness, then laughed while remarking on their naivety. Before the trio or the audience could fully comprehend the situation, Jin had unexpectedly appeared behind Nagato. The proximity triggered an instinctive counterattack from Nagato, who swiftly thrust a kunai towards Jin's vulnerable side. In the next instant, the kunai sliced through nothingness. With only dust swirling in the wake of the displaced air, Jin seemed as if he had never moved, reappearing at his original position. Yet it was clear to all that he had been beside Nagato mere moments before. His long, powerful fingers toyed with a white paper butterfly, and Conan's expression of mild terror indicated that she had not even noticed when he had approached to take the butterfly from her. Yahiko gestured for Nagato and Conan to remain calm. Jin did not seem inclined to attack. Indeed, Jin ceased his probing and began to complain to Nagato as if they were old acquaintances, lamenting Nagato's current weakness and capriciousness. His demeanor mirrored that of his earlier attempt to rescue Moyen. Not only did he seem overly familiar with strangers, he also appeared somewhat eccentric, speaking in a gentle tone laced with laughter, though tinged with an undercurrent of pretense. Jin's voice is a delight, one might say. It's a veritable treat for those who appreciate vocal charm. Wow, his speed is astonishing everyone. Ah, he sounds so close. It's almost as if we're about to collide. He is incredibly handsome. Oh my heavens. In this moment, I am that paper butterfly. Wait. Does it mean Jin has been watching Nagato all along? Since his childhood? Yes, this is that subtle allure of a male ghost. Delightful. Jin's tone of complaint sounded almost playful, and I found myself unable to resist. Calm down, dear friends. It is only natural, after all. A charming little madman can be quite captivating. When Nagato inquired about his identity, Jin finally adopted a more serious demeanor, beginning to elucidate his origins and intentions. The name Eternal Day and the weighty mission it carried struck the audience with overwhelming revelation, the sheer volume of information leaving them agape. Wait, Jin is part of an organization? And he is the leader? Is the name Eternal Day a reference to eternal daylight? Jin's description evoked a sense of their generations-long quest for a savior endowed with the Rinnegan. So, Eternal Day is an ancient organization? Is the Rinnegan truly the mark of a savior? Jiraiya was right? I understand now. The prophesied child is Nagato. As the enigma surrounding Nagato's lineage unraveled, Jin laid bare the origins of Eternal Day. All tales trace back to the legendary figure known as the Sage of Six Paths. It was he who bequeathed the Rinnegan and the legacy of Eternal Day to the world, ensuring that when the ninja realm descended into chaos once more, a savior would possess the requisite power to rescue humanity. Reincarnation of the Sage? So, this concept exists within the ninja world? It certainly seemed plausible. If Nagato were not the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, how could his parents, who were mere commoners, have produced offspring with such extraordinary bloodline? Jin possessed a remarkable clarity regarding the world. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned epic. Why do I feel as though Jin is akin to a cult leader? Normally, organizations and animations that possess faith and heritage tend to be rather mystical. Jin exclaimed, "Hooray! The Holy Sun Nagato is here. For those who believe, remember to seek me out for health products when you grow old." It seemed to me that he merely wished to exploit Nagato's Rinnegan to lend legitimacy to his actions. The truth of the matter rested with the cunning rogue. Who could say what was real? Upon hearing such secrets of the ninja world, Nagato was visibly shaken, perspiration trickling down his brow. Accustomed to following Yahiko's lead, he had never contemplated the notion of becoming a savior or shouldering the colossal responsibility of saving the world. Yahiko sensed Nagato's uncertainty and, given Jin's sudden appearance, adopted a skeptical stance, temporarily declining Jin's invitation on Nagato's behalf. Jin did not express anger or sorrow, but instead calmly conveyed that Yahiko's ideals were utterly unrealistic. Nonetheless, he respected Nagato's choice, allowing them to turn away. It was as if he was certain that these young souls would ultimately return to him. Embracing all he had spoken, Nagato appeared on the verge of belief. I too was nearly convinced. Facepalm laughter JPG. He is indeed eloquent. Primarily, his voice was so alluring that I could hardly focus on the content of his words, lost in admiration. Yahiko was reliable. The other two seemed almost swayed to folly. Nevertheless, Jin's assertions held merit. If Yahiko continued in his naivety, he would inevitably face dire consequences. Only when one collides with the wall will they realize the need to turn back. Did they truly let Nagato go? Didn't he deem Nagato too lethargic? According to the typical narrative arc of animations, something significant was likely to transpire soon. Chapter 208, The Feast at Hongmen. In the latter half of this episode, Yahiko and Nagato returned to the base and conversed for an extended period on a terrace. Nagato was bewildered by Jin's notions of responsibility and mission, prompting Yahiko to encourage him not to be confined by such expectations, but rather to seek his own path. Just as Nagato resolved to continue following Yahiko, he heard Yahiko express a desire to hand over leadership to him. Yahiko candidly admitted that his resolve to take lives was insufficiently robust, deeming himself unsuitable for the role of leader. Furthermore, for many years, their comrades had toiled tirelessly, yet hope remained elusive, leaving them utterly exhausted and unable to endure. Perhaps, Akatsuki needed to enact change. The Rinnegan was the ultimate symbol of faith. Nagato, possessing these eyes, could surely lead them towards a new ideal. The path of the predecessors may not suit the present. Nagato might need to guard the world in a manner distinct from that of the Sage of Six Paths. However, Jin only suggested that Nagato learn from the sage, failing to clarify how the sage maintained peace or the specifics of his methods. Who reveals everything on a first meeting? It was likely he intended to gauge Nagato's stance before divulging further details. Yahiko declared, "It's settled. I shall abdicate immediately." Nagato responded, "We are prepared for battle." "Your Majesty? I am to ascend the throne?" Naraka interjected, "Huh? I'm not the prince anymore." A humorous moment unfolded as the two shared a laugh over the absurdity of the situation. Yahiko, being too compassionate, was indeed unfit to continue leading Akatsuki. Just as Nagato pondered how to respond, he heard the frantic cries of Konan from a distance. Hanzo the salamander had sent envoys. This was a first for Akatsuki. Yahiko promptly summoned the personnel present at the base for a formal reception. After mutual introductions, the envoy presented Yahiko with a handwritten letter from Hanzo, expressing a desire to discuss significant matters with the leader of Akatsuki. According to the envoy, Hanzo not only acknowledged Akatsuki's legitimacy, but also intended to entrust the organization with the task of negotiating peace with the three great nations. The entire Akatsuki organization erupted into a joyous uproar, embracing one another in tears of happiness. Yahiko, too, was swept up in the atmosphere, and under Nagato's persuasion, temporarily relinquished his ambition to succeed as the leader. The saying goes, no free lunch. Where there is flattery, there lies deceit. The weasel offering New Year's greetings to the chicken harbors ill intentions. Is this not akin to the infamous banquet at Hongmen? How foolish. A multitude of individuals, not a single one possessing a sound mind. The child has suffered from a lack of education. Had he attended school here for even a few years, he would not be this foolish. And still he laughs. Hanzo is coming for you. Amidst the barrage of pessimistic and exasperated comments, this episode draws to a close. In the next episode, as dawn breaks, Yahiko and Nagato set off to meet Hanzo, leaving their revelrous companions behind to rest at the base. The scene shifts to a certain canyon, where the sole sound of a boot crunching over gravel breaks the silence, and two figures, glistening with morning dew, gradually emerge, braving the wind together. Following this is an extended shot of emptiness. A small black beetle climbs from the roots of the grass to the leaf, gnawing at the tender edges, while a massive shadow looms closer, revealing a pair of sharp forelimbs. The mountain wind whispers through the jagged cliffs, and a faint wailing sound sends a chill down the spine, as if the vengeful spirits are lamenting, or perhaps fate is issuing a warning from the shadows. Returning to the two, it becomes evident that from the moment they stepped into the canyon, Nagato grew increasingly tense, anxiety writ large upon his brow. The instinct of a ninja warned him repeatedly against venturing further. The treacherous terrain ahead was ill-suited for negotiations. Out of Nagato's line of sight, Yahiko too showed a momentary flicker of doubt, seemingly questioning Hanzo's ulterior motives. Yet, upon entering the heart of the canyon, his gaze regained its resolute determination. All hesitation morphed into conviction, his vibrant orange hair billowing in the wind like a flame fueled by courage, its warmth piercing through the chill of the mountains. It was clear he was betting on the success of this meeting. After all, this was perhaps the only opportunity for Akatsuki and Hanzo to mend their fractured relationship. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he had to seize it. How audacious! The leader ventures forth alone, while they indulge in revelry until the early hours. An organization of dozens, yet not a single clever mind among them. Even the Uchiha clan would not be so reckless. Run, foolish child. Oh, how I despair. Can't you just turn back? Has Yahiko finally realized something is amiss? As an idealist, he would never flee. To do so would mean he no longer believed in Hanzo, betraying the very principles he had held dear. He would not turn back until he hits the wall. Sure enough, upon reaching the meeting point, Hanzo was already on high alert, nearly 100 umbu stationed atop the heights, encircling the two. In an instant, the small canyon was suffused with a murderous intent. Even the distant clouds seemed to conspire, sweeping in cold gusts. Nagato was tense, swiftly scanning for an escape route, while Yahiko wore a sorrowful expression. The harsh reality proved unforgiving, forcing an idealist to witness his own failure firsthand. The principles he had clung to, even at the cost of his life, now trampled underfoot. Despite the earnest intentions he offered Hanzo, not a shred of sincerity was returned. Disheartened, he exchanged glances with Nagato, and the two prepared to retreat in tandem. But Hanzo had taken a hostage, someone they would both willingly sacrifice their lives for, a family member they had shared nearly a decade with. Hanzo was fully aware of Akatsuki's aspirations. This naive group posed a threat to him. But why? The very existence of Akatsuki was a threat in itself. Why were the Konoha Umbu present here, whose underhanded dealings had led to this? Flee, you two fools, or it will be too late. Konan, how could Hanzo, that old wretch, take a hostage? Such shamelessness. Where is the integrity of the demigod of the ninja world who once stood firm against the three great nations? Hanzo demanded that Nagato personally kill Yahiko, for only then would he spare Nagato and Konan. Rain poured down in torrents, and Yahiko managed a bittersweet smile, the echo of his shattered beliefs resonating in his mind. In the cacophony of collapsing ideals, he recalled what Jiraiya and Jean had said about the Rinnegan being a savior, and his desolate heart ignited with boundless hope. His path had reached its end, but Nagato's fate was just beginning. To protect Konan and Akatsuki. For the sake of a future in the ninja world, Nagato had to survive. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he would do so without hesitation. Fool. Don't believe him. Yahiko had intended to pass the burden to Nagato. Upon hearing he could use his own life to save Nagato and Konan, he could not even contemplate hesitation. Hanzo had no credibility left. If Yahiko died, Nagato and Konan would certainly perish as well. No. Yahiko, you foolish boy. What are you doing? I cannot bear to watch. From the moment Hanzo made his demand, Nagato stood frozen, until he heard Yahiko's eerily calm voice amidst the rain. Nagato, kill me. In a close-up of his eyes, Nagato's pupils trembled violently. The urgent strumming of strings and pounding of drums erupted, accompanied by a deep, heavy resonance. The tension reaching its zenith. The leaden clouds were suddenly torn apart, revealing a ghastly pale expanse, followed closely by the roar of thunder. Akin to the wrath of some ancient beast echoing within Nagato's chest, painting his heart and lungs. His vision blurred and his ears rang. As if he had sunk to the ocean floor, separated from the world by a translucent wall of water. The cries of Yahiko, Konan, and Hanzo intertwined, becoming distorted and indistinct. Confused, he picked up the shuriken from the ground, questioning his own actions, helplessly turning to Yahiko. What greeted him was his friend's resolute determination to embrace death. As Yahiko collided with the shuriken, the background dissolved into a void of white light. The music abruptly ceasing, leaving only the silhouettes of the two entwined at the center. The comments exploded in a frenzy. No. Hanzo will not keep his promise. Do not be so foolish. Ah, Yahiko. Tat. Foolish Yahiko. The quivering Yahiko, who trembled at the thought of taking a life, showed no hesitation in his own demise. How utterly tragic, sobs echoing for the impossibility of Hanzo's promise. Hanzo, you wretched man. Konoha is complicit. Likely the work of those old-timers. The third Hokage must be innocent. Damn that third Hokage. How will Jiraiya face his disciples now? As the white light dissipated, Nagato's pupils contracted sharply in shock, while Yahiko, blood pooling in his mouth, revealed a sincere smile. He spoke his final words in fragments until he lost consciousness. Collapsing to the ground. Amidst Konan's heart-wrenching wails, the camera cruelly adjusted to focus on Yahiko, lying on the ground with eyes barely closed, the rain cascading over his face, hands, and clothes, yet unable to awaken the vibrant life that had just been extinguished. Nagato, jolted from his stupor, finally grasped that Yahiko had died in his arms. The intertwining of his own shattered heart and Jean's prophecy birthed an even deeper, boundless despair. Just as Nagato's powers surged uncontrollably, the scene shifted to Jean, lost in the sky, who seemed to sense something, casting a glance in a certain direction before vanishing from sight. Unable to contain himself, Nagato cried out, Yahiko, your death is so tragic. The final words left by the deceased will become a shackle for the living throughout their lives. Do not perish. Do not succumb to death. Sobbing uncontrollably. My dear Yahiko, how cruel of you to leave Nagato in such despair. Someone, please come to rescue Yahiko. The anguish born of love. The fears stemming from love. Love and hate are inherently intertwined, impossible to sever, impossible to escape. Whether the tears are those of rain or sorrow, what does it matter? It is merely a distinction between a person weeping or the heavens lamenting. The words spoken by Jinchuriki initially resemble a prophecy regarding the conclusion of Akatsuki. Is it possible that Jinchuriki has some awareness of Nagato's situation? Naraka, there is no such awareness. Jinchuriki was present throughout the entire ordeal, not merely arriving at the last moment. This is yet another instance of the animator's typical montage technique, juxtaposing earlier fragments to create the appearance of an awakening to the Rinnegan. Chapter 209, alive, yet not entirely so. A new episode unfolds, commencing with a fervently intense background score. Following Hanzo's successful machinations, he swiftly reneges on his word, deciding to eliminate Nagato and Konan, commanding the Umbu of Rain and Konoha to take action. Countless hidden weapons rain down upon them, yet the enraged Nagato merely raises his hand, manifesting an invisible force field that deflects them all. He then leaps to the cliff's edge, forcing Hanzo back, enduring the opponent's explosive tags, and returns to Yahiko's side with Konan. He disregards his severely burned legs, consumed solely by the thought of avenging Yahiko by annihilating everyone present. The outer path golem bursts through the surface, soaring skyward, roaring as it sends the attacking Umbu flying. The dark rod extends from its chest, piercing Nagato's back. Upon absorbing energy, it unleashes a torrent of destruction, leaving only lifeless bodies strewn across the desolate landscape. It is not until every last Umbu has perished, and Hanzo flees in panic, that Nagato dispels the summoning technique, returning to Yahiko, where he and Conan embrace his body, weeping silently. I knew Hanzo's words were nothing but empty bluster. The wretched salamander Hanzo has done nothing but wreak havoc. Utterly shameless. What role does Konoha play in all of this? What should Jiraiya do? Should Jiraiya learn of this, he would only regret not having taken out a few of the old geezers that night. What is this ocular technique? Is it a protective stance or a barrier? If it provides all-encompassing protection, does that not render it invincible? My heavens, given the state of Nagato's legs, can this even be treated? What in the world is this summoning beast? The outer path golem. Could it be a contract exclusive to the wielder of the Rinnegan? My dear mother, with so many rods embedded in flesh, it appears excruciatingly painful. Even Nagato, as a member of the Uzumaki clan with such immense chakra, cannot withstand this technique. It is far too life-threatening. Regardless of the vengeance sought, it cannot bring back former friends. Only emptiness remains within life. The trio will forever be one short. Alas, Yahiko, the ideals of Akatsuki have crumbled. The camera pulls back and rises. And compared to the torrential downpour resembling a forest of silver bamboo, the three figures huddled together appear insignificant, almost swallowed by the vastness of the world. The scene shifts to a water puddle on the ground, its surface disturbed by the rain, resembling a piece of dull gray glass, subsequently reflecting a shadow. Conan continues to weep, and an incongruous voice pierces through the somber atmosphere. Ah, have I arrived too late? The camera simulates Conan's perspective as she gazes toward the newcomer. Jinchuriki's tall figure standing amidst the rain, obscured by the curtain of droplets, resembling a stately pine. The scene shifts to a close-up, allowing the audience to see Jinchuriki's attire completely soaked, water cascading from his mask, yet he seems unfazed by his disheveled appearance. Instead, tilting his head to scrutinize Yahiko while Conan and Nagato plead helplessly. I am not fond of using medical ninjutsu, he remarks. However, for Nagato's sake, I shall oblige. Although Jinchuriki grumbles that Yahiko has long since lost vital signs and is unlikely to be saved, both Nagato, Conan, and the audience beyond the screen harbor immense hope for him. To place a mayfly in the vastness of heaven and earth is akin to being but a grain of sand in the boundless sea. Humanity is but a speck of dust in the cosmos. Love is minuscule, and so too is hate. What more is there to inquire? Is this situation not glaringly obvious? It has come to an end. The child is dead, and yet you arrive now? At such a time, you still choose to play the fool. Are you truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, O esteemed one? Jinchuriki emanates an aura of unrestrained whimsy and madness. Displeased? Does that imply you possess the ability? If you can wield medical ninjutsu, why do you not hasten to save him? Quickly, quickly, quickly! Good heavens! You truly possess remarkable skill. I implore you to revive Yahiko. I acknowledge that I spoke a bit too loudly just now. If Yahiko survives, I shall instantly become Jinchuriki's devoted admirer, shall I not? The green light in Jinchuriki's hands flickers like a candle flame on the verge of extinguishment, defiantly flickering for a time, only to ultimately perish amidst the storm. He states, "What a pity, the heart has ceased its rhythm for too long." Then, as Nagato and Conan's hopes shatter and they can no longer contain their tears, he softly adds the latter half of his sentence, thus, he may never awaken again. The two are left choking on their sobs. And the audience likely finds themselves in a similar plight, struggling to endure such emotional upheaval. The scene reveals Conan and Nagato weeping in each other's embrace, while viewers outside the screen express their disbelief through the comments, caught in the whirlpool of emotions. Well, it appears this is indeed a rather advanced healing technique. It's precarious. Yahiko's heart must have ceased beating for quite some time. How could he possibly not be saved? This cannot be happening. If he arrives only to be unable to revive him, then what purpose did he serve? Does this imply he is alive, but unable to awaken? Just like Shoten? Yahiko lives. Yahiko lives. He is alive, yet not entirely so, 40% alive. As long as he lives, there is hope, even in such a state. The fact that he can be saved speaks volumes to Jinchuriki's profound mastery of medical ninjutsu. Jinchuriki, I confess I once held misconceptions about you. It turns out you are indeed a good person. My reaction mirrors that of Conan, nearly suffocating on my own breath. This fellow must be deliberately gasping to frighten us. How mischievous, ha 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 ha. Once Nagato and Conan return with Yahiko to the Akatsuki base, chaos ensues once more. With the leader in such dire straits, everyone is holding their breath. Most do not reject Nagato's new ideals, instead believing it is the rightful path to establish order in this chaotic world. Formidable and transcendent power is indispensable. The good-hearted are often taken advantage of, The Akatsuki was once far too benevolent. Dignity resides only upon the edge of a sword. Truth lies solely within the range of cannon fire. If you truly cannot comprehend reason, I possess some knowledge of martial arts. Let us act. Onward. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Hanzo returns to the office, summoning a ninja who is not wearing a forehead protector. Judging by this ninja's attire, it seems to bear the style of Sunagakure. I have fulfilled my promise to you, and even those Umbu from Konoha have all perished. Hanzo leans forward, his gas mask rendering his voice even more ominous. I have suffered significant losses. You must remit the payment in advance. Lord Hanzo, I express my condolences on your losses on behalf of Sunagakure. The Sunagakure ninja replies, bowing respectfully, his tone steady and composed. We shall naturally honor our agreement. Advancing the payment by a few days is not an issue. Very well, let it be so. Hanzo the salamander's throat rumbled, evidently pleased with the perceptiveness of the sand hidden, and gestured for him to leave. The Umbu had suffered considerable losses, with several squads decimated, and the payment from the sand hidden would not arrive for at least 2 days. Furthermore, the true nature of that red-haired brat's renegade abilities remained unclear. Until then, he could only postpone the extermination of the Akatsuki, encircling them without striking. I sense the aroma of conspiracy. Why am I finding it somewhat incomprehensible? What is truly happening? Why is the sand hidden still active? Aren't they embroiled in conflict with Konoha? Is Hanzo attempting to play both sides? If I cannot decipher this, perhaps I should seek the wisdom of the experts on the forums. Fortunately, Hanzo is not overly astute. Had he immediately launched a full-scale assault on the Akatsuki, it is likely that Nagato and his cohorts would have met dire straits. The competitive mechanism within the ninja world is a chaotic free-for-all. The end credits rolled on for quite some time, with the comments still buzzing about the significant discussions between the Sand Hidden and Hanzo. Chapter 210, A Shift in the Situation, Mount Kikyo. Naraku furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of the transaction struck between Hanzo and the Sand Hidden. Even White Zetsu had gathered scant intelligence, indicating that both parties were exceedingly cautious, likely communicating solely through coded messages and secret signals, leaving no tangible evidence of their exchanges. Had it not been for Nagato's ruthless actions, which forced Hanzo into a state of agitation, he would not have so openly summoned someone for a face-to-face discussion. What then? Is their true plan? It is apparent that Hanzo's collaboration with Konoha to eradicate the Akatsuki is something the Sand Hidden welcomes, possibly even the crux of their agreement. Why is this so? Presently, Konoha's combat capabilities are stretched thin. The several Umbu dispatched are not a trivial number, likely pulled from the defense forces of the Land of Fire to bolster those facing the Wind Country. With such significant losses among the Umbu, Konoha's defenses would be left exceedingly vulnerable, clearly advantageous to the Sand Hidden. Should they seize this opportunity to launch an offensive, Konoha's defenses could very well collapse under the pressure, allowing the Sand Hidden to strike at their very core. Thus, the singular truth emerges. The Sand Hidden preemptively struck a deal with Hanzo, providing him with a pretext to distract Konoha, enabling them to exploit the moment and decisively overthrow Konoha in one fell swoop. Hanzo, burdened by the existence of the Akatsuki, sought assistance from Konoha while promising substantial rewards, enticing the elders to take the risk. After all, as long as the Sand Hidden does not discern any anomalies in their defenses, the Umbu can complete their missions and return in time, reaping significant military funding in the process. For Hanzo the Salamander, the feasibility and return on investment of this plan are exceedingly high. Should the Sand Hidden successfully ambush and obliterate Konoha, he would not only eliminate the Akatsuki through Konoha's efforts, but would also incur no costs, simultaneously securing the rewards promised by the Sand Hidden. Truly a masterstroke. Achieving 3 objectives with 1 action. No wonder the death of Yahiko was leaked by the animators. This event intertwined with numerous factions, directly influencing the course of the Third Great Ninja War. Naraku's eyes flickered as he began to calculate rapidly. The recent episode revealed that the Sand Hidden was willing to pay for their efforts, indicating that the plan was already halfway to fruition, with the Sand Hidden's vanguard having breached Konoha's defenses into the Land of Fire. In the original timeline, a similar event transpired during the Battle of Mount Kikyo in the Third Great Ninja War, where Konoha was nearly brought to its knees at the doorstep of their village, suffering the loss of many ninjas in a desperate struggle to defend their home. Therefore, it is likely that the Sand Hidden's current military route mirrors this past trajectory. If they wish to stage an interception, Mount Kikyo is the most strategic location. Although Naraku had been ordered not to engage in combat, and thus was excluded from the operational forces, the flames of war were raging right at his doorstep, and he could hardly be blamed for that. Moreover, after such a prolonged period without significant gains, if he did not seize this opportunity to carve a path of destruction and accrue some popularity points to fill his coffers, it would be quite unreasonable. As for the bloodline disease, he could simply suppress it with popularity points, masking it with a slight facade to appease appearances. Especially since Tsunade and Orochimaru were absent from the village, leaving no one to discern the authenticity of his condition. The only pressing issue now was to swiftly acquire reliable intelligence regarding the Sand Hidden's impending ambush. Should he delay, Konoha might indeed find themselves successfully raided. The only individuals capable of traversing such vast distances to deliver messages would likely be Jin. As night deepened, Naraku realized that despite his anxiety, he must patiently await news to ascertain the situation. However, he did not forget that Kanai's team was operating just behind the first line of defense. Out of caution, he decided to expend some popularity points to activate A class Izanagi, transmutation of fate. Should Kanai encounter danger or be on the brink of peril, the likelihood of extricating herself from such a situation would be greatly enhanced. Yet, if Kanai was already safe and sound, the expenditure would be akin to tossing money into the void. Naraku did not hesitate, treating it as a purchase for peace of mind. With nothing else to occupy his time, he opened the forum to see what the esteemed members of the plot section were discussing. Konoha captures the Akatsuki. Sand Hidden in the rear, Hanzo's 3 birds with 1 stone scheme. 1L, original poster. The intelligence revealed in the latest episode is crucial. It is evident that the Rain Hidden and Konoha's encirclement of the Akatsuki was entirely under the control of the Sand Hidden. Their objective is certainly not the annihilation of the Akatsuki, which is inconsequential to them. Rather, it pertains to the dozens of Umbu dispatched to the Rain Hidden. Whether to thwart or eliminate this vital combat strength would inflict significant damage on Konoha's defenses. If they seize the opportunity for a lightning strike, it remains uncertain whether Konoha can withstand this assault. 2L. I noticed a detail. It was the Umbu of Konoha who first leaped into action to deal with Nagato. Had Nagato not unleashed his full power, Hanzo might have taken advantage of their situation after they dispatched Nagato. Perhaps even with a portion of the Sand Hidden lying in wait outside. 3L. Replying to 2L. Agreed. The likelihood is quite high. 4L. Konoha suffers both personnel and financial losses while being breached, a significant blow to the Rain Hidden, while the Sand Hidden exchanges money for the crippling of Konoha's defenses, ultimately advancing their own position. Truly a masterstroke for the Sand Hidden. 5L. Tsunade is likely to be infuriated by the short-sighted elders in the village. 6L. Not to mention Tsunade. If Jiraiya were to discover that Konoha played a direct role in the encirclement of the Akatsuki, he would undoubtedly explode. 7L. Considering everything, the only competent fighters left in Konoha's upper echelons are Sarutobi Hiruzen and 2 advisors. There is a concerning lack of high-end combat power. Can they withstand this wave? 8L. Could Shikamaru pull off a miraculous turnaround in the face of defeat? 9L. Replying to 8L. You know, that might just happen. Imagine if White Fang were to take down the Sand Hidden. That scene would be utterly spectacular. 10L. Original poster not likely. The power of the Senin's reincarnation is quite low, as both Naraku and Orochimaru have stated, requiring an extensive amount of time to show any improvement. 11L. Even if Shikamaru does not awaken Kushina as a weapon of mass destruction, could at most detonate alongside the Sand Hidden with the tailed beast bomb. There is no way they could reach our doorstep. 12L. And what of Naraku? He too remains in the village, eschewing the front lines. When the kaleidoscope unfolds, does he not wreak havoc with abandon? 13L. A gentle reminder from above. Could it be that this wave signals Naraku's demise? Given his dire condition, that old rascal genuinely might allow him to perish in this conflict. 14L. Healing potions are in order. Oh, Kakashi is still on the battlefield. The two of them may not even have the chance for a final farewell. 15L. It's all over. The more I ponder, the more convinced I become that the old rogue has orchestrated this. It's truly the end. 20L. The Naraku fans rush to the scene. The sky is falling. 21L. You old scoundrel. You vile wretch. I shall slay you. 22L. Sister Kanai. The sky is collapsing. What sort of ultimate bad ending is this? 23L. It's all finished. The fans of Naraku's right and left are on the brink of madness. Naraku scratches his chin, pondering whether it is premature to mourn when the man yet lives. Thankfully, the original poster promptly steered the errant thread back on course, resuming the discourse on which route Sunagakure might employ to launch their assault. 38L. Opie, the thread has derailed. Now, I shall continue to theorize about Sunagakure's advance. The western region of the Land of Fire possesses several terrains particularly suited for the rapid march of Sunagakure ninjas, first and foremost. 39L. Opie, it is likely we shall have to wait until Sunagakure breaches the second line of defense before Konoha receives word. At that point, it will be exceedingly difficult to mount an effective resistance, rendering Konoha precariously vulnerable. 40L. So, they will have reached our doorstep? 41L. Indeed, indeed. Truly admirable is the third Hokage, inheriting a legacy from the first and second, only to witness it crumble, while allowing Sunagakure to flaunt their prowess in several grand tournaments. 42L. Even if we can hold our ground, should news of substantial Umbu forces being withdrawn from the front lines leak, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure as the third Hokage may very well come to an end. Let the games begin. Where are the children crying daily? Where are the forum friends losing daily? 1L. OP with Sunagakure's assault looming. Who among us shall avert the impending catastrophe and support our faltering bastion? Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage, 522 likes. Advisor Mito Minyan and Tsunade Koharu, 1 or both, 314 likes. Uzumaki Kushina, 1098 likes. Uchiha Naraku, 1162 likes. Mike Guy, 968 likes. Hataki Sakomo, 1359 likes. This event is brought to you by a lack of sponsorship, so enjoy the jest and cast your votes for amusement. 2L. I cast my lot with Kushina, all in. 3L. Undoubtedly, it must be Hataki Sakomo. Sunagakure has fallen to White Fang's blade twice. Is that not dramatically compelling? 4L. Mike Guy is a strong contender too. As a Chunin guarding the village, he is in dire need of a moment of glory to ascend. 5L. It must be Naraku. It would be remiss not to include him. 6L. You have me in stitches. The first two options combined do not even surpass Mike Guy's singular popularity. Naraku. 6. How much of what Jinchuriki and Nagato have said is true? 1L. OP. I find Jinchuriki's assertions to possess considerable credibility. Jiraiya long ago proclaimed that the Rinnegan is a symbol of the Sage of Six Paths. Given he can bestow the Rinnegan upon reincarnated souls, it stands to reason that creating an organization to safeguard those reincarnated souls who have lost their past memories is a prudent course of action. This mirrors a common trope in many narratives where ancient, elusive organizations finally encounter their long-sought savior and embark on a journey to redeem the world together. 2L. I too feel that Jinchuriki and Henge should be genuine. Yet the timing of their emergence is rather fortuitous. Why did he only manifest on the eve of the Akatsuki's upheaval? Moreover, during their initial meeting, he explicitly stated that Nagato had wandered down the wrong path for far too long, and indeed, could not allow him to act recklessly. When Nagato expressed his intent to depart, he did not intervene. It gives the impression that he was aware of Hanzo's impending actions, deliberately choosing to remain passive, awaiting the moment Nagato's dreams would shatter, leading him to return to Henge's embrace. 3L. OP in response to 2L. That is a possibility, as Jinchuriki must make the savior aware of how utterly unrealistic the Akatsuki's aspirations are, allowing him to crash against the wall until he bleeds, and a disobedient child, of course, must return to his side. 4L. In reply to 2L, it primarily falls upon the old rogue's pacing of the narrative. The old rogue has arranged the story's tempo too tightly, trying to elucidate the backstory within a mere 3 or 4 episodes, causing the plot to become congested. This results in a final presentation that inexplicably aligns with conspiracy theories, appearing preordained. Thus, it is likely this is merely a depiction of fate, akin to certain works where elders caution the youth that their reckless actions will lead to calamity, only for the youth to persist obstinately, ultimately resulting in disaster. Therefore, it remains uncertain whether Jinchuriki is aware of Hanzo's plans. 5L. OP in response to 4L, your points seem valid. Such scenarios are indeed quite common and evoke a mixture of amusement and exasperation. 6L. The indecisive OP brings forth laughter. 11L. Another possibility is that Jinchuriki is, in fact, deceiving, seeking to lend superficial legitimacy to his actions by utilizing Nagato's Rinnegan, claiming some divine mandate to enact his will. 12L. In reply to 11L, he is rather astute. Within the realm of shinobi, that places him among the highest echelons of intellect. 13L. In response to 12L, indeed. 18L. With Henge's emergence, Naruto has taken on a somewhat epic flavor, a refreshing sensation indeed. 19L. My anticipation for the confrontation between Konoha's protagonist ensemble and Henge's Akatsuki intensifies. Encountering the chosen one Nagato and the leader Jinchuriki, a struggle in which all efforts are futile against their might. 1L. OP this pairing is simply delightful, whether in the elder-younger dynamic or vice versa. In the elder scenario, we have the seemingly unreliable, yet deeply perceptive and mature leader, alongside the outwardly innocent, yet internally rebellious chosen one. In the younger scenario, we see a passionate savior brimming with compassion, contrasted with his sickly, manipulative disciple masquerading as a tender older brother. Oh my, it's simply irresistible. 2L. The OP is indeed a master chef. A few sentences are akin to a feast. 3L. I perceive that the fan community has already birthed fanfiction. Both Nagato Jinchuriki and Jinchuriki Nagato have been explored. 4L. What? So promptly. 5L. In truth, the OP's elder-younger setup could also be reversed, and the younger dynamic could represent the elder, flipping the pairing feels equally scrumptious. 6L, in response to 5L, indeed. Both arrangements are delightful. 7L, precisely. Moreover, the two shared their first encounter with such intimacy. Who could argue they are not genuine? There are indeed individuals who ship Nagato and Jinchuriki. Naraku had a premonition while watching the anime. But he did not expect the number of fans for this pairing to exceed his expectations. Fanfiction has even emerged from it. Truly, the Forum's veterans are extraordinarily swift in their craft. Perhaps, shall I indulge in a taste of their salty sweetness? Naraku hesitated for a brief moment before turning towards the fanfiction section. Indeed, posts tagged with Nagato Jinchuriki or Jinchuriki Nagato rose above the fray of fan works, garnering considerable attention. I bear no hatred towards you, Jinchuriki Nagato. Difficult to find the aurora, Nagato Jinchuriki. The rain shall cease, the winds will still, and tomorrow shall shine, Jinchuriki Nagato. Rainy season, Jinchuriki Nagato. Sealed in the depths of the sea, Nagato Jinchuriki. Give me mercy, Jin Chongmen. Despite the vigorous momentum of the new pairing, in a comprehensive assessment, it remains overshadowed by several traditional couples. The most popular fan works continue to feature Kaname and Kakashi. Naraku feels an inexplicable pride. Indeed, Kakashi and I are the strongest. In Chapter 211, I Am Pain, as dawn's gentle light breaks, Jin awakens from his slumber. The first order of business being to locate White Zetsu and inquire about the whereabouts of Hanzo the salamander. Emerging from the earth, the root-like White Zetsu recounts the conversation between Hanzo and the Sand Village in meticulous detail. Before he can finish, a flash of black light appears. And with a sharp crack, Jin's right arm falls to the ground. They have evidently conspired for a long time. Why have you never mentioned this? Jin demands. Tugging at the roots on White Zetsu's body, his smile perfect yet tinged with an undercurrent of menace. The black flames in his hand blaze intensely. The sound of air bursting incessantly bombarding White Zetsu's eardrums. That sand ninja had never met Hanzo before. The old man has many letters written in code, often burning and concealing things. There are numerous documents we cannot decipher or even see. White Zetsu flails in self-defense, watching as the branch embedded in his chest gradually gets charred, suddenly curious about its taste. However, despite his burning curiosity, White Zetsu dares not act on it in front of the irate Jin, knowing full well that it would only exacerbate Jin's displeasure, leading to dire consequences. Useless. How did Lord Madara create you without including a brain? Jin retorts with an annoyed roll of his eyes, severing White Zetsu's other arm before turning away from the scene. The root-like White Zetsu silently laments how Jin seems to treat him well, considering such blunders merely warrant the loss of an arm. Once confirming that this little tyrant has finally departed, he calls upon other White Zetsus to help reattach his arms and takes a bite of the perfectly roasted branch. Tastes bland, he mutters. Another assisting White Zetsu follows suit, chewing on a piece and nodding in agreement. Indeed, pondering with a hand on his chin. The root-like White Zetsu muses. It seems that if Jin were to make soup with me, he would need to add some seasoning. Could it be a reflection of your own shortcomings? The other White Zetsu glances at his pale exterior, contemplating whether he might taste better. Upon returning to the base, Jin meets with Nagato, inquiring if he has become accustomed to the powers of the Rinnegan. Nagato, just finishing bandaging his legs, pauses at the question, "Is everything all right, Jin? Has something happened in the Rain Village?" According to the intelligence relayed from Henge, Hanzo the Salamander could receive support from the Sand Village within 2 days, placing Akatsuki in a more precarious position. What? He can still garner support from the Sand? Nagato quickly calls for Konan to discuss the matter, and the pair unanimously decides to take action under the cover of night. With approximately 9 hours until darkness descends, Nagato has sufficient time to prepare Yahiko's body as a vessel for the Deva path, allowing him to partake in the battle and exact revenge. However, during the fight, Nagato must remain exceedingly cautious, ensuring Yahiko does not sustain any injuries. To be safe, he gathers several corpses to temporarily serve as the Hell Realm, Human Realm, Azura Realm, Hungry Ghost Realm, and Animal Realm, intending to replace them later once the night's ordeal has passed. Meanwhile, Konan gathers personnel at the base, informing them of the operational plan and instructing Akatsuki members to prepare for battle. Although the 6 Paths clones are sufficient to eliminate Hanzo and all the Rain Village Umbu, preventing comrades from fighting under the guise of protection would only bring them more anguish. After relaying the specifics, Jin chooses to observe with a detached demeanor, harboring no intentions of participating in the battle. He came to guide Nagato on the path of collecting tailed beasts, not to play the role of a caretaker. And since Akatsuki does not operate under his command, taking on too much responsibility would contradict his usual disposition. Time swiftly passes. Outside, night has fallen. Yet the Akatsuki base remains ablaze with light, all members fully armed and ready to embark. When Nagato, controlling the Deva path, steps into their view, morale surges among the ranks. Leader, you're awake. It's such a relief to see you well, Yahiko. Brother, we're off to avenge you. Amidst the chorus of cheers, even a few key figures like Juzo and Daibutsu, who were informed of the true situation beforehand, cannot help but tear up at the sight of this familiar face, momentarily believing Yahiko has truly returned. The Deva path nods, declaring, "All right, let us go." Noticing that Yahiko lacks his usual warmth and enthusiasm, most assume their leader's temperament has shifted due to the recent calamity, failing to ponder too deeply as they excitedly follow him into the fray against the Rain Village. With the Six Paths clones leading the charge, the Akatsuki effortlessly cuts through to Hanzo the Salamander's estate. The stationed Umbu of the Rain Village, unable to organize an effective counterattack, finds themselves scattered and defeated before they can react, either crushed by the Deva path or finished off by Akatsuki members. As for Hanzo, a revered semi-god of the ninja world, he too proves no match for the Deva path. His proud fire and water techniques, as well as his toxic gas, seem utterly impotent against the hungry ghost realm's sealing abilities, failing to achieve any effect. Ultimately, he is launched away by the Deva path Shinra Tensei, crashing through several walls before barely coming to a halt, slumped on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Who are you to have forced me to this state? Through the eyes of the Deva path, Nagato gazes upon his nemesis, not rushing to slay him, but instead looking down at the bewildered fallen enemy. His tone frigid. Do you not recognize this face? As Hanzo closely examines the Deva path, he realizes that, aside from the Black Rods and Rinnegan, this is unmistakably the face of Akatsuki's leader, who had been driven to suicide. You are Yahiko of Akatsuki. I thought you were dead. What is happening? Nagato, disinterested in answering, coldly informs him of the reason for his impending demise. Hanzo the Salamander, Akatsuki extended its trust to you without any defenses. Yet you conspired with Konoha to betray us. As the Deva path steps forward, Hanzo instinctively recoils in fear, perhaps intending to rise in resistance or to flee. Witnessing such a display, Nagato finds the world absurdly ironic. This once proud fool, now a frail shadow of his former self, had orchestrated Yahiko's death. Had Jean not arrived in time, everything would have spiraled into irretrievable chaos. How pitiful. Once a hero of the Land of Rain, now reduced to a mere wretch, seeking only to preserve himself. Hanzo, too wounded to discern the meaning behind Nagato's words, writhes in disbelief, still struggling to comprehend. It's impossible. You cannot be Yahiko of Akatsuki. Who are you? How can you possess such strength? The Deva path's pale purple Rinnegan glimmers ominously, and behind him, 5 more pairs of identical eyes emerge from the shadows, cold and merciless. I am pain, a harbinger of suffering for the entire world. As the final word escapes his lips, Hanzo's lifeless body collapses to the ground, the sound of his body meeting the earth echoing through the ruins, marking the hasty conclusion of the Rain Village leader's life. Chapter 212. Jean, wanna know? Beg me. Having exterminated Hanzo the Salamander and his loyal Umbu, Nagato efficiently eliminates several high-ranking loyalists and ninja clans before dawn, completing the cleansing operation. At daybreak, Akatsuki officially takes control of the entire Rain Village. Those who dared to resist were ruthlessly subdued by the 6 paths of pain, and the fate of several audacious individuals was nothing short of gruesome, leaving the Rain shinobi profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, Conan adhered to their prior agreement, employing paper jutsu to disseminate pamphlets, dispatching Akatsuki members deep into the streets and alleys to pacify the sentiments of ordinary citizens. Through this dual approach, the majority of ninjas and civilians, recognizing the futility of resistance, reluctantly acquiesced to Akatsuki's rule, though a few discontented souls remained, concealing their dissatisfaction while conspiring in the shadows to amass strength. Nagato sat in his office, swiftly perusing a multitude of documents, occasionally summoning a subordinate or two to delegate urgent tasks, hardly finding a moment to sip water. Were it not for the human path having accessed the memories of Hanzo the Salamander and the Rain Village's clandestine department head, he would have struggled to manage these responsibilities so swiftly. Particularly troublesome were the numerous encrypted documents. Without knowledge of their decryption, they would be utterly incomprehensible. And the sheer volume of classified files was enough to induce a headache. Congratulations, Nagato, Jinchuriki chimed, appearing in the office and casting a glance at the towering stacks of documents. The survival issue of Akatsuki has taken its first step toward resolution. Nagato leaned over the paper piles, holding a folder over his head. Is this really just the first step? Jinchuriki smirked, counting on his fingers with a hint of schadenfreude. There are those in the Rain Village secretly plotting your demise. The question of how Rain can survive amidst the 4 great nations and Akatsuki's need for expansion. All right, Jinchuriki. I understand. Nagato raised his hand in mock surrender, seeking assistance from the evidently more experienced guide. You must have a solution, right? Well, I suppose you could say that. Jinchuriki replied lightly, gliding over to Nagato's side, placing a hand on his shoulder to replenish his chakra. Soon, the pallor of Nagato's face, drained from summoning the outer path's Geto Mazo, regained its color at a visible pace, revitalizing his entire demeanor. While Nagato marveled at the miraculous aspects of medical ninjutsu, Jinchuriki casually strolled around the mountain of documents, sharing his insights as an experienced individual. The paramount task now is to alleviate the internal panic within the Rain Village, to maintain stability. Therefore, you must convey to everyone that Akatsuki is indeed a band of heroes. While Hanzo the Salamander has long been a scourge that ought to be toppled, once Konan's paper jutsu conveys words and images, it will become the sharpest of weapons. The bewildered populace will discern the truth and understand what justice truly entails. Afterward, whether ninja or civilian, as long as their lives surpass those spent under Hanzo's tyranny, you need not fear internal strife. As for the great nations, they are hardly a threat. The intensity of this shinobi world war far exceeds those of the past, and all participating factions will undoubtedly suffer significant losses, rendering them incapable of confronting the Rain Village for at least 5 years. You may seize this opportunity to recuperate and secretly strengthen your organization, ultimately gaining control over the entire Land of Rain. The entire Land of Rain? Nagato furrowed his brow, realizing that the feudal lord would pose an obstacle, which would require considerable time to navigate. What of the feudal lord? Simply eliminate him and turn him into a puppet. Jinchuriki scoffed at the notion of respecting the noble lineage, deriding it instead. Nagato, do you truly believe you need others' permission to reshape the shinobi world? If that is the case, you might as well take your own life now and spare me the trouble of seeking the next reincarnation of a sage. Indeed, I am destined to become the god who suppresses the world. Why should I concern myself with the feudal lord? Nagato's realization felt like a sudden enlightenment. I understand now. That's more like it, Jinchuriki remarked, satisfied as he adjusted his mask. I must temporarily take my leave. Before I return, do try not to perish. Black Zetsu moved swiftly underground, perplexed as to why Jinchuriki would abandon Nagato, who was just beginning to find his footing, to instead have White Zetsu escort him back to Konoha to meet Uchiha Naraku. As they neared their destination, it ceased pondering. After all, it would soon witness what Jinchuriki intended to do with Uchiha Naraku. Concealed in the shadows, it watched as Jinchuriki detached from White Zetsu, seemingly in high spirits as he approached Uchiha Naraku, casually sweeping aside the drafts that Naraku had painstakingly crafted, scattering the papers across the floor. I didn't mean to. Uchiha Naraku, unfazed, bent down to collect the fallen sheets, only to have Jinchuriki step on the very paper Naraku had just reached for. My apologies. I intended to help you pick it up. Jinchuriki smiled, applying pressure with his foot, leaving behind imprints of dust and mud, and glanced down at Naraku with a teasing expression. Noticing Naraku's lack of anger, he rolled his eyes in boredom, emitting a sound of disdain. TSK. Black Zetsu, observing from the sidelines, found itself speechless. Just how much disdain did this little brat harbor for his host? Was he really so far removed from his own face that he could manifest such a cruel demeanor? Jinchuriki, displaying unexpected mercy, took a few steps back, crossing his arms while looking down at the host still gathering the drafts. Smirking, you seem quite at ease, Uchiha Naraku. Too bad. Konoha will soon cease to exist. At this, Naraku finally reacted, lifting his gaze to meet Jinchuriki's. Jinchuriki raised an eyebrow. Do you want to know what is happening? Beg me. Naraku's lips quivered, frozen in place, and after a long pause, he ultimately yielded to his alternate persona, lowering his head and speaking in a hoarse voice. I request you, Jinchuriki. Please tell me. After a moment of eerie silence, Jinchuriki chuckled with amusement, turning to sit on the sofa by the wall. It's really nothing. Just that Tsunagekyu's vanguard is about to breach Konoha. But then again, what can you expect from Konoha's pathetic defenses? The draft paper in Naraku's hands scattered once more. But this time, he did not pick it up. Instead, he vanished from the room before the first sheet even touched the ground, slowly emerging from the shadows. Black Zetsu wondered aloud, why bother telling him this? It serves us no benefit. Of course, it's to watch Uchiha Naraku seek his own demise, Jinchuriki replied, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he regarded his own clone's hands. Once he succumbs to the bloodline disease and his consciousness fades away, that body will belong entirely to me. Chapter 213, Imminent Danger. Upon exiting the laboratory, Naraku sent a shadow clone to the Hokage Tower to report in, while his original self rushed home, neglecting to close the courtyard and entrance doors as he began rummaging through drawers. He retrieved an old satchel, long and used, filled with an assortment of shurikens, explosive tags, and food pills prepared for emergencies. quickly donning the satchel. He equipped himself with kunai and short swords until every inch of his body was laden with gear, before finally casting his gaze upon the brand new, pristine ninja blade resting on the rack. Master, the gift you bestowed upon me. Now is the time to wield it against my foes. Naraku swiftly approached, grasping the precious chakra blade with both hands and securing it firmly at his waist. At that very moment, his shadow clone arrived at the Hokage Tower, where, after a guard's announcement, he was led upstairs to knock on the door, waiting for the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen to grant him entry. As the shadow clone entered the room, it observed Inuzuka Kiba standing within, alongside 3 others, all appearing travel-worn and weary, indicative of having just returned from a mission and concluding their debriefing. The clone exchanged quick glances with the 4 before Kiba and the others departed. Subsequently, it assumed a respectful posture, bowing its head and kneeling on one knee, signaling its allegiance and loyalty to the leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, was engrossed in the mission report he held, and in a grave tone, he inquired, "What brings you here in such haste, Naraku?" "Yes, Lord Hokage. Intelligence reports indicate that the Tsunagekyu's advance forces have breached the Konoha defenses and will soon approach the vicinity of our village." "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen froze momentarily, nearly spilling ash from his pipe, and hastily set down the document to question, "Is this information reliable? Through what channel did you obtain it?" The shadow clone did not lift its gaze, fixated on the floor, asserting with unwavering conviction, "I stake my life on the veracity of this information. However, I regret that I cannot elucidate the source at this moment." Hiruzen clenched his pipe, his thoughts racing. The Uchiha clan possesses its own intelligence network. Thus, it was not surprising. Prominent Konoha clans such as Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Nara also maintain relatively independent intelligence operatives who sometimes acquire specific insights. However, if this information was obtained through Uchiha channels, why could Naraku not produce evidence? Why remain silent about the source? Moreover, although Naraku had been under the care of Fugaku and Mikoto, he might not possess the privilege to utilize the Uchiha intelligence system. Therefore, the credibility of this information warranted thorough assessment to avoid falling into a trap. Were it not for Naraku's close relationship with Tsunade, he would have commanded the Umbu to apprehend him for interrogation. Nevertheless, considering that a substantial number of Umbu had recently been dispatched to support the Rain Village, Hiruzen found a degree of credibility in the claim of Tsunagekyu's breach. Moreover, if Naraku were indeed fabricating false intelligence, why would he not present forged evidence to bolster its credibility instead of remaining reticent, with the mindset of better to believe it than to disregard it? He beckoned for the Umbu to receive their orders, immediately deploy reconnaissance teams to investigate the enemy's movements and alert the village's defense forces to be ready for mobilization. An Umbu emerged from the shadows, accepting the Hokage's command before vanishing from sight. Hiruzen, seated behind his desk, cast a furtive glance at the shadow clone still kneeling with head bowed in the center of the room, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. To entertain the notion that Naraku's words were truthful, one must ponder how Tsunagekyur would be aware of the Konoha defenses being unusually vulnerable at this juncture, leading to such an aggressive assault. Was there a traitor at the front lines leaking strategic secrets? Or was it mere fortune that Tsunagekyur had chosen this opportune moment to strike? If either of these were the case, the higher-ups might salvage their miscalculation. However, the worst-case scenario loomed ominously. The Rain Village's request for assistance from Konoha could very well be a ploy by Tsunagekyur to draw them away. Should this prove accurate, with Naraku's intellect and acumen, he might deduce that the unusual weakness in the defenses precipitated this urgent scenario. If the higher-ups' oversight was discerned by an Uchiha, the Uchiha clan would likely seek retribution post-war. No, they might act before the conflict concluded, inciting catastrophic unrest within the village. Naraku, since you provided this intelligence yet withhold evidence, it is your duty to substantiate its accuracy. Observing Naraku's every reaction from a hidden vantage point, Hiruzen's tone remained leisurely, albeit fraught with urgency. Moreover, with the village's dwindling combat strength, your power is indispensable. Yet, I wonder if you are willing to partake. The shadow clone fell silent for a few moments before responding, "I am ready to depart at any time." "Good child. Your spirit of the will of fire fills me with pride," Hiruzen said with a warm smile, resuming his habitual puffing of the pipe. "You shall accompany Kiba. Exercise caution and act within your capabilities." "Understood." Meanwhile, Naraku, having finished equipping his ninja blade, received the memories transmitted from the dissipating shadow clone. Realizing that Hiruzen harbored doubts about his intelligence and was commencing an investigation, Naraku exhaled a sigh of relief. The approaching forces from Tsunagekyur numbered in the thousands. It would be unrealistic and irresponsible for him to attempt to confront them alone. The optimal strategy would be for Hiruzen to dispatch troops to intercept, thereby maximizing Konoha's chances of victory. If Hiruzen were to dismiss the alert despite knowing the defenses were compromised, Naraku would have no choice but to boldly breach the barrier, potentially drawing some away in pursuit, leading to an encounter with Tsunagakure, which would clarify everything. Hiruzen's rational decision spared him considerable effort. At the Konoha Tsunagakure front, within the command tent, Tsunade's countenance darkened as she perused the scant reports she held. Something was amiss, exceedingly amiss. Several regions had reported an anomalously low volume of intelligence in the past 2 days. The personnel there were adequately sufficient. Such a situation was entirely unwarranted. Could it be Tsunade-sama? Just as she sensed the impending crisis, a flustered ninja burst into the tent. A familiar red-haired girl slumped over their shoulder, battered and bruised, yet clinging to consciousness thanks to her unique constitution. Kana, your team was supposed to operate within the confines of the national border, was it not? Tsunade swiftly rose to support her, medical chakra flowing profusely into the fragile form. Kana gripped Tsunade's arm tightly, relaying the harrowing intelligence she had risked her life to bring. Tsunade-sama, Tsunagakure has launched an assault with nearly 10,000 ninjas, breaching the northern blockade. It has been over 2 days since the incident. What? Tsunade's pupils trembled, struggling to fathom the gravity of the revelation. For reasons unknown, the northern border's defenses had proven alarmingly feeble, and by the time we recognized the enemy's incursion, it was far too late to send out any warnings. Were it not for my comrades sacrificing themselves to cover my escape, I fear damn it. Tsunade entrusted Kana's care to others and stormed out of the tent, bellowing. All personnel, assemble. Chapter 214. Let them witness our might. The aide followed closely, inquiring, Tsunade-sama, do we retreat entirely? Leave a portion behind to bolster defenses. The main force will set out with me to pursue. Tsunade commanded, her golden hair billowing in the wind like a flag unfurling in the breeze. Transmit a message back to Konoha, instructing the Hokage to prepare defenses promptly. If necessary, coordinate with my unit for a pincer assault. I intend to ensure that this 10,000-strong force does not return. Barely a meal's worth of time had passed since dispersing, when Inuzuka Kiba received new orders, directing him towards the northwest for reconnaissance, along with an additional ninja to join their ranks. As Kiba and his partner, Akamaru, arrived at the gates of Konoha, they discovered several other squads assembling. Some had already prepared their gear for departure, while others were just arriving, counting personnel and supplies. Yet, it was only when the surrounding teams had departed that they finally met their so-called new teammate, Naraku. The four, along with Akamaru, stared wide-eyed at the fully armed Naraku dressed in combat gear, bewildered by the unexpected arrangement. In their recollection, ever since his resurrection, this once-in-a-century genius of the Uchiha clan had not participated in any combat missions. Even during the outbreak of war, he remained in the village recuperating. Inuzuka Kiba pulled Naraku aside a few paces, lowering his voice to confirm, "Are you not aware that you cannot enter the battlefield in your current condition?" Naro gazed quietly at her, his expression unperturbed. "I shall not be a hindrance, Aunt Inuzuka. This is not merely a question of hindrance." Inuzuka Tsum could not restrain herself from raising her voice, only to realize her reaction was excessive. She quickly shot a glare at the 3 little imps peering curiously from a distance, causing them to scurry back to their own affairs. Having quelled the inquisitive students, she cleared her throat softly and lowered her voice again. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your need for recuperation. You ought not to bear the burden of combat missions. It is Lord Hokage's order. I must comply. Such a reckless mission is unacceptable." Inuzuka Auntie. As Tsum was on the verge of making a remarkably significant statement, Naro swiftly grasped her arm, effectively stifling the latter part of her sentence. Tsum, interrupted in her tirade, still bore an air of indignation. Her countenance darkened, as if she had a plethora of grievances to direct towards the Hokage. However, upon witnessing Naro's earnest determination, she ultimately sighed and solemnly implored him to act with caution. "Promise me, if you find yourself unable to endure, you must retreat at once." "Yes, I promise." With this assurance, Tsum relinquished her anxious demeanor and, accompanied by him, returned to their squad, her face brightening into her usual cheerful smile. "All right. This time Naro will join us on the mission. You all must muster your utmost spirit." "Understood." Meanwhile, Hibari and Noera remained relatively calm, while Might Guy clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "I never imagined I would be heading to battle alongside Naro-kun. This is the pinnacle of youthful passion. It is settled. I shall perform 1,000 squats on the way." Bang. "Not a chance." Tsum's fist collided with Guy's head. "Focus on the journey, you fool, or I'll let Kuro bite you." After approximately half a day since a large reconnaissance unit had set out, with no results from the various squads, Sarutobi Hiruzen received word from the front line's ninja crows and hawks, confirming that the intelligence previously provided by Naro was entirely accurate. Nearly 10,000 Sunagakure shinobi had launched a surprise attack, taking advantage of a weak defense. By now, they were surely approaching within a radius of 200 to 300 kilometers of Kanehagakure. As if to validate his suspicions, the earliest reconnaissance team reported sightings of Sunagakure traces. Seemingly drawing closer to Konoha, Hiruzen and his two advisors quickly concluded that Sunagakure would undoubtedly seize and capture the natural barrier of Kikyo Mountain. He promptly summoned all operational personnel from Konoha, issuing orders to immediately deploy to the Kikyo Mountain Pass and its vicinity to prepare defenses, ensuring they were ready to intercept before Sunagakure arrived. Upon receiving orders, Sum's team was among the first reconnaissance units to arrive, swiftly coordinating with the elite teams stationed in the mountains to guard against potential surprise attacks from Sunagakure's vanguard. During their joint operations with another reconnaissance unit, Sum noticed that Nero had not exhibited any signs of weakness or discomfort since their departure. Her anxiety finally eased, leading her to believe his condition was not severe, and he was capable of handling the rigors of the chase and battle. Nero suppressed the itch in his throat by swallowing, avoiding detection by Kuro, while discreetly observing a Hyuga Chunin in their team, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though they had crossed paths before. Just then, he overheard someone behind him addressing the individual as Hizashi, and he finally recalled the source of his familiarity. This was indeed the father of Hyuga, the unfortunate soul who had perished in place of his twin brother. A gentle breeze swept through, and Kuro, ever vigilant, suddenly halted to sniff the air intently. The scent is amiss. Sum's expression tightened as she discerned the aroma wafting through the wind, pointing into the distance. From the Hyuga clan, look over there. Almost simultaneously, Hyuga Hizashi swiftly activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings before issuing a warning. 30 to 40 ninjas are approaching from the southwest. They are approximately 8 kilometers away. Sum's eyes gleamed with ferocity as she crushed the bark of a nearby ancient tree, cursing, "It's the vanguard of Sunagakure. Damn, they are fast." The vanguard was a special unit tasked with scouting enemy positions and eliminating strongholds to clear a path. Their presence here indicated that the main force of Sunagakure was not far behind. To preserve their intelligence, they had to eliminate this enemy force swiftly. However, once combat ensued, regardless of whether they could annihilate the foes, the Sunagakure main force would certainly deduce that their presence had been compromised and would launch an all-out assault in a bid to seize the Kikyo Mountain stronghold before Konoha reinforcements arrived, thereby securing an advantage for subsequent operations. This meant they not only had to rely on the assembled reconnaissance ninjas and station team to eliminate the Sunagakure vanguard, but also had to steadfastly defend Kikyo Mountain against the impending onslaught of the Sunagakure main force until the Konoha support troops arrived. It was undoubtedly a daunting task. Another Chunin from the reconnaissance unit summoned several ninja hawks to relay the message of encountering Sunagakure's vanguard back to headquarters. He quickly organized his ninja tools and explosive tags, stating, "We must engage swiftly. After eliminating these foes, we must relocate immediately. If possible, capture 1 or 2 of them. If not, it is of little consequence. Brace yourselves, boys. Do not expect any support." Sum unsheathed her kunai, beckoning Kuro to her side in preparation for a fierce confrontation. The enemy was likely approaching from multiple directions, and it was anticipated that other reconnaissance squads were equally preoccupied. "I shall flank them," Nero declared, gripping the hilt of his blade, drawing forth a portion of its gleaming, razor-sharp edge. This blade is forged from chakra metal. It can sever puppet strings. A chakra blade. Indeed, you are truly the apprentice of the White Fang. Sum suppressed her worries, delivering a hearty pat on Nero's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Go forth. Let those cursed Sunagakure see the might of the White Fang." "Yes," Nero softly responded to her expectations. "I shall ensure they witness it." Chapter 215, Scorch Release, Leaf Warehouse. In the blink of an eye, Nero vanished silently into the shadows, swiftly ascending to a high cliff to activate his sensory ninjutsu, concealing his presence as he awaited the opportune moment. As soon as his sensory range expanded, nearly 40 chakra signatures emerged at the periphery, progressing towards this location. After traversing several kilometers, they inexplicably halted for approximately a minute. Then, suddenly, numerous connected chakra signatures emerged before and beside them, collectively amounting to 2 to 3 times their number, presumably deploying reconnaissance puppets. Nero minimized his presence further, layering on 2 sealing techniques to suppress his chakra fluctuations to the utmost limit, sufficient to evade ordinary sensory ninjutsu. As anticipated, once the smaller chakra signatures entered his field of vision, the first to protrude from the underbrush were dozens of spider-like reconnaissance puppets. They were diminutive in size, barely reaching the knees of an adult, and appeared to be constructed from low-strength materials, incapable of withstanding certain powerful ninjutsu or taijutsu assaults. Yet, Nero noted the exposed barbs at their joints, the silvery gray metal faintly shimmering with a bluish-purple hue, clearly coated in a lethal toxin, with some modifications suggesting additional gas capabilities. These spider puppets coordinated seamlessly, agilely scaling and leaping between trees and underbrush, conducting a thorough search. Even though they spread out widely, appearing somewhat sparse, they collectively resembled a swarm of frenzied, rampaging steel locusts, darting past Nero from mere meters away to dozens of meters distant. Following closely behind were a dozen or so remarkably designed large puppets, trailing approximately 100 meters behind the spider puppet. Their formation was loose, allowing ample space between them to both prevent concentrated fire attacks and facilitate mutual support. Due to their proximity to the puppet's path, Naraku could even hear the eerie, creaking sounds emanating from their joints, a continuous and unsettling symphony. Only after the entire group of puppets had passed before him did the sand-hidden forces responsible for their manipulation gradually reveal themselves. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the Leaf reconnaissance team as a green figure, engulfed in a swirling cyclone, descended from the sky with tremendous force. Upon landing, it crushed the foremost spider puppet with a single stomp, scattering its mechanical limbs in all directions. With keen eyesight, Naraku discerned the green bodysuit and the leaf forehead protector tied at the waist with clarity. Several spider puppets on either side launched poison darts from their mouths in an attempt to leap and attack, but before they could leave the ground, Guy unleashed the leaf great whirlwind, sending them flying and toppling even more upon landing. In quick succession, Inazuka Kiba joined the fray, and together with Akamaru, their combined ninjutsu proved devastating, shredding 8 or 9 spider puppets in a whirlwind of destruction. Simultaneously, he signaled Shirini, Gunma, and Ebisu to coordinate and assist in clearing out the spiders approaching from another direction. Hinata's team was not far off, engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle, utilizing explosive tags to obliterate over 10 puppets in one fell swoop. However, the Leaf forces were still too few in number, and their supply of explosive tags was limited. Gradually, they found themselves encircled by the spider puppets converging from all sides. As the larger puppets joined the encirclement, the Leaf's disadvantage became increasingly pronounced, swiftly shifting from a balanced confrontation to a desperate struggle for survival. Ebisu was the first to sustain injury. While dodging a poison dart, he inadvertently inhaled a trace of toxic gas, causing his limbs to go numb and rendering him incapable of combat, thus exposing a gap in their defense. The pressure on the others surged, leading to widespread panic and retreat. However, the concentration of puppets in one area granted Naraku an opportunity to strike. Drawing a deep breath, he released the sealing technique that masked his presence, unsheathing his kunai and infusing it with lightning chakra. His eyes gleamed a vivid crimson as the runes of multiple sealing techniques spread rapidly across his body. Within half a second, his chakra surged to its peak, and minute blue arcs of electricity erupted from the blade as he propelled himself forward, the soles of his shoes nearly embedding into the earth, leaving lightning-shaped fissures upon the solid ground. With a shrill scream that tore through the air, Naraku moved like a swift cheetah, his figure blurring as he shot forward, the blade trailing a dazzling line of lightning. He deftly entered the battlefield, severing the chakra strings of dozens of spider puppets with precision. The now uncontrollable puppets collapsed, and several emitted a faint white glow from their body seams before erupting in a series of explosions, causing significant chaos and damage among the spider ranks. The pressure on Inazuka Kiba's side diminished abruptly as he found a gap in the encirclement and seized the opportunity to further reduce the number of puppets. Naraku pressed his advantage, reversing his grip on the kunai to form hand seals, summoning an enormous fire technique, the Great Fire Annihilation, which instantaneously took shape. A vast tide of flames surged forth, sweeping towards the enemy within his sensory range. Most of the sand-hidden puppet masters could currently control only 1 or 2 puppets. Once their chakra strings were severed, they lost nearly all means of offense and defense, leading many to be consumed by the inferno before they could react. "Kill that damn brat now," commanded the sand-hidden leader, likely a captain, as he directed the remaining puppet masters to encircle Naraku in a concerted assault. Naraku found himself somewhat outmatched, quickly trapped in an area too small for movement. The sand-hidden captain deftly maneuvered his large puppet into the air, unleashing a torrent of green toxic mist laced with countless poison needles towards Naraku. This tactic was typically infallible, yet the captain found himself unable to maintain focus as his mind began to falter, just as he lamented the dwindling supply of his poison. Realizing he had exhausted it all to eliminate a mere boy, he suddenly noticed that the youth adorned with the leaf forehead protector had vanished from the toxic cloud. Reappearing, Naraku's eyes glowed with a ghostly red light as he danced atop the fallen puppets. nimbly evading all attacks, escaping the toxic gas's reach. He unleashed a powerful fire technique that incinerated the toxins entirely. Is he an Uchiha? The captain had no time to marvel at the revelation as Naraku's blade continued to flicker across the battlefield. With each blue-white arc that illuminated around his eyes, 2 or 3 puppets would fall, while lightning and fire erupted like a natural disaster, repeatedly claiming the lives of sand-hidden shinobi. No. He deliberately drew the puppets close to him. The sand-hidden captain attempted to intercept a few attacks, but to his astonishment, he couldn't endure even half a second before his chakra strings were severed, and he felt a blade slice across his throat. As blood sprayed from the corner of his vision, he still could not comprehend how the leaf could produce such a monster. The legendary White Fang, who had once dealt a crippling blow to the sand-hidden village, was long dead, yet the leaf seemed to possess countless incarnations of him, an unending cycle of destruction. The world was indeed unfair, the captain lamented as he lost consciousness, reluctantly closing his eyes and plummeting from the ancient tree. Naraku had barely caught his breath when he sensed 2 high-energy chakra signatures materializing out of thin air, rapidly approaching him. A chill ran down his spine, and he swiftly turned to retreat. In the next instant, 2 massive orange-red fireballs zipped past him, distorting the air with intense heat and sending waves of scorching heat that burned his skin and singed his hair. With a miss, the fireballs relentlessly pursued him, and he barely managed to evade them once more. This bloodline limit, scorch release, Shikuten. Naraku's gaze sharpened, as his kunai erupted with a multitude of electric arcs, striking the fireball hurtling towards him with blinding speed. The clash of 2 immense energies resulted in a fierce explosion, rapidly expanding clouds of smoke and dust that obscured his figure, causing the other fireball to temporarily lose its target. If only I had water release. Naraku lamented his misfortune, realizing he lacked any chakra attributes to counter the scorch release and was left to confront it head-on. Resolute, he decided to employ Jinjutsu instead. Locking onto the fireball's position through his sensory ninjutsu, he dashed towards Shikuten. As he burst forth from the smoke, he found himself face-to-face with Shikuten, who indeed matched her animated portrayal, tall and slender, with long hair transitioning from yellow to green, gathered in a bun, while fireballs swirled around her, splitting into 2, then 4. Foolishness, Shikuten exclaimed, noticing Naraku's movement. To her surprise, this leaf brat dared to leap from the blind spot and confront her directly. With a flick of her arm, she commanded the fireballs to encircle Naraku from 4 directions. As the scorch release fireballs collided with him, a plume of white smoke billowed from his form. The boy, seemingly on the verge of death beneath the searing heat, vanished, leaving behind only a charred wooden stump. Oh no, Shikuten exclaimed as she hastily unleashed 2 more fireballs. But in her haste, Naraku had already closed the distance. In that brief moment of eye contact, his blood-red eyes flared open, unleashing a powerful chakra that disturbed Shikuten's mind, plunging her consciousness into an inescapable illusion. Phantasmagoria Technique. Chapter 216. How long can the radiance still bloom? Caught in the Jinjutsu, Shikuten's body involuntarily stiffened for a moment before she collapsed unconscious, leaving Naraku to hoist her over his shoulder and carry her away. Lady Shikuten, quickly eliminate that brat. Rescue Lord Yazong. Several sand-hidden ninjas gathered, intent on saving Yazong. Naraku supported Yazong's back with one hand while wielding a blade, slashing upwards at an angle. Magical restraint modification. The blinding white flash of the blade erupted before them, causing the sand-hidden ninjas to feel as if the world was spinning. It was as though the surroundings had transformed into a colossal quagmire, with numerous large hands emerging from below, dragging them one by one into the abyss, burying them in the ancient icy sea, subjecting them to the relentless chill of an everlasting blizzard. After a strenuous effort to break free from the illusion, Naraku had already whisked Yazong away, leaving behind several shuriken embedded in the earth at their feet, each adorned with 1 or 2 detonating tags that were about to ignite. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions of the detonating tags reverberated across the battlefield. Despite carrying an adult, Naraku moved with remarkable agility, growing stronger with each clash, maneuvering through multiple enemies as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The puppet's attack patterns had long been deciphered by the Sharingan. No adversary could withstand more than 2 of his strikes. Poison needles and toxic gas barely grazed the edges of his clothing, serving only as a negligible embellishment to his dance. In the distance, Nikiashi shattered a puppet's core with his bagua palm, catching a hasty glimpse of Naraku driving his blade into the side of a sand-hidden ninja's neck. Blood blossomed forth like a flower, drawing in soul and life, culminating in the fruit known as death. The boy's elegant and fierce demeanor reflected in the silver-white pupils, the small figure wielding a long sword during the Chunin exam now completely overlapping with that of his adversary. The unparalleled genius of the Uchiha clan. How long could this brilliance continue to shine? Observing the chain-like curses upon the foe's visage, a fleeting moment of melancholy crossed his mind. Yet he swiftly shook off such distractions and immersed himself once more in the perilous combat. The Sand Hidden, upon discovering that their formidable protector Yazong had been captured, experienced a dramatic drop in morale. Coupled with significant casualties, they began to retreat under the command of another vice-captain. Naraku entrusted Yazong to the watch of a Jonin from the Hyuga clan, eager to turn back and pursue, only to be halted by a firm grip on his arm. That's enough. Don't chase a desperate enemy. You might encounter traps. Understood. Naraku nodded, sheathing his blade, as he heard the Jonin's appreciative praise. This is one of the strongest bloodlines of the Sand Hidden. Uchiha kid, you've achieved great merit this time. Ebisu. Hey, hold on. Hearing Inuzuka's urgent call from nearby, Naraku quickly expressed his gratitude and rushed back to the team. Ebisu's sleeve had been torn by Might Guy, revealing a wound that had turned black. The blood itself a toxic dark red. Both internal and external antidotes could only delay the onset of the poison. At this rate, he would soon meet his demise. Inuzuka hastily placed Ebisu on the back of Kurumu, sending it to find a medical ninja, but Naraku intercepted him, forcing him to halt. He won't last until we return. He must be treated here. As Naraku explained to the others, he gently lifted Ebisu from Kurumuru's back, allowing Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru to assist in laying him flat. Using shuriken, he punctured several openings near the heart of the wound, his fingertips glowing with a faint green light as chakra flowed into the veins through the lacerations, filtering out the toxins. Soon, black liquid began to surge forth from the wound. With the venom extracted, Ebisu's complexion shifted from a deep purple to a pale hue, and the color gradually returned to his lips. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone, astonished by Naraku's mastery of such complex medical ninjutsu. What else could he possibly learn? Inuzuka, well-versed in medical techniques, remarked, the extraction technique. Isn't it an A-rank medical ninjutsu? Indeed, Naraku replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he mustered the energy to answer, it will take about a minute more. With Ebisu no longer in mortal danger, Inuzuka turned to urge Nara Shikamaru and Might Guy to hasten their efforts in clearing the battlefield, gathering valuable items to take away and incinerating the worthless ones on site. Once the tasks were assigned, she glanced back just as Naraku completed his treatment of Ebisu, who opened his eyes groggily. After such a fierce battle, they had suffered no casualties, and the lone severely poisoned comrade had been pulled back from the brink of death, not to mention they had captured a high-ranking enemy combatant. Such a victory would make any squad wake up in the middle of the night with joy. Inuzuka, equally elated, called over another Jonin to discuss how to proceed with the mission and who would escort Yazong back to the base, unaware of Naraku quietly stepping away, leaning against a tree trunk as his body trembled violently for a moment. The battlefield was already saturated with blood, and she could not discern the source of the newly added scent of iron in the air. Was it the vengeful spirits of the enemies, or the remnants of their shattered comrades? At the front lines of Konoha and Iwagakure, a piercing bird call shattered the silence. As the last Iwagakure ninja met his demise with a look of unwillingness in his eyes, consumed by the storm of lightning and thunder, Kakashi sheathed his Chidori, his eyes still bearing the shape of the Sharingan, frowning as he halted in place. Is something wrong, Kakashi? Obito, thinking there might be new developments, scanned the surroundings warily. Something feels off. Huh. Upon hearing Kakashi's murmured words, Obito grew increasingly anxious. From which direction? I see nothing. Are there more enemies? Where could they be? To him, everything around, the swaying leaves in the wind and the distant dark underbrush, was tainted with a sense of impending danger. It's not here that's amiss. It has nothing to do with the mission. After squandering time, Obito wore an expression of frustration, gritting his teeth as he complained, don't talk while panting, you idiot Kakashi. The infuriating white-haired ninja ignored his outburst, lost in silent contemplation. Rin approached to check him over, examining his eyes and the seal of the Sharingan meticulously, finding no abnormalities. Could it be that you're just exhausted, Kakashi? Perhaps we should request a half-day rest from Lord Jiraiya. Perhaps, Kakashi sighed, deactivating the Sharingan and restoring his eyes to their usual inky blackness. I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but something feels off. Obito whispered, if you ask me. It's because you stayed up all night last night and are just groggy. Ouch. Rin, why are you pinching me? Chapter 217, Immediate Assault. At the temporary encampment of the Sand Hidden's main forces, within the command tent. What did you say? A nearby patrolling ninja heard a startled exclamation from within the tent. But before he could discern the syllables, the latter half of the sound was abruptly severed like a blade cutting through the air, leaving only the rustle of the tent fabric being stirred by the wind. Even the previous commotion felt like an illusion. As if nothing had occurred, the ninjas exchanged glances, redirecting their focus to the task of remaining vigilant against their surroundings. However, the atmosphere within the tent was anything but tranquil. A tempest of anxiety and anger surged among the crowd, like a vast net enveloping each individual. A sand-hidden ninja knelt in the center of the room, trembling and afraid to lift his gaze. How could Yazong be captured by Konoha? Rosa lowered his voice, gripping the edge of the table tightly, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that our actions were discovered, and Konoha has already set an ambush at Kikyo Mountain? That seems implausible, Lord Wind Shadow, Chiyo replied, her wrinkles twitching as she spoke, yet her tone remained steady and unwavering. Our movements are significantly swifter than Konoha's. They wouldn't have had time to react. Although a couple of mice were inadvertently overlooked during the previous cleaning, the time required for the news to reach Konoha is insufficient to jeopardize the plan. Indeed, it is possible that Kikyo Mountain is fortified by a formidable presence comparable to that of Yakura, which ultimately led to her downfall. Iozo harbored unwavering faith in his sister's strategy and concurred. He turned his gaze towards the disheveled members of the advance team and inquired, "Did you ascertain who was responsible?" "I deeply apologize, Lord Iozo, but it was a boy ninja whom we do not recognize." The Suna ninja lowered his head even further, responding loudly, "From our observations, he appears to be a Uchiha, proficient in both fire and lightning release, possessing an immensely vast chakra reserve. Moreover, his swordsmanship is utterly terrifying. We stand no chance against him." Swordsmanship? A vision of a silver-haired man surged into Chiyo's mind. Since the last Great War, when both her son and daughter-in-law fell beneath that man's blade, a relentless hatred has entwined itself around her soul, stoking her fury and enticing her to cruelty. Yet, before she could act upon her wrath, intelligence networks delivered a piece of news that made her want to laugh for 3 days and nights. Perhaps due to an abundance of geniuses, Konoha has grown indifferent to the likes of Kakashi Hatake, resulting in his comatose state amidst an internal conflict. With no further inquiries made, once a celebrated figure known as the Konoha White Fang, he now lay as if he had perished. This Uchiha boy might have some connection to White Fang, or perhaps none at all, but that does not deter Chiyo from harboring profound malice towards him. If they were to cross paths in battle, she would ensure his swift elimination. Konoha must not produce a second White Fang. Observing his sister sinking deeper into despair, Iozo hastily shifted the conversation back to Yakura. At this juncture, we must devise a foolproof plan to rescue Yakura from Konoha before the main forces arrive. The Scorch release is one of the village's rare bloodline limits, and he did not wish to relinquish it so readily. Sunagekyure's resources and population were exceedingly scarce, making every young powerhouse invaluable. No need for that. What do you mean by no need? We do not require a division to effect a rescue at this time. Rosa, whose expression had turned impassive, issued a merciless command, commence the attack at once. But, Lord Kazekage, Iozo attempted to argue, for Yakura's worth was evident, and losing him to Konoha would be a significant blow to Sunagekyure. Rosa interrupted him with a wave of his hand, his gaze fixed on the map as he spoke in a solemn tone. "After our arduous journey, our logistics are on the brink of collapse. This battle cannot afford delays. We must seize Kikyo Mountain with utmost haste. Otherwise, once Konoha's main forces arrive, the outcome will be uncertain." After a brief pause, he raised his eyes to Chiyo and Iozo, his tone brooking no dissent. "However, once we surpass Kikyo Mountain, Konoha will be within our grasp. At that point, whether we choose to fight or negotiate, we shall hold absolute initiative, and rescuing Yakura will merely be a matter of convenience." Chiyo pondered in silence for a moment, recognizing that Rosa's plan was indeed the most advantageous. Sunagekyure had already sacrificed and invested too much for this battle against Konoha. Losing Yakura would amount to little more than another offering. Regardless, Sunagekyure could not afford to fail. "Yes, Lord Kazekage." Chiyo turned to the adjutant at the door and commanded, "Relay the order. Commence the attack immediately." To ensure Yakura would not escape midway, Nero placed an additional layer of seals outside of the Jinjutsu, while Hyuga Hayashi confined her major chakra points and meridians, rendering her utterly powerless to resist even if she awoke. Koromaru glanced back at the half-conscious Ebisu on his back and the comatose Yakura, wishing to retort that he was a wolf, not a mule. But before he could voice his thoughts, Inuzuka-tsum swatted his front leg, silencing him. "Please, Koromaru, ensure the safe escort of these two back to the base. If we encounter enemies, make certain to protect Ebisu at all costs. If he cannot be taken captive, then eliminate him immediately." Ebisu was left wondering whether to be touched by his teacher's heartfelt concern or to be exasperated by the nonchalant demeanor with which such grave words were spoken. His pale visage contorted, instinctively clutching Koromaru's long neck fur. Koromaru's remaining left eye twitched twice, reflecting a sense of resignation, understood. As Kuramaru's agile silhouette vanished among the trees, the two reconnaissance teams continued their mission, inching closer to the mountainside to the south. Nero trailed behind the group, his breathing heavier than before, his complexion devoid of color, and his legs felt as though they were treading upon cotton, soft and yielding. These were manifestations of his bloodline illness worsening. After all, maintaining a daily popularity of 300 could only stabilize his condition under optimal circumstances. And the recent skirmish had evidently exceeded his limits. To avoid raising suspicion among the animators, Nero could only permit his body to deteriorate a little further. If he wished to regain several points of popularity to continue stabilizing his health, he would need to find an opportunity to treat himself openly, providing the animators with an explanation, thus allowing him to continue participating in the battle without appearing too conspicuous. The opportunity soon presented itself. Through an expansive sensing ninjutsu, he detected numerous scarcely visible points of light ahead. The team pressed onward, and before long, they encountered a small stream, winding like a silver serpent, washing against the banks of rocks and moss, sending up plumes of white spray. After Inuzuka Tsum confirmed that the stream was free of toxins, the two jonin permitted the team members to replenish their water supplies. Mike Guy, noticing that Nero appeared fatigued, voluntarily offered to assist him in gathering water. Leaping onto a slippery round stone with one water pouch in each hand, standing remarkably steady even without chakra beneath his feet, Nero ascended to the treetops to keep watch. Casting a glance downstream where he noticed the forest thinning suddenly on a gentle slope, as if large swathes had been deliberately felled. With wisps of gray-black smoke wafting lazily from within, he descended from the tree, and upon informing Hayashi, he activated his Byakugan to scrutinize the area, quickly retracting his gaze as visible veins surfaced at his temples. They are not enemies. It appears to be merely a small village inhabited by civilians. Another jonin leading the team's side, Sunagakure is likely to launch an attack soon. Remaining here would spell doom for them. Nero took the water pouch that Might Guy returned and looked up at Inuzuka Tsum, asking, "May I go warn them to flee? Given the limited time, where could they possibly escape to?" Inuzuka Tsum crossed her arms, accustomed to such scenarios. Besides, they may not even heed your warning. It would be a futile effort. Her obsidian-like eyes, partially hidden beneath her lashes, bore a hint of disappointment. Softening at the thought, she scratched her head, contemplating that evacuating civilians was indeed a task they ought to undertake. Thus, she resolved to let him proceed. "Hurry back, we'll start setting traps in this vicinity. If they refuse to leave, do not concern yourself with them." "Understood," Nero replied before turning and vanishing into the underbrush. Chapter 218, Destroy Him. Once a sufficient distance away from the squad, Nero halted beside an ancient tree, his body swaying slightly as he expelled a mouthful of blood, subsequently collapsing against the trunk to catch his breath. The metallic tang of blood lingered on his breath. If he delayed any longer, Inuzuka Tsum would surely discover his condition. Having been granted a rare opportunity to appear in the animation, he could not afford to exit the stage prematurely as an injured party. Nero struggled to steady his breathing, retrieving several pills from his pouch and swallowing them along with his blood, initiating forced healing with medical ninjutsu. Rebirth creation. The art of this technique bears a striking resemblance to the creation of regeneration. Both rely on the stimulation of cellular division to heal the body. However, the former has been slightly refined by Naraku, rendering it more suitable for those afflicted with bloodline diseases. A common flaw shared by both methods is their tendency to deplete one's vitality. On the surface, it may appear that there is improvement, yet within, the body gradually approaches a state of exhaustion. Yet, for Naraku, these issues are inconsequential. His endurance hinges solely on his desire to persist. As long as he possesses sufficient popularity points, theoretically, he could maintain a state akin to having a sliver of energy until the end of time. However, with animators constantly observing, he cannot afford to be overly audacious. Therefore, whether in the past or present, every time he wishes to lock blood, he must concoct a plausible rationale to explain how he is able to endure, should any discrepancies be discovered. He and the system could face expulsion from this world by one another's machinations. After a brief moment, the green light of the medical ninjutsu dissipated, signaling the conclusion of the treatment. Naraku rose from the ground, visibly improved, and continued his advance towards the small village. Before reaching the mountainside settlement, he spotted 6 or 7 individuals clad in sand village ninja attire invading the area. A few villagers tending to their fields collided with them near the embankment, and before they could react, their chests were pierced by blades, causing them to fall lifelessly. It appeared that the sand village's logistical resources were faltering. Naraku instantly accelerated, his surroundings transforming into elongated, blurred lines, and within mere leaps, he descended from the mountainside to the village's edge, with his ninja blade drawn. The lightning surged along the blade's edge, igniting a brilliant blue flame under the dim sunlight. Halt! As the sand ninja prepared to slay the villagers who had yet to escape, they were startled by a furious shout from the side, causing their hairs to stand on end as they instinctively turned to block with their blades. In that moment, they beheld a dazzling crescent of light in a pale blue hue enveloping their entire field of vision, and then their consciousness faded into oblivion. Naraku swiftly dispatched the enemy, activating his Sharingan to quickly ascertain the positions of the remaining sand ninjas within the village, instantly pursuing and eliminating them one by one. However, when it came to the final adversary, this foe realized Naraku's intention to protect the civilians and decisively activated the puppet's self-destruct mode, sending it hurtling towards a family of 3 in a nearby dwelling. Without hesitation, Naraku chose to neutralize the puppet first. After he used fire release to mitigate the explosion's impact, the enemy had already vanished. He turned to face a trembling family huddled together and deactivated his Sharingan, flicking the blood from his blade before sheathing it. A slender boy with ash-blue hair curled up in his parents' embrace gazed at Naraku with eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. Daring to speak, Ninja-sama? Naraku endeavored to soften his expression. You must flee quickly. The main forces of the sand will soon attack, and this place will rapidly become a battlefield. Yes, yes. The boy's father scrambled to another room, while the mother began to retrieve silver coins and the few garments they owned from under the bed, packing them into a bundle to carry on her back. Within a minute, the boy's father returned, carrying a cast-iron pot and wielding an axe and a kitchen knife, handing the knife to his wife for safekeeping. The boy, bewildered, watched his parents bustle about, then boldly directed his gaze towards the ninja standing at the door. The figure appeared several years older, tall and handsome, and though his attire was travel-worn, he stood with a straight posture. Sensing the scrutiny from behind, Naraku approached slowly, bending down and retrieving an object from his satchel. The boy felt a weight in his hand and looked down to find a brand new shuriken. Take this and protect yourself. Naraku's slightly warm hand gently ruffled the boy's head, and he faintly caught a whiff of blood and smoke in the air. Nevertheless, the boy thought little of it and smiled innocently at Naraku's dark eyes. Thank you. The young child remained unaware that the scent was a mixture of blood and gunpowder. Just as the main forces dispatched, several high-ranking sand ninjas were preparing to execute their operational plans when a sand ninja burst into the command tent, urgently reporting, Wind Shadow-sama. The 5th reconnaissance team encountered the captured Uchiha, Lord Yekong. Only one member of the team managed to escape. Chiyo quickly confirmed the location of the 5th team on the map, noting it was not far from her designated offensive direction, and casually inquired, how many from Konoha were encountered? Only that Uchiha. What? Chiyo's weary eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Just him alone? A sudden warmth surged through her veins, and an uncontrollable thought took root in her mind. Eliminate him. Destroy the second white fang of Konoha. The moment that notion arose, Chiyo found herself irresistibly drawn into its grasp, willingly succumbing to its influence. Rising to her feet, urgency laced her tone. Wind Shadow-sama, we cannot miss this opportunity. I shall go and deal with this Uchiha at once. Indeed, Raza also recognized the rarity of the opportunity. But as he was to lead the main assault on Kikyo Mountain with the bulk of their forces, he entrusted the matter entirely to Chiyo. Capture or kill, Elder Chiyo. The decision is yours. Understood. Chiyo hurriedly exited the tent, leading a contingent towards the small mountain village. Naraku directed the villagers to flee east. As long as they left the vicinity of Kikyo Mountain and headed towards Konoha, they would likely be safe. The surviving villagers, unable even to bury their deceased kin, embarked on their flight, burdened by grief and trepidation. Shortly after setting off to reunite with his comrades, Naraku detected an anomaly within the sensory domain he had secretly established. A multitude of chakra orbs surged in from the edges at an alarming speed, and if this continued, they would soon collide with him. The leading orb was particularly brilliant, yet it quickly detached from the main forces and sped towards the village he had just vacated. It seemed that the escaped sand ninja had revealed his position, prompting a powerful individual to specifically search the village. Fortunately, the civilians had already departed. As for whether they could survive this conflict, it was a matter of fate. Chapter 219. The versatile superwoman, Chiyo. The dazzling orb circled the village twice, finding it deserted, before turning back and racing towards the main forces, likely to rejoin them shortly. When the enemy's main force was still about 1 or 2 kilometers away, Naraku feigned hearing the sound of many feet rushing through the forest. Frowning, he fired a red signal flare into the sky, alerting his teammates of an impending enemy attack, and then continued retreating in the same direction, even slowing his pace slightly. To maximize the destruction of the enemy's active forces, he needed to lure the sand ninjas back to the location where he had previously separated from his team. Two reconnaissance teams had undoubtedly set various traps around that critical area, capable of neutralizing a significant portion of the initial wave of attackers. Moreover, this would provide ample cover for his side to retreat and summon reinforcements. Once they reached the most defensible terrain and engaged in mobile warfare, they could buy themselves a considerable amount of time. However, what lay beyond that was uncertain. If the main forces of Konoha arrived in time, there was still hope. If not, with the current manpower, the capture of Kikyo Mountain and the surrounding range by the sand was merely a matter of time. Just a hair's breadth away from the stream, Naraku noticed several enemies perched on the treetops not far from his flank. Leading the charge, a sand village shinobi unceremoniously launched a half-human-sized puppet, shouting, "It's that Uchiha! Capture him!" The diminutive puppet, grotesquely shaped, brandished several forelimbs tipped with venomous spikes, darting towards Naraku. Swiftly drawing his blade, Naraku blocked the sharp tips and, leveraging the momentum, retreated. As his feet touched the ground, a number of spider-like puppets leaped into the air, unleashing a rain of toxic gas and needles. What vendetta is this? Naraku mused inwardly, forming hand seals that left behind afterimages. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Seizing the opportunity as a wave of flames surged forth like a tsunami, he utilized the cover of his ninjutsu to make a rapid escape. Covering a considerable distance in the blink of an eye, nearly vanishing from the sight of the sand shinobi. "Damn Uchiha!" An irate curse echoed behind him, as the initially attacking grotesque puppet hastened in pursuit. Its forelimb spikes trembled briefly before launching forth at an imperceptible speed, slicing through the air directly towards Naraku's back. In the instant he turned to glance back, his eyes suddenly transformed into a blood-red hue, and as he retreated, he formed seals, conjuring dozens of arrow-shaped lightning projectiles around him. Lightning release, thunderbolt arrows. The blue-white luminescent arrows shot forth with precision, deflecting all the poisonous spikes. The residual force of the lightning arrows continued to penetrate the puppet's core, shattering its slender forelimbs at the base, which fell to the ground with a soft thud. As more puppets emerged, Naraku could only fight while retreating, conserving his stamina and chakra to avoid exhaustion. As he approached the deserted rendezvous point, he was oblivious to the number of puppets he had destroyed or the trees he had set ablaze. Along the path he traveled, many trees still bore the flames of the Uchiha clan's fire release. A metallic taste of blood surged in his throat, and at that moment, the brightest chakra sphere in his sensory perception drew near. Just after stepping through the cool stream, Naraku caught a glimpse of two puppets clad in white robes advancing from his oblique rear, their chakra strings connected to the most radiant chakra. The puppet, wearing a red mask, while in motion, had its head splitting open, from which elongated blades extended, spinning at high velocity like a windmill, emitting a high-frequency buzz. Another puppet, adorned with a white mask, interlocked its fingers, and with a fractured wrist, unleashed iron chains, hurling them like a meteor hammer. This signature attack pattern instantly reminded Naraku of a name, Chio. So that brilliant chakra belonged to her. No wonder this battalion's offensive tactics were predominantly puppetry. This was indeed troublesome. Compared to other puppet masters from the Sand Village, Chio was terrifyingly powerful, as an elite puppeteer capable of flawlessly manipulating a puppet with each finger. Her 10 puppets of the Sage could engage in both ranged and close combat, each possessing remarkable skills. Furthermore, she herself wielded formidable taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, making her a veritable powerhouse, on par with a Kaga-level shinobi. With her presence here, escaping without incurring significant losses would be exceedingly difficult. In a flash of clarity, Naraku opted not to confront the red-masked puppet head-on, but instead utilized the body replacement technique to evade the blow. At that moment, a female puppet, nearly his height with orange twin tails, sprang from the corner, brandishing twin blades as she twirled into his path, her blades carving 2 brilliant arcs in the air. With a sharp clash, sparks and arcs of electricity flickered, the sound of metal grinding against metal piercing his ears. Bracing against the forceful downward swing of the opponent's strike, Naraku swiftly transitioned into a counterattack, executing a hidden blade thrust. The razor-sharp chakra blade, coupled with the destructive power of lightning release, severed the puppet's control center. In an instant, he flipped and leaped, narrowly avoiding the massive windmill that had been flung at him. As his body inverted in midair, he seized an overhead branch of an ancient tree, hanging upside down. With his legs slightly bent, he propelled himself against the thick, rough bark, causing deep craters as the explosive chakra burst forth. With a sudden force, the branch catapulted him upwards, and he descended rapidly, plunging his blade into the unprepared back of the red-masked puppet, obliterating its core and chakra threads. Not far away, amidst the greenery, a middle-aged woman clad in a light gray robe perched atop a tree, her hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Naraku's every move. This is unmistakable. The white fang technique. Chiyo's eyes narrowed slightly, the flames of vengeance surging uncontrollably within her chest, manifesting as a fierce glint in her gaze. He must not escape. At the moment the red puppet was destroyed, she signaled to her comrades behind her. A large contingent of troops surged forth, splitting into two groups to seize a designated plateau halfway up the mountain, effectively encircling the Uchiha in the center. 2 of the 10 puppets of the sage had been destroyed, but they appeared reparable, so Chiyo felt no significant remorse. Instead, she retrieved 3 additional puppets from her sealing scroll, alongside the one she had previously lost control of. Naraku extracted his ninjato from the shattered remains of the puppet, witnessing numerous sand shinobi darting past him to ascend the mountain. However, Chiyo lingered in the shadows, her watchful eyes intent on him. Naraku had no time to eliminate the lesser foes, relying instead on the traps set by his comrades to hopefully dispatch a few more enemies. The wind in the forest rose abruptly, and 4 white figures encircled him from different directions. Naraku recognized this as yet another assault from Chiyo, instantly gearing himself up, forming hand seals at such speed that his hands left trails of afterimages. Fire release, multiple streamlined slashes, centered on Naraku. Dozens of slender white flames shot forth from the palms of his hands, extending several meters in all directions, like fireworks illuminating the night. They pierced through all obstacles in their path with unimpeded ferocity. He subtly adjusted his body, allowing the flames to shift accordingly. As tree trunks and rocks yielded to the searing heat, melting and breaking apart like butter under a hot knife, Chiyo silently observed the disintegrating white-masked puppet, her expression grave, deeply sensing the terrifying talent possessed by this Uchiha youth before her. Truly, such a formidable ability was frightening, and he must not be allowed to return to Konoha alive. She flicked her wrist, commanding the remaining 3 puppets to converge around him. Chapter 220. Only a fool would answer the enemy's questions. Time rewinds to moments prior. Inuzuka Kiba and another Jonin led their respective teams to scatter in opposite eastern and western directions, setting traps across different areas. In their frantic preparations, they had nearly exhausted all their explosion tags and concealed weapons. During this time, Kuromaru returned, guided by scent, bearing a full pack of supplies, including food and weaponry, finally providing the team with something to utilize. Having set the last mechanism, she stomped down hard on the loosened soil, compacting it back into a firm, solid state to avoid revealing any glaring weaknesses. A sharp cry, reminiscent of a bird's call, wafted through the wind, prompting Inuzuka Kiba to ascend to the treetops. There, he spotted a signal flare suspended in the air above the lush forest at the mountain's foothills, casting a glaring red light. Simultaneously, Kuromaru perked up his ears, sniffing the air intently, detecting an unusual scent. A large troop was approaching from the southeast. Stay hidden. Inuzuka-sensei, Nara Arashi's tone was urgent, his 1,000 needles glinting ominously. Naraku has encountered enemies. Might Guy immediately stood up, declaring, I shall go assist him. No. Unexpectedly, Inuzuka firmly rejected Might Guy, exerting all his strength to suppress his emotions and refrain from making irrational judgments. It was evident that Naraku had already encountered them. If even he could not extricate himself, any further attempts would be futile. Yet, teacher, Guy wished to plead once more. Are we to simply surrender? Obey the orders. What does the red flare signify? Must I reiterate it? Inuzuka barked angrily. We must hold our ground and thwart the enemy's advance. Do you comprehend the consequences of a breached defense? Might Guy observed his typically audacious teacher, now with bloodshot eyes and panting heavily, and understood the extent of the mental turmoil he had endured in such a brief time. Thus, he ceased to argue, lowering his head and clenching his fists, tears of frustration glistening in his eyes, loathing his own weakness. He suddenly recalled a day 2 years prior when his father returned home, covered in dust and utterly exhausted. The specks of blood on his attire now darkened to a deep brown. His father sat in silence for a long while, ultimately placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and saying, Guy, we must strive harder. We need to become strong and reliable, to possess the power to protect our comrades. Those words echoed in his mind until this day, and Guy finally grasped a fragment of the unspeakable bitterness his father had felt then. Yet still, I lack such strength. Father. The war allowed little time for participants to collect their thoughts. Mere minutes later, Guy heard the explosive sound triggered by a trap. The enemy was upon them. Meanwhile, by the brook, the fire release. Multiple fire streams had dissipated, and the sand-hidden ninjas, who moments ago had glared fiercely at Naraku, now stood frozen in place, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. This resulted in a vast area around him being vacated, resembling a no-man's land on the battlefield, where stepping into it meant courting death. Naraku swallowed the blood pooling in his throat, his Sharingan fixated on a shadowy spot, as if sensing the presence of the greatest threat. Chiyo noted his keen perception with mild surprise. Yet, wary of the Uchiha's genjutsu, chose to remain hidden, her voice echoing from an unknown source, articulating her inquiry. What is your connection to White Fang, Uchiha of Konoha? Naraku remained silent, his face impassive, while inwardly he stuck out his tongue at Chiyo. Only a fool would honestly answer an enemy's question. Ha ha ha. Instead, the only response to Chiyo came in the form of continuous explosions and flames from the direction of the sand-hidden assault, along with thick black smoke wafting skyward. It was evident that this was a trap set by Konoha, realizing that his hatred had clouded his judgment, and that he had been lured here so easily by this brat. Chiyo's expression darkened, her voice laced with menace. No matter. Your corpse will convey the message just as well. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of slicing air approached rapidly from behind Naraku. Damn it. Another ambush. Naraku was prepared for this. In a split second, he deftly turned his blade against his body, bracing for the heavy punch of the bull-headed puppet. However, the immense force forced him to slide several meters before he could regain his footing, and he spat out a couple of mouthfuls of blood, unable to withstand the impact. Seasoned in battle, Chiyo understood the principle of exploiting an opponent's weakness. At that very moment, a blue-faced puppet emerged, and from beneath its white robe sprang forth a dozen iron chains, their tips sharpened to a glistening point, more agile and lethal than a serpent. Naraku gritted his teeth to evade the thrust of the iron chains, deftly dodging left and right, his blade creating sparks as it clashed. Despite the relentless barrage of attacks, he maintained his keen perception through sensory ninjutsu and sensed movement underground. Just as the pig-faced puppet leapt from the earth to attempt a sneak attack, Naraku swung his blade, severing the thorns extending from its arm, breaking through the rapidly closing steel cage. The bombs exploded consecutively in the airborne prison, the flames illuminating his profile as the acrid air whipped past him, dispersing throughout the forest. I must escape quickly. If this continues, I will be trapped. Before he even landed, Naraku began forming hand seals, immediately channeling the remaining chakra within him outward. Instinct warned Chiyo that this move could spell disaster. But as she commanded the blue-faced puppet to charge, the iron chains were mere half a meter from their target. At that moment, the final seal was completed, and a powerful current enveloped Naraku, repelling all the spikes. Lightning release. Thunderclap of 1,000 raids at full power. Bolts of lightning erupted from beneath him, transforming into dozens of thick, radiant serpents that roared towards the heavens, intertwining in a chaotic dance, their immense forms incinerating everything within a 100-meter radius into ash. Chiyo and the sand-hidden ninjas were compelled to evade this terrifying ninjutsu, scrambling to dodge amidst the gaps in the lightning serpents, with each moment claiming the lives of those who were too slow to react. The world seemed engulfed by the blinding blue light, and when the brilliance faded, only devastation remained, with no sign of the Uchiha. Having successfully evaded Chiyo, Naraku hurriedly utilized sensory ninjutsu to locate Inuzuka Tsume's team. If he encountered any fortunate sand-hidden ninjas who had survived the traps along the way, he would generously assist them. The only dilemma was that his bloodline disease had flared up again, and this time, he truly had no time to perform a self-healing display. A simple dose of medicine would suffice. As he swallowed several pills, the system rewarded him with a few dozen points of popularity to seal his blood. Naraku tossed 7 or 8 pills into his mouth, crushing them with his teeth. A bitter, acrid taste surged up to his head, forcing him to cough repeatedly as he compelled himself to swallow. The lingering bitter flavor had yet to dissipate when he spotted Inuzuka Tsume's team battling amidst a dozen puppets. Chapter 221. Kaleidoscope of the Heavens. Since the onset of their battle with the enemy, most traps had either been triggered or rendered ineffective, and Inuzuka Tsume's team was inevitably exposed beneath the watchful eyes of the sand-hidden. They relied on the advantages of traps and terrain, fighting while retreating, valiantly dispatching numerous foes. Yet, human strength has its limits. Even with their utmost efforts, faced with the relentless tide of sand-hidden forces, Inuzuka Tsume's team, which had held on thus far, found themselves gradually pushed back to the mountainside. Were it not for the elite team stationed at Kikyo Mountain fiercely sharing the burden of pressure, they would likely have crumbled long ago. When Naraku spotted them, Inuzuka Tsume and Koromaru stood at the forefront, blood soaking half of their bodies, fiercely shielding Inuzuka Hashikage, who had been injured in his left rib due to depleted Senbon. Might Guy had already opened the third gate, his skin flushed from blood flow, surrounded by a faint green aura, his short black hair standing on end. At that moment, 2 puppets attacked from either side. Guy, cradling his injured comrade, swiftly dispatched the one on the right, only to see a streak of light flash past as the left puppet shattered and fell. Naraku, a familiar shadow, emerged from the forest, and Might Guy could not help but break into a wide grin. However, upon seeing Naraku's dreadful state, his joy quickly turned to concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Naraku severed the chakra strings of several puppets and tossed 2 specially crafted soldier pills to him, which could replenish chakra to the greatest extent without harming the body. Guy waved his right hand in front of him, catching the 2 pills, and explained, I still have some left. Then, under Naraku's disapproving gaze, I hastily tossed the food into my mouth, exclaiming, I'm eating, as I watched Kai consume the military rations. Naraku distributed his own sunbon to Shirenui Gunma, employing healing techniques to mend his wounds, thus restoring a portion of his ability to fend for himself. After gleaning the current situation from Inazuka Tsum, new adversaries began to encircle them, and the 4 continued their retreat up the mountain. As their defensive line contracted, an increasing number of allies began to converge. Naraku first encountered the team led by Hinata Hyuga, which appeared to have suffered 2 casualties. Only Hinata and a Jonin remained. Later, he came across a member of the Uchiha clan, a Jonin stationed there for an extended period, who bore an unconscious comrade on his back. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan spinning ominously, observing the sorrowful eyes that mirrored his own, despite the pallor of his lips. Naraku managed to channel a modicum of chakra to aid in the other's recovery. The verdant glow of his healing technique was considerably diminished, flickering intermittently. Fortunately, it sufficed to sustain the injured's life. In the dim cavern, the 2 pairs of Sharingan emanated a faint crimson light, their rhythmic breathing alternating in brightness and shadow, quietly narrating their shared anguish. No one cared from whence this cursed power of the Uchiha derived, nor did they concern themselves with the color of those eyes, which were but a reflection of shattered hearts overflowing with sorrow. Apart from the loved ones and dear friends who would never awaken again, no one comprehended the depths of their madness. After a brief respite, Naraku and his companions were met with an even more ferocious counterattack from Sunagakure. By the time dusk descended, the entire western face of the mountain had been claimed by the shinobi of the sand. The sun, setting low, poured its last golden rays upon each leaf ninja's face, yet offered no warmth whatsoever. Like a swarm of ants, the enemies advanced in a dense mass, their dark silhouettes exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Might Guy struggled to rise, but his severely overtaxed body possessed neither strength nor vigor. Even as blood seeped from his clenched teeth, he could only prop himself up slightly, striving to die with some semblance of dignity. A rustling sound, reminiscent of an approaching tide, drew near, prompting him to glance toward the distant summit. A vast wave of golden sand, rising nearly 1,000 meters, loomed like a colossal beast, casting a proud gaze upon the mountain range, its massive form shimmering under the setting sun. It seemed to herald to all that Sunagakure was destined to emerge as the ultimate victor in this war. Would Konoha fall? Might Guy stared blankly at the calamity formed from the swirling sands, despairingly allowing his arm to droop. A sharp crack shattered the silence, jolting Might Guy from his reverie as he witnessed Naraku's cheek twitch, his throat emitting a faint sound as he swallowed something. Moments later, those obsidian eyes transformed once more into a blood-red hue, as chains of ceiling encircled him in intricate patterns, more numerous and complex than before. Quivering as if at their limit, the waning moon crystallized in the depths of Naraku's gaze, the intertwining trajectories exuding an eerie yet splendid beauty, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Naraku endured the searing pain in his right eye as if it were ablaze. Bathed in anguish and tears of blood, peering through the myriad of causality to glimpse the divine perspective. Kaleidoscope, Ten no Kagu. The instant the ocular technique was activated, the void emitted a mournful cry akin to shattering glass, as countless fissures filled with dark energy spread wildly within his line of sight. Those marks of death inscribed by the Grim Reaper upon the surface of all existence were like decrees of fate, the finality of life and the extinction of souls. He slowly formed hand seals, his movements so languid that a few nearby Sunagakure shinobi chuckled derisively, even amidst the sky filled with lightning needles. They deemed the prey's desperate struggle futile. Only Chiyo, at the forefront, fixed her gaze upon the lightning needles, sensing an inexplicable dread from their trajectory. Fall back. She urgently commanded her subordinates to take defensive positions, retreating a few steps to firmly place her puppets before her. In the next instant, Naraku's left eye, shrouded in blood shadows, activated Kaleidoscope, Tenmei Yum, responding to its master's will. The lightning needles shot forth in brilliant arcs, piercing into the crowd and erupting in a spray of crimson. Initially astonished, the Sunagakure ninjas soon realized that most of the lightning needles had merely grazed inconsequential parts of their bodies, prompting one to scoff derisively. Yet, before he could finish, he found his form disintegrating into ash. What is this? My body, no? He screamed, eyes wide with terror as he glanced around, discovering that his pierced comrades suffered the same fate, vanishing without a trace, as if their very existence had been forcibly erased. within the radius of the lightning needles. The only surviving ninja was Chiyo, at the cost of her bull-headed puppet meeting the same demise as the others. Many Sunagakure witnesses stood agape, unable to comprehend the bizarre turn of events, watching helplessly as their comrades disappeared before their eyes. The surreal nature of it all transcended the limits of comprehension. An overwhelming fear solidifying into a colossal hand that gripped their throats, leaving only the sound of their grinding teeth. What is happening?